Price, one person, 1 hour.
When you bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive, you could save money, but it doesn't cover any terrible memories living rent-free in your head.
You remember that time you were singing in the shower, and then you heard a knock on the wall, and then you realized that your bathroom shared a wall with your neighbor's bedroom, and all you could do was stand there silently, thinking about all the other things they may have heard in the 4 years you've lived there? Yeah, good times.
Sorry, we can't save you from that memory, but we could save you money bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Renters insurance and bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Research shows listeners prefer a personalized experience. So to help you remember, Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance. We personalized this ad for Amber, who really misses boy bands from the 90s.
Hey girl, I'm the cute one, here to tell you how Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I'm the heartthrob. The only thing I love more than you is saving. And I'm the other boy in the band everyone forgot about.
Just happy to be here.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In San Francisco today, morning showers, otherwise sunny, highs in the mid-60s.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
And well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Brendan Stokely joined as Steiny Guru.
You see that?
You had to guess. Would Steiny know what position he played? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So let's take people behind the scenes. Oh, baby, number one.
Oh, baby. Hey, oh, baby.
I'll let you
morning.
set it up, and then we'll go.
Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there. Getting off your graveyard shifts. No rain. No rain this morning. So hopefully everybody is driving safe. If you're at work, good morning to you. If you're getting ready for work, good morning. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways listening to us on the morning hour. So good morning to YouTube, Twitch, and the Comcast Business Text line. We're going to start off with a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
We got Niners and Broncos.
Potpourri?
Yeah, a little potpourri, a little buffet of sports. Because
a miscellaneous grab bag?
There's a lot going on. There's a lot of, I don't want to say good news. So there's Brett Favre.
This guy, Brett Favre. I mean, go straight to hell, Brett Favre. Like, seriously. Yeah. You're stealing from the poor after taking PPP money?
Brett Favre. Number one.
How is he not the face of ESPN right now?
They made a big deal about Jameis Winston stealing crab legs, right? Where's Brett Favre news? Get this dude out of the paint.
I mean,
Robert Sarver.
This guy.
Phoenix Suns owner.
Oh, this guy.
It's going to be forced to sell.
Yeah.
But did you see his statement?
No, I didn't even see his statement. I could care less what he has to say.
Oh, his statement was so tough.
After hearing all the behind-the-scenes stuff of the things that he's done.
Listen to this. Listen to this. As a man of faith.
Oh, faith.
I believe in atonement and the path of forgiveness, said in a statement on Wednesday. I expected that the commissioner's one-year suspension would provide the time for me to focus, make amends, and remove my personal controversy from the teams that I and so many fans love. But in our current unforgiving climate, it has become painfully clear that that is no longer possible. That whatever good I have done or could still do is outweighed by things I have said in the past. For those reasons, I am beginning the process of seeking buyers for the Suns and the Phoenix Mercury.
Bye-bye. So, you know, it's funny because I believe in forgiveness. You believe in forgiveness, correct?
In our current unforgiving climate is what Sarver said.
Wouldn't you agree? Fundamentally, you agree in forgiveness.
Yeah, no doubt.
But there are certain times where your body of work is so comprehensive that the consequences are such that you kind of lose the right or the privilege to own a team in what basically is a partnership, right? So if you own a team in the NBA, you're part of the greater partnership of the NBA, right? You don't just buy a standalone business. Everyone thinks it's like some standalone business. Yeah, yes, you own a business, but you also have to conduct yourself within the guidelines of the greater community of owners. Right? This is why, for example, Washington football has been so much maligned. The NFL's been trying to get rid of Daniel Snyder forever.
No doubt.
They've been trying to get...
And they are now. There's another report. People are like, if the NBA can get rid of Sarver, maybe the NFL can work on getting rid of Daniel Snyder, which is going to be a longer process.
It is.
Because the NFL was just... They're cut from a different cloth, if you know what I mean.
Well, and they've been trying to get rid of Mark Davis forever. Like, there are certain owners in certain sports where the collective is trying to get rid of him.
But Mark Davis is ethical. I mean, what has he done off the field?
No, this is...
They want to just get rid of him because he's broke.
That's it.
It's a good distinction. Image. But that's not fair.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
Well,
Daniel Snyder's been a crook. He's been a pathological liar.
Bonte.
He's been a misogynistic piece of crap, if you know what I mean. Mark Davis...
All true.
The worst thing Mark Davis does, all right, I get it. He took the team from Oakland. That's bad.
Well,
but there's a lot of owners who move their teams.
No doubt.
Or have moved their teams. And the worst thing is, he eats a P.F. Chang's and he gets a bowl cut.
No.
Whatever.
The bigger thing is it's not necessarily directed at Mark Davis. It's they would rather partner with someone who's got a higher profile.
Right.
Like, there's a reason that Bezos is sitting next to Goodell. They want Bezos money.
I like owners like that.
What?
Little mom and pop owner. You know what I'm saying? It's fine.
Well, I mean,
the Maras in New York.
Yeah, but the Maras never traded away Lawrence Taylor because they didn't have $70 million in a bank account ready to pay someone in escrow.
Hey, but you know what? It is what it is. They're in New York City. You're in Oakland, California. You can't even get a damn stadium.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Lippy Shaft gets a pass. The politics didn't do the Raiders any favors, but Spadoni, I know he had something to say.
Yeah, I actually have an audio version of the Robert Sarver apology if you guys want to listen to it.
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh, boy. If I have hurt anyone out there, I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game.
Oh, my God.
So real quick.
Tom Brenneman.
Yeah, Tom Brenneman there when he basically got eviscerated off the planet for
his last
comments.
broadcast.
Exactly. It is wild to me how many people are doing crazy things in the public eye and think that they're never going to get in trouble. So Brett Favre basically stole money from the state of Mississippi, if you're just figuring this out. He's been stealing money from the state of Mississippi.
And don't mind you, right now, the city of Jackson, Mississippi, they can't even drink water. They can't even drink water.
He's as low of a human being as can be.
Brown stuff is coming out of the water faucets in Jackson, Mississippi.
The journalist who broke this story had no idea really who Brett Favre was. She's not a sports fan. She doesn't know anything. And she went in trying to find out, why is Mississippi 50th in every single financial category? Why are they the #1 welfare state? She was talking about poverty. That was the whole idea, to try to uncover poverty. And while she was trying to uncover where all this money would go in poverty and try to pay welfare and things like that, boom, come to find out, Brett Favre and state officials, not only have they been texting transparently, they've been sending emails. It's all public record.
Well, Terrell Owens has been tweeting about it every single day, tagging Skip Bayless.
I love it.
Tagging Shetty Sharp, saying, you guys going to talk about this? Hey, you going to talk about this? Hey, what about Brett Favre? You guys going to talk about this? The golden child who was on ESPN all the time.
Oh, Brett Favre. Think of how many, I'm going to retire, I'm not going to retire. And he survived multiple weird situations. The jet Sturger.
Oh, yeah. The jet situation.
Yes.
Sending his private parts to her.
How about him and Shamura in a hot tub with the babysitter?
I know.
Well, no one ever brings that up.
Mark Chmura is, let's not even bring that name up.
I mean,
if you want to know about Mark Chmura, just Google him and see all the disgusting acts he pulled off in his career. I mean, Brett Favre is a turd. Robert Sarver is a turd. And then we get to Ime Udoka.
I mean, I couldn't believe this.
So I went to sleep because Woj very vaguely tweeted Ime Udoka could be facing a lengthy suspension due to violations of team guidelines. And then I wake up in the morning, there's a tweet from Spadoni in our text thread, Sham Sharania basically bodying Adrian Wojnarowski and basically like, he was sleeping with the team employee. Basically, he's sleeping with a team employee. I'm paraphrasing here.
Yes.
I'm not tweeting in front of me.
Yeah.
So Ime Udoka, who's been
the head coach of the Celtics,
head coach of the Boston Celtics and the Warriors, just beating the NBA Finals. A young,
and I was impressed
coach, very impressed with him. Although he got schooled by Kerr in the last 3 games of the series, was basically dating Nia Long since 2011 or 2010.
Okay,
married, and we all know who Nia Long is, an actress, Friday.
Look at your
Boys
face.
in the Hood, Fresh Prince of
You're
Bel-Air.
lighting up right now.
I
You're
love me some
blushing.
Neil. Listen, I'll tell you a quick story.
Bonte the blush.
Nia Long, I saw her at the finals.
Uh-huh.
I was walking by her with Bully and D right now. I was like, Nia Long, the legend.
Oh,
She goes, oh, thanks, baby. That's so sweet. I wanted to get a picture. I was ready to fanboy out with Nia Long and post that picture, be like the legend Nia Long, just to make Anna Novikov jealous. Anyway.
Why would you do that?
Because I'm sick in the visual.
So let's make that happen.
I mean,
this year.
seriously, Betty Crocker over here trying to stir the pot in his own household.
But Ime Udoka is now in hot water, and I can't see any way he's going to be coaching the Boston Celtics ever again. Ever. Like,
so there's layers to this one, right?
Well, we think it's layers.
No. What I'm saying is that everybody's going to instantly pivot to like, who cares if he has an affair with somebody inside the team facilities? Because you're going to hear that from a lot of people. Like, what's that show everybody likes? The Office.
Yeah, The Office.
Didn't two people in there have a consensual relationship and end up marrying each other and having a kid?
Was it Pam? Pam
I think it's a horrible show, so I wouldn't know.
It's okay.
Yes, Pam, but they only kissed once, and then that was it.
Wait, who's the guy she was best friends with in
Jim
the office?
Halpert? Jim Halpert,
Yeah,
yes.
so they're
I
married in real life now?
No.
Oh, I thought they were married in the show.
Yes, they do, but they never cheated, really cheated on.
No, but I'm saying having relations at work.
Oh, well, that's a show. That's a show.
Well, I'm just.
I thought it was real life. Come on, you led us all astray, Shasky.
Well, and some people will tell you The Office is real life. I'm not one of those people, but I'm sure they exist.
Good morning to Sam
Most
Levin, our producer.
overrated show of all time.
I would say that.
It's
I would
pretty
say that.
overrated.
The Office is okay.
But
Office
the point
is
that I'm
good.
getting at,
I tell you the most overrated show of all time.
What's that?
Friends.
Oh well, that just sucked. That's not even
Friends
on
is
my
trash.
radar.
Horrible.
They're still making money off of
I
Friends.
hate
They got
that
tours
show.
going on.
Wilmer Flores making money off of Friends.
Yeah.
Every time that song comes on, da-na-na-na, and then
It's
there'll
like,
be
no wonder
somebody.
you're batting 235.
So we were out in center field. Sam was with me, and like, there's always somebody who's like, "Oh, Friends, what a great walk-up song!" And I feel obligated to turn and say, "That's how Wilmer Flores learned English, watching Friends." Like, I feel obligated to tell the story of why it's Friends.
This is true. Wow, this Twitter account who just tweeted at us, Shasky.
Okay.
It's at SF Bay Drummer.
Okay.
But his name is Get Jimmy Off My Team. Get Jimmy G off my team.
That's extreme.
SF Bay Drummer doesn't want Jimmy G on his team, but he just tweeted at us saying, Udoka fumbled 2 trophies in one summer. So basically, Sham Sarania, after Adrian Wojnarowski was being very vague and wouldn't tell us any details and had the NBA world guessing
You know
on
where
what
I'm
happened.
at on Woj. I'm out on
Sham
Woj.
Sarania of The Athletic basically came in. Celtics coach Ime Udoka had an improper, intimate, and consensual relationship with a female member of the team staff. It's been deemed a violation of the franchise's code of conduct. Now, a lot of people are tweeting pictures of Celtic employees. That's not fair. These women don't deserve that.
that's not fair at all.
That's corny.
Yeah.
That's corny. Don't do that.
Well, the internet is gone. It's gone way too far.
But a burner account discovered they basically broke the report. And Shams came over the top as Adrian Wojnarowski, for whatever reason, wanted to be vague. Was he protecting his NBA partners? Did he want to protect the product for ESPN? I have no idea.
Well, he's an agent of David Stern, so none of this surprises me.
Or, by the way, I want to get to Donahue in just a
You
second.
finally watched it?
Yeah, I finally watched it. Anna and I both watched it.
Donahue's like the 7th most felonious character in that doc.
I'll get to that in just a second.
Yes.
I'll get to the doc in just a second.
Because I want to talk about his offshore account that clearly David Stern set up for him.
I will get to that in just a second.
Yeah.
Ime Udoka's done, right? There's no way he's coaching the Celtics this year.
Okay, this might be unpopular. And I understand that there are ethics at work. I just don't care. That's me. Now, if there's
you don't
rules,
care that he's cheating and
look, man, people and their relationships.
It's not a good look. You're one of
No, I agree. It's not a
handful
good look.
of head
You're
coaches
you're
in
a
the
head
NBA.
coach. It's a terrible look.
the Boston Celtics.
But for me to
and
be
you're a black
outraged,
guy coaching the Boston Celtics at that
Bonte,
in that city.
For me to be outraged over someone in their relationships, it's a horrible look. It's against probably the bylines of the corporation. And believe me, I'm Mr. Corporate. You know, you always make fun of me when it comes to these things. There's rules. There's HR trainings.
You had a problem with Jimmy Garoppolo dating a porn star.
Yeah, you
had a problem with Trey
That's
Gillespie
my quarterback.
Yeah,
this is
but
someone else's head coach.
Yeah, so you don't care now.
I mean, it's just whatever to me.
That's not a good look.
That's
not a good look.
I'm not triggered by it. I just don't want it to happen in our organizations. Just nobody doing it to us.
If it happened to Steve Kerr,
then we'd probably have some problems. But if Steve Kerr's got so much equity, I don't know how I would feel.
Oh,
I'm being fair. Am I not being honest with myself?
Well, they do. It's kind of weird because.
Are you outraged?
I just, it's a black woman. Nia Long's getting dragged on Twitter. It makes me feel
that
some
part
type
is
of
like
way.
on a human element. I feel bad for everyone involved.
They've got kids involved.
Yeah.
Family's going to be broken apart, possibly.
Yeah.
Who knows what happens?
Like on the human level.
Udoka is a black head coach who were like, this guy's
I thought he was
up
good.
the ladder. I thought he was really good.
I thought he was really good.
He's coaching the Boston Celtics. You know what I'm saying? And for that to happen, everybody's going to look at him differently now. Like, he can never get over this. It's wild to me.
This feels more scandalous than the whole Nick Young, D'Angelo Russell in the locker room thing.
Well, yeah, but
in terms of the internet having fun with it,
but every time, though, I see D'Angelo Russell, I think, man, this guy snitched and broke the bro code. He broke the bro code.
Is that what you think of when you see him?
Absolutely, all the time.
Really? You can't unsee it?
I can't unsee it.
So what about if Ime were to come back, would you, not unsee it, basically?
Yeah, it'd be tough to unsee it. I mean, look, how long was the relationship going on?
I don't know.
I mean, he's only been with the Celtics for what, one season?
From the Celtics POV, I totally understand why they are coming down as hard as they are, because you have these in place for a reason. They're a corporation. They're a billion-dollar corporation. Right. Well, multiple
Somebody
billion-dollar.
leaked it on him. Somebody had to leak it. Well, we're days away from training camp.
Quite honestly, B, I mean, it's on him, right? I mean, if you are going to do those things, this is just in general. Let me just give you my life principle, B.
Yeah.
If you're going to cheat and you're already locked up in a relationship, just break the relationship and go do what you want to do. Like I look, it's easy for me to say that. It's more difficult for others to kind of go through their life for whatever reasons. They might have their reasons. Just me, the way I look at life. But if you're ready to go in another direction, then just do it.
On the pecking order.
Just divorce and go.
On the pecking order, Robert Sarver, he's getting out the paint. Disgusting human being.
Oh, agreed.
And the fact that he had the audacity to basically be like, this unforgiving culture. Dude, you're using the N-bombs. Draymond Green's using the N-bombs, and you're asking why you can't use an N-bomb.
But, B, it was 20 years of negligence to the people in that building. So he owns a bank, Sarver. I don't know if you know this. He owns a bank. Yeah. He brought his bank employees over to teach the people with the Phoenix Suns how to accept his criticism. Then when he would scream and yell, they had like a videographer. She put together this crazy video for the team. He turned and chastised her in front of everyone, so she started to cry. You know what he said? Why are all the women crying around here? Why are they so soft? What's going on? I need to get my bank employees to come over here and teach these women how to toughen up.
Well, he's going to be gone now. And now it's time for you to toughen up, Robert Sarver.
And then he said to someone who was pregnant, I don't know how you can do your job moving forward, because babies need their moms, not their dads. Like he was just
he's wild.
Straight out of the 1950s.
He's wild.
Canceled.
Donald Sterling 2.0. Donald Sterling 2.0.
Donald's such a bad person.
And now you know what? He's going to have to sell his team. Bye-bye. Go get your billions, but bye-bye. Get out of the NBA. You don't need people like that representing organizations. So then you get Sarver, and then Brett Favre. I bet not ever see Brett Favre on another commercial. He bet not ever have another endorsement. Mississippi can't even drink freaking water. They can't even drink water. Not to mention Flint, Michigan's still struggling with water, which is sad. It's sad that we're in America and we're so quick to go help other countries, but yet we can't even help our own damn countries, our own states. People in Mississippi, Deion Sanders have bottles of water. It's like we can't even drink water.
And meanwhile,
think about that.
Meanwhile, we're building a facility for volleyball.
Because Brett Favre's daughter.
It's wild.
You know what?
I always hated Brett Favre.
Maybe I'm a little too hard.
No.
Somebody deserves jail time for this, and it's Mr. Brett Favre.
You think?
You need to be locked up. Swear to God. Straight up. What he did was egregious. I'm looking at all these outlets. All these networks, nobody wants to talk about it.
No, everyone's afraid to because he's their golden child.
But yeah, we talk about Jameis Winston and crab legs all the time. All right, let's get to Donahue real quick before we get the Niners.
Please,
the Donahue doc.
Oh, it's so good.
So he comes from Pennsylvania, which that area. It makes sense. I know Spinotti.
Tiny little town in Pennsylvania.
It makes sense why Steiny loves referees so much.
Dude,
that was a referee hotbed. That was crazy, right?
Bonte, how many white guys, black guys, there's all coming from this tiny little town.
That was the city's hey, we're going to grow up to be a referee.
And then, but Donahue's dad was a referee,
right? Which is wild, right?
And NCAA,
and
he was crooked as all hell.
Whoa!
All I kept thinking about was this small little town. How mob affiliated was it?
Oh, big time mob affiliated, big time.
All the characters were hilarious.
So Scott Foster, I don't think any differently of him.
Yeah, because
he's always been like that. He's always been shady.
You called that guy, at least from what they found, every single halftime for an entire year.
Scott Foster.
And then he goes, we were just talking about the game strategies and stuff. Now, this is the flip phone era.
Yeah, this is flip phone era.
Honestly, I just think that was something that's really hard to defend, and we felt like there was an advantage there. He's a big, strong guy. Man.
Oh,
I thought that was Donaghy.
Yeah, that was Donaghy too.
He only wanted to chime in on it.
Oh, I thought that was Donaghy. Scott Foster, I don't think any differently of him, although I don't think he should be able to referee another NBA game.
He has to go. No, he has to go.
You have to wash your hands because this is going to get nasty.
Would you agree when you looked at it and they were like, we found 52 different referees of the 60 whatever. Were all involved in some way, form, or fashion with the gambling syndicate. They had a huge. They were going to put Donaghy under the wire, and they were going to have Donaghy be an undercover guy, and they were going to shred apart the NBA referee circuit. And Bonte, David Stern, I am convinced David Stern leaked it to the media and then worked out a deal with the FBI so that the NBA could skirt. If you
He signed a television deal, too.
Yeah,
remember they got the television deal done.
If you don't think Donaghy had an offshore account set up by David Stern.
He gave Donaghy a pension. He gave him a pension. Donaghy's rolling in money right now, still to this day.
And then
he's rolling in money.
How about the smirk he gave?
Oh, dude, Donaghy, he knew, too. He's making so much money. Not only that, he got off with the jail time.
Oh, they said he only made, they said he bet on all those games and he only made 20 grand.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. But David Stern, to me, he was the number one crook.
100%.
As much as he done for the NBA.
100%.
There's no doubt he helped fix games. He knew what was going on. His referees.
If you're a Kings fan.
Come on, man.
If you're a Kings fan, you've got to be sick to your stomach. Spadoni, you're a Laker fan. Keep it real. I want you to keep it 100% real.
He's not going to do that with the Lakers.
There was just a lot of close calls that just went the Lakers' way.
Dude, I watched that game at Oracle Park at a club level.
Hey,
that game 6.
Here's the funniest part. When Donaghy goes, I was the second best referee by the metrics.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that was wild.
They didn't say he was.
They all came. His boy Tommy, what was his name? Tommy? He had to change Smollett. They're fine. Dude, come on, man.
The amount of money that they were moving for the crime families.
For the John Gotti family.
And then how about the one guy I wasn't a mob member, but I sat down, I ate
with them. What's going on with the game sponsored by San Diego Tourism Authority? David Stern's the biggest crook
of all time.
He needs to be rotting in hell.
Right?
He needs to be rotting in hell.
He 100% stomped that out.
They leaked it, and he got on top of that.
Did you hear about the new movie that's coming out?
No.
The Longest Yard Part 3 starring Brett Favre.
That's according to the 831.
From the 831.
Longest Yard Part 3. Yeah, dress code David Stern. That's right, dress code David Stern, that crook. When you're happy, you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire ways of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Chelsea Messenger helping you beat the books. The Cleveland Browns host the Pittsburgh Steelers on Thursday Night Football. The Browns are favored by 4.5 points, but get this. Under head coach Mike Tomlin, the Steelers are 46-23-3 against the spread as underdogs. That's good for a 67% clip. Consider the points with the Steelers. Helping you beat the books, I'm Chelsea Messenger.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Is there a calculator that can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed? Or a collection of cables cluttering up your closet? Recycle them now at Staples. With Staples Free Tech Take-Back, we'll recycle your old tech free. Plus, rewards members get $5 back in rewards. So if you have modems, mice, and mobile phones making a mess of your home, recycle them now at Staples. Limit 1 reward per month. Redeemable in-store only. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
I did a site visit and the space is absolutely incredible.
Este's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Dancing crew, trip for 2, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Kevin Hart's Reality Check Tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky
Oh, baby. I'm going to give Spinoni a pass. What is this, Journey or something? Maroon 5?
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Red Hot Chili Peppers? Oh, I didn't know that.
Hey, Bonte.
I didn't know that.
Havertown, Pennsylvania. I want you to listen to some of these referees. Rush O'Donnell, Earl Strom, Joey Crawford, Joe Gushu, Jack Madden, Steve Javy, Ed Malloy. Hit me. Oh, my bad. Duke Callahan, Mark Wunderlich, Ed Middleton, Tim Donaghy. I mean, they're Ed Malloy. Dude,
go Ed Malloy!
I am blown away how many referees come from this town. You don't think that there's something going on?
Oh, big time.
And if you didn't see
is
it,
Donaghy still with his wife, or did they?
No, they separated.
They separated.
He's living in Florida and he's doing real estate.
Yeah, he's doing real estate. But he started. Did you see his early YouTube videos talking about calls and everything?
And he was right on everything.
Dude, he was right on
making
everything.
a killing. So if you haven't seen it, there's a Tim Donaghy doc on Netflix.
The same series with Manti Te'o, Untold Stories.
Yes.
What is it called? Operation Flagrant Foul or something like that?
Yeah, that was what the FBI called it when they were looking to investigate them.
By the way, the FBI agent.
Oh, that guy's so crooked.
How about David Stern saying, would you like to come work for the NBA?
And then the guy gives the slyest look of all times, like, yeah, it didn't work at that time. But eventually he would go and work for the NBA.
Did he really go work for the NBA?
As a retired FBI agent. And he tried to play it off like, oh, I had already retired.
Oh, my God.
He did freelance work for them.
Oh, my God.
If you don't think David Stern is the biggest of the mobsters.
The Gotti family.
No, the Bonanno, all the different families that are out there, the David Stern crime family is the biggest.
Donaghy's Scotty report was so good on these games.
Oh, there's a spot where Allen Iverson, okay, as we're just having fun this morning. There's a lot of felonious, scandalous things happening in society.
Ime Udoka, Robert Sarver. Robert Sarver's number 1. Brett Favre's 1A.
Yeah.
I mean, 1A, 1B.
Yes.
Sarver's 1A. Favre's 1B.
And then you got Tim Donaghy doc that Fonte finally watched, and it's just incredible as we're getting ready for Media Day for the Warriors, and we're going to get into the Niners. If you're a Niner fan, we're going to get into them.
We are. And by the way, I just saw somebody tweet or actually comment on YouTube.
What'd they say?
Good morning to YouTube. My family, these guys have over 10,000 subscribers. Congrats. You know what? Congrats to everybody out there on YouTube subscribing to 95.7 Game. We really, really appreciate it. And by the way, we got big news at the station.
What's that?
The station. And the Golden State Warriors decided to renew their partnership.
Oh, yeah.
We had the Golden State Warriors back for another 3 years. Yeah. Let's go. You're home with the Golden State Warriors. Let's go.
Yeah,
and we're airing the game next Friday, 3 a.m. Live from Japan, baby. Little Warriors basketball. Right before the morning roast, you talk about
Are you working a night TV show or what's going on?
We're not doing any TV show, but your boy may be up at 3 in the morning. Maybe I'll go to bed at like 7 o'clock or something. Who plays next Thursday nights? Find that out for me, Spinoni. Maybe I'll go to bed early. No. I know they play the Wizards. Say next Thursday night football.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
You know who plays tonight.
Yeah, the Browns and the Steelers.
Trubisky and Brissett.
We'll get to that in a second. But the Tim Donaghy doc, at one point in the doc, they're talking about Allen Iverson and how one of the referees had a total beef with Allen Iverson and that the entire crew was going to call palming on Allen Iverson. And so Donaghy's like, well, I knew this information, and so we bet the under and we bet against the Denver Nuggets. It was just incredible. Yeah.
By the way, Miami and Cincinnati next Thursday night. So your boy may not be going to bed early. Fins up.
The one that got away, Mike McDaniels?
Fins up. Waddle Dance. Remember, who was that yesterday said, I couldn't do the Waddle Dance?
Everyone.
I'm going to do the Waddle Dance. You see the old people in the bleachers doing the Waddle Dance? Everybody's doing the Waddle Dance.
Yeah, it's a great dance.
They got the Bills this week, by the way. That's the game of the week.
Once Gesicki hit the old man Gritty, I knew the Gritty had jumped the shark.
Yeah, the Gritty's done.
That's all right. The San Francisco Giants will start doing it 6 years from now.
Beat me by 1 second on that one.
Did I?
Hey, some of you guys out there
just about to get in there. You beat me by 1 second.
Hey, you guys better be careful on the Comcast Business text line.
Why?
I don't like some of the texts that's coming my way. Be careful. You get blocked. Stop it.
So what's going on? As we're going to close the book on scandalous people, and we're going to get into it. I got a little Giants thought. We got a lot of Niner stuff. What's happening with Adam Levine?
I just found out who Adam Levine was yesterday.
Who is he?
So he's the lead singer of Maroon 5.
Oh, your favorite band.
He's married to a Victoria's Secret model. Thanks, Lubman, for the laugh in the background.
I didn't know who he was until yesterday, until Anna said something.
It's the talk of the pop culture town right now, if you will. He cheated on his Victoria's Secret model wife.
Oof.
And there's a bunch of messages that are taken. His move was, hey, he slid in the DMs, and he does it with multiple like women.
Yeah.
Hey, you're so hot. Wow, you're even hotter in person. And like people are making a bunch of memes out of it, all this sort of stuff.
I did see that.
So yeah, there's a bunch of screenshots.
So it said Adam Levine. It was like, Adam Levine, I love your body. And it was James Harden at the strip club when he was overweight.
It's pretty wild. He was going to name his daughter that he had with his current wife after the mistress.
No.
So he
Oh
he
He's
texted
a
the mistress
sick person.
like, hey, would you mind if I named my kid like after you? And then like everything blew up. Pretty wild.
So all these people then finally are shedding the DMs to the light.
You want to take
Is
a
that what's
shadiness?
going on?
Yeah, you want to take another shadiness? Howard Beck covers the NBA.
Yeah.
What is he? Who is he with now? He used to be with Bleacher Report.
Sports Illustrated?
Yeah, Sports Illustrated. There you go. Programming note: NBA head of officiating Monty McCutcheon is making his annual visit to the crossover pod. Got referee rules questions? Hit me here by 11 a.m. and I might use yours on the pod. Would not want to be a referee. Scott Foster can't referee this year. Come on, man. Adam Silver, you can't watch this.
The irony of this is that when the playoffs were happening, the fact that we would break down who the officials were better than we break down offensive line play in a Super Bowl.
I know. How crazy was that?
For just a regular playoff game.
Dude,
it's the most incredible thing of all time. And the funny thing is yes, Ed Malloy, I've been saying for years Ed Malloy stinks. The worst is when you watch the official from like way out of the picture make a call on the other side and he's like, what? And he's like, he saw the whole thing and it's such a bad call.
Dude.
We knew this. We did. We all knew this.
How about Tony Brothers being in that picture with all the referees, how they're partying and playing cards? Tony Brothers, you know what his nickname is in the NBA circles?
No.
They call him Catfish. They call him Catfish. One, he looks like a catfish.
Okay.
But two, he likes to dupe a lot of players. Hey, man, how you doing? How's the family? Blah, blah, blah. 2 minutes into the game. We're going to call this foul on you. Tony, what are you looking at? You know how many times I've seen Tony Brothers ruin a basketball game? Which is why I will never, ever bet on the NBA ever again.
I love how Donaghy starts it off like we all idolized Joey Crawford, who was an egomaniac.
Once ejected Tim Duncan for clapping on the bench and threw him out of a game. And then Joey Crawford got suspended. David Stern was like, all right, that's enough, Joey. Just relax. Relax, Joey.
Hey,
David Stern is the biggest crook of them all.
What's that rap label that's going through this huge RICO act right now? The RICO charge?
With
Future in them?
Yeah, not Future, but is it...
who is it?
Young Thug.
It's an
Young
Atlanta.
Thug.
It's an
Yeah,
Atlanta
Young
group,
Thug.
right?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's Young Thug. Apologies.
Yeah.
For some reason, I confused it with Future, or I guess Future sold his whole catalog lately.
or
Something like that.
So they all sound alike.
How come we can RICO charge them and we can't RICO charge the referees?
Right, so how come
if you don't think the NBA referees were involved in more money then whatever, I know there were murders and things. I'm not trying to downplay the RICO thing with Young Thug.
The Gotti family.
But that's what I'm saying.
And they were making millions off of NBA games.
Okay.
Is it worse than the point shaving incident in Arizona State?
What? The point shaving thing was a couple of guys, a couple of poor kids.
But Vegas is like, this point spread dropped from 12 points to 3. We're like, whoa, what's up with this line movement?
Well, and you know who was on that team?
Dwayne Fontana, in high school.
A legend.
He was at the Bears game.
Absolute
Buck hit me up
legend.
there all together at the Bears game.
He was one of the sauciest players I've ever seen in city history.
So getting back to the Niners, where's Danny Gray at? I'm not sure we're going to know who Danny Gray is this year.
Okay, so you're with me. Ed Malloy, Scott Foster, get out of here.
Get out of here.
Right?
Brett Favre,
get out of here.
Robert Sarver,
get out of here.
We'll wait on Ime Udoka.
Adam Levine,
get out of here. Ime Udoka. Boy, you was so hot water, buddy. You may be in more trouble with Nia Long than the NBA and the Boston Celtics. Who knows, man?
Oh, it's called YSL. Young Thug and Gunna. YSL.
Yeah, YSL. We knew somebody would say something about. They all knew about that. The RICO Act. YSL.
Am I off on that? Like, I'm not trying to dismiss what they've done. I'm just saying, like, we put
David
together
Stern
this
is the biggest crook
of all time.
David Stern is.
I am now. Everyone, the frozen envelope.
Anna how the frozen envelope in
It's
New York
true.
City. Oh, it's very
I
true.
believe it
Yeah,
now.
no, I've been believing Patrick Ewing. He fixed the LeBron James draft lottery.
And
LeBron James from Akron, Ohio, Cleveland got the number 1 pick.
Look, let's talk on this.
All right. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises.
T-Mobile believes customers deserve to get more without paying more. Everything from entertainment benefits like Netflix on Us to travel benefits to Scam Shield protection, all with taxes and fees included. So the price you see is the price you pay. When you're a T-Mobile customer, you get over $225 in value every month in benefits with our Max Family Plan.
That's like paying for nosebleed seats and getting to sit in the front row.
That's right. At T-Mobile, your family gets over $225 worth of value and benefits with our Max plan each and every month. Plus, with our Price Lock Guarantee, we won't raise your rate plan price for talk, text, and data ever.
That's like paying for a cab and getting a stretch limo.
At T-Mobile, you get value beyond the expected.
Qualifying service required. Value based on included monthly benefits. Sales tax and regulatory fees included in Max's monthly price. Price Lock guarantees rate price of talk, text, and data for new accounts with qualifying service. Exclusions apply. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon! Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
You can count on Big O Tires for great service and even better deals on name brand tires. Now through October 9th, save up to $100 instantly on select Bridgestone and Firestone tires with installation purchase. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Did you know System Pavers has been designing and installing outdoor living systems for 30 years? Since 1992, we've helped more than 80,000 homeowners transform the way they enjoy their outdoors, and they've been happily talking about their remodels ever since.
If I would have known how quick and easy replacing our crumbly old driveway was going to be, I would have contacted System Pavers years ago.
We had a small issue with our outdoor kitchen, and System Pavers went above and beyond to make it right. Excellent service.
I'm Larry Green of System Pavers, and nothing makes my day more than hearing how the quality, beauty, and durability of our work has helped thousands of families make the most of their outdoor spaces.
For a limited time, you can take advantage of special financing and save 10% on an outdoor transformation that'll get people talking too. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com today.
All orders must be placed by September 30th. See website for offer details. Financing subject to credit approval. Contractors license 661575.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg.
Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
This is Maroon 5.
Certainly is.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Sweet Home Alabama. Wait, that's Skinner. That's the Skinner guy.
Yeah.
All right.
I chose a beat that you might like.
Skinner guy. I love how that's the Skinner guy.
I mean,
all right. So give me a minute. Can you give me a minute?
All right, let me let everybody know this segment, or the last segment, was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials. Actually serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. When Golden State Lumber going to pay me? I read this damn thing every damn day. Can I get some wood?
Have you seen my fence up at my house?
Which house?
The one up the river.
I haven't been up there. I've never been invited.
My buddy Alex built probably the most beautiful cedar fence ever, and I want to thank Carrie and everybody at Golden State Lumber. They delivered it right to the house, and we just got it all stained. Bonte, I'll do a video this weekend.
I haven't been invited. I don't want to see your video. I haven't been invited up there, so I don't want to see it. I'll just skip through your story. Double tap. Bop.
Okay.
You know how you do it? Double tap. Bop.
Well, it's not like it's concert footage. All right, I want you to give me 1 minute on the Giants, and then we'll get back into the Niners.
All right. Giants won again yesterday, right?
Yeah, and there was lots of outrage about Logan Webb getting yanked out of that game.
Well, I saw Mark Willard's tweet. I was like, why did he care if Logan Webb pitched 66 innings and he got pulled? Should be lucky Logan Webb's pitching at this point.
Well, he's at
shut him down. What
career high in innings pitched for him. And if you've watched Logan Webb very thoroughly over the last 2 months, and I've been saying this to Lubman, I'm worried about Logan Webb as we get toward the end of the year. When you start to get really tired, you lose velocity, you lose a lot of spin on that fastball.
He got hit hard last Friday against the Dodgers.
Well, look, he's kind of been spotty the last couple of months, right? Yeah. He's had some good performances, some bad ones.
Numbers still look great, though.
He's a good player. But if you were just asking me raw stuff, his raw stuff over the last 6 weeks or so hasn't been as good as it was earlier in the year. But this is where I'm going with this. When you have certain assets and you're not going to compete for a championship or even a playoff spot, you need to be smart with said assets. Of this team, you got Doval and Logan Webb, and everybody else not really in the long-term plans.
Rodon, is it?
Well, I mean, I want Rodon.
Let's speed it up with the Giants. I want to talk Niners and
The
Broncos.
point that I'm getting at is, why are we being outraged?
Yeah, I know.
There was a rain delay. He threw a bunch of pitches before.
Right.
Then there's the rain delay. Then he goes back out there.
The only one who's outraged is Mark Willard.
Well, I have no problem with them being cautious with one of the few assets that they have in their organization. You got to be delicate with these arms.
I mean, it's like Stephen A. Smith always says, I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Bitch his ass. Logan Webb shouldn't pitch another pitch. Season's done.
Well, he wants to, for his arbitration case, he wants to be able to hit certain benchmarks.
Innings,
yeah,
I get it. All right.
Look, but it's neither here nor there. I'm defending Kapler, and I know people want to crush Kapler at every turn. He did the right thing by the kid and by the organization. I'm done.
My family, there's two things. When does the Warriors pre- and post-game gig begin? October 18th, when the Warriors host the LA Fakers on ring night, baby. Ring night, we get to see LeBron James' new ball head. He's gonna wear. I've been saying he should go ball head with the headband. But the Lakers are in town with Pat Bev, Russell Westbrook, Dennis Schroeder, Anthony Davis. Ring night, October 18th. Warriors pre- and post-game show will be back. We cannot wait. Also, my family, who cares about the Giants? Shasky, save it for your garlic fries and baseball guys podcast. You guys had Dave Fleming on.
Yeah, we did. It was good. You should check it out. The episode dropped this morning, so if you want baseball talk, you can go there. It's also on 95.7 The Game's YouTube page.
There you go. There you go. You could be outraged there.
Well, no one's outraged.
Well, Mark Willard is.
Before we continue,
I want to know why he's pulled after 66 pitches. Mark Willard is 66 pitches too much.
All right. Last thing. They did a Zoom call yesterday announcing Buster Posey to be the part of the ownership group. Now, he's a very small percentage. We don't even know what the exact number is. He says he used his own money to buy into the group. So I don't know.
How much was it?
He wouldn't disclose the numbers, okay? Which is probably the smartest thing to do. To me, like Mark was saying yesterday, I'm in total agreement with him. He is, whatever you want to put it, a face like Magic Johnson is, where he's not a real, true, equitable partner, but he's in the mix somewhere. And really, what he is he's going to be a steward who maybe, let's say, there's a free agent on the fence.
He's going to host them.
Yeah. Let's say they want some player perspective.
Well, you know what?
In the ownership group.
I'm worried about him being a closer.
Why?
He couldn't close John Lester.
Well, he said that, actually. He referenced how he didn't do a good job recruiting in the past. But I do think, Bonte, if you look at the ownership and player divide, there's a huge, Grand Canyon gap between the two.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad thing at all for Buster to be involved in some capacity. I don't believe he's going to have this massive impact or this means anything. It's a sign of goodwill, and we all agree Buster's got a baseball mind, and it's a smart move. The bigger point is not Buster. I watched Greg Johnson, who's kind of the new face of the Giants board. There's 5 people on the board. The new 6th person on the board is Buster Posey. They created a role for him. 5 people on the board. Greg Johnson's Zoom yesterday. And Greg, I hope you're listening. Giants, I hope you're listening. Oh my God, that felt like all of the work from home Zooms that I have done, these horrible webinars where it felt like a Wall Street's quarterly earnings report Zoom. It was dry. It had no charisma. I pray to the heavens that they find somebody who can be the charismatic face in front of the media, in front of the different agents and representation that's out there. Greg, you might be the smartest person in the room. In terms of your presence on one of those Zooms, it didn't work for me. I was very, very discouraged. Not that I don't think that he knows what he's doing. He doesn't look like he wants to win as much as the fans do. Say what you want about Larry Bear.
I don't know. I'm not going to say that about him. I'm not going to say that about him when he said, hey, we know about the guy in the Bronx, and we know about all the shortstops coming out. I'm not going to say that about Johnson, whether or not he wants to win. I don't know this guy. I didn't even know what he looked like until yesterday.
Bonte.
I'm not going to go there.
Public speaking is where you want. When
some
you hear
guys
John
don't do
Lynch,
it well.
No, but that's my
Nick
point.
Sirianni didn't do a good job in his introductory press conference. And look at the Philadelphia Eagles now.
But Howie Roseman does, and he's the GM, and he does a great job.
Nick Sirianni's coaching the team.
Agreed.
He's coaching the team.
Agreed, and his winning has overcome
and they made the playoffs last year.
Bonte, I'm just saying, this guy has got a long...
We overrate these press conferences so much. We do.
If I put Lakeup and Bob Myers, if I put, John Lynch and whoever out there, I'm just saying the guy didn't present as well.
Listen, well, you know what it is, too?
I'm just being real.
I tell you what a mistake was. I'm not going to say he doesn't want to win because of the presentation.
Larry Bear was charismatic.
Yeah, but that's some people don't have that gene.
But that's my point.
Like we do these videos.
That job is to be charismatic.
Listen about the videos that we do right after a game. Some people could do that stuff. Some people had the charisma. They had the it factor. Some people can't. Think about all the reporters that we see try to do videos and it's dry and it's some people have it, some people don't.
Look,
in front of a camera. But behind the scenes, we have no idea. I have no idea.
I'm just saying, let's just say, me, Joe Shasky, I'm potential free agent. And there's all these different owners in baseball who I know a lot of them are dry, but they have certain faces, like Steve Cohen. You were talking about the Mets throwing money around. If you don't think a player sitting there, because that's who they're going to negotiate with, Boris, their agent, or whoever their agent is, and the owner, they overstep the GMs these days.
Just do the job right. Just do the job right. I don't care about your presser. But I'll say this though about that. If you're
right on that element, but if you do a good job, but they didn't this year.
But 510, perfect. Comcast Business Text Line. Dave Kappel's charismatic.
Is he?
Absolutely. He talks a great game. He talks a great game.
I don't buy anything coming. He's a used car salesman to me. He's charismatic. He's on the other end of the spectrum.
But he's charismatic.
Wow.
You get in front of a camera, he knows how to boom. He lights up the TV screen.
I'll give you that.
You got to give him that. And what happens? And we all know he's full of crap. So I don't care about that. Number 2, I will say this, though, about the...
It just worried me, that's all.
Well, let me say this, Shasky. Introducing Buster Posey in that capacity, how would you not fly Buster Posey out here, set up a presser down at 3rd and King, and do it in front of the media in person? It's Buster Posey.
Because he's living in Georgia, and because of his family situation, he
can't take a private jet for one day.
But this is why he wasn't here for a lot of the other things. I hear you on that.
Shasky, he can't take a private jet for one day. The family can't pick up the slack for one day. For one day.
He's got newborns. I don't know. I'm trying to defend the situation.
Excuses. For one day, you can't fly out to San Francisco. Hold a presser. Hey, I'm buying into the Giants. Cameras flashing, ask questions, boom, presses over, get back on the jet and go back to Georgia.
Was he here for the 2012 reunion? I don't think he was even here for that.
He was here this year.
Was he?
I
don't think he was here for the 2012 reunion.
I don't recall him.
Yeah, I don't remember him.
Was he here for? Well, obviously he was
here
for
for
Posey.
Was he here for Hunter Pence?
He only showed up one time this year?
Yeah, because he's been in Georgia. I'll defend him on that one. He's got some family things going on.
Come on.
But that's what they say.
Come on.
Again, it's more of a facial role. But this is why they need more people like Buster. Not Buster because he's not that charismatic, but people that when you put him out in front of the television, people start to feel good about themselves.
It's true from Liberty Eli. Nobody had less charisma than Brian Sabian.
Yeah, but Sabian wasn't the face. Larry Barron.
But he was making moves, though.
No, he was
the guy. He was the architect.
I will defend Sabian.
He was the architect.
Sabian made the playoffs from his tenure, 98, 2000, 2002, 2003, 2010. They were at 12. Obviously, 14, 16. They were in the playoffs a lot during Sabian's era. In an era when only one wild card team got in.
So... Bro, how do you know how long that flight is? 15, 16 hours for the 30-minute press. It's a 5-hour flight from Georgia. It's not 15, 16 hours. And you're Buster Posey. Right. You get the finest private jet in the world. Stop it. Let's not make it seem like it's hard.
Bonte?
Right? Oh, he showed up for Will Clark. That's right. Buster Posey did show up for Will Clark Day.
Yeah, Will said that him and I talked to Will one-on-one at Damon's event, and Will was saying that him and Buster are very close.
So they should have just waited. They could have stepped under release. Maybe after the season, just hold a presser. Don't do a Zoom. That was tacky. It's the face of the Giants. He's been the face of the last decade. And you got to do a Zoom? That's a problem for me.
John Shea asked probably the best question on the Zoom. I'm not sure if you listened to it.
That's not shocking.
John, it was a really good question. He said, hey, look, when you look around corporate America, everyone's trying to diversify their board and just have more inclusion. Right. They're trying to have women. They're going to try to have, and the Giants have had women on their board, so I want to defend them there. But they want to have, people of color on there. That's specifically what he asked. Would you have someone like Barry Bonds come into the ownership group? And I had never considered that. I would love Barry Bonds to be involved in some way, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but,
more to just stick it to everybody in baseball, too.
Yeah, I don't.
John Heyman.
I'm going to leave that one alone. That's more of an off-the-air conversation about Barry Bonds and the Giants and whether or not he should be in. I'm going to just leave it at that.
But wouldn't you agree baseball needs more? This is why Derek Jeter, they were so hell-bent on getting Derek Jeter in. They want to have...
You guys rent him out. All you baseball guys ran out Derek Jeter
because he didn't have the right money. I told you about that
from the beginning. Jeter. He was flipping them all those prospects with the Marlins. He helped find those guys. Yeah. You guys all ran out Derek Jeter. Shame on baseball. You guys all ran out Derek Jeter.
All right, I'm done.
You ran him out. 2 minutes of Giants baseball turned into 13 minutes.
Sorry,
I can't get those 13 minutes back in my life. Giants baseball right now. They stink. Go sign Judge. Maybe we'll talk about you. Download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Follow your favorite team station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search on 95.7 The Game. I got one last thought about the Giants now. One last thought. Yes, if I did own 1% of the team, I'd be at every freaking game. Oh, my God, as an owner, I'd be insufferable. Sitting behind a dugout, sitting there all in the suite, whatever. You just announced that Buster Posey, 3-time World Series champ, who may be walking into the Hall of Fame. Who knows? Maybe walking into the Hall of Fame. You knew this was happening behind the scenes? That this deal was about to happen? And you set up a sorry-ass Zoom? This leads to the social media aspect of the San Francisco Giants. Hashtag Game Up. Who comes up with this stuff? Who is helping out the Giants evolve digitally? Who's helping out the Giants in their presentations? They need some young blood in there. Seriously.
I don't disagree.
This is embarrassing. Buster Posey flew off for Will Clark Day, flew off for his own jersey retirement, number retirement, whatever. You can't, hey, Buster, at some point, we need to get you out here. We meet the media, blah, blah, blah. They did a sorry-ass Zoom. It looked terrible. This shows how behind the times the Giants won. So Aaron Judge is saying that.
That's a good point.
Aaron Judge is saying that. You think Aaron Judge is like, look at these guys. What is this, 1980?
Well, Aaron Judge does have a Buster Posey poster in the back of his room whenever they show Aaron Judge.
That's great. Maybe he'll come.
We about done with the Giants?
You brought their asses up.
Well, I'm ready to get back into the Niners. I was looking at the Broncos, and I'm looking at my fantasy team. Judy's questionable. Hamler's questionable. All their weapons are questionable. I don't know what to make of the Broncos.
Oh, Boston Celtics. We got breaking news here. Spinoni, hit the breaking news sounder. Breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN just reported Boston Celtics head coach Ime Udoka is likely facing a suspension for the entire season for his role in a consensual relationship with a female staff member. Sources tell ESPN a formal announcement is expected as soon as today. Again, he's likely to face a suspension for the entire season for his role in a consensual relationship with a female staff member. Wow. Celtics will announce it later today.
So the Celtics are the one putting a punishment on him.
Yep.
Not the NBA.
Not the NBA. Getting ahead. Maybe the NBA is like, yo, get ahead of this. Joe Mazzulla. Don't know who he is. He's likely to become Boston's interim coach for the season. Wow.
They were up 2-1 in the finals, and now their coach is out for the year. That's wild. That is wild. Do you have any strong opinions on that?
I don't think he's ever coaching the Celtics ever again.
Really?
Yeah, this is just...
Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
It's just, you're going to
because I don't really have a strong opinion on this one.
The Celtics ownership group, from a corporate standpoint, you always say this, man, I want my quarterback to be the face of the franchise. I don't want my quarterback dating porn stars, yada, yada, yada. So imagine you're the Celtics ownership group.
No, it's a good point.
And had history with that organization.
It's a good point.
And you're in Boston, Massachusetts, and what that organization stood for, stands for. Now, they've done a lot of African Americans wrong, but they've hired African Americans. A lot of them. Doc Rivers was the head coach there for a long time. Bill Russell, of course. You're suspended for a year, and you had a relationship within the organization, cheating on them, and the embarrassment of the Celtics having to announce this right before training camp. You're getting ready for the season. He's done. He's done. It's a bad look. Your head coach. And then you're cheating on Nia Long. That adds to it.
Well, it doesn't matter who.
It doesn't matter who
his wife is.
But it gets elevated because of who the person is.
The profile gets elevated on social media.
It's a high profile, no doubt about it.
Agreed. I agree on that. I guess, I mean, I don't know how often that these are in certain corporate situations setting rules and guidelines. Clearly, they feel very strong about this, and this seems to be something that they put out there. You've heard about this in other sports, you know, I guess, like players not dating the cheerleaders or players not dating people that are, you know, affiliated with the team and things like that. I guess you're right. They're trying to hold the coach to a similar standard.
So I just think they're just buying time on how to part ways with Ime Udoka, and then they move on. Like, I can't see how he's going to come back to that team.
I'm surprised.
Who outed him? Somebody in the organization?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter who outed him.
It doesn't matter, but
should have known better.
But how did this come to light right before the season?
I guess my question is, I don't know the answer to this. Is it you're not allowed to have any relations with anyone inside the organization? I'm asking sincerely. So, like, had he been single or divorced,
I guess
or whatever,
it would have been fine because Eric Spoelstra married a Heat cheerleader. Remember that? His wife is a former Heat cheerleader.
I didn't know that. No,
his wife is a former Heat cheerleader. Huh. I don't know the inner workings of this. The fact that he was cheating, I think, is the big emphasis here. He's cheating and having a relationship when it's like, yo, like, what are you doing, dog?
Yeah. I mean, right before the season's about to start?
Yeah, so I don't... Wow. That's wild. Let's get to Dirty real quick, and Alan Rocky wants to talk about the situation. Dirty, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, this is a hot topic. This is a real hot topic for the gossip, for the sports world, all that. But check this out, man. You're right, Bonte. I agree with you 100%. I got a strong opinion on this. Cheating or not, this is unprofessional. That's one of them class act organizations. And I agree. This is just blowing smoke until they finally fire him or he resigns. He'll never walk that courtside again, not as a coach. And, yeah, I mean, this might get deeper. There might be something else to it, and that's the reason why this happened. So, yeah, man, that's pretty crazy. It kind of took over today.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be our rematch in the finals. Thanks, guys.
No problem. No problem, Dirty. Good take. Good take. And by the way, we got other breaking news. We started the hour.
What?
We started the show off with, like, it's not breaking news. You don't have to hit the sounder, but, like, we talk about all the scumbags of the sports world right now. Robert Sarver. How about this? This is courtesy of AJ Perez, senior reporter of Front Office Sports. AJ Perez just tweeted, breaking. The former head of Mississippi's welfare agency entered into a plea agreement with federal and state prosecutors. A huge turn in the scandal that could spell major, major trouble for Hall of Fame quarterback Brett Favre. Wow. He deserves to do jail time.
Wow.
Don't want to hear about or see Brett Favre ever again.
Wow.
I don't. Ever again.
Brett Favre is...
Bye-bye.
Wow. I mean, not only did he cheat people when it comes to the state of Mississippi, he did it also when they're giving out PPP loans or PPE or whatever you say it.
Just for his daughter could play on a better court in volleyball. Dude, you're Brett Favre. Why don't you donate money to
Brett Favre, wow.
A lot of lines hitting up at 888-957-9570.
See ya.
Hey, I'm trying to get the Broncos and Niners, man. All the stuff keeps popping up here. So, Ime Udoka out for the year. Out for the year, suspended.
That's crazy.
What
does that do to the Celtics? Because I thought the Warriors and Celtics, if we were being
back,
I really did.
Yep.
I really did. I said, man, we might see them multiple times in the finals over the next couple of years. Now I don't know. Not to take away from whoever's going to take over. I thought Ime Udoka did a great job with that unit.
Great job. First-time head coach.
I thought he was excellent.
Popovich system.
Yeah.
Went to Brooklyn. Was a Philly assistant. Damn. Personal life, professional life, all in shambles. Brett Favre?
I mean, basically, he was stealing from the poor. I mean, that's the way I would put it. Stealing from the poor.
You dirtbag, Brett Favre.
Yeah, exactly.
You dirtbag. Wow.
Can we get into the Broncos, though?
Yeah, we will definitely try. We will definitely do that. We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority.
This Sunday night, Jimmy G and the 49ers face off against an old rival, Russell Wilson.
Broncos country, let's rock.
Jimmy Garoppolo off the bench, couple of touchdowns.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
And their first win since the end of the 2019 season against Seattle.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, baby.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accepts, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
Kevin Hart's reality check tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Wow. Drama in the Shasky household. Drama in the Shasky household. 888-957-9570. Anthony Sassoon will get to you. A lot going on in the world. People want to talk about Udoka, Brett Favre, and that scumbag. I hope he goes to jail. Seriously. Send Brett Favre to jail. Let him sip the brown water that people in Jackson, Mississippi have to sip.
That's a good point.
Clown. What a clown. Absolutely.
Do you have any feel for who the Denver Broncos are?
I think they have a solid defense, no matter what Willard said. I think they have a solid defense. They've held teams to 26 points so far. People laugh at the Texans, and they put more stock into the Niners-Texans preseason game, week 3, than they did last year when they had to win that game in the home finale against the Texans last year. Levi's, where Trey Lance had to start, and they had to win that game. Texans play hard. Texans are tough. Now, the Broncos, they lost Patrick Surtain in that game to a shoulder injury.
Mm-hmm.
They played a rookie, Damari Mathis. He had 5 tackles, but he's a rookie.
Yeah.
I expect the Niners to attack him this week if he does get to start for Surtain. And they lost Jerry Jeudy on offense.
Yeah.
The Broncos are still trying to find their way on offense. But defensively, I think it's a stout unit. I feel like it's a stout unit.
Well, you're looking at a reunion of sorts. They got K'Wan Williams. DJ Jones, I believe, is questionable right now.
They've got a big injury
Randy
report.
Gregory is the guy who hurt Jimmy Garoppolo in the playoff game for the Dallas Cowboys last year. He's now with
remember how he got
the
to
Denver Broncos.
He was going to re-sign with the Cowboys and a little switcheroo at the end there, and he ends up in Denver.
The Cowboys went from thinking they had Randy Gregory and Khalil Mack to none of them.
Yes.
And
Jerry Jones for you.
And then I look at their offensive line right now, the Denver Broncos. They got two guys. One, their guard is doubtful, someone that no one of us has ever heard of. And then their right tackle is questionable. Obviously, you referenced Jerry Jeudy. They got Hamler, the other wide receiver, who's kind of like their three. He's questionable as well. They're banged up. Like, the Niners are banged up, and we kind of laugh about it. Denver's banged up. But then I go back to the quarterback, and I say to myself, my God, every single time we play Russell Wilson, it's never a normal game.
Yep.
So I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, no idea. I do want to read this text off from Comcast Business
Give it to
text
me.
line 925. How's the Brett Favre story not being blown up the way Trey Lance going to the strip club blew up? Brett Favre is trash and already has been trash. You're right. It should be blown up. It should be blown up.
Yeah, but that won't get clicks for Colin Cowherd.
No, well, it should. It should. So you mentioned the injury report. I got it up right here yesterday. And we'll check it later today, and we'll have the report tomorrow. So Randy Gregory did not practice yesterday. Jerry Jeudy did not practice. DJ Jones did not practice. Their guard center, Quinn Miners, hamstring, did not practice. Darius Phillips, corner, did not practice. Patrick Surtain II, shoulder injury, did not practice. KJ Hamler, limited, their slot receiver out of Penn State, who's in his second year alongside Jerry Jeudy. K'Wan Williams, wrist. He was a full participant, so we expect K'Wan Williams to be able to play. But winning in Denver, not easy. The altitude is a factor, especially early in the season where teams don't play a lot of their guys in the preseason. Where would the stamina be for guys like Bosa and that defensive line? I do expect Bosa to have a big game. I expect them to have a big game every week. That's not saying much, but the Niners defense and the Broncos defense, they're stout units. It's going to come down to the quarterbacks. And Russell Wilson and Jimmy Garoppolo. Who makes more throws? And right now, Russell Wilson, got to remember, this guy's 17-4 against the 49ers. 17-4. Speaking of Brett Favre, I thought he was the all-time Niner killer. I think Russell Wilson took the throne. Because not only did you play him twice a year, you lost an NFC Championship game against him. Russell Wilson has always been a nemesis, so he can always hurt you. He scrambles, he gets out. And then one thing about the Niners, they struggle against quote-unquote mobile quarterbacks. Guys get outside the pocket. They give up big plays. That's how they lost to the Bears and Justin Fields when he gave up that big play to Dante Pettis. So I think there's going to be a close game. It's going to be a tight game. Are the Broncos good? I don't know. But I also don't know how good the 49ers are right now.
I'm right there with you. I don't know what to expect from Jimmy Garoppolo in the offense. I don't really know what are the known quantities on the Niners? Well, I know Debo's a playmaker, but is he going to get more touches in the run game or in the pass game? I don't know. Like, is Kittle going to play? The big matchup for me that I feel like is going to tell us a lot about this game, edge rushers for the Broncos against McGlinchey. I feel like they're going to try to pick on McGlinchey, and the Bradley Chubb versus McGlinchey matchup is one that I just keep coming back to because he gets killed by those speed rushers.
Yep, he does. He does. And look, you look at this defensive line of the Denver Broncos. DJ Jones was a very good player.
He was solid for the Niners.
He's going to have, that edge going against these young interior linemen. Although Aaron Banks, Brad Graham's been doing a good job bringing down offensive line play. He's the one guy with the Niners beat. He's going to bring down offensive line play all the time. Aaron Banks has been solid. He was solid in week 2. I thought he was a lot better in week 2 than he was in week 1. DJ's tough. Draymond Jones is tough on that defensive line. Denver does have I think they have a solid defense. Very underrated. Kareem Jackson is good safety. So we'll see what happens with them.
I hope Randy Gregory doesn't play because he always seems to kill the Niners.
He is a tough player.
He's just long and athletic, and he's tough.
Ronald Darby's a good corner, too.
He is.
I think Denver has a look. The Niners shut out Geno Smith from scored a touchdown on Sunday. Broncos shut out Seattle in the second half of that game. Seattle scored nothing in the third and fourth quarter. Nothing. Broncos should have won that game going away.
Every time I see Melvin, and look, I know Melvin Gordon has moments, but every time I see Melvin Gordon get a look, instead of Javonte Williams, I'm like, what are you doing, Broncos? Javonte's the better running back.
He's a home run hitter.
Yeah, like every touch you're giving to Melvin Gordon is a win for the defense, in my estimation. So I look at Denver. I don't think they really know who they are either.
Not yet.
I know we're worried about the Niners, and we're looking at it from our POV. I look at the Broncos, and I feel like they're still feeling themselves out as well.
Nathaniel Hackett's still trying to figure out who he is as a head coach, how to work with Russell Wilson.
Yeah, their team's different with Russ. It's just different.
It is different.
If Judy doesn't play, I feel like that takes away a big weapon for them.
Because then Charvarius Ward could just shadow Cortland Sutton.
Exactly.
And Cortland Sutton is a big boy. So let's go to Brandon in St. Louis, and then we'll get to Anthony soon. Brandon in St. Louis, listening via YouTube. He's watching us on YouTube.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
From the Lou. Do they call it that, Brandon?
You can find me in St. Louis.
Yeah, they sure do. All
right.
Hey, trying to be positive this morning. Hey, guys, do you guys think Brian Griese can coach up Jimmy, can tune up Jimmy in a way possibly Scangarello couldn't?
That's a great question.
So
great question.
Let me get in there first. So if you don't know, the quarterback coach last year was this guy Rick Scangarello, and now they brought in Brian Griese. Bob Griese's son. He did Monday Night Football. He played for the Shanahans.
Played for the Broncos.
He was a serviceable player.
Won a national championship at Michigan.
Yes.
1997 Rose Bowl with Charles Woodson against Washington State and Ryan Leaf. Matt Nahigan, I think, was at that game.
Oh, wow.
Charles Woodson had a great interception. It was 7-0 Wazoo. They're driving to go up 14-0. Woodson in the end zone. Boom. Interception. Flips the game. Brian Griese to Ty Streets. Deep bomb. I remember that game I closed yesterday. Love the Rose Bowl.
So
had to flex there.
I watched Trey Lance and Griese work exclusively together with Sam Lubman on multiple days because I was very interested to see what does it look like at practice? Because we talk so much about these coaches, these line coaches like Chris Kocurek. When you watch him at practice, Bonte, doesn't it pop that Chris Kocurek is good at his job?
Oh, he's very good at his job.
Right? And then obviously the fact that when you watch it on game day, it does feel like the defensive line always finds players. Griese working with Trey Lance was interesting. He was working on coverages and, the right read based on what the coverage is pre and post snap. I think he'll be really good with Jimmy Garoppolo. Why are you laughing?
Because the jokes are funny, man. I'm sorry. Comcast Business Text Line. It's a joke, and I don't think.
What's that?
Griese can teach mediocre, so he should be good enough for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not fair. That's not fair.
We got to rally behind Jimmy G.
I would say this. I did find it strange that Griese was a quarterback coach for Trey Lance.
Why?
Now, because Trey Lance, quote unquote, is a different quarterback. Although Trey Lance, I think, he's a pocket quarterback, but his style was a little different than Griese's. Griese's was in that pocket, planted, boom, I'm going to throw it here.
Statuesque. More Jimmy.
More Jimmy. Less Trey.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a good question for Brian in St. Louis, that maybe Griese does work a lot better with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing from the pocket and seeing it. Very interesting because they didn't get to work together at all in the month of August because Jimmy was on the side field and apparently he didn't have a playbook. So that was a great question.
Well, the one thing that you were talking about yesterday was the head coach actually coaching the quarterback, the straight-up quarterback. Now, we don't see what they do behind the scenes. We're looking at what's happening at practice. The quarterback coach is the one working with the quarterbacks. The head coach is talking to the quarterbacks, but he's kind of moving around from drill to drill, or he's staying in the middle, or he's working his way around the field. Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like the quarterback coach is actually much more important than people give it credit for.
But you know what, though? I was just
not
watching
taking it away
yesterday.
from Kyle
But
Shanahan.
I was just watching something yesterday. And I was watching, what was I watching yesterday? But Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson, it was pertaining to them, saying there was a former player saying, look, the coach and quarterback dynamic is very, very important. That has to be
100% agree.
So, yes, the quarterback coach does talk to Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's a dynamic there. But Shanahan is the play caller. Shanahan needs to be in lockstep with Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the growth I need to see moving forward. Obviously, there's been something there.
What does
with
it
the
look like
issues.
then? What does growth look like?
Maybe Shanahan needs to talk to him more during timeouts or during plays when the offense is on the bench.
How about
Maybe
just running plays that he feels comfortable with? The fact that Jimmy said, like, hey, we're just out there slinging it, that to me was a very interesting soundbite from the game. It's like, what, did you not go out there? At least, was your impression that the plays weren't there for you to just, quote unquote, sling it beforehand?
Well, this is why I've always said, I don't know if Shanahan and Brady would have been able to work together. Because Shanahan wants total control of the offense.
Yeah.
How would Shanahan deal with Brady audibling at the line of scrimmage? How would he deal with changing a play in the huddle? How would he deal with Brady throwing tantrums on the sideline saying, no, I want to run this? How would Shanahan deal with that? I would like to see Shanahan a little more hands-on with Jimmy Garoppolo, especially when they go to the sideline. All right, let me bring the surface over. What'd you see here? So we could be on the same page.
It's tough for him to do that while he's trying to, be the head guy.
Is running the defense.
I know.
DeMeco's running the defense.
But you still want to be looped in on what's going on.
You want to be looped in before a second? Hey, TV timeout. Maybe we're kicking off. Hey, let me get 2 minutes with you.
You asked me a very interesting question yesterday, and we kind of brought it up, and Mike Florio also brought it up regarding the 49er offense.
Yeah.
Is it a modern offense?
It doesn't. I don't think the offense is modern. Now, they have their
Why?
style.
Why do you say that?
Ground and pound.
Uh-huh.
Ground and pound. Ground and pound. But it's a reason why in the second half they get stagnant. You don't see it evolve. You don't see the explosives, right? In the second half of football games. Niners are holding on for dear life. They're basically saying, hey, we have a lead. Let's just bleed clock and let's play solid defensive special teams. That's been their formula under Kyle Shanahan. Now you see all these other teams are going 4 wide, 5 wide, and the Niners try to do that, but where's the speed at? Where's the speed at? Especially if you don't, Danny Gray didn't play week 1, so you don't have the speed that you need to run a modern day offense. You look at Mike McDaniels are going deep. They're running deep crossers, all this stuff.
It's early on, Mike McDaniels.
It is early on.
I mean,
with
we're
Mike
a couple
McDaniels.
games in.
It is early on. But don't you see the same thing? Like we've seen the same offense for basically 6 seasons under Shanahan. There hasn't been much difference.
Well, seeing that triple option with Trey Lance was like, whoa! It was a totally unique play. And then all the quarterback runs obviously were totally different. But
doesn't it feel like the same offense?
It does feel very similar. It's a lot of misdirection, a lot of
window dressing.
Well, what I like to say is a lot of pre-snap movement, and then people think this is a knock on Jimmy. This is a byproduct of Kyle, and I thought he would do it with Trey Lance. Here is your clearly defined person that you throw to. And if it's not there, here's the check down, and that's it. You only got 1 or 2 spots to go to. It's not a sit back, look at 4 levels of passing options.
By you saying that, don't you feel like that kind of limits the quarterback?
No, it 100% does. And this goes back to the Florio quote of joysticking it.
Yeah. Why would you want to limit your quarterback? Hey, if this is not there, you do this. If you don't do that, then you need to do that. Like, I just want my quarterback to go out there and play. Hey, this is the play. This is what we think will be open. Use your best judgment. I don't want my quarterback overthinking things.
So there's one element, again, I look at some of the great players in the league right now. They play a free-flowing, but yet still in structure style of play. Herbert, Allen, Mahomes. There's an artistry, but it doesn't feel rigid.
Right.
When I watch the Niner offense 9 times out of 10, everything feels very rigid.
Right.
Do they put up points? They do put up enough points, and they did in 2019 when they were extremely explosive. But it just feels like the artistry isn't there enough for me. I like the structure, but I'd like to see a little more like relaxation and being able to throw all over the field a little.
We're going to get to Anthony Sassoon in just a second. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. I love you. Bonte, you're insane. You say Shanahan is an offensive genius, and then you say his offense not modern. Are you serious? Number one, maybe you're listening to the wrong show. I've been on here said, how many times have we gotten into arguments when I say he's not great, he's good?
I would say if I were to define his offense,
I've never called him an offensive genius.
No.
Say he's good, and he has the potential to be a really great head coach, but he's good right now.
I would call him very clever in terms of spacing.
Right.
And I'm not, clever isn't a knock word. I would say he does a really good job of like, we're going to run a couple of plays here to set up something else later to get a chunk play. But the problem that I have with that is that so much is relied on when that play does present itself because you set up 2 or 3, kind of dull plays to set up the big one. It feels like the big plays are few and far between.
They are.
And so when they miss on them, even if it's Jimmy or Trey Lance, it's like, it feels like a huge wasted opportunity. Whereas I watch other offenses and it feels like they take more strikes down the field.
No doubt.
So when you miss one, we get the next one.
Yeah, and it doesn't work
Whether
like
that's
that.
real or not, or me just kind of feeling that way.
You're talking about evolving, right? Andy Reid. Think about how long he's been in the league.
20-something years.
Late 90s. Wouldn't you say he's evolved?
Yes.
He started, when he got to Kansas City, he brought Chris Alt down there. He had Brad Childress as his spread game coordinator. And he started studying like Oregon. He started studying their spread offense. He's like, you know what? I'm going to implement this. His offenses look a lot different than they did in Philadelphia.
And just think about Alex Smith versus Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes holds onto the ball way longer than Alex did in that offense. And the people that time these things can look at it. Alex, boom, 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 get rid of it quickly. Kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo. And then Mahomes wants to hold on to it because they want to throw the ball farther down the field.
Right. No, he and Andy Reid is adjusted. You see Brian Daboll out there in Buffalo now, the new head coach of the New York Giants. He's adjusted. A lot of these guys adjust. It just feels like we're watching the same offense, and I want to see a little more. And so now everybody's saying, hey, Jimmy, throw the ball down the field. I hope Jimmy just slings it. He brought up, hey, it felt like 2017. 2017, he went undefeated by just slinging it. He just slung it. You know what I'm saying? He went undefeated.
I still feel like their bread and butter is running the ball.
You got to run the ball, no doubt, but I want more shots down the field.
This is the interesting.
Sometimes you got to pass to set up the run.
Well, I'm glad you
everybody knows the Niners are running the ball. And I forget what coach said this. It was like, we need to Bill Walsh may have said this too. You need to pass to set up the run, meaning let's loosen them up by throwing the ball, backing them off, and not having 8 guys in the box. And then all of a sudden, boom, we hit them with the run game.
The one thing that I think that everybody who kind of tries to put a name on the Shanahan offense, this is what they always say: we're going to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Everyone, you're going to control it. You're going to limit the amount of possessions. But if you look at the way the rules have been set up in the NFL, it has never been more advantageous to throw the ball.
No doubt.
And I'm not saying that I don't agree with running, because running is a principle. I think that McVay gets away from the run way too much, and that's why his teams at times play soft.
Andy Reid gets away from the run.
100%. But the rules are in place to give you more freedom to throw downfield. How many pass interferences a game do you get by just being aggressive?
I know.
Right? How difficult is it to play on the outside if you're a DB, if you're putting pressure toward the boundaries? And look at in the game the other day where Jimmy was able to throw it a little more. Did they get 4 pass interferences?
Yeah, something like that.
And that's like 25 yards each time of free yardage.
I did think a couple of them were a joke, but it is what it is. I'm not going to.
But what I'm saying is that I can paper cut you with 4 yards of carry, which I get it. It keeps you on schedule.
But
But when you stretch it a little often, and I'm not saying the whole game, just like 3 or 4 more times a game.
But teams know. They're coming in with 8 in the box. They don't respect the Niners passing game. They're stacking the box. They're saying, all right, beat us with the pass. That's how the Rams beat the Niners in the NFC Championship game. That's how the Chiefs beat the Niners in the Super Bowl. That's how teams stuff the Niners. They just say, we're going to go 8 in the box, make Jimmy beat us over the top. Make Jimmy beat us in the pass game. And I think Shanahan has to say, you know what? This is the ultimate effort year. This is the effort year. I lost my number 3 overall pick to a broken ankle. All right? People are on me. I had this top-notch defense. You know what? F it. Let's just go out there. I'm not saying just go sling it.
Yeah, you're not saying reckless.
But I'm saying, you know what? Open it up a little bit.
What does that look like?
Chances.
What does that look like?
Throwing the ball down the field on
30
first down.
30 pass attempts a game?
Absolutely.
Or given the context of that game?
Absolutely. Don't be afraid to let Jimmy audible when there's 8 in the box.
I would like to see Debo catch a couple of more passes, even though
down the field.
Even though I still believe he's look.
Listen.
To me, he's a $25 million running back.
Shasky. I'm tired of smoke screens.
And that's not a knock. I'm saying.
You want to run smoke screens? That's fine.
Yeah.
Can I get Debo down the field? Can I get Ayuk on quick post?
But why don't we look at him more like okay, McCaffrey's very thick, and I'm not trying to compare Debo to McCaffrey, but why don't we use him in the same way, or at least view him the same way that we look at some of those other dual threat players? Because to me, he's a guy that I'm trying to get out on the edges in space against DBs where they're never going to tackle him.
So, to that point, sure, why not?
Like he's Kamara in a different way.
Okay, yeah, no doubt.
Or at least that's how I'm viewing him, as opposed to A.J. Brown.
I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
But if you're going to use Debo in that capacity, then I need another wide receiver.
Well, I've been saying that.
So now you don't have another wide receiver.
Well,
so now it's a personnel issue.
But this is why we drafted Danny Gray to try to open the top off.
Is he an outside guy right now?
I don't know.
So
Jennings has looked good in the few games that we've seen him.
Yeah.
I like Jennings.
Let's go to Anthony Sassoon. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. First of all, I want to say that Florio interview was so good.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
I heard that
again.
Yeah, I heard that from a few people. Thank you for that. And if you have, I'll let you go. If you missed it, go on YouTube. You can look up the Florio interview on our 95.7 The Game page.
Yeah, I caught it this morning, and I was like, damn. But he said a couple things. And one thing he said is that basically Shanahan is getting in his own way. And I think it's starting to really show that he is trying to control the game too much.
Mm-hmm.
And when Jimmy G said, like, it was nice to sling it, that really, really put a bow on that.
Right.
But the other thing he said that's kind of, it sucks to hear, but it might be true. He said that Trey might need a fresh start somewhere else. And
wow.
Guru has been screaming from the mountaintops that, like, that guy. Trey was not Kyle Shanahan's guy. And I know Bonte's been saying since like 2 years ago, go get your guy. And it's starting to seem to me that Trey never really was his style of quarterback. And like Florio said, someone, pulled rank and made him get Trey Lance. And it's just pointing in that direction.
Yeah.
But then the other part of what I wanted to say is that I don't think Shanahan is a good coach because he is not developing anybody for that matter. Like, Debo was already going to be a stud.
Right.
Bosa was already going to be a stud. So, and, you guys said this before that it does seem like Jimmy G has regrets. And he never was going to be a lights-out quarterback.
Right.
But he has not gotten better under Kyle Shanahan's tutelage. So I know he's a good play caller, but I don't consider him a good coach because he's not doing what Joe says all the time: pivot but not panic.
Yeah,
stay in the course, and it's not working. So
it's a really good call.
Great call.
The word that I use with him, I think he is really good, but he's so rigid. Like, that's my biggest issue with him, is that he is so rigid, and I would like to see him loosen up a little.
Yeah, he
just
gets
a
in
little,
this way.
just a little.
Like,
and I'm criticizing someone who's good, who I believe can adapt.
But you know what I want in my offensive coordinator?
Huh?
I want a guy who's in attack mode. I want a guy who's saying, you know what? I'm going to score every damn possession. And where I'm getting at here, and I keep going back to this, because the Niners have been in a lot of big games. Let's face it. They've been in 2 of the last 3 NFC Championship games. This team is one of the powers in the NFC. They are. They might not win the West this year, but they've shown they can go anywhere and beat anybody. NFC East champ Dallas, we'll go to Dallas and beat them. Go to Lambeau Field. It's 0 degrees. We're not going to score an offensive touchdown. We're still going to come out with a dub, right? They should have beat the Rams in the NFC Championship game. This team could beat anybody. So I hold this team to a high standard now, especially with Jimmy Garoppolo back in the lineup. Now I'm saying, you know what? The Niners have to be playing for big stakes this year. Now, with that said, I think about the big games, and I think about the certain situations and being in attack mode. I think about the 4th and 2 down in L.A. where he punts it away, and he's on the other side of the Rams 50. He's on the other side of the 50. Damn, we can't go for it right there. Defense is playing great. It's an NFC Championship game. I think about the Super Bowl all the time. Super Bowl 54. I can't unsee it, Shasky. You know what? I can't unsee John Lynch in his suite saying, call timeout against the Kansas City Chiefs. What kind of offensive coordinator says, you know what? We're going to let the clock run. We're not going to use our timeouts, and we're going to play it safe. Shanahan was hired because he's always in attack mode.
Well, that's what he did in the Super Bowl with Atlanta.
And people blame him for that.
I'll still defend him for that one.
The Super Bowl's not on Kyle Shanahan.
No, I agree.
I'll defend him to the blue. But you hear what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
You hear what I'm saying?
He
plays it safe in the second half, and you're supposed to be this offensive guy. Like, Sean McVay is going for it. I watched Zach Taylor with the Cincinnati Bengals in the Super Bowl go for it on the first possession of the game.
Agreed. McVay also got held to 3 points in the Super Bowl by Belichick. So in
That's
the big
greatest
games,
defensive coordinator ever.
Agreed. I'm just saying, in the big games, the other team gets paid too as well.
No doubt.
You're not playing the Texans,
but
or
he
the
at
Jags.
least is going for it.
No, I'm with you on
know
that.
What I'm saying?
But I would say this: the final drives in both, essentially the final drives, the momentous drives that they had in the Super Bowl and in the NFC Championship game were completely defaulted by horrific interior line play. Chris Jones and Aaron Donald dominated on the final couple possessions of both years.
Yeah, but you know what?
I'm just saying.
But you know what, though?
He had plays dialed up that were open.
He had plays dialed up, but he also didn't give Mostert the ball in the first quarter.
Hey, look,
he also played it safe in a lot of situations.
What I'm getting at is that I do we have to give credit to just phenomenal individual playmakers who make plays.
We do, but
Chris Jones was ridiculous at the end of that game.
Now finally you agree with me on that, huh? You finally agree with me on that 2 years later.
And Aaron Donald.
It's funny how you flipped.
Dominated.
It's funny how you're flipping on me now.
I told you it was a team-wide meltdown. Did I not say the pie chart of culpability?
Chris Jones did dominate.
It's never one player. It's never one play. It's a combination of things that happen throughout the totality of a game. Right. And yes, there are some plays that are a little bigger than others, but we can't just like when the Niners lost with the Crabtree throw, for Kaepernick. They didn't lose because of that throw.
No,
all right, they lost on a variety of reasons, and it's the same thing for Shanahan.
No
when
doubt.
he loses, it's not just a Shanahan call. It's a variety of reasons.
But think about all these games that they're in. You think about how conservative he gets, whether it's at the start of the game or whether it's at the end of the game. It's never a full game. It's always an imbalance in their offense. They'll maybe get hot for a first half, or they'll get hot for the second and third quarter. Didn't they take the foot off the gas pedal,
I
man?
watched back the Dallas playoff game. And look, the playoffs are different. They're great teams that you're going up against. They were up 23-7.
Oh, I was there. They should have been up 35-7.
23-7. Now, again, the quarterback made some really bad throws in that game.
Bad throws.
He had like 4 interceptable passes.
They settled for 3 field goals in that
But
first half,
that's-
and they left the game right there on the platter for the Dallas Cowboys to steal.
So that's where, I guess, even whether you've made a determination on the quarterback or the coach, sitting back, this is why I wanted to see what he could do with Trey Lance, because I didn't know, is that just Jimmy not playing as good as he should? Is that the coach not making the right calls? Like a combination of the two of them? I don't know. I was hoping that I would get some clarity to be able to look back on the perspective of like, well, this is what he's done with Trey Lance. Maybe it was a little on Jimmy. Or, Trey Lance actually bombed and Jimmy was the one who was actually really good and Kyle's not so, or somewhere in between. I'll never get that answer right now.
No. Let's go to EJ in Daly City. EJ, what's happening? You're on the roast. Listening via the Transistor Radio. What's up, EJ?
What's up, guys? I love the show, man. Keep it going.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. It means a lot.
As you guys said, Kyle, he gets in his own way, man. Like, I feel his ego is what causes the collapse of the game, basically, because he scripts the game for I guess the first half, right? You notice we control the game the first half, and then there's a sudden collapse in the second half of the game. Like, for example, against Dallas, we almost freaking lost the game. There's been multiple occasions where he would just punt the ball on 4th and 1, but then he would you know what I mean?
Or he'll run. Or you know what he does, EJ?
Yeah.
You know what he does, EJ? I'll let you finish. Or he'll line up in shotgun on 4th and 1 and run the stupid gun run, or the little RPO with a quarterback.
Let's go
who can't
back
run.
3 yards.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
hate that play.
I hate that play. Go ahead, EJ.
I know, but for someone that's proclaimed as an offensive guru and offensive mastermind, to me he hasn't adapted like Andy Reid. He's not letting his QBs make plays, and to me he just wants all the glory.
I don't think that's fair, but I don't think that's fair.
It's not fair.
I don't think that's fair to say.
But it does seem like he has to have total control of the offense. You have to. Do
he's
this way,
he's a control
hit the
maniac.
highway. This is why I always stop.
I'm married to one.
This is why.
All right, I know.
Oh, well, you should.
Takes one to know
don't
one.
Don't say that about Michelle.
And you know what? She's usually right.
No, I'm not going to go.
I hope you're listening, hon.
She's probably
Love
not.
you.
She's probably going to get somebody a snitch on you for saying that. Runs in the family.
Hey, real quick.
Runs in the family.
10
Snitch
seconds.
Shasky.
I got aired out for not bringing beers back to the Giants game. I was with Loveman. And she was like, "You didn't bring me back a beer." I was like, "Can I sit?" She just gave me the look, boy. And I was like, "You know what? You're right. I'm going to go get those beers."
You stay getting in trouble.
Yeah.
You just don't learn. You just don't learn.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah, Spinotti, dump all that. Dump that.
But no, I understand.
I have a wife.
Look,
But
when
this
you're
is
the
why I never
architect,
thought-
I get why you would want to have control.
Right, but this is why I never thought Brady would work with Shanahan. Because of what we're talking about today. I never thought that was going to work.
I don't think that he's such an egomaniac, though. That, to me, feels so egregious that he's such an egomaniac that he wouldn't allow someone else to have a little shine.
Matt Ryan, Shanahan butted heads a lot.
I know, but when you win, everyone gets love.
Yeah.
We're looking at the Warriors right now, B. They just won their 4th ring. Is everybody getting love?
Except for James Wiseman.
Is everyone getting love?
Yeah, for the most part. You brought up Deebo Samuel. You wanted to see him use Kamara and McCaffrey. He may not be.
I'm just saying,
I hear what you're saying.
I'm not saying that they're the same players.
Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying.
And if you use them like that, then I'm saying to myself, so now Brandon Ayuk's my one receiver.
Well,
that I trust.
Look,
maybe Jawan Jennings could be that second receiver.
It's not a knock on Debo for me to say that I think he's best utilized as a running back who can catch.
To me, it's a knock on roster construction.
Well, and paying a guy $25 million at that position because there's roster valuations.
So here, Shanahan was asked if Debo could be used more in the offense.
I think Debo's been involved a ton in the first 2 weeks.
Agreed.
I don't know how many carries or passes it's been, but he's been involved a lot. We don't see the way it ended last year. We don't see that quite soon, but you never know. Got to always balance it out and see how to best attack the defense to win on Sunday.
By the way, this is a great thing, and that's Shanahan yesterday at his weekly presser. He did announce, too, that Trey Lance is out for the year, so there's no way he's coming back this season. He's out for the season with a broken ankle. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Arians is a quarterback coach loved by all. He had issues with Brady. Did you see Bruce Arians on the sideline in New Orleans? He got warned. Hey, shut your yapper.
Why is he on the sidelines?
I love Bruce Arians, man. I love Bruce Arians. I do, man. This dude's wild. You talk about empowering players and coaches. I mean,
Brady fired him.
He's on the sideline getting into her Marcus Lattimore.
I know, and he got
sick
fired.
is that?
He got fired.
So I don't know how Shanahan and Brady would have got along. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening? He's listening via the Odyssey app.
What's
he has
up,
some
Joe?
thoughts about Kyle Shanahan. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on? And Butcher, happy wife, happy life.
I'm with you.
Yeah, he's tripping. He better dump some
love
stuff,
you, hon.
Salody.
Let's keep it real though. Look at McDaniels over there in Miami. He's embracing his team and he's giving them the love that they need and this and that. And I really believe that this guy gets it. And Shanahan doesn't give two hoots about these guys. If you're not doing your job, beat it. What's wrong with you? All right, now you're gonna do it my way, but you have to have the talent to do it your way. You can say you want, Dan Marino, John Elway, Joe Montana as quarterback, but if the guy that you can't force it. If it's not there, it's not there.
Joe, well, let me push back on this, Joe, because if that were the case, why is Richard Sherman on his podcast throwing all the flowers at Shanahan? Why do all the players in the locker room throw all the flowers at Shanahan? Not that he's not perfect. No one's here saying he's perfect. Right. But and again, they might have gripes here and there, but overall, it feels like these guys swear by him.
They do love him.
Am I wrong?
They do love him. They do love him. Now, we were talking about the playbook. Joe, go ahead and finish. I didn't know Joe was on the line. Joe, go ahead and finish your call.
That's the boss. You're gonna say yes to the boss. You're not gonna say no, because if you don't, you're gonna be on the blacklist. I mean, come on, everyone's gonna. I'm getting my PT. I'm getting my playing time. So I love this dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get that big check, and then I'm gonna be cool. So I mean, of course you're gonna love him. But if you weren't getting your money, you wouldn't like this cat.
Yeah.
I mean,
is he too much of a micromanager?
Yeah, I see this from the 707 Comcast Business text line. It does feel like that. It does feel like that. Now, it was interesting. We're just talking about the playbook and whether or not to open it up. He was asked yesterday, Kyle Shanahan, that is, about the playbook. Will it change? Will it be different? Here's what Shanahan said about
playbook.
I mean, we put all the same stuff in last year, too. So it's not as big of a difference as people think. You're running really the exact same runs. Just, do you want to get in pistol and read someone, or do you want to hand it off and not read them? So it doesn't change it as much as people think.
So this is why I thought everything was overblown about Jimmy Garoppolo. He didn't have a playbook, and he went out there and played. It's the same damn play since 2017. Come on. This guy's been in the league. Jimmy Garoppolo's been in the league for 2014. This whole playbook thing was so overrated. It's the same damn plays, except with Trey.
Concepts are the same.
A lot of concepts. Plays are basically the same.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, Bill Walsh was famous for running the exact same play out of various formations.
Yeah, exactly. You switch up the formations, run the same play. You give them a different
flip it
look.
to the other side or whatever.
Exactly. We do it on Madden all the time.
Yeah.
They do it in real life.
But
same thing.
Exactly. So, but I do believe that, again, this goes back to, has the offense evolved? I was hoping we'd see more layers.
I don't know. We didn't see more layers in the first 5 quarters of Trey Lance. I thought we would.
But if they run the ball the way it's going to be hard to run it the way they did against Seattle, because you had a couple of big chunk plays. Mm-hmm. But if you can run it at least at a similar clip, if you take out the 51-yarder from Debo, 4 or 5 yards a carry, that's ridiculous. So, I'll take that every week. You're going to win.
So here's what Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback of the 49ers, said yesterday with Damon and Ratto about the playbook and whether or not they were going to get to open it up with Trey Lance at quarterback.
He may have been on that pace to be, more than all these guys in history, but I don't think that was going to continue. I think maybe that eventually was going to set up a lot of things for our offense. So it's just like anything, when you're trying to set up play action, you're running the ball a lot downhill. I'm leading up on linebackers. We're not going to continue to do that forever. Eventually, we're going to build things off of that. And I think that's what we were doing with Trey.
All right, and then he added this about having Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback.
It's obviously a little bit different than what we've been doing the past couple weeks or the past couple months, just because it's a different guy in there at quarterback. But at the same time, it's so much of the same because, we're going on the 6th year that Jimmy's been here and been our quarterback. And, yeah, I know there's been, injuries and guys that have come in, but that's a long time. And you build a lot of familiarity over that time. And so a lot of that is just natural when you get back out there that it's like, okay, I'm used to this. I remember this. And it just starts flowing again.
So the first clip, he basically said eventually they were going to get into the special stuff with Trey Lance. Now, a lot of people will push back and say, why do we have to wait so long? Why couldn't we see glimpses against Seattle?
The sample size just wasn't big enough.
Sample size
but I will go down. Look, again, everybody's kind of like hyper-focused on just him running between the tackles on the one play. in totality, he was getting hit too much, and he was running too much, and getting tagged. Period.
Exactly. And so we wanted to see him opened up. Like RG3, that first game against the Saints, they were throwing the ball down the field, big chunk plays, everything. I wanted to see something like that. We're going to get into, we got some Mike McDaniel sound on the other side that we want to play because a lot of people are making a comparison. Let's take a couple more calls before the break. Zach and Martinez listening via the Transistor Radio. What's up, Zach? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Big fan.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I wanted to kind of roll it back. You guys were touching base about, Shasky said Tom Brady ran Bruce Arians out of Tampa. I think that the quarterback-coach relationship in Tampa was actually really strong. I think that if you look at Bruce Arians historically, he's always been a huge proponent of upgrading African-American coaches to a higher level, whether it be
and Zach, and female coaches. He had a couple female coaches down there, too, in Tampa.
That's right. And so, I think that the whole plan was either going to be Todd Bowles or Byron Leftwich who are going to take the reins. And I think that, the relationship there is still going to be whatever Tom Brady wants, Tom Brady's going to get. But, talking about how it kind of relates to Trey Lance and a relationship with the coach and the system, I agree with what Shasky just said. I don't think that the best way to breed excellence in a young quarterback is, drawing up 10 to 12 run plays a game. I think it more has to do with, get him settled, get some, quick passes to the tight end, get some check down, get him comfortable in the pocket so then he can progress throughout the game and open up the playbook more.
And maybe it's a great point, Zach. Good call. And maybe it had something to do with George Kittle not being in the lineup.
You know what Harbaugh used to start off a game with? It was the little fake play action to the left, roll Alex out to the right, a little dump off to Bruce Miller. Right. I know he's a horrible human being, but dump it off to Bruce Miller for a little 3-yard gain. He'd run somebody over. It set the tone. We're going to run through you. It got Alex feeling comfortable. Hey, the ball didn't hit the ground. I just a little dump off to somebody, and it just got his legs moving and everybody churning. I love those kind of offenses.
I do,
where
too.
you just, let's start off with a nice, simple, easy throw, and then as it progressed and it came into Kaepernick, it felt like Greg Roman was like, no, we're going to drop back 7 steps, and I want you to complete a 28-yarder before you've even warmed up.
Maybe it has something to do with George Kittle not being in the lineup. Maybe. Durf and David, we'll get you in the 8 o'clock hour.
Kittle.
Durf and David, we'll get you at the top of the hour. We've got a break here.
They need
But
Kittle.
First, the injury report.
It's time for the Injury Report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Man, talk about the Niners injuries a lot. How about the Denver Broncos? We highlighted this earlier in the show. Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. Cornerback Patrick Surtain did not practice yesterday. Patrick Surtain has a shoulder injury. Also, both Jeudy does too, by the way. They're listed as questionable for Sunday night's game against the Niners. Randy Gregory, DJ Jones, and Darius Phillips also missed practice for the Broncos. They have a slew of injuries, so we'll see who's the healthiest by Sunday night when the Niners and Broncos tingle in Denver. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 4 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Kyle Posey, one of the many great bloggers for the 49ers. He'll join us at 8:30. But Durf and David, you're on deck. Your phone call's coming up, 888-957-9570.
Damon and Ratto stream live on YouTube and Twitch every day.
The tight end's always open on a goal line play-action play. Always. Forever. 100% of the time. Slight exaggeration, but you get what I'm saying. Where is the creativity in any of this red zone offense? Where is the creativity? Where is it?
Just go to Twitch or YouTube and search 957 The Game.
Kirby, it's your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. Brakes, tire replacements, oil changes, so much more. And they've added an eco-friendly wash. It barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand spanking new. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides. Direct access to the mechanic. Friendly, reliable service. But here's the key. No middlemen and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go!
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Michael Phelps.
You know, I think for me in 2014, when I found myself in that dark place where I didn't want to be alive in those 4 days when I was in my room by myself, after sitting there and thinking about everything, I wanted to find a different way. I wanted to find a different answer. I was sick and tired of feeling how I felt, and that's why I started to seek help, and that's when I checked myself into a treatment center.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website end-to-end, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We made it to Thursday as the Niners get ready for the Denver Broncos. We all feel better. It's been a very emotional week. Trey Lance out for the season. Shanahan announced yesterday that he will not come back for the 2022 season. So that's cool. Niners or Broncos. It's a big game. After all this stuff, the Niners can improve to 2-1 going into a big-time matchup against the LA Rams on Monday Night Football. Going to be a lot of fun. So big game gets their old nemesis, Russell Wilson, who was 17-4. All time against the 49ers, 17-4. Can't let him improve to 18-4, can ya? So we're talking about Shanahan here. Can he be a leader, man? We got some great McDaniel sound about that because we're going to compare and contrast. But I do want to get to the line, Chaske, as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're on the Bay Bridge stuck in traffic, hopefully you're listening to us. Drive safely. Don't get any road rage. I know how it is on that toll plaza. Done it many, many times. It's a nightmare. Hopefully you get to work safely. Good morning to everybody out there. Let's get back to the call, Shasky. We got 3 Ds on the line. Durf, Dave, and David. Let's start with Durf in the city.
Triple D?
Triple D.
Diners, drives, and what is it? Dives, drive-ins?
You would know.
Guru?
Guy Fieri.
Yeah.
Diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Thank you. I always mess that up.
Yeah. My guy Durf. Listen
What's up, Durf?
What's up, Durf?
What's going on, man? What's going on, man? You know I love the show. Bonte is good hearing you, Butch. Good things going on. Hey, I just want to talk about Kyle Shanahan real quick. We're giving him a hard time. You got to remember, his personnel was his best weapon. He's had, 4 or 5 coaches in the last 2 years that have been promoted to new jobs at different teams.
Yeah.
You got to remember, Mike LaFleur was a big hit. Mike Daniels, he was a big key. He's been with him since 2011. That was a big key to his offense. So we're expecting Kyle to just hop on board and be like, hey, you've been in the league for this long. You should already got it together. He's lost some of his key personnel, man. It's going to take time for him to adjust by himself with these new people. And that's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's going to be a rocky road this year. We got Jimmy G. Hey, we got to rock with him. The Niners are going to be good this year. The defense is going to carry us all the way. Niners, baby. Denver, they ain't no problem. Monte is good hearing from you, dog. You guys keep it up.
Well, it's a very good point.
Nobody's brought that point up.
Well, you know why? It's because someone like McVay's lost a lot of people from his staff. Right. And in the first year of losing Brandon Staley, they won the Super Bowl.
I know.
But they had Raheem Morris.
They lost Zach Taylor.
That's what I'm saying. They've lost a lot of people off that staff, and he's done a really good job replenishing.
The McDaniel one, though, it feels like that could be the one that really impacts the way Shanahan calls
it took the 49ers
plays.
A couple of years when they lost Holmgren.
Yeah,
it took Shanahan, Mike Shanahan Sr., he was a head coach, and then he bounced around a little after the Raiders stint, and it took him a minute to find his footing.
But just looking at the modern-day Niners, just looking at this regime, we heard from Baldy the first time we talked to Baldy this football season. He goes, Mike McDaniel will be the loss. He's the guy who's looking at the spacing. He's creating the formations to try to get matchups. And you see him down in Miami. It's only 2 games. You're right about that. But they all talk about the spacing and the alignment, how they get Waddle open, how they get Tyreek Hill open, and how they're implementing River Craycraft for crying out loud, and Trent Sherfield is on that team.
I know.
It's the matchups. And so that could be, you could lose all these assistants, right? But it felt like when the Niners lost Mike Shanahan, when Seifert lost Mike Shanahan, That was it.
They never really recovered.
Mark Trestman, remember that guy?
Yeah, I do.
DeBartolo was ready to kill him.
Well, he fired him in the post-game presser in the locker room.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Eddie DeBartolo Jr. was cutthroat with that, but they never really recover from that. Mike Holmgren, yeah, he was great. And they started losing to the Green Bay Packers, but if they had Mike was able to elevate that offense and keep it humming. So certain guys lose certain coordinators, and you do not recover whatsoever.
So we made a lot of Shanahan in the aftermath of Sunday, aftermath of Monday.
One more point about this, real quick. Think about the Pittsburgh Steelers or Mike Tomlin. Has their offense been the same since they lost Ken Wisenhunt and Bruce Arians?
I mean, Haley was in and out, it felt like 10 times.
Exactly.
No, they haven't been the same.
So you lose certain guys, and just, to that point, like Andy Reid has had Eric Bieniemy there for a long time.
Let's look at Belichick. I mean, Belichick's one of the greatest of all time, and when he lost Josh McDaniels, he doesn't have a very big Rolodex because guys have been taken, Bill O'Brien, and all these guys off that offensive staff, and you look up, and he's like, yeah, Matt Patricia, a defensive line coach his entire life, you're going to call plays.
Right.
And we're all like, well, you're crazy, right? Everybody's saying that, even people that don't know 1/100th of what Belichick knows in football.
Right.
So, yeah, you're right. I mean, it makes it more difficult. I was going to make a point on Shanahan in general. Did you look at him in the presser yesterday?
Dude, I said this yesterday. I've been stressed out about the 49ers. I don't think Shanahan has slept 6 hours this week. It doesn't look like it.
It felt like yesterday was the day for me, and maybe it's just the malaise of the middle of the week. It felt like yesterday was like the resonation of like, I lost this dude for the year. We've got a big uphill battle. We're going to go in with Jimmy. Not that it was like that he didn't already know those things. It just felt like I could see just the weight of everything on his face yesterday. And I felt a little bit of empathy for the guy because I'm sitting here going like, and then Eric Armstead's hurt. It sounds like he's going to be okay for the game, but that still doesn't make me feel any better.
Right. And you already don't have Jimmy Ward. So we'll see about that.
He just looked like he was wearing it yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt.
And to your point about, him and McDaniels and they're scheming everything up, how much more's on his shoulders now?
Big time. How much impact does Anthony Lynn have? I don't know. Chris Forster, his run game coordinator.
I don't know.
I don't know
how they divvy up the duties.
And we know
even when McDaniel was here, I didn't really understand how they divvied up the duties.
I thought it was like, he's an offensive coordinator by title. But now we see and we hear the way Baldy. I had never known that McDaniels. I thought McDaniels was overrated, to be honest with you. I thought he was. I was
quirky.
I was like, all right, this is all Shanahan.
Yeah.
But then you hear from a guy like Baldy, and you're like, damn, okay. He's cooking up these formations. He's studying in the film room. He's designing spaces for his speed guys. And then I know it's only 2 games. And really against the Patriots to score 13 points offensively. But Belichick's a great defensive coach. That Patriots defense, pretty damn good. They were stuffing the Steelers. Although I have my thoughts about Trubisky. 42 points against the Ravens.
There was like 7 takes.
You like that?
In that one little quick aside.
Nobody does it better.
Belichick, Mac Jones. The offense only scored 13.
Hey, nobody does it better.
I mean,
he scored 28 points against the Ravens in the fourth quarter.
Layers of takes within one 10-second clip.
That's how the pros do it, baby. That's how the pros do it.
I thought semi-automatic weapons were banned here in California.
Not out of my mouth. David Frisno. He's listening on the Transistor Radio.
Up?
He's on the roast. What's up, Dave?
Good morning. Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I heard you guys talking about Kyle. So let me call my boys.
Thank you.
So I was just going to make a point that it's if you step back and look at it, Kyle and Jimmy, they're very similar. Like they're a good match because they're both big teasers. Where, they're going to win games, they're going to get you to the Super Bowl or to the playoffs, but for some reason, they just can't get you over the hump. We got a great defense this year. Nick Bosa is playing with his hair on fire. I think he's second in defense play of the year odds at the moment. I know it's only been 2 games, but Kyle and Jimmy, they're going to have to hold their end of the bargain if this team wants to win the Super Bowl. I'm just going to give you this little stat. Since Jimmy's been here, in the playoffs, he has 0 TDs. I'm not saying that's all him or Shanahan. I don't know who to blame.
Wait, 0 passing touchdowns?
In the fourth quarter.
0 in the fourth quarter.
Okay, all right, I was going to say, yeah, all right.
In the fourth quarter. So I think my biggest issue with Shanahan, I'm not saying fire him. To me, my biggest issue so far, if we're going to nitpick, is the adjustments. For some reason, the second half, we just stalled.
That's
like you brought up the point against the Cowboys. We were up 23-7, and it just nothing nothing clicked after that. So I don't know.
Well, here's what I would say about Kyle in that game. They had Ayuk open 2 times over not even over the top, on 15 to 20 yard
corner route.
Yes, and Jimmy just airmailed them multiple times. We made such a big deal about Trey missing Croft in that game. That one, Jimmy missed so many of those. He threw 2 into the teeth of the defense and then threw into no man's land for a pick 6, essentially.
No doubt. Hey, I'm
not trying to blame it all on Jimmy. He was hurt. He got hurt in that game. But I'm saying, Kyle had guys open in that game.
Give me 20 seconds.
Okay.
Dave into Brentwood, hang on tight.
So you're saying he said that Jimmy and Kyle are very comparable in terms of good, not great.
I just want to move away from that for just randomly. This is just so we're talking about Brett Favre earlier, right?
Okay.
Brett Favre and stealing welfare money he's basically stealing from the poor. Damian Woody's on our screen right now on First Take.
Okay.
He's on our screen, ESPN. He just tweeted out 23 minutes ago, anyways, where's that Favre energy at? You're literally on First Take. Bring the Favre energy, Damian Woody. Don't tweet about it. Talk about it. You're literally on TV on ESPN. Come on, Damian Woody. I like ya. Literally tweeted at 7:50 a.m. Where's that Favre energy at? You're on TV. You tell us. Where's the energy at? Right now, you're talking about the Panthers and the freaking New York Giants.
Should we rename the quarterback sneak the Brett Favre theft?
Oh, man. No, I don't want anything named Brett Favre. It's good. That's good. But I don't want anything named Brett Favre. I just saw it come across my timeline. And I'm listening to everybody. You're talking about the Eagles, Cowboys, or Giants. Bring up Brett Favre. You're next to Stephen A. Smith and Molly Coyle. Say it with your chest. Don't tweet about it. Wow, that's just so bad. All right,
1990s me is so happy Brett Favre is such an awful human being.
Bad.
Not really. I mean, I don't wish that the state of Mississippi is getting robbed by Brett Favre, but it's dude, what a jerk. He's just a jerk.
David? What are you doing, David? David and Brentwood, listening via the Odyssey app. I had to get that off. David and Brentwood, Odyssey app. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Have you ever had one of those bosses? I think we all have those bosses that they approach you only when you're doing something bad.
Oh, yeah.
You never do.
Negative
you never know if you're doing a good job or not. Kyle Shanahan always has a sour look to his face. He reminds me a lot of George Seifert. You never knew whether the team was doing good, bad, winning, losing. He always had the same face. I think a lot of times he kind of gets on his own way, not only because he doesn't encourage his players. They don't know. Jimmy doesn't even know what he's doing good or what he's doing bad because he never tells him. Okay? Jimmy can only read what's on the newspapers. So in the newspapers and based on the fan reactions, he stinks. But if you look back at the way the Kyle Shanahan lost the Falcons Super Bowl, the Niners Super Bowl.
Shanahan didn't lose that Super Bowl, David. He didn't lose that Super Bowl. They built a 28-3 lead. How about the head coach / defensive coordinator get some blame for that? How does he get to just skate free from losing that Super Bowl?
My favorite is when Dallas Cowboy fans, because he's the current defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, they'll be like, you know what? If it goes awry with McCarthy, we'll go straight to Dan Quinn. Good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Literally had a 28-3 lead against Belichick and Brady. And the defense blew it. And we want to blame Shanahan? I'm not blaming Shanahan
on the perfectionist thing. Let me just, again, I hate using the Walsh comparison on anything, but Walsh's mantra, and there's videos of him saying this at practice, every day we're going to strive for perfection, knowing we'll never attain it, but along the way we'll achieve greatness. Mm-hmm. That was Bill Walsh's mantra. Now, all the players that worked for Bill Walsh when he was the coach said, Bill, you're such a jerk. How come when I got traded or I got cut or I retired, you were nicer to me? And he would say, because I needed to be who I needed to be in the professional element. Otherwise, I couldn't survive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? And Bill's not perfect. He made a lot of mistakes. Yeah. So I do believe that Shanahan, like Belichick, there are certain personality types. Parcells was this way. Big time jerks and perfectionists, but that's how it works for them. And look, the results kind of speak for themselves. They've been a good team under Shanahan.
No, they have. I mean, for 2 of the years out of 5, they've been a really good team.
Now, is there a time and a place to celebrate? Of course. So, our boss is a good example because he was asking about perfections. I love our boss, Matt Nahigian, but I call him Nitpick Nahigian for a reason because he's got to nitpick everything.
Crickets.
I hope he was listening.
I love him. He's the best boss ever.
I'm not.
Look at Sam with the obligatory laugh in the background.
They did call him micromanager Matt for a reason.
Oh, is that what it was?
Our program director.
Shasky, shut up and let's hit the break.
I already know. Hey, Bonte, 12 minutes on the Giants, really? I don't care about the Giant. You talk Giants, I turn to my radio, I turn the volume down. Bye-bye. I'm out. He once did that to me. I'm not going to say which team, but he goes, if I hear that word again, he turned around, literally, turned his radio down. I'll turn my radio down, unbuttoned his sleeves, and then went like, caught his hands. I'm out. Bye-bye. You lost me, and I'm never coming back. I was like, damn. I won't mention that team ever again.
It's a tune-out.
It's a tune-out. It's tuned out.
DSL, time spent listening.
What are we going to get? Honest to God, we are getting Jimmy G versus Russell Wilson. Jimmy G's the only guy, I feel like, in the Niner era who's been able to beat Russell Wilson.
Well, we were talking about
I can't believe we're getting this matchup Sunday.
Week 18.
I can't believe this.
It's one of his greatest performances ever.
I can't believe this.
18-22, 285, 2 touchdowns. Jimmy was great in that game. We didn't give him credit for that one. Here's Juszczyk. He was asked by...
On Damon and Ratto.
I was getting there. I was going to say asked by Ray Ratto, but I'm Damon and Ratto.
Talking about time spent listening. I spent time listening to that interview. It was excellent. You can find it on the YouTube page.
Here's Jimmy. Here's Juszczyk on if Jimmy could audible at the line of scrimmage.
I don't think we're going to see that. Part of me would love to see him, just have that little bit of vengeance in his eye and, out there just kind of trying to stick it to people, because I think a little bit of that will bring a nastiness, a tenacity to him, which I'm sure deep down there's a little bit. But at the end of the day, Jimmy knows how to play the quarterback position here, and I'm sure he's going to keep it between the lines and do what Kyle tells him.
Would you like to just see that for one play, though, where the play comes in and he turns to the sideline, flips Shanahan the bird, and then jacks one up?
As long as that play is me on a go route, then yes, I'm 100% in.
Kyle Juszczyk, everybody's favorite fullback until last Sunday. He was on with David Ratto yesterday.
He does love him some Jimmy G.
He does.
It's so obvious.
He does.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. That's his boy.
It's like Sam Lublin loving me.
Jimmy. Yeah, he does.
Jimmy.
He does.
That is literally what's going through his head when Jimmy's taking a snap. Give me that one more time, Steiny.
Jimmy.
Oh, man.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Isn't that odd that Jimmy, however, was he 6 years in with Shanahan? He can't even audible at the line?
That's
not Jimmy's fault. I'm saying, like, Shanahan. Like,
why?
Give the guy a little bit of trust.
Why? And it's why...
Do not change the play call.
It's why everybody points to Jimmy on why they lose games, which is not fair. Jimmy didn't lose that NFC Championship game. We knew who Jimmy was. Nobody and played Shanahan.
Everybody's saying that, like, Juszczyk says there, I'd like him to audible and throw the ball to me. And everyone's like, well, he did, and that was the Tennessee game, and he airmailed you by 20 yards. The YouTube chat is wild.
Dude, literally, he did overthrow him. But
that happens.
But here's the thing with
everyone
Jimmy.
Overthrows everyone.
I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted Trey. I thought Trey was a better quarterback, whatever. I'm rooting so hard for Jimmy Garoppolo to stick it at everybody, including myself. I would gladly wear for Jimmy Garoppolo to go out there and ball out, because he's taking the brunt of all the blame and all the mishaps that's happened with the 49ers ever since they lost the Super Bowl. Everybody pointed their finger at number 10. And I've been pointing at Shanahan the whole time. What about his play calling? What about his decision making? What about Shanahan? He's a great head coach, blah, 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 blah. Okay, fine. NFC Championship game. I went to the Dallas game where I'm like, Shanahan, what are you calling? Can we throw the ball once on third down, please? Go for it, Shanahan. The NFC Championship game, we're literally screaming, go for it. Shanahan's been skying.
When they ran the same exact play with a hobbled Trent Williams coming across the leg, I was like, we all see this coming. The same play, and it got stuffed.
Play.
And Trent Williams
wasn't it Juszczyk who carried the ball?
And Trent Williams couldn't even move.
Couldn't move.
I was watching him the whole game. I'm like, the guy can't move. He barely walked off the field in Green Bay.
You know what we call that? It's arrogance.
Well,
and sometimes you got to have that as an offensive play caller. You got to have some arrogance, and I'm not mad at that. But the arrogance to run Trent Williams on one day, he wasn't even going to play that game.
How about giving them? And I know Debo was tired. How giving it Debo?
Go off script, man. Go off script. I want to see Jimmy just let it fly. Let it fly.
I don't buy, and I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I do see a lot of 49er fans like, Kyle has to have all the credit. And this. I don't buy that. I think coaches just want to win. It doesn't matter. If that's the point, like, I got to have all the credit, that he would not have survived and been around the game this long to be able to get to this point in his career, to be so egomaniac driven that he has to have all the credit. I just don't believe that.
Other teams.
I do not believe that.
You're talking about the run game. Here's what Juszczyk had to say about their run game and how everybody's trying to mimic the 49ers run game.
I think every team I've watched now has ran, we call it a spirit Zorro, where, we have somebody, usually myself, going in a jet sweep motion and double teaming with the tight end on the edge. I think I've seen just about every team in the league run that this year, and I like to think that we started it a couple years back. So yeah, there's definitely a copycat league, and people are going to use what's been successful for other teams.
It's Kyle Juszczyk on Damon Ratto.
Look at using the fullback in that mode. Yes, it might be new, and other teams are doing it. That's also because Kyle's guys are all around the league.
Right.
Hines Ward and Larry Fitzgerald helped double trap with a tight end for years. I watched for years Hines Ward come across that line and blast somebody, and Larry Fitzgerald blast somebody.
Antoine Randall ran that play.
So that is nothing new. That's like music that we talk about now. Like someone takes a couple of beats from somebody and then like makes it into their own song. Like that's everyone's stealing from somebody at some level, and we're just adding layers to it.
You even steal from people on Sports Talk Radio.
Yeah, but I make it my own.
Yeah, exactly. Call it coward.
No, I do not. I had to hit unsubscribe.
About time.
I did.
About time.
It felt very personal with him and Trey.
About time.
It honestly, it really jumped the shark.
For years, you're driving me crazy about Coward. I was like, this guy's
so if you're not paying attention, Colin Cowherd has been going like way over the top on criticizing Trey Lance, and at some level, Colin, seek help. I get it. You're trying to do this for the money, and you've got this big conglomerate you're trying to build, and you got 10,000 people, that you've added onto your podcast stream. Buddy.
It's sad.
Buddy. This is a 22-year-old kid. Take a look in the mirror. Reevaluate your life. Take a deep breath.
All right, we're going to talk to Kyle Posey in a few minutes here. Kyle Posey, producer for Niners Nation at NinersNation.com. In his bio, he says, it's Twitter. It's not that serious. Marathon forever. Kyle Posey, I never talked to him. Have you ever talked to Kyle Posey?
Yeah, I saw him at practice a couple times.
How is he?
A really nice guy. Knows his stuff. He's very locked in. Like me, he kind of stands by himself. You know what I mean? And he's just watching, and he's got his little notes. And, he's very attentive, and he knows his stuff. Very good.
Okay. To sound Damon Bruce. Look at Damon Bruce. Good to know that David Bruce is getting up at 8:30 in the morning. David Bruce, actually, the sound with Juszczyk, excuse me, I almost blew all that. That sound was Juice reacted to me asking, will we see Evil Jimmy? Not is he allowed to audible. Will we see Evil Jimmy? So I guess Evil Jimmy would audible or call a different play, or to say, you know what, Shanahan, screw you. I'm calling this play, and I'm going to chuck it deep. Evil Jimmy. We need to see. I've been saying this, though. And part of the reason why Jimmy's back is because he is a nice guy.
Do you watch Westworld?
No, hold on. Let me finish my point before I forget.
Okay.
Part of the reason why I get so mad at Jimmy is I'm saying you're too damn nice. One time I just want him to tell Shanahan, screw you, dude.
Yeah.
Screw you. Show some respect. I'm the quarterback of this team.
In the Westworld, the cowboy wearing the white hat is the hero, right? And then the cowboy wearing the black hat's the bad guy. So you want to see the black cowboy hatted Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah. And I know, why has it got to be white and black? I know you're going to say that, but I'm just telling you what Laura said.
I never watched Westworld. No, I'm just seriously. Jimmy, tell Shanahan to screw yourself.
Embrace the dark side?
Yes,
should I go Star Wars?
Be evil. Well, I think Star Wars is for geeks.
Andor?
Star Wars for geeks. Star Wars for
Jabba
geeks.
the Hutt?
Got 40-year-old adults out here dressing up in Star Wars uniforms going to see the same damn movie that's been out for 40 years. No, same damn movie, same damn plot.
Andor just came out. It's a 3-episode premiere. It's fantastic. Diego Luna, excellent actor.
Who's that?
He's an excellent actor. Oh. Excellent. I think he was in Narcos Mexico.
He was.
Yes. He's excellent in that.
That guy is
He's
good.
Really good.
Now, I watch Narcos, so I won't watch Star Wars. I won't do that.
Well,
Narcos is for drug nerds. So.
Yes, I am a drug nerd.
Big nerd over here.
I am the big drug nerd. Yeah. Love gangster. I'm a gangster nerd.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
That's the thing. Star Wars, you guys all dressing up to go see Star Wars and line up 10 hours to go see the damn... You guys got problems. Kyle Posey coming up. That's
better than Lord of the Rings.
I agree with that. On deck, small business loans.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
This Sunday night, Jimmy G and the 49ers face off against an old rival, Russell Wilson.
Broncos country, let's rock.
Jimmy Garoppolo off the bench, couple of touchdowns.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
And their first win since the end of the 2019 season against Seattle.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, baby.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi.
With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
Kevin Hart's Reality Check Tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I'm not going to repeat what Joe Spinoni, our technical producer, just said in my ear. Not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Baby, I love you. The voicemail at the beginning.
I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. No.
Where do you put The Chronic 2001?
Top 10 album all time.
All time?
All time.
Hip-hop?
Hip-hop, all time. It was great.
I think it's better than The Chronic, though. The Chronic is probably more
influential.
Yeah, and an evolutionary step.
Yep.
But like this also was another evolutionary step. I have The Chronic 2001 slightly higher.
Yeah.
Top to bottom. And I almost feel sacrilegious saying that out loud.
No, it's not. It's 2001. This album's great. Absolutely great. We'll get back to the lines in just a second. Dre and Lamar, hang on tight. And the rest of you on hold. 888-957-9570. We'll pivot to Russell Wilson and the Broncos in just a second. Let's talk to Kyle Posey, producer for Niners Nation at NinersNation.com. Kyle, I have not met you before, but I hear great things about you. So let's break down some football. Welcome to the roast. And what is that, a dog? Who's barking back there?
I'm actually at a coffee shop right now.
He's got the dog in him.
My morning is as hectic as the 49ers week has been.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. It's been a hectic week at all. We know Trey Lance is out for the season with a broken ankle. Jimmy Garoppolo's back as quarterback for the 49ers, which is wild to all of us there. What do you make of Shanahan after this week, man? He's been beaten up by a lot of us, including yours truly. What are your impressions of Shanahan? What's your thoughts about Shanahan and the way he used Trey Lance?
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you draft a 225 quarterback who can run a 4.5, and he's probably going to be bigger than a lot of people tackling him. So I don't really fault him for running Trey Lance. At the same time, and I feel like in this situation, especially in the social media age where everybody has to take on everything, everything has to be like one or the other, right? We can't have nuance. We're not allowed to have nuanced takes, but you don't have to over-pound Trey Lance up the middle over and over and over. At the same time, his injury was a freak injury. Like, there wasn't anybody that got a good shot on him. It looked like his leg just kind of gave out, and that's just kind of how the sport works, as terrible as it is. So there are a bunch of different ways that you can take what happened, but I wouldn't really fault Shanahan.
No, I don't think it's fault. And like everyone's like, blame. My bigger takeaway, he's just getting hit too much. Like he was getting hit too much, whether it be in the pocket, running, like whatever. He's getting hit too much. And younger players don't know how to get down. There's an element of that as well. But I will say the same thing whether Jimmy Garoppolo's the quarterback. You cannot be on pace to have your quarterback hit 20-something times a game and expect him to stand upright. And so now I'm looking at the team with Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm saying, how can they achieve this? How can they keep this guy upright and make the most out of the offense? What do you think the best plan for attack is against Denver?
Yeah, I think that's a terrifying thing too. Like we're assuming that Jimmy G is going to stay healthy, and we have a history that that's not the case. So, how they attack Denver looks out of sorts, and I feel like they're going to Mile High, and it's going to be a tough road game. But from everything that we've seen from Denver for the first 2 weeks, you would think that the 49ers would be able to have success. I don't know that they can stop the run, which is a terrifying aspect when you're facing a Kyle Shanahan offense. Also don't know that they'll be able to hold up in the secondary. So Patrick Surtain, great corner, one of the best corners already in the NFL. He's banged up. We don't know if he'll play. Justin Simmons, who ESPN, they said he was the best, if not one of the best safeties in the game. He's not going to play. So down perhaps two of their best, certainly one of their best, though. That means what? K'Wan Williams? That's left, and we know him. And his biggest issue was turning and running. So I think the 49ers' speed will have a big impact in this game offensively.
Kyle Posey, producer for Niners Nation at NinersNation.com, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, breaking down some Broncos and Niners. They still have Russell Wilson, though. What are your thoughts on Russell Wilson through the first 2 weeks? He's 17-4 against the Niners all time. We saw what happened against Seattle week 1. We saw them struggle against the Texans. Although the Texans, I believe, play hard. They don't get a lot of credit for that. They win 16-9. What's your impression so far, Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson?
Yeah, that's the worst part about football. Like, we're not allowed to give credit when people play well, when players play well, when coaches play well. And to me, like, the Texans deserve a lot of credit for how they played the Broncos. But as far as Russell Wilson goes, I know that, a lot of 49ers fans have ingrained that he is a superhero because of a few plays he's made over the course of a decade, right? I don't think that he's been playing very well over the last couple of seasons. So how he's playing to start the season isn't very surprising. He has some terrible tendencies in the pocket. We love to make short jokes about him, and when I say we, I mean me. And when he has a clean pocket, he does not stand in the pocket, and that's just great news for the 49ers. If they know they can get him out of the pocket, bad things happen. Like, he does not play within the structure of the offense. I think that bodes very well for the 49ers. Mm-hmm. Something is off there. There's no doubt about it. I mean, Denver has a new head coach, new offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator, and it looks like that through the first 2 weeks of the season, but they're out of sorts, and I'm not so sure that this defense, one of the best, if not the best in the NFL, is the one that you want to go against in week 3.
Yeah, real quick on the Russell Wilson thing, because I find it interesting. I said to Bonte almost 2 years ago, he's getting hit way more than he ever has. And I feel like, obviously, he wants to stay, quote unquote, in the pocket, but he has such a hard time, and Kyler's addressed this, seeing over the lineman. He almost has to back up more and move the pocket left and right, which creates less structure and more backyard stuff, and yet he's still getting hit. Like, he's a great player. I'm not taking anything away from him. But the same thing I was saying about Trey and Jimmy G, I feel like I can say about Russ. He's taking too many shots.
Oh, that height thing is a very real issue. Like, think about it. All they do is go shotgun. Why? Because he can't make the check from under center. Why? Because he can't see over the line of scrimmage. That matters. Height does matter at quarterback. I think it does hurt them a lot. We've seen screenshots over this week of him missing wide open receivers over the middle of the field. I wonder why that is. I think D'Amico Ryans matches up very well against this Broncos offense. I think it helps now that they have a capable corner on the outside in Mooney Ward.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Kyle Posey here on the Morning Roast. Good stuff, my man. We'll do it again soon.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, guys.
All right, anytime. Kyle Posey, producer at Niners Nation, NinersNation.com. They do a lot of good things over there.
Russell Wilson, as we talk about him, one of the things that, like, Jimmy's not the biggest guy, right? And that's where I always worried about him maintaining in the pocket. Not that size automatically equals that you'll be healthy. That there's, like, you can find the outliers. Drew Brees, for the most part, stayed pretty healthy for 20 years. He's not the biggest guy in the world. But I will give Drew Brees this. Within the structure of Sean Payton's offense, boom, 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 rhythmic, accurate, downfield. And even he had a tough time seeing over the pocket, seeing over the offensive lineman. I heard Kyler bring this up. I heard Tua bring this up, and they were very blunt about it. Tua's like, I can't see over some of the linemen.
So if I don't see you, I'm not throwing it to you.
Exactly. And the one thing,
is wild.
Russ is outstanding. I'm not trying to dismiss him, but I think one thing that I noticed with the all 22 people that watch back the film, and they all say, as Greg Cosell has been saying this for years, structure, within the structure of the offense. He almost wants an erratic style of play at all times. Now, he'll get rid of it quickly if he needs to and that guy's wide open. But, like, that frenetic pace plays into his hands. And that's the area that worries me the most because these scrambling quarterbacks have given the 49ers trouble throughout the entirety of the wide nine era, which is their defensive front. They have struggled to slow down the pocket, the quarterbacks when the pocket breaks down.
I want to get to something because I am with you there. Here's the deal with Denver, though. When you have a new quarterback, a new head coach, and the quarterback's trying to build a rapport with the receivers, I don't really care about preseason, but Denver didn't play Russell Wilson one time in the preseason. A lot of their guys didn't go. Mm-hmm. It almost feels like that team and the Denver Broncos needed a few possessions just to take off one or two possessions in the preseason. I get it why you don't play them. I don't care about the preseason. I think scrimmages are more important. Or you could get a lot more work out of scrimmages against another team. But not playing in the preseason, I think, is hurting the Broncos early on. You see their goal line offense. They can't score the goal line. Now, give Seattle credit. They got good goal line defense. We saw that this past Sunday against the 49ers at Levi Stadium. But not scoring at the goal line twice against the Seattle Seahawks. Not being ready for clock management situations like they were at the end of the game where they forced Brad McManus to attempt a 64-yard field goal, which is absurd, against Seattle in the open side of the stadium. They needed a little preseason in Denver because you could tell there's just something off there. New head coach, new quarterback. Wide receivers don't know this quarterback. You lost Noah Fant. They could have used a little work in the expedition season.
Pat McAfee, who's going to be just an absolute star on College Game Day, was talking to different people from Denver, and there's already murmurs of them, the fan base, wanting Hackett out already.
They were booing.
All right.
Against the Texans. First game of the season at home, they were booing the Broncos off the field.
As dire as it feels here in San Francisco, I know a lot of people are, at the throat of Shanahan right now. Who needs a win more, Hackett or Shanahan? Forget the quarterbacks.
Man, Hackett may need one a little bit more.
I feel like Shanahan, for his psyche, needs one bad.
I mean, it's the NFL.
Not that it's general. And let me paraphrase this because or clarify. Shanahan's job's not in jeopardy.
No,
I'm
he's
saying
not on
for his psyche and Hackett's psyche.
Hackett could be one and done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because Sean Payton is lurking. And Sean Payton was on some podcast yesterday talking about, if the right situation comes up.
No, when the right situation comes up.
Yeah,
Who are you kidding?
Yeah, well, I'm just using his words.
Yeah.
We know he's going to jump at a job. And Denver could be an opening. There could be an opening in Denver, Colorado. You don't think Sean Payton would like to coach Russell Wilson?
20 mil a year? What did McVay just get? Close 15? To 20?
Did he get close to 20?
Yeah, well, they were offering him the TV money.
Damn.
I might retire. Yeah, right.
I told you he wasn't going to
retire. You were so right about that.
Russell Wilson, here's what Shanahan had to say.
I told you
Russell Wilson, 17-4 against the Niners all time. Here's what Shanahan had to say about what he's seen from Russell Wilson so far the first 2 weeks of the season.
He still looks like Russ, that he can make a lot of plays at any time. They had a lot of opportunities and they just came up short. The times they did score were always with big plays that Russ made. He made a go route that got him to the 2-yard line, a PI that got him to the 2. They made a big go on third down. He made the fade throw to the tight end from like the 22-yard line. I mean, Russ makes plays, and you can't fall asleep on him. No matter how much you hold him down or you hold their offense down, whether it's Seattle or whether it's Denver, Russ can change that game at any time.
You can't change the game at any time. I favor the Niners, but the spread in Vegas, it's like a pick 'em. Niners are favored by 1. I've seen the Niners be underdogs by 2.5. This is a pick 'em game.
Joe Fortenbaugh on line 2.
Yeah, Fortenbaugh Friday and Damon Bruce.
Who's he picking?
Damon Ratto. Don't know. I was tweeting with Fortenbaugh. We actually text on the side.
Oh, what was going on?
It was just, we were going out about running quarterbacks and this and that. I was like, we didn't try to trade last and turn him into Taysom Hill.
Let me guess. Eagle fan was like, run.
Yeah, of course. But somebody was trying to go at it with us, and Fortenbaugh was being nice, and the guy was like, well, I followed your picks last week, and I'm broke now.
Whoa.
I was like, come on, man. Because Fortenbaugh, who did he pick? He picked the Bengals over the Cowboys, and I think he took the Browns or something. I took the Browns in the survivor pool. Gambling's hard.
Should we bring Genie of the Lamp back?
I don't know.
You picking against, random mystery guests?
Yeah, I mean, basically the same guest.
You know what, though? But that's kind of, I feel like we're now taking the Willard and Dibs thing because they do a lot of betting and gambling on their show. So maybe we should just back off.
I'm not spread formation, lock in.
Oh, boy.
Who's winning
we pick
that?
every game against the spread. Willard, Dibs, Kyle, myself, Dibs, and Mark. And Dibs is leading by 2 games, I think, right now, currently.
Wow.
I had a good week last week. 9-7 last week for you, boy. I had a rough week 1.
What are the consequences? Because Matt and Hegan, our program director, is all about consequences at the end. Yeah. What are the consequences if you win or lose?
So if we lose, we have to set up a end-of-the-year football party for fans to attend. We have to do all, find the venue, do all that.
Wait, so the person who's the dead last person?
Yes.
Who's in last right now?
Kyle, I think.
Ooh, boy. That party may be throwing on Battery Street. Good luck getting him to plan the shit, dig.
We're going to go to the old ship.
It's hard enough fucking guest. I'm kidding, Kyle. I'm kidding. I love you, Kyle.
That's
I don't talk about Shasky, what do I always say?
Look at it.
If I don't take shots at you, that means I don't love you.
Okay.
All right?
The Niners
if I take shots at you, I love you.
Did you just work out for the Niners in secondary? Because you are bad. backpedaling. Back.
You must love Farhan then with the amount of shots you take at him.
Well,
Speaking of shots, how about the Giants get their pitching development guy to take his?
Oh my God!
I mean, geez, Louise.
I can't.
That is just. The Giants had the audacity to put Vax up on their field, and the head of their own pitching department decided, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to work remote. The story writes
the 2022 Giants, man. Somebody needs to write that book. John Shea, you need help? Let's make some money. Come on. You and I write the book. Come on, Shasky. We can make Green Apple books. Everybody's got a book now. Everybody's writing books.
Who's buying books?
Somebody is. Come on. You and I should write the story of the 2022 Giants.
What would it be called? Kerplunk.
There's a lot of things popping up in my head that are not appropriate.
The anchor.
The anchor. Dumpster fire. 2022 Giants. Game off. Hashtag game off.
What about
still from the 510?
The story of the 2022 49ers is being written right now.
Yeah,
I feel like there has been, 2, 3, 4 years of drama in like a week and a half.
I don't know if I'm going to make it to October watching this football team. I'm literally exhausted from the 49ers in the first 2 weeks, and I guess that's just NFL football.
It is.
Maybe.
But it's also what's happened.
It's just what happened, and the fact is, Sunday Night Football, whatever they call that stadium in Denver now, it used to be called Invesco Field. I don't even know what it's called now. Maybe I should look that up. Jimmy Garoppolo's running out the tunnel as the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. Something I just did not see happening in 2022. The fact that he restructured the deal, did the IG Live from the hot tub, like, what is going on here? What is going on? Now you got conflicting reports. Did Kyle want it back? Did Kyle think he could work it out? Oh, maybe it was a Lynch decision. Nobody knows nothing. Nobody knows nothing. That's all I've learned about the 49ers so far.
The one stat I didn't see coming, did you see who has the quickest release in the NFL this year?
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Tom Brady, then Jimmy G.
Oh, my God. Oh, man. What do we expect from Jimmy?
I have no clue.
What should the expectations be? Dre and Lamar, he's listening via the Odyssey app.
In the words of Steiny, both make great points.
Or Tim Roy. Boy, that's a great question.
I don't have a strong opinion.
See, you guys are cold, man.
You got to just mix that in every now and then. I'm with Steiny. This is why Steiny's a man of nuance.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Well, that's my new tagline.
15 years ago today, that was dropped.
Exactly. Mike Gundy, baby. Mike Gundy. Is that one of the all-time rants? First, let's get to Dre Lamore before he puts us in the headlock, because dude has pipes. Talk about guns.
Yeah.
Gun show.
I heard he's going to test positive. Come on, Dre. What up?
Come on. Why would you do that to Dre?
I'm teasing.
Man?
He knows I love him. He's yacked up.
Hey, Butch, Bonte, I hope you had a great time in Europe, man.
Thank you, brother.
You had a really great time.
Thank you.
Triple the lifetime. Hey, Jimmy's in charge again, so we know what's going on. The Niners D is going to have to carry the season. Hey, and I heard what you said on Monday, and I am in total agreement. I can't believe all the fans that come out. I'm a Niner fan. Jimmy's playing, I'm going to go for Jimmy.
Of course.
Yeah.
If it's Trey, I'm going to go for Trey. Trey gets hurt, and everybody's popping out, yay, Jimmy's in. Like, hey, man, our quarterback just got hurt. You guys are celebrating Jimmy?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Pretty lame.
You're a Niner fan.
Pretty lame.
Every player we love. It's ridiculous. But anyways, guys, we know Jimmy's got a noodle arm. I hope that shoulder surgery put some zip on it and just get your head together. You think the kid had to get his head together? Jimmy needs to get his head together. Help carry that defense this year, Jimmy.
All right, Trey. Boy, I'm scared for money. I get scared. The night of, Sunday nights, I go to bed, I'm just like, oh, God, I don't know what's going to happen on the roast on Monday.
Can we promise something?
I may break the promise.
All right. I'm making a promise to you. It's going to come, and it came in the game the other day. The Jimmy O no throw's coming.
There's 3 to 5 coming.
But I don't want to hear everyone, this is why. We're going to go let's. He's all we got right now. Can we just rally behind him?
How's Shasky?
Because it's coming.
You're going to come with a promise. Shasky, how about coming down your road? Because there's so many jokes coming in.
But it's coming.
I got so many jokes. 2022 SF Giants at S Show by the Bay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I heard quickest release was
Deshaun Watson. We shouldn't be laughing at that stuff. I'm not laughing.
That's
you guys
not
are cold.
Good. That's not
cold. I saw another one.
The quickest catch and release was Trey and
I'm not going to read.
Liv Cowherd.
No. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Don't do that.
That was funny. That's YouTube saying it, not me.
I'm not lying to you. You're reading it. I'm blaming you. But I'm also going to blame you for something else, too. You want to sit here saying, let's promise not to go irate over the Jimmy O no throws?
Yeah.
He's going to be Jimmy. I've said this on BSG. Guys, brace yourself. There's going to be 3 to 5 Jimmy O no throws again. And we just got to live through it.
In the third quarter, I was like, oh, I saw it coming. I was like, no. I started leaning forward. Thank God.
Spadonia Lubman and everybody on YouTube, Twitch. This guy, Joe Shashkin and Butcher, come down the road.
I'm maturing.
No, you're a freaking
I'm aging
liar.
like a fine wine.
You are a freaking liar. Last year, after week 1, the Detroit game, you came on these airwaves and stopped the show for 15 minutes talking about, we all need to apologize to Jimmy. He's been a good quarterback to us. Yada, yada, yada.
It's like the stock market. I'm assessing week to week.
By week 5, this guy wanted Jimmy Cup for the football team.
They were 2-4. 3-5.
So
they lost to Colt McCoy.
You want to talk about promises? You will break down promises within the next 2 weeks.
We had Trey behind him. This year we've got Brock Purdy. By the way, the Brock Purdy.
Oh my gosh.
Why do Niner fans? I guess every team does this, but why do we do this to ourselves? Like, hey, if something happens to Jimmy, we do. Brock Purdy does look nice.
I'm gonna take these
I love how we convince ourselves.
There's a video.
I'm guilty of this.
Look at Jimmy Garoppolo roll out and throw it in. Look at Brock Purdy, who looks more comfortable. And people are like, "Oh, Brock Purdy throws a great spiral." Some of you deserve Brock Purdy.
No.
Some of you deserve Brock Purdy. We don't.
Can we just admit
Jimmy
if we get
Garoppolo.
to the Brock Purdy chapter,
the season's done?
Well, it's just, we're in situation disaster mode. In the words of Quinn and Messy Marv, explosive mode.
Some of y'all deserve Brock Purdy. Some of you do. We don't deserve Jimmy Garoppolo. Please, Jimmy, save us.
Remember that Nick Mullins game, the final Raider-Niner game in the Bay? No. And Mullins went out there and had like the game of his life. And that was the high water mark. And I was sipping it. I was sipping the Kool-Aid.
Mullins won that New York Giants game. And I tweeted, I said, Mullins going to win this game and it's going to be a controversy, right? You're a hot take guy.
He broke Brett Favre's records in college.
People wanted Nick Mullins to start.
Not stealing from the state of Mississippi.
Yeah, not Brett Favre. That clown. Pro Brett Favre.
Is that how he got the nickname Money Mole?
I didn't even know I was going there.
I didn't either. That's good stuff.
Tip your waiters.
We're saying Mullins gives us a better shot to win than Jimmy. That happened. And that's why I had to cackle when he got bitched on Sunday Night Football.
You gassed me up on the post game that one time. After the Dolphin game.
You took the bait.
I did take the banana in the tailpipe.
You took the bait. When he got bitched in Philadelphia.
And Rob and Sam Bruno leading the way. I had the big Money Mullins flag, and then instantaneously I regretted my decision.
Do we have the Money Mullins song? The Vince McMahon Money Mullins song? Nickel Nick. And then you saw when they showed him on Sunday Night Football benched, and he was looking all depressed, and you saw the millions of dollars getting flushed down the toilet.
Who was paying him millions of dollars?
Some idiot was going to pay
How about the graphic? Most yards
through the first 3 games. And I was like, guys, it was garbage time against Seattle. And there was people, the all 22 guys on Twitter, these are just not, it's not just garbage time. Seattle's playing a sophisticated defense against Mullins. Dude, they were down 35-8. All right? Gosh, Nick Mullins. Dude, I'm telling you, Brock Purdy, oh my gosh. People were actually tweeting out the videos of Brock Purdy in practice rolling out, throwing spirals, saying he's throwing it better than Jimmy. I just couldn't believe it.
Well, I mean, don't forget, George Kittle did break the record without Jimmy Garoppolo for tight end receiving.
Don't do that. Don't you do that.
Is Kittle playing this weekend?
I would hope so. It's a $1 million question. I mean, it'd be nice to see one of the best tight ends in all of football.
$20 million player. I'd like to see him on the field.
All right, Spinoni, let's flex.
I watched Trey Lance and Greasy work exclusively together with Sam Lubman on multiple days because I was very interested to see what does it look like at practice, because we talk so much about these coaches, these line coaches like Chris Kocurek. When you watch him at practice, Bonte, doesn't it pop that Chris Kocurek is good at his job?
Oh, he's very good at his job.
Right? And then obviously the fact that when you watch it on game day, it does feel like the defensive line always finds players. Greasy working with Trey Lance was interesting. He was working on coverages and, the right read based on what the coverage is pre and post snap. I think he'll be really good with Jimmy Garoppolo. Why are you laughing?
Because the jokes are funny, man. I'm sorry. Comcast Business Text Line. It's a joke, and I don't think.
What's that?
Greasy can teach mediocre, so he should be good enough for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's not fair. That's not fair.
We got to rally behind Jimmy G.
Flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Sorry, no Tipsy Willard.
You can't believe I'm all the way here.
We got to rally behind Jimmy. You know how much pain?
All right. Let's take it behind the scenes. When I was doing post-game shows with Bonte.
Yeah, I heard this morning.
The Niners win their first playoff game in years, okay? It's the Viking game. And I was so hot because I'm sitting in the end zone and I'm like, Jimmy almost threw like 6 interceptions in this game. Like legitimately.
And they won 27-10.
And the boss
I remember the game.
Called me in the middle, and he's probably mad at me for saying this. Called me in the middle. He's like, "You're ruining the post game. People want to feel good." And my point was, the team is ready to win a Super Bowl. Is Jimmy?
Well, no.
And then the callers were going crazy.
Well, no. I looked at Shasky, and I was about to. I literally wanted to slap the hell out of him on there. I was like, "Dude, we're going to the NFC Championship game." What did he end in my head? I was just like, "Bro, you got to sell it."
I said it's a Super Bowl team.
I'm like, "Dude, you got to sell it. You are here being disgruntled."
They should have won by 40.
Yeah, but he let him down.
No, I know. It was a younger me. It was a younger me.
You said it earlier on the show. Not that much younger. Winning football games is hard.
Exactly.
And it wasn't like the Vikings didn't have one of the top 10 defenses in the NFL at that time. They had ballers on that defense. I remember that pregame show. I was like, "This is going to be the hardest game in the playoffs." Green Bay felt
Zimmer
like a party.
Was all over him. There was one play in particular, Kendricks, whichever the guy. He's just sitting there, and Jimmy just whoom. I'm like, how did you not see that guy? But he did the same. Well, you know what? I'm just going to give up now. Right. I'm all over the map on Jimmy. I admit it.
Shasky's ready. Remember, he was ready to start Nick Mullins. I gassed him up. I knew it. He was ready to start Mullins, and he got pitched in Philadelphia for CJ Pat. You want to talk about airmailing and throw?
When he missed the fullback screen, I threw my remote controller and broke it. I said, "Hun, you're gonna have to order a new one from Xfinity."
What about the screenshot that day? The Eagles had like 8 dudes drop back in the zone, and Mullins still threw it.
He threw it into 6 men.
They're not laughing at us.
6 men in coverage.
It's too inside show.
I know.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, man.
No, I'm excited you've come around on Jimmy. You're wearing a shirt commemorating his agent today, so that's exciting. I like that. Yeah, Donnie.
That's an absolute vibe.
That's very. That's
the best thing you ever said.
Yeah, that's really good.
I don't get signs very often. That's a damn fine.
Oh my God!
Wow, Donnie for president.
You're like, you know who's won the NFL season so far? I think it's Don Yee.
Oh my God!
That contract he did for Jimmy.
He's done since he got on one knee and gave you a breakfast burrito.
My stomach hurts, man. My stomach hurts. This season's just too much, man. It's Shasky's talking about, can we make a promise that we rally behind Jimmy Garoppolo? Because you know the no throws are coming. And 3 weeks later, this guy's going to be screaming to the high.
Boy, hey, do you guys agree with it? Because Dibs and I got into this yesterday. The no throws are coming, right? Okay,
so 3 to 5 a game.
Right. So let's go there for a second.
It happens.
Don't they hit different when he's the backup and you don't have another choice?
That was my point in the game. Okay,
I feel.
Thank God.
I feel like this,
I'm with you.
This kind of became a thing last year. Playoff games would end. And I'd take the dog for a walk, and me and the lovely Christy would sit there, and we would go around the neighborhood and talk about all the stupid throws that Jimmy had just made, and you're like, holy hell. And I'm thinking this year, that's going to feel different.
Way different.
Right? Don't you think?
Way different.
You got no choice.
Well, right. A, you have no choice. B, this is not a $25 million starter. I know it's the same guy.
That's a big thing.
It's the same guy with the same jersey.
Yeah.
But the relief that I would think, I know, and I said this the other day, there's two emotions that hit at the same time when Trey's on the field. One is either, if you want to call it, your anger or sadness. For me, it was sadness.
You're talking when he's hurt?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant when he's playing. Because when he's playing, you're like, I don't know what's going to happen. Like this anxiety.
When the realization that the cart is coming out and this isn't just an ankle twist.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my gosh, this is really bad. There were simultaneous emotions, which was either that anger or sadness that you were feeling. And then the second one was relief. Because you're like, but the season's not over.
Yeah.
And so Jimmy now comes in with that as the backdrop, which I think changes everything for the no throws. I think.
Well,
I think you take him.
He had him in the Seattle game, and we haven't talked about it once. Now, again, you're talking about a game with 50 things you can come out with.
Right.
But, like, he had him in that one, and to your point, I was like, hey, it got dropped. We're good. Like, are we going to kick this field goal on 4th and 2, or what are we going to do here?
I want to know what he puts on that ball that makes other teams drop it. I feel like there are so many throws. They get dropped.
Okay, I'm watching
it. In every game you watch, it's not as easy to pick off a ball as we all think.
Well,
how did you drop that? Kwasi Tart?
Well,
that's why they're DBs.
That's why they're DBs.
You watch Tart. I'm still in my head the image on the Jumbotron. Him down on the ground at SoFi. I'm like, get up. Come on, get up.
Joe Buck talked about it when you watch the broadcast back. 4 plays later, Tart, you can still tell that play's affecting him. He was just laid out everything.
And every Niner fan was like, oh.
But think about a wide receiver. A wide receiver drops maybe 1 out of every 5 balls.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, 1 in every 5 or 6 targets. If you're a DB, you might get 1 a game. And if you drop it, you might get 5 more that you're not going to catch. And it's not as easy as just like catching every ball.
It's also the hospital balls / medicine balls. Now, we're not going to get on Jimmy for the Seattle game. He gets a mulligan. But damn it. He's got the no throws and he's got the medicine balls.
George Kittle's on the phone, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Twice. 2 years in a row.
Exactly.
2 years in a row.
George can get hurt just by himself. We don't need to blame Jimmy.
But Jimmy helps with that, though.
Hey, but
also, Debo ran his slant last game, and he got popped by a light. I mean, he got sandwiched. I was like,
but that's those plays. Like, that's the one thing about Debo, and he had a lot of drops last year. I'm like, guys, the degree of difficulty on the coming across the middle with linebackers and safeties, even in the protect the player era, it's a hard play to come down with this 3 guys are crunching you. And so I don't think we get enough credit. But the thing on like the no throws, I'm watching Herbert and Mahomes. No one is comparing Jimmy or Trey or any of these guys to Herbert and Mahomes. They're on another level. Mahomes at the top of the top.
Right.
Even in those games, they're throwing wildly underneath, and you're like, whoa. But what they do is they make up with the 30-yard bomb almost immediately after, and you completely forget about the skipped pass on a perfect stick route that they should have nailed because they have this high margin of overcoming with these big-time plays. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Jimmy G is going to throw it 21 times in a game. Kyle is not going to let him throw it any more than that. So he's going to go 14 for 21. We know that. Of the 14 completions, 10 of them are going to be dink and dunk, check down. So of the 4 we're really looking for, can he connect 4 deep balls? Probably not. Maybe 2.
1 or 2.
Maybe 1. But that's what makes it so maddening when he has the Jimmy no throws. Because Josh Allen, what did he throw it 38 times in 3 quarters?
Yes. Right. And it's literally, he's just boom, boom. So if he misses a couple.
Ease with which he throws the 60-yarder, my God.
If he misses a couple, he can make up for it because they're throwing so much. So like the Dallas game. I was watching the Dallas game, but I don't know, I have a sickness. They're up 23-7. And Ayuk's open. And this guy's open. And Jimmy's airmailing throws. But because they only throw them 3 or 4 times, they feel so much bigger.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
We do look back, take the Green Bay playoff game last year, and we notice all of the things that Jimmy did not do right in that game, and we just ignored the fact that Aaron was terrible too.
Missed the check down.
I mean, missed check downs.
Over and
How
over.
about right before the punt that Hufanga returns for a touchdown? The decision that Aaron made, he had a first down right in front of him, and he hucks it over everyone's head down the field. So, look, it was snowing. That was not going to be a great quarterback game. Jimmy's hurt, but like on the other side, Aaron Rodgers is missing throws.
Terrible. He's more likely to try to make the hard play just because I'm Aaron Rodgers.
For sure.
That's a good point.
Don't you realize, like Jimmy Garoppolo, to his credit, he will take what the defense gives him. He's more likely to take the check down. Aaron Rodgers, he might see 2 guys underneath, but he's thinking, I'm Aaron Rodgers, people. I'm going to make this deep throw.
Well, to Juszczyk's point that he made with Damon Ratto yesterday, Aaron is the opposite of Jimmy.
100%.
Aaron's going to go out on the field and do what Aaron wants to do.
Yeah.
And if you're the coach and you don't like that Aaron's audibling and doing all this other stuff, then we're going to find a new coach.
Exactly.
That's pretty much how we do it. Jimmy, my gosh, if he changed the play one time.
That's why I never
We're
believed.
drafting Trey Lance.
Well, you're fine. I never believed Tom Brady would ever work with Kyle Shanahan. The whole time.
That's an interesting point. What do you think of that?
That would have been interesting.
What do you think of that?
I think it would have worked in a very short stint. And that's all you were asking.
1 year,
is Tom
2
Brady
years.
to come in for 2 years, 3 years.
Interesting.
Look, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick didn't battle until it had been 15 years.
Yeah.
And then the egos and everything started.
But this Tom is different than that Tom,
Right.
and I wonder,
Exactly.
I wonder if Kyle could take his laminated play sheet and tuck it inside his beautiful Niner gear and say, all right, Tom, you're right.
No way.
I wonder if the arrogance versus greatness, that's an interesting battle.
I bet, my guess, all we can do is guess, but I guess that would have been done a little bit more during the week. And yes, I think Kyle would have given Tom Brady a little a voice in the room.
Well, don't you always start off
that Jimmy
good?
doesn't have?
Don't you always start off good? Even if
Sure.
whatever combinations, we've all worked in different settings, you're going to start on your best behavior in a new work setting.
Right.
But eventually over time, I'm with you. I think now that the way you put it, short term it would have worked, but it would have been very brief.
But I wonder if Kyle could ever get out from underneath his run, yawn, punt, which is what I call his play calling, because he wants to run it 40 times.
Yeah.
Tom Brady doesn't want to hand the ball off 40 times. Tom wanted to throw it, and that's why I think ultimately something would have popped off, because I don't believe that Kyle Shanahan is ever going to get to a spot where he has a quarterback and he's going to let him throw it 40 times.
See, I disagree. I think Kyle Shanahan has shown in his career, and it's the same thing he was trying to do with Trey Lance. He is very movable based on who he has. Matt Ryan was the MVP. He didn't run check down with Matt Ryan.
They ran the ball a lot, though. Devontae Freeman.
Sure.
Coleman had 800 yards as the backup.
They were ballers,
But he also had Julio Jones, and his quarterback was the MVP.
Was it Harry Douglas? Who was the other little receiver?
Yeah,
Muhammad Sanu, Julio Jones.
They were all really good.
Taylor Gabriel as well.
Yeah, Taylor Gabriel.
If you got somebody that can do X, then Kyle's going to do X.
Yeah.
If you got somebody
But he
who
drafted a guy to do X, and then he insisted he do Y,
Well-
and now he's Z on the injured list.
But there's two things that we have to figure out, right?
That is the alphabet.
Too much algebra for you.
That was
That's
excellent.
And I got Youth Checks Math coming up in the next segment because he had it
Oh, he's
wrong.
got a
But
problem
go
with
ahead.
math.
What do you mean?
Mr. Harvard, he did it wrong. It's not a coin flip, it's a roulette wheel, but I'll get into it later.
Oh.
Kyle,
Interesting.
it's a coin flip as to whether or not he gets hurt. No, it's actually not.
Can we all agree on one thing in this town?
Maybe.
There are too many Kyles.
True.
My gosh,
I got
our
it.
producer and Shanahan and Juszczyk, we keep saying the word Kyle, and I have no idea who the
Guys
hell
need to
we're
get
talking
creative.
about.
Last night,
Seriously.
Kyle.
Come on, you're supposed to be an innovative
Baby
play
Chad.
caller.
Yeah, come on, baby Chad.
Seriously.
Let's go.
Last night we had
Right
four.
now.
We had four
Which
Pats
one?
in the softball lineup, and I screwed it up, and I put 5 down, and then the umpire started yelling at me because the book was all messed up.
What was the name?
We had 4 Pats, but I put 5 Pats in a row in
Now
the
batting.
Pats
Wow.
in the
It's Pat.
lineup.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had Pat Bell, Pat Shasky, Pat Rabbit. Yeah, it was too many
Pat
Pats.
Shasky?
Yeah,
Here comes
he actually made
Pat.
2 really nice plays
So
last
I see
night.
Michael Silver coming on the show.
Mike Silver's coming on in less than an
at
hour.
10 o'clock.
Tell him
And
to unblock me. What's going on?
No,
here?
you-
block
no,
him.
he's not gonna-
No.
It's
I'm
all-
sure Silver keeps him blocked.
It's almost
You can't have it both ways.
Blocktober, and you get what you get
Totally, yeah.
for
You
whatever
know what you
crime.
said about Mike Silver?
for whatever crime you committed
I
back
just
in the
cited
day.
his article in the Chronicle the other day.
I'm sorry, it's too late.
Did your job.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
sorry.
Who's got more blocks? Dikembe Mutombo, Mike Silver, or Tim Kawakami?
O'Donnell Foyle is the all-time leading Warrior blocker still.
Yes.
Really?
Okay.
More
yeah.
than Minute?
I think it's 10 years with the Warriors.
Ah,
I'm
good
talking about with
point,
the
good
Warriors.
point.
With the
Yeah,
Warriors.
okay.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
Oh, so, can I O'Donnell Foyle me,
No,
please?
no, you don't get that. No. You said a lot of
Sorry.
bad things about Michael Silver. You've
No,
called him
I
frauds
didn't.
multiple
Benjamin
times.
Albright did.
No, you agree with him.
Well,
Yeah, you can't co-sign on a hater and then, you know.
Benjamin Albright on the Morning Roast tomorrow, so that's good.
Well, now you guys are reblocked if you get
Yeah,
unblocked.
see?
You
Double
can't
block.
have Ben Albright on the air and get
Wait, let me
unblocked
see.
by Mike
Did he block
Silver.
me yet? Did he block me yet? Let me see if he blocked
He's
me.
about to.
No, he didn't block me.
If Kawakami
Wait till
can
we're done
unblock
talking
me,
to him.
I'm not blocked.
Silver can do it.
First
I'm not blocked.
question.
Ray
Will,
Ratto still unblocked?
Why? So what are you going to ask Mike Silver? Because I'm very interested in this.
will you please make sure that you block all the hosts except for me and Dibs? That's the first question.
Okay.
Second question. No, we're going to dive deeper in. And for those of you who don't know about Mike's reporting last weekend, that essentially the key piece that went out there was that he talked to multiple players and coaches who sort of gave him the wink, wink, we can't say it, but you can. And then he writes, so I will. The idea of Kyle Shanahan to try to have Trey Lance learn on the job and win at the same time was not 100% acclaimed.
Which I agree with now.
In the locker room. Well, I want to hear more about that. I'm not going to ask for names. Obviously, not going to give names, but like, what level are we talking about? And where was this headed? Right? I mean...
No, it felt like it was set up to, at some point, have a collision course.
Right.
Whether it was week 2, 4, 10, I'm with you.
And that's... So if they were 3-3, or and by the way, has Kyle lost some trust in the locker room now just by virtue of that decision?
So here's another thing that I'm just curious on that because... And again, maybe it's a byproduct of football being a gladiator sport, and they just got to keep it moving, and I get that.
Ratto has you blocked?
Yeah,
Ray, I'm looking at
Ray Ratto has
Brian and Ray.
Yeah,
both Rattos.
You know what? I think that sounds fun. I'm going to block you too. I'm going to block you right now.
So
I had you muted for a while, but you're back.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm not really big on Twitter.
I know you are.
I'm not really big on it. But like,
your takes are very big on Twitter.
Well, the takes are bold, but I don't tweet a lot. Here's the thing that I got a problem.
And you're all caps. You're not as all caps as you used to be. Yeah,
I'm working on it, Cutter. You know,
I appreciate it. I tried to give you that advice in 2019.
I want to be a 5-pitch guy.
Yeah, go look at Rockies Giants game Tuesday, or was it Monday night?
Oh, I lost my mind.
Yeah, he was nonstop.
The Giants.
Not you, Joe.
Don't even start.
No, but what does Pat Chasky think?
Deli boy.
The immediate talking in the locker room, and I'm asking sincerely.
Yeah.
How do I phrase this? It felt like to me, me personally, I would have hey guys, I feel this way. Talk to me in like a day or two. Like, considering that the kid just went down right now, I might be feeling, look, you are totally entitled to feel however you want. I just thought maybe the word tact or whatever, I would feel like if I was a part of that team, just for the sanctity of hey, now's not the time and place. We do feel that way. I'm not saying we don't, but maybe can we wait like a day or two? Am I wrong to say that?
The 24-hour news cycle has turned into a 24-minute news cycle.
So here's the thing.
I'm not mad at players, but it feels like...
Here's my guess, and we could ask Mike
It's a gladiator sport, so I
don't think this is the first time that these people had said this to Mike.
No, I'm sure.
I think that this opinion was out there prior to Trey's injury.
No, it was from
not
Mike.
right.
Yeah, it was
This
from
is
Mike.
not a piling on of Trey on a cart. This was an opinion that could not really be shared until Jimmy was the quarterback of the football team.
Was it the same person who told Silver that, hey, in 2019, if Jimmy gets off to a bad start, Nick Mullins could be your starting quarterback? That's one of the most laughable reports I've ever seen.
Wow.
That's 3 years back. I mean, you guys talked about the roster churn. How many guys are still on the team from 2019?
Exactly.
Debo wasn't. Ayuk wasn't. I think Juice was.
No, they were there 2019. 2019, Juice was there. Debo.
Well,
Kittle was there.
Debo's a
There's
rookie.
lot of guys there.
Here's one thing I think we forget this. Like, because we put them on a pedestal and they're gladiators and exactly, they're just like us.
We all gossip.
So if we're sitting here on the microphones going, I don't know about Jimmy, I don't know about Trey.
Oh, they're saying the same thing.
They're saying the same thing over a beer at night.
I mean, every day you, me, and Dibs are talking about Nahegan's strategy as a manager here.
Look.
Strategy works.
Is that what the umpire said to you last night? Book.
No,
Your book is wrong.
She was like, hey, you, come over here. I come over. She goes, what is this? And I go,
everybody's
I
named Pat.
screwed up. And so I put a black line through a whole box. And then we had to make our own box at the bottom to put it in there. And she's like, unacceptable. Next time you do this, I'm throwing this out. Your scores don't count.
It's funny because I'm actually back refereeing high school girls volleyball tonight after my paternity. I'm reffing 5 of the next 7 days.
Have you ever reffed the Brett Favre daughter game?
That guy.
His daughter?
No.
Who's your biggest scumbag, Sarver or Brett Favre?
Man,
I mean,
game show music, please.
You say that was
No. I mean, it's debatable.
Brett's
very debatable.
Brett's got a longer history. Sarver has a bad use of language and misuse
They're
of
both
people.
bad people.
Oh, it's way worse
Brett
than
Favre,
language. It's way worse than
You want to go back to
language.
Jen Sturger and what he did to her?
Oh, no. He's
him and Shamura in the hot tub?
Hold on.
Dude, it's
Brett's
Brett
gross.
Favre.
I mean,
Brett's
it's gross.
close.
Hey, don't forget how dirty Jamura was.
Yeah.
He was, Google him.
With the teenager nanny.
Yes,
in the hot
exactly.
tub,
I'll just go. I'm out on both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're both bad people.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah, I'm out.
What about Ime Udoka,
you,
guys?
Steiny.
Like, because
I don't have a strong opinion.
I feel
I'll give
uncomfortable.
myself a 4.
Like, I understand the corporate angle of it, of like you can't, get into
But he's waking
relations
up
with
early,
people
guys.
there. But I feel uncomfortable trying to like when it comes to people's relationships and stuff like that, just me, I'm like, I like to stand back.
There's two things on this.
You get what I'm saying?
I mean, one is serious and one's material. I'll go with my serious take first.
Okay.
And Kyle, our producer, said this. There's more to this than just, they had a consensual relationship.
Gotcha.
Whatever happened to her career is yet to drop. But the other part, the comedy part, you should be fired for cheating on Nia Long.
Well, that's what he's been saying.
Dude,
thank you.
Bonte Hill.
Let me tell you, I
Halle
fanboyed out.
Berry.
Nia Long.
I mean,
I may have
good
Nia Long
Lord.
above Halle Berry.
If
And
you wanna
hopefully
do-
Anna's not listening.
Hey, her new movie's
Nia
terrible.
Long, Nia Long,
If you
man.
want to do a Mount Rushmore of 90s and
Oh my God.
00s, like
Dude.
female beautiful icons.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me tell you.
Halle Berry.
I'm walking out the TV.
her running in the shorts.
I'm sorry,
on Friday.
Beyonce. You're going to have to hold on. We're not to Beyonce yet.
Yeah, Beyonce.
Nia
on Queen
Long,
Bee.
my friends.
So,
I
TD
have
Garden.
a wife.
I'm walking
We
out
all
with
do.
D Wright. I'm walking out with D Wright and Chris Mullen. And Nia Long walks up with the kids. And I was like, and I told Anna this. I said, if I see Nia Long, I got to get a picture. Now, I fanboyed. I was like, oh, man, it's Nia Long, the legend. And she goes, oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. I didn't ask for the picture. That was enough for me. And I was like, that was Nia Long. And Mully's just like, get over here, clown. What are you doing? This guy. And D Wright's laughing. And I'm like, man, that's Nia Long, man. Boys in the Hood. We forget about Boys in the Hood.
No, never.
Man.
Never forget about Boys in the
Cheat on Nia Long.
Hood. Pick your chin up off the floor.
I mean, Jay-Z did cheat on Beyonce, so I mean.
And then got beat up in an elevator.
It got beat up in the elevator.
As he should.
Yes.
I'm sort of with you. I'm
And
terrible.
that's my guy, Jay-Z, but you cheated on Beyonce, man.
I'm terribly uncomfortable going into this because it's
Relationships?
well, it's not our business
Yeah.
on some level, and then the other part of it is sort of what Dibs said is like. If it's funny to me how many people are just taking this at face value. You think that in the National Basketball Association that a multi-billion-dollar organization is mad because someone cheated on his wife?
No, there's more to the story.
Everybody would be fired.
Exactly.
Everybody would be
We'd be
fired.
playing 3-on-3.
I'm with
So
you on that, Mark.
there's something going
There's a
on
lot
that
to
I
this
don't know
story we
about.
don't know.
So I don't. I don't really want to.
It is wild because, I mean, look,
wanna get
they
into
were
it.
up 2-1, and me and this guy are sitting here breaking down the finals. I'm sure you guys were as well. It's like, dude, I'm really impressed by the coaching of Ime Udoka. Look at this team and how they respond and some of his tactics toward defending the Warriors. I'm thinking this is one of the brightest minds in basketball.
Yeah.
This is going to be a matchup if the Warriors can win. I'd love to see these two teams play each other multiple times in the finals. Feels like that's out the window.
Well, so there's who knows how it's gonna. Yeah, that's gonna play
I'm in a
itself
goofy
out.
mood right now. The YouTube comments are just.
I love it. I love it. Keep them
Shoot or
coming.
shoot.
But
But I'll tell you, may have had a shot. No, stop it. Stop.
Yeah, once you presented your W-2s, she was out.
Shoot your shot. That's
I
all
was
you
like,
got.
Oh, you host Warriors pre and post morning show? Yeah, I'm out on that.
No, but it's a reminder for any team.
Morning who?
49ers go to the Super Bowl, go to the NFC Championship game, and that thought is always. We'll be back next year.
Hey, always.
The Bengals are 0-2. You're not going to be back next year, actually.
Well, here's the thing about the Bengals.
Look, it's amazing what can happen in 8 months.
Yep.
And so that's why these teams, when
Giants?
they come this close, exactly.
Hey, are we going to look back at the
so
Bengals?
devastated.
We're going to look back at the Bengals and say that was one of the most flukiest. Or one of the
We'll have to
flukiest
see what
Super Bowl
happens.
runs.
Let's see
I
what
don't
happens.
think so, but
think about this, Dibs,
a
real
lot of
quick.
it comes down to the bracket because Kansas City and Buffalo played
Yeah.
when they played.
And it was one of
Right.
the greatest games ever.
And if they play this year in the AFC Championship game like they should,
Yeah.
one of those two
We'll
goes
play
to the bowl.
Kansas, yes.
One of those two wins the bowl.
Because this is what I want to say about
I'm
that.
with you, Dibs.
We
Yeah.
think about the Raiders game against the Bengals in a wild
whistle,
card. We all
the
say
blown whistle.
The blown whistle and Derek Carr, like, what are you doing? We think the Raiders choked.
Derek Carr.
Tennessee, we say, oh, man, Ryan Tannehill, you had a home game, you choked. Kansas City had a 21-3 lead.
Yep.
Andy Reid and Mahomes, you choked.
Yeah.
Well, actually, and go back even further, and the fact that they're 0-2, I'm not saying I predicted that, but I do remember having the conversation. Actually, it might have been while you were having a baby, but I remember
Yeah,
having
I
the
gotta go to the
conversation
tape.
right before week 1 saying the Bengals are being way overrated coming into this season. If you go back to last year, this was a 10-7 football team.
The Niners beat them down the stretch.
Beat them,
Remember that?
Beat them in Cincinnati.
Great game. Overtime.
So
Great game.
it's not that it wasn't a good
Jimmy.
team, but this idea
Jimmy.
that the idea that it was a great team because they went to the Super Bowl,
Yes.
and as you just detailed, their playoff run was very circumstantial.
Yeah. Yep.
Very circumstantial. So coming into this year, I did not think the Bengals were going to win the division. I definitely thought that was going to be Baltimore.
And you can look at the Celtics the same way, I think, as we bring it back to Ime Udoka saying no thank you to Nia Long. They beat
Heat.
They beat a broken Brooklyn
Yes.
team.
Yep.
Brooklyn.
They should have lost to the
They beat
Heat.
Brooklyn. They should have lost to the Heat.
Milwaukee.
This
No
team
Chris
was dead in
Middleton.
the water at the All-Star break.
Yeah, no
Boston
Chris Middleton.
was nowhere.
No Chris Middleton for the Bucks in that entire series.
Yeah. So
Cincinnati with teams like Kansas City, Buffalo, and it goes past that, even to the Chargers in Baltimore.
You love the Chargers.
Maybe even
You
Miami.
love the Chargers. The
No,
Chargers
well,
are always
look
going to
at-
charge.
Justin
Listen,
Herbert.
we
Brother,
give Herbert
brother.
so much love. Go to the playoffs, please. Lamar's been there. Kyler's been
the
there.
coach.
Can you get there?
It's not their coach,
Oh,
it's their
no, 'cause
ownership.
you fired the coach.
Well, I know
It's
that,
their
but I think the
ownership.
coach
No,
is
you
too
couldn't-
smart for his own
You
good.
couldn't win.
You couldn't be more
Goes
right.
for it way
You couldn't
too
be more
often.
right. But I do
Brandon
love Herbert.
Staley is
Yeah.
further
Herbert,
up
I do
the
like- Herbert's good.
smugometer than
Thank you,
Shanahan.
Dibs.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you.
The
But-
arrogance of Brandon Staley.
But my point,
go for it on fourth and
my
88.
point is, I do not believe the Bengals are not going to be relevant this year in the AFC.
I don't think so either.
I'll agree with that.
There's too many other teams
There's
that
just
are
Are
better.
you
great
taking the Jets
teams.
this week?
Oh, what's
Taking
that?
the Jets against the Bengals? not going to go that far, huh?
I did. I did. Well, no. That was last week.
I took the Browns in 3 survivor pools.
No, the Jets played the
this
Browns.
week. This
They
week.
played the
This
Bengals.
week.
Jets played the Bengals.
No. The Bengals will win that, but it'll be close.
What's
Bengals
Garrett
will win
Wilson
that.
looks sick.
It does look good. Flacco looks good. Maybe
I
he's not
need,
giving that job back.
I need a survivor pool pick this week. This is what I need.
Oh, is that what
I've got
you
one
said?
league left.
The league is already 80% of the players are already out.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's like it's either the Chiefs or the Chargers. I don't even think there's any other
I don't even
candidates.
know. Yeah, I
The
don't even
NFL's
know.
the best.
Mark, you know what? This is going to hurt you. Denver.
Oh, stop it.
Take Denver? You taking Denver this week?
I'm taking Denver, but he
Stop
won't
it.
because, Jimmy G.
Oh.
Yeah, I won't
can't
because
go
it's a
against my
horrible
Jimmy.
pick. They're an underdog. What are you doing?
Denver should be 2-0.
It should be 2-0.
So
those are
should the
facts.
Niners.
I disagree.
Okay.
Disagree. Kyle
You're
Shanahan.
wrong.
I think an argument can be made for it should be
prevented them
2-0.
from being
Wrong.
2-0.
Yes, and so did the Broncos head coach.
Just Jimmy G, 13 of 22, a buck 17. Here we go.
Dibs, I love you.
Oh, my
back.
God,
I love
dude.
you. You need this, Mark.
Stop
you
it.
need this.
And I got this.
Yeah, you got it.
So it's okay.
Jimmy G, when Jimmy G floats one up in front of
I got
4
this.
Bronco defenders, we're all going to lose our minds. That's why somebody on YouTube said, you know what? Just blaze and watch football this year. That's all we can do. Blaze and laugh at the 49ers. That's all I am. Not emotions gone.
Back to the locker room thing because you're going to have Mike Silver on.
How about you tell
find
me
this-
that at 15, Spadoni?
I find this very interesting.
Take it to 26. Yeah, no shucks. It's 24. What do you think we're doing?
It's only 23.
He's on one.
We during the
I'm on one
beginning of
today.
the off season,
What a
beginning of
goofball, man.
I mean, at any point, we have all these different visions of which way everything can go, right? And I'm looking at the 49ers right now, and I just they got to just find a way to continue to win 2 out of 3 and get to the playoffs. No, I'm serious. I'm very worried about what's going on in this locker room with this organization. Winning kind of tamps everything down. It keeps it, but like. There's a lot going on here.
Who
You
needs
got
to win more?
It's early. I mean, honestly, even if they lose the next 2.
No, I know.
Then you go to Carolina, you go to Atlanta.
But you got
you'll
Kansas
beat
City
3
and Tampa Bay.
But think about it, Joe. If you lose to Denver, which is a losable game, it's
It
a
is.
coin flip.
Sure, it's a
Shout out
losable
Kyle
game.
Juszczyk
Yeah,
and
not a
Harvard
coin flip,
education.
but yeah.
And then the Rams, which will also be a coin flip.
Division
You
game.
won't- Even if you're
gonna
favored,
be a
you won't
tough
be
game.
favored by more than 3. Even if you lose both, you go to Carolina, you go to Atlanta. Those are wins, and if they're not wins,
Oh, man.
well, then now we can talk about
Have
prosperity.
we not learned over the last
It's impossible.
72 hours
Yeah.
to stop looking 4
Yeah,
weeks
I'm
ahead?
with you.
Yeah, no, you
I mean,
can't
my
do that.
God,
I just-
look what's happened.
I got
can't do
10
that.
and 7.
Who
Mark.
needs to win more?
That's
Kyle Juszczyk,
that's where I was going.
Cal Shanahan, Jimmy Garoppolo, or Joe Shasky
Or
the
Paul
Butcher.
Hackett.
Man, seriously.
Or Nathaniel Hackett,
I'm
whatever
just
it is.
looking at the
Hackett,
Niners
yeah.
situation. I think you need to win
You
more.
guys love
I
this. Let me
really
ask
need
you
to
just
win.
real quick before we. I know 26, Spadoni, 26. Is this a must win? You guys.
It's a gotta have a game.
No, because the NFC is not that good.
No, it's a gotta have a
Yeah.
game. I'll
The
tell you
NFC 's
why.
not-
They all are.
You have to get greedy.
This
Because
guy
you know
put the
Jimmy's
New
going
York
to slip.
Giants in his top 7. I mean,
They are. They're 2-0.
no,
I
I
heard
know,
that.
but like, does
I was
anyone
calling
believe
the
in the New York
Giants.
It's
Giants?
my rankings, not yours.
I didn't say that they weren't accurate
yeah,
as
yeah,
of
yeah.
today.
But are they passing your eye test?
That's what I'm
Did
saying.
you have you and be honest?
Thank
Look at
you.
me. Look at me. We're both
Thank
at Soldier
you.
Field.
The Neil Long
hold
eye
on.
test.
All I
Hold
know
on.
is,
Look at
all
me.
I know is they might be
Bonte.
3-0 after Monday night.
Monty,
They
look
might
at
be
me.
3-0.
Look at me. Look at me. Did you go to the game? Did you go to the home opener last week?
Yeah, of course I did.
So be honest with me. Have you seen one play of New York
I
Giants
did when they
football?
went for 2.
Be honest.
When they went for 2 on the red
honest.
zone.
I watched the fourth quarter in week 1 in
Yeah,
the Tennessee game.
when they went
You
to
did.
2.
I had the
They
Sun
went
game
for
with
2.
Saquon
Okay.
Barkley. They
All
went
right.
for 2.
Yeah.
No,
We
it's
all
not,
saw
it's
that.
not a
You know
good
what?
football
No,
team.
no, no. You know what?
It's not a
watched a little bit of them against Baker Mayfield. I'm not going to lie to you. I've kid you not.
Okay.
I was watching them against the Panthers because I had the Panthers in a pick 'em, and I'm watching Baker. I'm like, damn, Baker, You really are mediocre. Like, I'm come on, Baker.
He's like, I've been trying to tell you for 3 years.
How was he the number one overall pick?
Right back to college.
Oh, Matt Rule? Oh, he's
right
gone.
back to college.
He's leading the coach firing
Is he?
odds. Yeah, he's number one.
He looks like he
Number
needs
one.
to get out of town immediately.
All these are gotta have it games. You ruined Trey Lance for everybody.
NFL is always gotta have it.
You gotta have it, but you gotta get greedy if they're Niners. You gotta win this one. Set up a big game against
Greedy's
the Rams.
good?
Yeah, because I don't think they're gonna go 2-0 on that trip.
Yeah, thank
This is good.
you.
Hey, we'll leave with this one, Spadoni, Shasky, and Lubman. 406 Comcast Visit Text Line. Who needs a ring more? Bonte Collar and a Novikov. And with that, we're out. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on twitch.tv and on YouTube.
I've always actually been a heart-on-sleeve kind of a guy. I got a little Vermeil in me, dude. You can get me to...
Are you going to cry?
Budweiser, Clydesdales, and a father and a son? I'm done. Fetal position. It's over.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
It's dirt.
95.7 The Game.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. Catch the multi-talented entertainer Gary Vee on October 1st and Amy Schumer on October 8th. Then see live championship boxing on October 29th as Alan Sanchez takes on Sal Bustos. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit BoxerLaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Hurry into the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Save energy and save money on select major appliances, including Whirlpool energy-efficient appliances. You can also save with a smart thermostat. Right now, select Google Nest Learning thermostats are $60 off. Plus, find other great energy-saving items throughout the store and check your eligibility for rebates in your area to save even more. Don't miss the Energy Savings Event at Lowe's. Selection varies by location. Exclusions apply. Visit Lowe's.com for details. Valid through 9/28.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How do you make the most of your land? Everyone has their way. The Nelsons depend on their John Deere Gator XUV 835R to get
from point A to point B with decoys and the dogs.
As much as we got going on, it's all about efficiency.
And if you ask the Mosers what they use their Gator XUV 590M for, they tell you.
The most fun we have on the Gator is just repping around the property.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, Don, you did a good deal, right? Although, I actually had someone reach out to me yesterday and go, if the whole idea was Jimmy come back at a lesser cost, why wouldn't the incentives have been set so that if this happened, he goes right back to what he was making before?
The team would never have agreed to that.
No, they wouldn't. They didn't.
And
they
you know
wouldn't
why?
Have.
You know why, Mark?
Why, Dan
They
Dibley?
knew full well that Trey Lance was going to get hurt because Kyle Shanahan was going to run him into the ground.
Nieto. Incorrecto, senor. Anyway, Willard and Dibs, glad you're all with us, okay? Can we do the darn thing? Mike Silver coming up in 27 minutes. Mike is the one who had, and now has, by the way, a column in the San Francisco Chronicle. And oh, by the way, this is the first of every week. Mike Silver on this show, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Weekly Silver?
Absolutely. And Mike was the one who had the article and had the relationships that got the conversation going about whether or not some in the locker room felt like they are better this year with Jimmy than they were with Trey. Kyle's decision to go with Trey was not universally accepted. We cannot wait to talk to Mike about all of that, and it is coming up at 10 o'clock. Until then, and after then, we're talking to you. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line, same number. Yes, Kevin Hart tickets in an hour. Twitch, YouTube, good morning. Keep your chat going there. I'm already saying hello to everybody there, so keep that coming as well. We are so thankful that you're hanging with us. So you and I were both privy to this conversation yesterday, and I wonder...
I love privy, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good word,
privy.
right? We were privy.
On the inside. We were privy to it.
Yeah, well, we were privileged to have been a part of this conversation. And a friend of ours goes, I've been thinking about this since Sunday, and I want to know why I'm so mad at Kyle Shanahan when Trey Lance gets hurt.
Did you put friends in air quotes?
I didn't.
But he's a friend. I wasn't sure if I missed that on the YouTube.
I didn't.
He's a friend.
He's a friend.
You say he's just a friend.
I do say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you.
Thank you.
So, now I'm all messed up. No, so when we have this conversation, and we're thinking about, because we talked about it yesterday, people are so angry at Kyle Shanahan, and you got people from out of the market, as we talked about yesterday, who are like, really? You're mad at Kyle Shanahan because a football player got hurt? Like, please explain. I don't understand. So this mutual friend of ours and privy, he says, I finally figured it out. I figured out why I'm upset. And it's because in the post-game press conference, Kyle Shanahan didn't look upset. He didn't look sad. He didn't show any emotion.
Right.
He didn't do what Keyshawn Johnson did once upon a time. I'm a quarterback, and I know that the season's over.
Dick Vermeil.
Who
cries all the time.
I mean, he cries when dinner is delicious.
And let's call it Bob Myers. When Klay Thompson got hurt and Bob spoke, Bob was very emotional, and that connected with all of us.
Yes, but also not a head coach and not football, which it is different.
Yeah, you're right.
It is different.
You're right.
Right? Football is, these people are nuts, okay? And there's nothing like that, and I think Belichick, to a degree, has sort of set this tone, this unemotional, next man up. This is so physical. We're all expecting. I mean, right? Here's one thing you do know if you're on a football team. It's almost like, and I hate bringing this up, but like you see those scenes from movies like Platoon or Good Morning Vietnam, and it's like the truck is about to take off, and they all know that some of them aren't coming back.
Yeah.
Right? Now, that's much more serious. That's life or
very
death.
dramatic.
Right?
I can't believe you went there.
But an NFL team knows at the beginning of the year, we're not all going to make it through.
Of course.
There are going to be torn ACLs.
But what's the protocol? And this is where you and I can get into this, because if it's like fill in the blank, special teamer, 53rd guy on the roster who is running down on punt coverage, and he has the same injury happen to him, is that different than with QB1? What's the responsibility of the head coach when a player gets hurt? When the cart comes out, does the coach have to come out and tap him on the helmet? Does the coach have to, in the press conference, shed a tear? Is it one tear? Is it 4 tears? What is enough for people? I don't buy into this in any way, shape, or form.
Well, first of all, when it just comes to mere emotion and sadness, we all handle this in really, really different ways.
Totally.
I mean, go to a funeral. There are people who you're like, this was your closest family member or friend, and they're sitting there stone-faced because we process emotion in very, very different ways. Take it to a football field, it's very different. But this was unearthed by our team here, and I wonder if this sort of helps move that portion of the conversation along. Take a listen again. This is what Kyle Shanahan sounded like right after the game when Trey Lance got hurt.
That's always tough, especially when it's a big one like that. You know, it happened to Jimmy a couple years ago. That was a little more towards the end of the game at Kansas City. But yeah, it's tough. You feel for someone so bad. It's very, it's a sad moment, but you don't have time to sit there and think about it. You got to get right back to the game. And I thought the guys did a real good job of that, but we were real happy about the win, but it was a little sombering once you get in the locker room and you see him and stuff. So,
I mean, and you got to stuff in there at the end. Like his voice.
He should be fired, Mark. His voice didn't crack.
His voice.
He didn't get emotional. There was no quiver. There was no tremor. What are we doing, Mark?
It's the exact same that it always is. I mean, it almost sounds like he's passing along a Wednesday practice report.
I thought in that 4th down situation, we could have gone for it, but we decided to punt, and I had faith in my defense and stuff, and I felt like we were in a spot where and stuff that I thought we could still win the game.
Here's a little bit more from Kyle Shanahan on Trey.
I mean, he's doing as good as you can. You know, when I went out and saw him, he was just asking me about a couple of the plays before, asked about some of his reads and stuff. So it's the type of kid he is, and I'm hurting for him. So
all right, there it is. I'm hurting for him, but
and stuff,
very, very matter of fact and stuff, and so to some of you, apparently that didn't feel right, and maybe it fed into this idea of
he tried to get him hurt.
He wanted Jimmy all along. Look at him, he's not upset. Okay, so let's go back to when Jimmy tore his ACL back in 2018.
You have that?
2018. Kyle Shanahan, post-game press conference.
Better not have been upset.
Jimmy's torn his ACL, and by the way, ignore the thing that coaches do when they're like, it's a knee and we don't know. They know. They know. Why do you think Twitter docs have made this huge thing where they can watch TV and go, that guy just torn his ACL?
Yeah.
They know right away on the sideline if an ACL is torn, and so Kyle knows that Jimmy is out for the year.
Guys, just with injuries, I know we're going to get asked. Jimmy, all right, it's a knee. I know we're fearing ACL. We'll find out for sure tomorrow. Sherm, his calf, same thing bothered him in the week. He didn't return. Colbert, hip, same thing. He didn't return. Person had the foot, same thing that was bothering him. He did return. Foster, just abdomen. He returned. Breida, knee, he returned. But
yeah, okay.
4 years ago tomorrow, by the way, Kyle tells me.
Did anyone hear any crying? It's a knee.
He's more upset with Jimmy G. He does not like Trey Lance. That's what I'm getting, Mark.
He was so upset with Jimmy's injury that 6 seconds later he's like, and then Richard Sherman also got hurt.
In person,
Colbert.
Reuben Foster had an abdominal.
So the obvious
tummy ache.
Follow-up question from the media when he rolls through that injury report is, I'm sorry, Kyle, do we know what's going on with your quarterback? You just made him the highest paid player in the NFL, and you said, quote, it's a knee, and you fear it could be an ACL. Follow-up question, Kyle, on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Anytime you lose your starting quarterback, it's, everyone, that is a big deal. And it was when we lost our starting running back, too. So obviously, feel for him personally. I know how disappointed he is. I haven't got a chance to see him yet, but I feel for him.
We also lost our starting running back, by the way.
That's right. This is how a lot of football coaches are wired, because they do know you're going into a situation you're going to lose players to injury. These people sleep on cots. They don't go home. They stare at screens all day, just like your teenager, and they break down film, and when they're done breaking down film, they break down more, and their goal is to get the next play right. And when someone gets hurt, they go, someone got hurt, and that's a bummer. And so now we've got another game in 6 days, and we've got someone else who plays that position.
And I think more of this, and you're right about football coaches in general, they're always going to be on to Cincinnati because it's their job to get ready for the next play, the next game, the next rep, the next whatever it is, because as a football coach, your job never ends. But I think this speaks more to who Kyle Shanahan is as a person. Think about Dan Campbell, the Lions coach, talking about biting kneecaps.
His name just came up on the YouTube chat. Drew Down says Dan Campbell would have cried.
Exactly.
Maybe.
You're darn right he would have. He probably would have flipped the podium and he would have been mad. He would have been emotional because he's an emotional person.
He's also got 4 career wins.
Andy Reid would not have been so emotional. He hides behind the mustache and he's the same way. Belichick is the same way. Every coach is different in terms of how they react. I would imagine that if Sean McVay loses Matthew Stafford in similar fashion, he will be more emotional than Kyle Shanahan is. So this to me is not about, any head coach and this is what head coaches do. This is the way Kyle Shanahan processes things, and I'm not mad at him for that. I don't need him to go up there and cry and talk about, woe is us, and Trey, I spent 3 draft picks to get him, and now he's hurt, and what does this mean for me, and our season's lost, oh my God. I don't need that, and I don't know why some people need that from him.
I actually, actively don't want that.
Exactly.
If that's the alternative, if Kyle Shanahan, do you understand the message that's being sent to a locker room, and how about the message that's being sent to the guy who is now your starting quarterback? Also, by the way, has been your starting quarterback for the last... Exactly. Kyle slumped over a podium. Can't even lift his head up to talk into the microphone. It's all over.
I don't even want to coach anymore.
What a disaster. I can't believe this happened. It's a mess. It's a mess. Oh, by the way, Jimmy is up next here at the podium. All right, thanks. We'll see you all on Tuesday.
Yeah, if I even show up, because I don't even know if I can come back to work anymore.
And I know we're being overly dramatic.
We are.
And it would not have been a problem if there had been some sort of a undetectable tear where he's just like, look, I feel if he had gone a little longer I feel so bad for Trey Lance. Trey's been through a lot. Trey works his butt off. He's gotten to this point. He's earned his way to this point. And this is really, really a bad thing for him. And for that, my heart really goes out to him. If he had done that, yeah, we're fine. And I guess some of you want that.
I guess.
But to your point, that's not him.
No.
And it would have been totally inauthentic if he had done it.
And I don't need that from my head coach. Now, if he doesn't go out on the field and visit him on the cart, if he doesn't go to the hospital, if he doesn't call the player and check in on him, that's a different issue. Because to me, the protocol in that moment is there's a play that's run and you see someone's down and you're the head coach and you lift up your head from the laminated play sheet and you look and you go, oh, snap, that's Trey Lance, and you wait. You don't run right out there. And I tell parents this all the time when I'm doing CYO. When little Johnny trips and falls and goes down on the court, you don't have to run out on the court. Wait a minute. No one's going to die. Let the player maybe get up. Now, if the player's down and the player's clearly hurt, the referee will wave you out and say, hey, Shanahan, this is a bad one. And then you see the cart come out. Then the head coach goes, oh, snap, I need to go out there. And then he goes out there. Sorry, Trey, it's a bummer. Please don't blame me. Please don't blame me for running QB power. I mean, I don't think it's my fault.
McVay runs on the field when he scores a touchdown.
Exactly.
I mean, he doesn't need an injury.
He would have beat the card out there.
This is great out
here. He would
here.
have been there first. Totally.
Alex in El Cerrito. Mike Silver in 15 minutes and a lot more to get to on Kyle Shanahan because I got something else Kyle related that I really need to get off my chest today. Alex in El Cerrito, lead us off today on the phones. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Alex, what are you doing?
I'm walking the dog.
Oh, tell us about the dog.
On a Sunday morning. And I'm going to ask a question of you guys to get things going here. Who do you think knows more about football? Is it me, Couch Potato, who can barely complete a 10-yard pass in Nerf football, or Kyle Shanahan?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry that you can't throw your Nerf football 10 yards because I totally can. But Alex, yeah, we know the answer to that question. So, yeah, what's your further point?
The obvious answer, right?
Right.
So the point is there's opinion from the football yahoos like me that Kyle's an idiot. You got your quarterback injured. Then there's the opinion that seems to be coalescing from the actual experts. No, it's a legitimate play. You had to do it. Football injuries happen. So, normally I would defer to the experts. Like, what do I know? But in this case, I think the yahoos like me were right. Like, it's not Monday morning quarterbacking. It was Wednesday afternoon quarterbacking before the game. We knew it was going to happen. It did happen. So unless you think injuring your star player is a good idea, I mean, I'm honestly stuck on this. Like, why would you do something knowingly stupid? Why would you drive drunk, blindfolded the wrong way down I-80?
Well, I would argue, Alex, I would argue that he wasn't doing something that was knowingly stupid because I will still argue until the cows come home. And Alex, thank you, that it wasn't stupid. And oh, by the way, I have been unable to find anyone.
Yes, I know.
In the NFL.
Know. You've been beating this into the ground.
No. Actually, let me take it to a different spot because Alex just opened the door perfectly. Okay? And let's use Alex, you called, so I'm going to use your name. Alex in El Cerrito.
The couch potato who could not even throw a 10-yard out with a Nerf ball.
Somehow.
Hit the gym, Alex.
Somehow. And I've got more sound to play you from Richard Sherman's podcast yesterday with regard to Kyle Shanahan and play calling.
Oh.
Okay? Here's what I'm done. I'm done with this. Okay? Kyle Shanahan, who has not only been in the NFL for his entire adult life, he has also rescued this organization from
that's dramatic.
No, it's not. From the depths of hell.
Oh, stop.
He built an organization and a culture that has worked. Yes or no?
At times, yes.
At times. When his quarterback is healthy is pretty much the times.
When he doesn't waste draft picks on Trey Sermon, Solomon Thomas, and C.J. Beathard.
I'm not here to tell you.
Joe Williams.
I'm not here to tell you he's perfect because no coach is. But here's what I am here to tell you. I am done, and Alex, you're a great caller. I'm borrowing your name because it was on our board.
Keep his name out your mouth.
I am done with Alex in El Cerrito would like to play call for the 49ers. I am so done with why did you throw, why can't you, don't you understand that every single one of you sits there and watches on TV and waits until a play doesn't work and then goes, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, that's what we do as fans.
Right.
It's our right as fans to question that.
And that's fine. I'm not asking you to stop. But when it's 2 weeks later, or in some cases, months later, Bonte and Joe are still yelling about Trent Williams pulling in the NFC
That was
Championship
a stupid
game.
play call.
No, it wasn't.
It didn't work.
Thank you.
You lost the game.
Right.
You gave the ball to a fullback instead of giving it to somebody who could actually get a yard.
Dibs, you have no idea what your idea is or if it would have worked.
It absolutely would have worked. That's the point, Mark.
No, I know you're being devil's advocate. The point is not every play is going to work. There's a 7-figure defensive coordinator and 7-figure players on the other side too, trained to stop you.
But the greater point is that you can't always default to, well, you know more than me, so that was the right call.
No, so I don't do that. I default to every NFL player I've ever talked to Wait, why are you dismissing that?
Because that only matters as much as that matters. What also matters is what we, the fans, think. And we, the fans, think that it was a stupid play call, and it's stupid to run your quarterback as much as they did,
and that's
why it got hurt.
Overall concept. This guy has been a very successful, not just head coach.
Somewhat successful.
He has been to a Super Bowl and an NFC title game in the last 3 years.
Lost them both.
Great. And every single player we talk to is like, this guy's play calling. These are defensive players who are like, it is so hard to stop. It's so hard to defend this. And we sit here and, gosh, every one of us hates a micromanager for a boss. But that's all we're doing to him.
But we're fans, and it's our right to do this as fans. We watch the game, and this is what we do as fans.
I'm not asking you to not feel that in the middle of the game, but the idea that you're now hanging this guy. He is a phenomenal.
No one's hanging him.
Of course we are.
I'm not hanging him.
Of course. You're not hearing that?
The people who are trying to fire Kyle right now,
unbelievable.
Those people might be trying to quote hang him, but you look at play calls, and anytime that Kyle Shanahan goes through a game and there are 65 play calls, are you telling me he goes 65 for 65?
No one does.
And we should sit there and go, oh, Kyle, you've been in football your whole life.
Gosh.
We need to co-sign on everything you do.
Do you think you know more about play calling than Kyle Shanahan?
No, but I can recognize when he calls a play that is a bad play call. I can recognize that. And he can recognize it too, but he's so arrogant he'll never admit it.
You guys think he's arrogant? That's what sounds arrogant. At least he's done the work to be in this position. You think you're sitting here in a hoodie with a microphone and a remote control and you know what to do?
I'm not saying I would go 65 for 65.
You
I know
go about
that
2 for 65.
When it's 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 and you bring your tackle in motion and you give the ball to your fullback who's not known for gaining yardage, I can tell you that's not a smart play. You got 9 in the box and you ran right into it. And I can also tell you when you run your quarterback on quarterback power and you run him again and again and again, I can tell you that it's likely that he's going to get hurt. It doesn't mean that I'm ready to be an offensive coordinator.
Wild. It's absolutely wild. Dave.
So when we watch the games, what should we do? Should we just blindly co-sign on everything that our coach does?
No, you should.
You gotta be critical.
You should realize when your team is in a state of health. And if it is, you should absolutely understand. You want to talk about mathematics, you should understand that not every play is going to work. And you're not going to win every game because nobody does that. This is someone's job we're talking about. I have no problem if within the game you're like, I didn't like that. That's fine. But we're sitting here yesterday with Jimmy Shapiro sending us coach firing odds, and Kyle Shanahan is somehow on the list.
50-1.
It's absurd.
It's decent money there.
Absolutely bananas. You're all crazy.
Well, there was 20 coaches on that list.
If you think Kyle Shanahan shouldn't be in the top 20, he should be outside the top 30,
I
quite
agree
frankly.
with you, but that doesn't mean that he shouldn't be open to criticism when we as fans see things that we don't agree with.
Of course, anybody can be open to criticism, but we're going way too far. We're putting this guy on the block. Do you realize what Mike Silver, prior to coming on the show, which is 5 minutes away, just tweeted at us because our show promo literally says, and I know, Kyle, you were tongue-in-cheek when you said this, but he wrote, does Kyle Shanahan know football? And Mike Silver tweeted back, can't wait to talk to you guys. That's a joke, right? And it is. All of your takes that Kyle stinks are a joke. It's a joke.
Right, but he's not 100%. He's
But
not
no one
100.
is.
No, but when he's
Why are we
not
asking that?
we're not. But when
You
he's
are.
not, no, we're not. But
You
when
are.
when he falls short of the bar, it's fair for us to criticize the mistakes he makes.
Then be there when he's right, and none of you are.
No, I have been.
None of you are.
Nah, that's not
It's
true.
ridiculous.
That's categorically false, Mark.
All right. Let's get Mike Silver in here. A lot of you want to talk about this. I know some of you want to scream at me about it, and I cannot wait.
Take a number.
Mike Silver joins us next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
How's your mental health? I'm listening with Alanis Morissette.
When it first started, I would have my nightly panic attacks, but then I started getting really curious about all the sensations. Like, I just really started looking at, okay, so chest is, I got really kind of granular in observing the details of what was really going on with the breath. It's just survival strategy. It's cortisol cooking nonstop. Chronic stress is trauma.
More at imlistening.org. Talk saves lives.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this, they can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Let's go. I am so ready today, and I am so excited about what we are about to debut because we're going to do it every darn week.
My guy. Love him. We hung out in New Orleans about 12 years ago, and when Low Neal famously almost threw me across a bar. Low Neal comes up behind me, picks me up, and pump faked me like I was the basketball and he was Steph Curry on the strong side of an offensive set.
If you can party in New Orleans and then still remember it, that's fantastic. So let's talk to him about it. By the way, real quick, Willard and Dibs, sponsored by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. And here he comes, the first of our weekly visits throughout the football season. Mike Silver, long time around the league, and now the column at the San Francisco Chronicle, which directly to you, I have not been outside of social media, been able to congratulate you yet. So congratulations, and we're so excited to be able to do this with you here.
Thanks so much. I'm having a blast, and we're going to have some fun here. And I think I'm a columnist at heart, so it's going to get back to my journalistic vibe roots.
Well, I tell you what, it came out hot because it got everyone discussing things on Monday. So we'd love to hear a little bit more about the experience you've had talking to coaches and players. And maybe this was the case, I would think, even before Trey's injury. To what level do you feel like there, what was the percentage you would say of players and coaches who deep down felt like they were a better team with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, it's obviously a complicated situation. So first of all, I want to do a better job than I did in the column of accentuating that no one is dancing on Trey's figurative grave. He's very, very well liked. He seems like a great kid. A lot invested in him, and a lot of people rooting for him. And so certainly him suffering that injury was brutal, and everybody, I believe, sincerely felt that. I think what I was getting at in talking to some people is just that, they're trying to do two things at once. They're trying to throw Trey in and have him learn on the job. A 22-year-old kid with not a lot of experience, even in college, on a team that is constructed to win now, that's window may be closing, and, that really is constructed, to maximize Jimmy Garoppolo's strengths, throwing the ball accurately into very tight spaces, middle of the field, letting guys like Debo and Ayuk and Kittle run after the catch. So there was a transition going on, and the fact that they brought Jimmy back was clearly a hedge. And to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, it was worth it. Yeah, there's going to be more drama. It's going to be potentially a little more awkward, but it's worth it because if Trey's not ready yet, or if he gets hurt, we now have a proven alternative. So, there was a lot of tension surrounding that, and I think, that tension is gone for better or worse as long as Jimmy stays healthy, because now you don't have the specter of Trey being replaced or people taking sides. But, what I wrote about after the game was just the sense that, it felt very comfortable with Jimmy. It functioned at a more comfortable level. And I think, if you ask the percentages, I think most people, if you gave them truth serum in that building, would admit if you had to win a game right now, you'd have taken Jimmy Garoppolo over a healthy Trey Lance. And if you're talking about upside in the future, they're really, really excited about Trey. So, that's kind of what I tried to get at. And I do feel bad that it was perceived by some people as overly celebratory of Trey's injury.
Perception's always in the eye of the beholder, and especially in a column. Being here on the radio, you can speak to it more eloquently and more fluently. But I want to go back to training camp and the notion of Trey Lance maybe not being ready. If he wasn't ready, or if there was a sentiment maybe that he wasn't going to be ready, why didn't they have Jimmy Garoppolo at least with a playbook and at least maybe getting some closer reps and being more in the fold as opposed to an 11th hour re-signing?
Well, it's a fair question. I mean, I think the argument against getting him reps would be if he gets hurt, we are on the hook cap-wise for so much money, and it would really impact our ability to do other things. So I get that. Why was he not in meetings? In retrospect, you sure wish he would have been, right? I guess all I could say is I think it was an evolving situation. They clearly went into the offseason saying, Jimmy's gone, we're trading him, it's all Trey, he's the guy. The offseason played out. Maybe it wasn't going as smoothly as they hoped, and meanwhile, Jimmy had shoulder surgery and couldn't be traded. Kyle Shanahan said pretty unequivocally in July, we're not bringing Jimmy back. He's basically gone. So that was still the plan. But, as training camp, played out and, the limited preseason action, and he wasn't blowing them away with his readiness, perhaps, or it was at least uneven. And meanwhile, Jimmy was still kind of hanging around, and they felt like other teams were hovering, waiting to just claim him when he was inevitably cut. The idea of a compromise was broached. And again, it was a hedge, and it was, it was cost benefit, right? They were willing to pay the cost at that point of the drama because they knew it was coming and the weirdness. And obviously, it was the right move.
Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, with us every week here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, Mike, I wonder if you can speak to the emotional state of Jimmy now. We know that he's a guy who just handles everything with a smile, but with everything he's been through with this organization, where do you think mentally he is now for what's in front of him this year and any potential for the future?
Well, I mean, you alluded to Jimmy's temperament. It's really, really good for that situation, and has been, because there are a lot of things about Jimmy that might drive his coaches crazy, but I'll tell you one thing, in terms of being able to handle a very exacting head coach who's not afraid to let it out in real time, Jimmy's great when it comes to that, and I think he's probably better equipped to handle this situation than most quarterbacks I've been around. He does have a way of letting stuff bounce off him and trying to live in the moment and not being overly deep in his thought process or comprehensive, just staying, involved in the task at hand. But, he's also a human, and there's been a lot of time between that brutal NFC Championship game, heartbreaking NFC Championship game defeat, and last Sunday, and he certainly has had a lot of time to stew in this. So I don't think he's one of those guys who's like, "Ha ha, I'll show you," or "How dare you give up on me," or now I'm going to make everyone pay. But I do believe that he's cognizant of, the change in leverage. And I wrote about that yesterday, and I believe it's in today's paper. I'm still unclear as to how the print and digital things align. But, yeah.
A little rusty.
If you go to the website, certainly, or my Twitter feed, I wrote a column where I begin with a quote from The Locks and with Little Kim and DMX in 1998, a song I really like called Money, Power, and Respect.
Are you eating right?
Yeah, he'll see the light. He can sleep at night. I mean, he got money in 2018, and he is in line to get more potentially. If he has a big year and the team does well, he will have power in a way that he is not, because now they can't tag him. They can't trade him against his wishes. Instead of being able to bleed it out till April or this year till August, as it's been in the past, he'll be the one who is definitely going to be free at the start of the league year. And so I would just say this. No matter what happens, I think because of Trey's relative inexperience and the injury, you got to have a second option going into next year, even if it's not Jimmy. And so whatever that is, a veteran who's done it, are you going to draft someone else? Are you in love with Brock Purdy at that point? You got to have a viable fallback plan. And so, if you want it to be Jimmy, then he's got power over the timing of that and certainly a lot of leverage. If you want it to be someone else, but Jimmy's still in play, he can still make you wait while other options potentially dissipate. So it's a total change in the power dynamic. And believe me, if this would be a good problem to have, because it would mean the Niners did really well and Jimmy played really well. But if we get to that point, then I believe the respect would finally arrive.
And I think maybe Don Yee, the biggest winner in all of this, as he sits back.
Don't ruin the segment. Come on, man.
Just
so heartwarming.
Well,
Jimmy's like, Jimmy's back for the bring.
Yeah.
And now now it's going to just bum me out for like another half hour.
Sorry, Mike, but you know how I work. You and I go back far enough to know that I'm a bottom line guy. And I guess for me, what's the bottom line for the offense now going forward? Is it more use check in 21 personnel? Is it a chance for George Kittle to shine as he gets on the field? How is the offense now different with Jimmy G as opposed to what we were going to expect with Trey Lance?
I mean, I think it's more like what you're used to, right?
Yep.
That wasn't perfect. A lot of people complained about it, but a running game, ideally, although their running backs keep dropping, but they will be able to run the ball and create play action, and Jimmy will do what he does best, which is hang tough in the pocket, even when pressured, deliver the ball quickly with really good accuracy into very tight windows where players like Debo and Ayuk and Kittle can catch and run. I think that's kind of the primary part of it. But, Kyle's always evolving. They're really, really good at this. They will be ahead of everyone, with the possible exception of Miami, who might be tied with them in terms of the intricacy of the running game and how it is intermeshed with the pass and what it can set up and how many different ways they can hurt you on the ground, even without a running quarterback. And they will definitely, have ways to beat you at the pass. I think one thing people were really excited about in the building is that Trey is such a good deep ball thrower and probably superior to Jimmy. And so you draft Danny Gray, who gives you a real speed threat. He was inactive in the Bears game, but he finally was active against the Seahawks and probably will be going forward. So, maybe Jimmy will be asked to try to get the ball downfield a little bit simply because Danny Gray is going to be taking the top off defense, hopefully.
Mike Silver here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Mike, before you go, I wonder if you could help launch us into the continuation of the conversation we're going to have next. When we were all tweeting before the segment, The promo said, "Does Kyle Shanahan know ball?"
Good question.
And you tweeted that's a joke, right? And so right before you came on, I was kind of going off on Bob in Los Altos and Jim in
Napa.
Jim in Napa with let me tell you what Kyle should do in terms of play calling. What do you tell people when they say, "Man, Kyle Shanahan and this play calling, I just don't get it. Here's what he should do"? What's your response to that?
Well, I mean, no one's perfect in play calling, but there are ways that Kyle Shanahan could certainly fairly be criticized, right? And I haven't really done it thus far this season, but some people didn't like the fact that he was running Trey inside, and there have been some other things that I feel like people have thrown out. If you're going to criticize Kyle Shanahan's knowledge of the game or game planning acumen as an offensive strategist, you're probably tripping. I mean, I think if you took a poll of everyone in football who knows scheme and said who's furthest ahead of everything, he'd probably win. And I think that's probably, earned, and that's why he's there, right? There are a lot of reasons why you could see potential in him as a head coach and think that he'd do a really good job. But the reason he got a 6-year deal and they were so excited about hiring him is because he is so next level when it comes to scheme. And look, they were leading in the fourth quarter of a Super Bowl. They almost went to one last year, were arguably a dropped interception away from winning it last year if it plays out. So, I understand why people get frustrated and want to blame. But if you're going to blame him for something, don't do it on scheme.
It's not scheme for me, Mike. It's more just being too conservative. 3rd and 1, you bring Trent in motion. Gimpy, you run use check last year. And is it more about game management, the critiques, than it is about scheme in terms of criticizing Kyle?
Yeah, maybe that is. I mean, the only thing I've heard people criticize him for, and I mean people who actually know football way more than me, is I've heard that he is so high on his game plan sometimes and so convinced it will work because it rightfully should, that maybe at halftime he is more resistant to making adjustments that simplify things based on what happened in the first half than other coaches, right? Like where another coach will go, "Oh my God, they just can't stop us in that third of the field. Let's just exploit it." Kyle might be like, no, this thing that hasn't been working is going to work if we just stick with it. Let's stick with the plan. And again, that's way over my head of football knowledge, but I've heard that before. But yeah, no, I think in the game, in the moment, he's pretty good. I mean, you could say, "Oh, that Atlanta Super Bowl, he was too aggressive." First of all, that's on Dan Quinn. That's always on the head coach to green light. And secondly, I don't know, the Falcons would probably kill to have Kyle Shanahan calling plays for even a quarter at any point since then.
Mike, great stuff. We're excited to do it every week, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, there it is. Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle, and oh, by the way, Willard and Dibs contributor on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, and Dibs, it's a confirmation right there. It's a confirmation sensation.
Of what?
The fact that Kyle Shanahan turtles up. He outsmarts himself. It's not about scheme.
Get over
it's
it.
about execution.
Confirmation?
That was a confirmation sensation
that
right there. It's the second bug.
I'm sorry. Can we cut the part where Mike Silver said, "Yeah, Kyle turtles up"?
No, but I'm just I'm dumbing it down for the audience. But
did you double your dollars?
I just doubled it down with my second reference. Apparently, references were non-existent when I was gone for the donation jar, but. That's neither here nor there.
So's the donation jar.
It's in the locker room, but we got IOUs outstanding. Yeah. But it's just the sense of the scheme is great. No one's questioning the scheme, but my only criticism stems from when you get into moments where you could squeeze out a game, when you can go for the jugular. He doesn't seem to do that.
Yeah, I'm fine with all of that. That's I guess what I'm trying to create here. There's a separation between, boy, I didn't love that play call. I'm not trying to who the hell am I to take that away from a fan? That's what we're all doing here, right? That's not what I'm talking about. I have listened, our show and every other's,
I'm listening.
Media and social media, to so many of you who, A, either think this guy should be relieved of his job or absolutely does the wrong thing in terms of play calling consistently. And I'm sorry, I don't get it. I'm listening to stuff like this. Here's what I found. This is Richard Sherman's podcast, KJ Wright. These are two former Seahawks defensive players. Your in-division rival. And this is what they're talking about. What's the hardest thing to stop in the NFL?
I have no idea. It's like when I play the Chiefs, but the Chiefs offense is probably between them and Shanahan, hands down the hardest offense I've been against. These fools, like, they like drop plays in the dirt. Like you at the playground. Hey, you do this, you do that. And it's wide open.
Right.
Which is so hard to stop him. Kyle Shanahan is one of the best. Take it back to when he was in Atlanta. He drew up the OVS with the running back at the backfield. I'm like, man, how did you even think? How do you even think of this, dude? And so, man, it's just the offense making it look real easy, man. But defense always win games, man. I truly believe that defense win these games. And so,
okay, so these are two Chiefs. These are two Seahawks defensive players who are telling you the hardest thing to stop in the NFL is the Chiefs and anything coached by Shanahan. But if you want to tell me that he does not know what he's doing, look, we're here. We'll take your calls.
Well,
we'll read your comments.
If he's that hard to stop, why doesn't he win the Super Bowl every year? And those guys went on to say that we know that defense wins championships. You have an elite defense.
You do.
So you have an elite defense, and you have the hardest offense in football to stop, yet.
Oh, gosh, that's so disingenuous. Like they haven't played good football the last 3 years?
You.
I mean, stop it. It's ridiculous.
Why don't they win the Super Bowl every year if you're this much of a genius?
There are other good teams, too. Like,
it's because
by
your
the
quarterback
way,
is flawed, is why.
Well, sure. Like, nobody's arguing that. Right? Like, you guys... Listen, here's a fun fact. So many of you have said all year, Jimmy Garoppolo still on the 49ers. Why? Why? Oh, because no one else wanted him. How many times have we heard that? Okay, try that with Kyle. Go ahead. You put him on the block, and 25 teams show up with contracts in hand.
As an offensive coordinator, for sure.
No, as a head coach.
Well, we'll see. As a head coach, he's yet to reach the highest of the heights.
He's yet to do anything good.
No, that's not what I said. Don't put words in my mouth.
But it's so
he's yet to win the big one.
But you and I both are on the same side of the ledger when it comes to the Super Bowl or bust mentality. You can't do this to a guy who has coached his team with a healthy quarterback.
Only one team wins the Super Bowl every year. I'm totally with you.
Stop this they lost, so he stinks.
No. I'm not saying they lost because he stinks. I'm saying they lost, and when you look at why they lost, his part of why they lost is greater than his reasons why he's an offensive genius. And if you look at the Super Bowl, they lost. He's got to take a certain amount of the blame for losing that. Atlanta, I will never blame an offensive coordinator for losing that. And by the way, if you go back to that game, the play calling was not the problem. They fumbled the ball. New England comes down and they score. They make it 28-11. The very next possession, Atlanta fumbles the ball inside their own 20. Boom, New England scores again. That game turned not on Kyle Shanahan, but on a turnover. But you want to talk about last year against the Rams and him running use check on 3rd and 1 and missed me with the dropped interception. Mike Silver putting it on, if the interception wasn't dropped. But what if you don't run use check on 3rd and 1, Mike?
If you just say what if and leave the next sentence blank, we could put 100 things in there. It's football. We get that.
But we all want to blame Kwaski Tart for dropping the pick. Why don't we blame him for punting on 4th and 1?
It sounds to me actually like many more people want to blame Kyle Shanahan. And all I'm saying is, so you guys don't like these playoff runs that get toward the end and maybe they'll win one of these?
I do.
You're not having fun?
And I'm not a guy trying to run him out. I'm not trying to run Kyle out. I'm just not trying to keep him impervious to all criticism.
I didn't say that either.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Boy, don't you do it.
Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
Don't you do it. Because if you do it, It's over. Scott,
I know that
Let's go to Scott.
I don't have a strong opinion.
That's a 4.
Let's go to Scott in Fremont. Scott!
Scooter!
What are you doing? What'd I do wrong, Scott?
Wait, what did I...
Willard, I just your take on this is just really strange to me. You're saying that Shanahan is not above criticism, yet that's exactly what you're saying because you won't allow anyone to criticize him.
Do you want to know what I actually said, Scott? Because that's not what I said. Nobody's above criticism, and you are obviously, look, I'm not here to take away what you do on your couch, okay? You can make nachos. If you'd rather have a burger, have a burger. You want to throw something at the TV screen, throw something at the TV screen. What gets me upset, Scott, is these kinds of conversations like we've had this week, they do lead to pressure on coaches and their jobs. And if all of you think Kyle Shanahan shouldn't be the coach of the 49ers, I respectfully believe you are wackadoodle. You're nuts. The good outweighs the bad on such an intense level. And the fact that I've listened to calls all week long, this guy is arrogant. He actually doesn't know what he's doing. Scoreboard, he loses in the Super Bowl. He's not as good of a play caller as he thinks. Scott, all I do after I hear this stuff is I try to talk to people who are actually putting uniforms on and on sidelines. They all think you're nuts. So forget my voice. Forget my face. You want to know who thinks you're nuts? The 49er players think you're nuts. The coaches think you're nuts. The coaches of the Miami Dolphins think you're nuts. That's what they think.
Hold on, let me finish.
Of course.
There's no, I'm not even in the camp of he should be fired. And I think that's actually a very small minority. That's like the vocal minority. And yes, I can't game plan like Kyle Shanahan. I can't scheme like him. I don't pretend to do that. But to say that we can't criticize the way he used Trey Lance is insane. Anyone who was watching that could say, this dude's not going to hold up. I have buddies who are Raider fans, fans of other teams, and they were all telling me, dude, this guy's not going to make it. He's taking too many hits. So we can say that, yes, he is. I think Kyle is a good head coach. I think he's a great offensive play caller. But at the same time, you can also say that he was grossly misusing their prized possession. They gave up all the assets. Everyone knows that Trey Lance is the future.
Scott, we got to run. You can say that. Many have said that. I categorically disagree with you, and many disagree with you. Now, I want to fall on the sword with something. There's one where I want to fall on the sword because I have said for a week, I've looked for an NFL player who thinks that this was wrong and I can't find one. No. We found one. So that and more of your calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point A and apply.
This Sunday night, Jimmy G and the 49ers face off against an old rival. Russell Wilson.
Broncos country, let's rock.
Jimmy Garoppolo off the bench, couple of touchdowns. This is the Bay Area's sports station.
And their first win since the end of the 2019 season against Seattle.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, baby.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
On the south side, we got 6 poly panels, and please make sure they're flush.
Kwame is converting everyone on the block to solar power.
Please get a crew to wrap up 202 South Duane.
He needs more certified installers before the sun sets on his business boom.
Well, let's pick up the pace. We got a long day.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Kevin Hart's reality check tour is coming to Chase Center on October 1st. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Listen to Willard and Dibs all this week around 10:30 for your chance to win.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. This is why I'm hot. Because you're all putting blame in the wrong place. Sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority.
You ain't because you're not. This is why I'm hot. This is why I'm hot.
I ain't what? Because I'm not.
Not wrong.
Oh, I ain't wrong? Thank you. You're right. Because I'm not wrong. I'm not. We'll go back to the calls. Tickets to see Kevin Hart October 1 at Chase Center. Who wants in? Every day this week. Tune in at 10:30 for your chance to win, courtesy of Live Nation. That's right now. So let's go. And as I always say, please contest line. Please. Because if you don't call the contest line, number one, you're not going to win. Number two, then you block up our regular lines, and then we can't talk to all of you who want to rip me for loving Kyle Shanahan so much. So please call the contest line. That number is 415-951-2386, 415-951-2386. Caller 5 right now to 415-951-2386. Pair of tickets to see Kevin Hart on October 1 at Chase Center. Caller 5 right now. 2 tickets to see Kevin Hart at Chase Center, courtesy of Live Nation.
Love Live Nation.
I'm looking for more stand-up comedy tickets, man. I need that escape. I need to just go laugh and relax.
I'm looking for more live music gigs, and my son Quest just hit me. Actually, he put it on Instagram. He's going to Kaylani, the Kaylani show.
Nice.
And I'm jealous. So I actually threw it out there. Hey, if your friend can't make it, let me know. Let the old man know. And as soon as I sent him that message, I'm like, what 21-year-old wants to go to a concert with his 54-year-old dad?
It's like I was excited about the show, and then all of a sudden I was like, boy, I hope we don't run into anybody.
Seriously.
I mean, man.
Well, we went to the Drake concert together about 5 years ago, me and both my sons, but it was a case of, all right, Dad, so we'll meet you at the car. They had their seats on the other side of the bowl.
Listen.
I was in a section where it was, man, you want to talk about Carl the Fog. Boy, this is at Oracle.
I feel it, man. I feel it. I feel what you're going through on the daily. Like, it happens fast, too. I mean, you try to do, like, our house. It's a football house. I got 2 sons. We're sitting there watching ball all weekend. And so, I look at my daughter, and I'm like, man, like, on Monday, I'm like, hey.
Me and you.
Right? Let me
Me and you, baby.
Take you to Starbucks or Boba or something.
Yeah.
And she's like, you can see the hesitation. It is a hesitation sensation.
There you are. Cha-ching!
She looks at me, and you can just see the eyes. She's like, so I want boba, but I'm going to have to check Snapchat to see if any of my friends are near the boba, because if I show up with you at the boba and my friends are there, my life's over.
Pretty much.
And so I got to run all that through my mind before I say yes. And it's just brutal, man. It's like I'm just trying to take you down the street and find out how school's going, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I'm starting to feel that. My daughter is 24 days old, and
she's totally embarrassed by you.
3 a.m. I go to put her down for a diaper change, and
like,
she looks at me,
Dad
and I swear to God, she's like,
Mom.
would you mind changing my diaper outside? I might bump into somebody here. Maybe outside.
I've got gas.
No, seriously.
All right, back to the phones
She
in a
had
second.
gas. I was up all night.
Listen, for those of you who think that I'm not willing to fall on the sword, some of you have asked for this, so let's bring it back, okay?
Thank you, Boomer.
Robert Turbin, former Seahawk, was on the show. What day was this, Kyle? I can't even remember.
I was gone. I know that.
Okay, so this was like Friday of last week, maybe, right?
I would have celebrated if I heard this and I was in.
Well, it's layered. It's not A to B like some of you callers and messengers think right now.
Is it nuanced? Because he's coming in at 11:55.
Man of nuance, but many people are like, bring back Robert Turbin. He told you on Friday that Trey was going to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you asked. I listened. Here's Robert.
The one thing that I would just caution the 49ers, if I was just anybody of importance, I guess, I just hate how much he ran, Trey Lance. And it's not so much that, it's just he's really lowering his shoulder. Like, that's not going to last very long, my man. Young dude needs to get down and slide. That's all I got.
By the way, that's a popular thought. How come it works for Josh Allen? He's a nut job out there, and for some reason he doesn't get hurt.
Josh Allen is 6'5", okay, 240-something pounds. But I said the same thing about Josh Allen, too. I said, listen, I remember Cam Newton came in the league, was doing the same thing. And what happened? He got to year 6 and 7, and he couldn't throw the ball as well, right? So eventually those hits are going to take a toll on Josh Allen too. So he's got to chill. These young guys, they're young right now. so they recover faster. But you get to that 27, 28, okay. You see Russell doesn't do it as much anymore. That's because he wants to play till he's 40, all right? At least his high 30s, all right? So these guys, listen, they're still young, but they're going to have to tighten up on some of these runs here.
So I got to change my statement. I've talked to so many NFL players, and I can't find one. Nope. I found one.
And you tried to talk block him a couple times into agreeing with you.
No, I didn't. Not at all.
You interrupted him to try to get him to come on your side.
I didn't interrupt
early
him.
in the cut.
No, he was done. He finished his statement.
But what about Josh Allen?
Yes, what about Josh Allen?
What about him?
And by the way, I loved his response because his immediate response was what many people say.
He's 6'6", 242.
Josh Allen's 240, right? Trey Lance is 225. So is your point that 15 pounds
17
eliminates you from being able to run? But he then furthers it, and I agree with this. This is where I would agree. He's like, look, that's going to get him too. But you don't see the NFL teams who have these guys, and I don't want to hear about his stat line last week.
One carry.
We all know Josh Allen runs a lot, and Jalen Hurts ran 11 times in the game that was going on concurrently.
Catch me outside.
They weren't outside. All of these players run. They run. And he did also put some of it on Trey, which was, dude, don't lower your shoulder. Now, I get it.
And this to me is on Kyle because you have a 22-year-old who's never been at this level doing what you're asking him to do. So why haven't you coached him up, Kyle, to run the correct way? Because he is trying to put his shoulder in to put it.
I think he has.
Well, he obviously didn't, and then Trey doesn't listen.
Well, okay, so I love when we do this. You didn't coach him up. All right, you've got kids. Do they do everything that you say away every
last
time?
Thing. I don't know how you parent.
Oh, man.
I don't know what kind of a parent you are.
Trey literally, in the preseason, they made a big joke out of it that he slid for the very first time. And why did he slide for the first time? Because they're telling him, dude, you got to slide. And he's not used to it because the linebackers at his college are 140 pounds.
Exactly my point.
So this is different, and I do think they knew that. Look, nobody's here to say that the 49ers and Trey Lance and the Ravens, Bills, Eagles, and Cardinals aren't all taking a calculated risk. They are. And they got burned on this one.
Miscalculated.
I disagree. I
hate to be the I told you so guy, but I did tell you last week, and then here we are, and he's on the sideline.
But that's super easy to say because all the other running quarterbacks aren't. Like, it's not automatic A to B. Anybody can get hurt. Kyle Juszczyk was on this station yesterday and called it a freak injury. And it is. That doesn't happen often. It can happen, but it's not normal that someone runs and their ankle goes sideways. We can count on one hand how many times that's happened to a quarterback in the history of the league, I think. Right? I mean, you got Dak, you got Theismann, you got Alex Smith, you got Trent Green, and off the top of my head,
longer.
I can't really think of many more than that. So, listen, I get that it's a calculated risk. But what would we be saying if they weren't running Trey Lance? We'd be just as mad.
No, we'd be saying, good, you wanted a pocket passer. Now let's let him throw the ball from the pocket.
He was never going to be a pocket passer.
That's what Kyle wanted. That's what Kyle looked to draft.
He said he was a quarterback who can run. That's exactly what he said.
But he was looking for a quarterback who could throw from the pocket. Going back 4 years ago, he was looking for a guy who he could actually have throw the ball from the pocket. You drafted Trey Lance.
And he can, and he will.
Well, maybe, but he can't right now.
Well, he can't now because he's hurt.
So you played him anyway, and you realized he can't throw from the pocket, and so all he can do, in your eyes, Kyle Shanahan, is run the ball. And we know this, that players who get hit by the other team are more likely to be hurt than players who don't get hit. Can we both agree to that?
I mean, yes, except for the fact that actually the most serious injuries, what do we call them? Non-contact injuries.
They can be.
Those are the hardest ones to come back from.
Jimmy Garoppolo torn ACL, non-contact.
Non-contact, right? So, listen, it's just football. Like, we put him in harm's way. Yeah, he went on a football field. That's harm's way.
It's harm's way when you have him as the ball carrier 12 times and then 14 times, and then you run him. The more you're going to run with the ball, the more likely you are to get hurt. And we can look at Deebo Samuel and the way that he uses Deebo Samuel. Would you agree that Deebo Samuel is more likely to get hurt than Ray McLeod?
I think Deebo Samuel's more likely to get hurt because of the way he approaches
But also
hits.
the number of times he runs the ball.
Well, sure.
Would you say he's more likely to be hurt than Ray McLeod?
Oh, he has more plays. So yes.
And he has the ball more than Ray McLeod.
But he
more
also,
likely than Brandon Ayuk.
But he is not a mitigator. Like that's not what Deebo Samuel does. And I've brought this up 2-3 years ago. Deebo scares me because, and it's part of what we love about him because he makes amazing plays, but he sees a defender coming and then sees the sideline on the left, and he looks at the sideline and he goes, forget you, sideline.
Totally.
I don't even like you. I'm going to truck this dude. And Deebo has missed time.
And George Kittle,
exactly.
same thing.
They are nuts with the way they approach a hit. Trey has a little bit of that in him. And so that's going to be a piece of this conversation as well, I believe. And by the way, so does Robert Turbin.
Right. And when you have a quarterback who's the most important person, not only on the field, but in sports, he's the CEO of your entire organization. He's the most important person on your team. And yet, knowing what you know about Trey Lance, he doesn't slide. He's wildly inexperienced in the way he takes on hits and contact. Yet, we're going to go ahead and just run him.
Yeah.
Even though he won't slide, he's 22. He's not yet smart enough, perhaps, to know how to avoid contact, and yet you're going to run him anyway?
I just think...
That's gross negligence.
I disagree, because I just think at the bottom line of all of this, at the bottom line of everything we've gone through for a week now, is really just one sentence. He's trying to win. That's it.
That's too simplistic to me.
But that's what he's trying to do. And
but
that
is running Trey Lance the only way you could have won that game?
I mean...
that's where I have to pause.
But it's not just that game. It's not just that game. They are looking at they're trying to win. They're trying to put their players in the best position to show their skills and outplay that opponent, and they are very expert at doing so. And yes, there's risk involved. That's how I would describe it.
Yeah.
And I get what all of you are saying. Some of this is math. Some of it is A to B. Sure, the more times you go in, the more chance there is to get hurt.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's like, right? I get that. But do you all understand also that these are highly paid experts at approaching a game plan and saying, what do we want to do this week? Win.
Of course.
And so that's what happened, and there's a risk involved, and they got burned.
But I don't think...
I'm not here to fire someone over that.
I'm not trying to fire him either.
And I'm not
I would appreciate you trying to keep that out my mouth.
No, but I'm not putting it in your mouth. There are a lot of people who have said it, number one, and I will actually put the words in your mouth that you did say.
Well, you be careful.
You wanted to strip Kyle of some... things.
Just player personnel. Because he drafted a quarterback that he doesn't trust as the play caller. Captain Laminated Play Sheet doesn't trust him to throw the football. You took 3 first-round picks. You traded up to acquire a guy that you don't think that you can play in the way that you need to play a quarterback. You drafted Joe Williams. You drafted Trey Sermon. He couldn't get on the field. You drafted Dante Pettis, and now he's shining elsewhere. He beat you in Chicago.
He's shining.
He's shown in week 1. Yeah. Did he not shine it in week 1?
Yes, the defense forgot about him. And why wouldn't you?
Forgot about Dre.
He's a pretty forgettable guy.
And that was Hufanga, by the way.
It was.
As we all want to give him a Pro Bowl nod.
He is a good player.
He's an amazing player. But if you want to look at Kyle Shanahan's strengths, strength number 1, laminated play sheet. Strength number 2, monotone delivery. Strength number 3, offensive play design. And then what? Game management?
Oh, no, that's pretty good. That's pretty
He's
good
an
list.
offensive coordinator.
Oh, come on.
Game management?
Wait a minute. Okay, so you know what? Let's talk about that for a second. What separates? Because remember, there have been guys through the years who have been very successful, like Norv Turner's the first name that comes to mind.
Offensive coordinator. Dennis Allen, defensive coordinator.
Right, but you get him in the head coaching room, and it just doesn't hit.
Yeah.
What's the difference? What if you're offensive coordinator to head coach? What's the characteristic that's needed to go from good OC to good HC?
Leadership is one. And I think Kyle Shanahan shows good leadership, good to great leadership. Game management is the other huge piece, and that to me is where he falls not woefully short, but he falls short.
Okay, this is interesting
to
me.
He outsmarts himself, in my opinion, too often.
And how do we decide whether or not a guy's a good leader? Here's how I would respond to that if you're looking at and this is one of the reasons why I know so many of you, it's wonderful, all of you're on his payroll, you're a company guy. I don't work for that company.
Mark Schiller.
Like this.
A lot of Mark Schiller.
I know. I love Schiller is funny. Schiller is funny. I do like that one.
Shout out Drew Schiller.
I don't work for these companies that you think I'm a shill for. I have no association with them whatsoever. But anyway, put it aside, okay? Why am I such a big Kyle Shanahan fan? Because I believe that I can see and feel the cohesiveness of a group of men who are trying to achieve a goal, what it was before Kyle and what it is now.
Well, before Kyle, I mean, that's...
Okay.
No, but to your point,
So
I'll give you that.
He has built
the locker room is behind him.
Thank you.
They're behind him.
Built something that is good and I believe sustainable. There's no question that we can sit here and point at pimples. I get the draft picks that have missed. I get that they didn't draft Patrick Mahomes.
He's got back knee.
Right? Like there's always, I can do that with Belichick. But if you want to look at the organizational health and go, okay, is this locker room on the same page? Do they want to play for him? Do they support him? Does he support them? Is he leading them? Like, hell yes.
I will agree with that wholeheartedly.
Hell yes.
Game management is where I pause.
Well, so
game management.
Right, and we can talk about that game to game. Same with play calling. I'm not trying to take anybody's ability to say it out loud.
Yeah.
But, like, come on. There's no way you can look at Kyle Shanahan today and tell me the bad outweighs the good.
And the organization is,
right?
I mean...
Am I right there?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I think without a doubt. And that's why when people want to talk about fire Kyle right now, and I don't even know what I think that drop had to do with our producer, Kyle. Quite frankly, I mean
fire
Kyle right now. It's out of context.
Most Thursdays.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the leadership is great. To me, it's the game management. Players play for him. The organization doesn't have leaks. There's not a sense of, guys going over to the sideline and barking at Kyle Shanahan. You're not seeing those things.
No, and here's, okay, so game management. Let's go there for a second, because to pair it with something that Mike Silver said, or to bring it back is a better way to say it, because those of you who may have missed Mike, Odyssey app, you can go check out Mike Silver, who talks more about the locker room dynamic that he reported on earlier in the week. If you missed that at 10 o'clock, go to the Odyssey app, subscribe to Willard and Dibs, check out the interview. You can hear the whole thing for yourself. But one of the other things that he said I found really interesting, he goes, if you, based on his conversations, if you wanted to poke holes in Kyle Shanahan, it would essentially be that he is way too married to that laminated play sheet.
Exactly.
Now, I get that. And does that get people into trouble when they are so convicted about a certain thing with their process to the point where when it doesn't work, they can't really see it? Yeah, that dynamic exists, but you know what? Give me the convicted guy. That didn't come out sounding great. Right? Give me the guy with conviction over the coach they're going to go against Sunday night, who's out there kicking 60.
That's unfair.
No, it's
not. That's an
unfair.
This guy's coached 2 games, and he's on the hot seat.
My point is...
The guy's in over his head. Why don't you compare him to somebody who has the same level of gravitas?
Bill Belichick. He has more.
Pete Carroll, who has owned him over the years.
And look what Pete Carroll just did. He just sent a Hall of Fame quarterback out the door and showed up with Geno Smith, and he's got running backs throwing picks in the red zone.
Well, Russell Wilson had to go. That was a locker room that was completely fractured based on Russ and the mirror and his celebrity wife.
I don't disagree, but if we're going to go to guys... again, let's go to people who in the league are super filled with conviction about their process. Let's go to Belichick.
Let's go to Sean McVay. That's a fair comp.
There is zero movement. None.
But he's got a billion rings.
My way. Right. That's Belichick. McVay has 1. Right, I think McVay and Shanahan get compared a lot, and right now McVay's got the edge because he got over the top on 1,
and he's been there twice.
That's
Shanahan's
fine.
Been there once,
but head coaches and conviction to what they're doing, especially when yes, it has been successful. Despite all of you, he's never won. Stop it. Yes, he has. He has been a huge winner in this league.
No, he's been a winner, not a huge winner.
I want a guy with that conviction.
I want a guy who's able to react in the moment, though. And that's where I think he falls short, because what Mike Silver was saying, you get too married to your process and your laminated play sheet. And I said this to Kyle on Sunday in the text. One time, Mark, just one time. One lousy time. I want to look at Kyle Shanahan and go, man, this guy's taking too many chances.
Well, right. And I get it. And wouldn't we love it all? Everybody in the world wants a boss that when you show up in his office or her office and you're like, hey, what about this? You'd love for them to listen instead of get out of here, we're doing it my way.
Look.
So sure. I would love that. I mean, that's a fair thing for us to bring up about Kyle Shanahan, but I also think it's a pretty intricate and overall insignificant criticism. If that's what you got on Kyle, I don't think you have much. It makes me think of LeBron James, right? So much criticism through the years. What do we have on him? Well, I didn't like that TV show when he went to Miami.
He lets his kids drink wine.
I mean, $1 million to the boys club and the girls club of Ohio. That's what we've got on LeBron. If that's what you got.
He milked a broken hand and the Warriors lost. I got a lot on LeBron.
Fine. So
bad comp.
So if that's what you got, we got Brett Favre over here. We're going, yeah, we love Favre. If what you got on LeBron is that, you don't have much. And that's how I feel about Kyle.
What I have on Kyle is a 4th down call in a game where you pick up the conversion and maybe you win and you go to the Super Bowl, and instead the Schvinkty got so tight you could make diamonds in there. Let's bring out the punt team.
I thought you slurped there, which for some reason...
No, that was the tightening of the Schvink.
I got it now. Yeah, I thought you were slurping. Which
I got lemon booty.
Why when we were kids was that considered rude, by the way? Why am I supposed to not finish my drink? Why can't I slurp the end of it? What's wrong with that?
It's just the sound.
I know, but you just did it on the air. You didn't hesitate.
I know. I'm a paid professional. You know?
All right. So check this out. First of all, those of you on hold, we're coming to the phone calls as quickly as we can, 888-957-9570. This is also super interesting. Former NFLer Chris Canty, now with ESPN. At the beginning of the year, Canty goes, that team's winning the Super Bowl. And people were like, with Trey Lance? Yes. That team is going to win it all. No Mahomes, no Allen. I'm picking Trey Lance and the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. So, what does he say now? That it's right back to Jimmy Garoppolo. Chris Canty joins us next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Fantasy football leagues are won on the waiver wire, and with trades, and with savvy starter sit decisions. The Fantasy Football Today podcast will help you along the way with the best advice on how to manage your team and dominate your league. With 8 episodes per week, Fantasy Football Today is the only resource you'll need. Start sit, grade the trade, fantasy cops to settle your league disputes, and so much more. Check out Fantasy Football Today, anywhere podcasts are found.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, just a quick reminder that Willard and Dibs is in part sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Still ahead this hour, Steve Kerr talks Andre Iguodala, and we haven't yet got to what Trent Dilfer said about how this injury could affect Trey Lance's overall career, which is interesting. He's not a doctor. He's talking about it in kind of a different way.
Not a doctor.
We'll get to all of that and back to your calls, but right now excited to have former NFLer Chris Canty with ESPN with us, mainly because, Chris, you said before the year, yep, I'll be that guy. I'm the one who says a first-year starter can win a Super Bowl. I will predict the Niners to win it all with Trey Lance. How did that prediction adjust when you saw Jimmy Garoppolo enter back onto the field?
Well, I tell you, man, I feel like this team is still a playoff contender. I still have them as the class of the NFC West. The only question that I have is what the ceiling of the 49ers ends up being. Because I thought it was higher with Trey Lance, and the irony that Trey Lance gets injured on a read zone where it's a situation he's actually a runner in Kyle Shanahan's offense, and I thought that was the element that could take this team over the top to take them to the next level. We all know about his arm talent, and that's all well and good, but that was always going to be a work in progress in terms of him as a passer and being able to play winning football from the pocket in the NFL. But what I thought could be the differentiating factor this year for the 49ers is having a quarterback that can be a primary runner in an offense that's one of the most dominant run games in the NFL.
And let's talk about that role as a primary runner, because many here in the Bay Area, including myself, felt like Kyle Shanahan was overusing Trey Lance as the primary runner. What did you think of the early usage of Trey Lance running quarterback powers and carrying the ball a lot more than most other quarterbacks?
Well, it's not different than how the Baltimore Ravens use Lamar Jackson. And I get it, it's a different talent, but I think Kyle Shanahan had envisioned some semblance of those plays in mind when he drafted Trey Lance. Think about the draft capital that he gave up to get Trey Lance. So I think that was always going to be in the plans. I don't have a problem with the usage. I just think it was something that was unfortunate, and you just hope the best for Trey Lance as he goes through this recovery process. Now, guys, we're talking about a broken ankle. It's not an ACL. It's not some of the other, it's not microfracture surgery. He'll recover from this physically. My biggest question is how he's going to recover from this mentally, because you are talking about a guy that hasn't played a whole lot of high-level football over the last 3 years. Think about it. North Dakota State, his last year there, he gets cut short because of COVID. He redshirts last year, his rookie year in the NFL. This is his second year. He's only played in 2 games, and now you're talking about him missing the rest of the season. So I just wonder how this particular setback can affect his overall development and his overall psyche. Because that's going to make the difference in terms of whether or not he's going to realize his full potential.
Well, Chris, I think it's a great point, and it's not even just his psyche. Maybe it's also the psyche of the organization. One of the big advantages to handing things over to a quarterback on a rookie contract is year 3. And next year will be year 3, and everything you just said about him is still true. He still will not have played a whole lot of football. So this all begs the question, and I know we don't know what's going to happen the next 16 weeks, but what do you think the 49ers' openness would be to, again, do this, as you said, work in progress while also trying to win?
Well, I think it depends on how it all looks this year, right? How it all unfolds. If you're talking about Jimmy Garoppolo leading this team to yet another NFC Championship game appearance, I think that would make it 3 over the last 4 years. Then it will make it hard for the 49ers to not try to make a run at re-signing Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, we all got to remember, because of the rework contract, Jimmy can walk into free agency next year unencumbered. There is no franchise tag. There's no way that John Lynch can restrict him from testing free agency. But the one thing that I think they have that bodes in their favor is that Jimmy seems awfully comfortable there, and that locker room seems awfully comfortable with him. You can see when he came into the game, after that second drive, like, the team responded. The guys responded. He didn't miss a beat. Matter of fact, he hit his first 5 passes, guys, including a touchdown to Ross Dwelly. So I think there's a comfort level with the organization that Jimmy has, and I'm not quite sure that it's a situation where he's counted on the idea of continuing to, be the 49ers quarterback, even though they have the guy in waiting in Trey Lance.
How much can Jimmy Garoppolo make hay this Sunday night in Denver? How do you see this matchup against the Broncos going with Russell Wilson and a pretty puzzling Bronco team?
Well, here's the thing. Good players can't overcome bad coaching, and that's where I'm at with the Denver Broncos. I don't trust Nathaniel Hackett, and he's made a lot of head-scratching moves, the latest of which was at the end of the third quarter in the game against the Texans. They're down by 3 with the ball on the Texans' 36-yard line. They take a delay of game penalty when they have 3 timeouts in their back pocket, pushes them back to the 41, which makes it a 59-yard field goal. And rather than let Brandon McManus try that 59-yard field goal, a week after you asked him to hit a 64-yard field goal, and this was in Mile High, you decided to punt the football. makes no sense to me, guys. But that's just an example of the enigmatic play calling and in-game decision-making that we've seen from Nathaniel Hackett. And, guys, this is the first time him wearing the play calling hat and him wearing the head coach hat. We've seen in the past that there are some coaches that just don't have the capacity to do it. And until Nathaniel Hackett hands off those play calling duties, I'm going to have serious question marks in terms of what the ceiling on this Broncos offense could be.
Yeah, Chris, I think that's a great point. I do think that's a big advantage for the 49ers in this game. Hey, man, great to have your perspective on all of this. Thanks so much for hopping on.
All right, appreciate it, fellas. Talk to you again soon.
All right, there it is. Chris Canty, who interestingly thought that essentially what Trey Lance was going to be in the second half of the season, and that's what we all hoped would provide the 49ers the ability to be the best team in the NFL, and now you're going to get the known commodity. So he almost sounded a little bit like that's the first person I've heard who's like, yeah, the 49ers by the end of the year, maybe now they're better than they were with Trey, but by the end of the year, they're going to be more limited than they would have been with Trey.
Yeah, and he's no longer saying that they are his pick to win the Super Bowl. He said, they'll still be a playoff team, and maybe they can win a game and, go on some sort of a run, but he didn't say that they're still the best team in the Super Bowl. So what I heard him say is exactly what you were talking about, is Trey Lance, by the time January comes, he was expecting him to be the quarterback who could play from the pocket, throw from the pocket, and win from the pocket. But I wonder how the arc of Trey Lance's season would have gone with Kyle Shanahan, because what we saw early on, and I know there was a tsunami in Chicago, there was an absolute downpour at some parts, but what we saw last week was not a lot of willingness to let him win from the pocket.
Yeah, no, of course not. And then the bummer part is that the question we're all asking is, would the second half of the year look different? We're never going to know. All right, let's go back to the phones. And we got some Kyle Juszczyk sound that he was on Damon and Ratto yesterday. We got to work through it, especially because apparently you have a math question or a statement to make. You've had a lot of math comments this week.
I love math,
yeah. Now, my dad, of course, math teacher
at
Burlingame High School and College of San Mateo. So you're coming down my road now if you got math questions, okay?
Well, let's get Tom Willard to weigh in on Kyle Juszczyk.
We can do that.
He's misapplying the math, and I'll get into it.
All right, so we'll play that in a little bit, but let's go to Scott Marin. Hey, Scott, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Scott?
I'm heading up to Tahoe.
Oh, good for you, dude.
Yeah. So anyway, I've been listening to all the fire Kyle thing is nonsense and idiotic. The problem, I think, though, is we're arguing about the wrong thing. I think it's not the play calling. The play calling is a byproduct of the lack of development of this young man as a quarterback. That's where my concern for Kyle is can he develop this kid? Because I don't believe for a second he's going to be calling those kind of plays if the kid can develop to where he can actually make a third down pass in a tight window like Jimmy does over the middle.
Do you know what's interesting about this, Scott? Scott, I have a genuine question for you. When a player doesn't succeed, where do we go next? Is it on said coach to develop, or is the player just not good?
No, I first of all, I think that's way too early to judge that on this kid.
Sure.
My point is, at this point in time, Kyle knows what his kid is capable of more than anybody else, and that I don't question. So this is the byproduct of, this is where the kid is. This is the play I got to call here in this situation because that's where he's at, developmentally wise.
Yeah.
So I think it's way too easy to say, hey, that play call was terrible. It's not that. I don't question his play calling. The problem is he has been he's in a position now where that's the play he's got to call because he doesn't think there's anything else that's going to work with this kid at that particular time.
Yeah, no, I think we hear that. We hear that. Scott, thank you very much. Have a safe drive up to Tahoe.
That's an interesting question, though. When a player doesn't develop, is it on the player or is it on the person responsible with developing that player?
I haven't heard normally because we see busts all the time.
It just depends on the player.
I'm not putting that on Trey yet. We are not going to know this for at least another year plus. I'm not doing that. But what I am saying is in the past, when a player has been highly drafted and not worked out, I don't think I've ever heard a fan base go, well, coach didn't develop him. Like,
depends on the sport and depends on the player.
Are we going to go down the Bears road and be like, geez, just not able to develop Justin Fields? I don't hear that. And in fact, it was
too early for Justin Fields.
I don't know. It wasn't.
Similarly with Trey Lance.
It wasn't too early at the trough in the bathroom at halftime of game one.
Well, you're at the trough at Soldier Field.
Every Bears fan is like, this dude stinks.
Is that where we're putting the bar for actual analysis? At the trough at halftime in week one?
Who do you think's calling us and watching on YouTube right now?
Well, they're not calling
people
from the
at the
trough. Those people are drunk at the trough. Those opinions are different than people who will come on and put their name on it. Scott Morin is not drunk at the trough.
Many of them were totally sober at the trough. I was one of them.
Yeah, I doubt that.
I had one.
Which is for you. It's
wasted.
Totally. I'm so wasted. Yeah.
I was sideways, bro.
Totally.
No, the height of
I think it depends on, like, Jamarcus Russell. We look at that, and we can't put that on the team. They sent him a blank CD and then asked him what he saw on the tape, and he lied about it. In that case, you could say, okay, this was on you, Jamarcus, in terms of development.
It almost always is. At least that's the way. Now, I've always, look, it's contextual. I do think there are quarterbacks who can succeed with one group, not so much with another. I mean, I think a lot of us went, oh, boy, sorry, Zach Wilson. You went to the Jets.
Yeah, tough break.
I don't know what to do with you because, it's very rare that someone's going to go in there. That's why, you want to know why I keep going, man, this dude Herbert, because I've watched that dysfunctional organization mess everything up every time. In fact, they grabbed all of Phillip Rivers' career. Great quarterback, by the way.
He's all right.
Took all of his career. He'll be in the Hall of Fame someday, yet he never went to a Super Bowl. Why? Largely because of so many things going on around him. He had the talent to do it. And so does Herbert. So I don't know if Herbert will be up, but when that guy walked onto the field, and I'm like, oh, whoa. Like, his talent at the moment is overwhelming the dysfunction of what's going on upstairs in his organization.
Upstairs is different than what's going on in the locker room because their team is not dysfunctional with Brandon Staley, a good offensive mind, and whatever happens in the organization upstairs does not necessarily affect a player's development in terms of the coach coaching up the player. Can the player get better? I think that's unfair. It can. But I think it's more incumbent on the coach who's responsible for the player.
Sure.
Can the coach make the player better? And I think about Jordan Poole with the Warriors, a player who has developed. Now, who do you want to attribute the development of Jordan Poole to? Do we say...
Mainly Jordan.
Well, I mean, you have to give credit to the organization and the coaches for putting together the structure and putting him in a position to where this is what you need to work on, and then the player has to go out there and work on those things. So I think blame goes both ways. Credit also goes both ways.
Sure. I think that's fair. Rick and San Mateo next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rick. What are you doing?
Hey, y'all. I'm just headed to work. I got to agree with Dibs on this one. You got the organization has to give the players the right program to develop, but then it's on the players to follow up and do the work to get themselves there.
Yeah, none of us disagree on that.
My question for you two is, I mean, the Niners have a lot of injuries, and I know it comes with the territory of being an NFL team, but what I'm curious to know, do you guys think that all of the injuries, including the Lance, including the Jimmy in the past, including the Kittle in the past, do you think that any part of those injury histories is a product of Shanahan's style of football?
It's an interesting question, Rick, and thank you for the call. I'd answer no, but I also would say that any of our answers have to have a ...
Absolutely.
There's no way we can actually answer that like with full conviction.
Here's where I come down on it. Soft tissue injuries, a lot of times I would put on the structure of the organization. If you have a lot of guys with pulled muscles, why are they not fit enough to where you're avoiding pulled muscles? When Trey Lance breaks his ankle, that is not on the construct of the health and safety team in San Francisco.
Foot got caught under a...
You didn't build up his ankle enough to avoid that sort of an injury. Nick Bosa, when he tears his ACL on a god-awful turf at MetLife Stadium, that to me is not on the Niners organization. Now, here's an interesting one, though. Why do they continue to go through so many running backs? That's one where I think you have to look at a comparative assessment on other teams who run it this much. Do they lose running backs this often? Because it feels like the Niners lose 3 to 4 running backs every year.
It does, although to your mathematical point, the 49ers run the ball more than a lot of teams do, and so maybe that has something to do with it.
So what other teams run it that much, and do they have running backs get hurt that much? Like Baltimore's a team that runs it that much.
I guess my sort of thought on that is twofold. A, I think every fan thinks their team suffers the most injuries.
That's true.
So you 49er fans are like, we've always had these injuries. Right. The Rams fans feel the same way. Okay, and so do the Seahawks fans and the Cardinals fans. Everybody, well, there aren't any Cardinals fans. Anyway, all of those teams, that's just because you're following along, right? Like, do you think that Bears fans knew that Jimmy Ward wasn't in the game? They don't even know who Jimmy Ward is. They really, maybe they do.
They don't even know Mooney Ward.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's part of the dynamic. And then secondarily, this is fundamental to my belief of the conversation we've had about Trey Lance this week. I have a really, really hard time in the National Football League using the word blame on anyone when it comes to injuries. It is so fundamental to what they're doing out there. It is so just a part of the culture. It is so everybody's hurt by the end of the year. Some injuries you can play through, some can't. I don't want to blame anyone when people get hurt in football. Now, Brian Baldinger actually also answered this question recently, and this is what he said.
Well, it's a trend, but, maybe it's just the guys that they have. Jimmy Garoppolo got a chance to start in New England when Tom Brady was suspended, and he got hurt. He got hurt in San Francisco, and the reason why they traded those 3 first-round picks and moved up to get Trey is because of the injury history of Jimmy. And they, and now here's Trey with that history. So, sometimes, you hate to say that it's just bad luck, but it feels like it's just bad luck.
Wow.
Dak Prescott's, you look at certain guys, but there are certain guys that, no matter what you do to them, they just keep lining up every Sunday.
Yeah, that's Baldy on the morning show with Bonte and Joe, obviously, and so he says it feels like it's just bad luck. I will say this, and if Baldy had been saying that to us, I'd have brought this up. I reject this idea that the 49ers moved on from Jimmy because of his, quote, injury history.
It's part of it.
I thought that was a quiet way of being kind about it. If you ask Kyle Shanahan, truth serum, why are you moving off from Jimmy? Kyle has been driven nuts by on-field play, decisions, inability to do this, that, or the other, all of the limitations that we all see with Jimmy.
Yes.
That's why they're moving on from Jimmy.
But in the pie chart, though, there's a quality big piece of sliver in the injury history.
Well,
it's not a tiny sliver. It's bigger than I think you would let on.
I don't agree, and here's why. Listen to what you've all said about what he just did with Trey. So you're going to tell me that the same guy who said we can't have Jimmy because he gets hurt too much, the same guy wants to run QB power with Trey Lance and have all of you go, you're an idiot for not knowing that he was going to get hurt. Kyle Shanahan knows he is willing to take an injury risk, and he also knows that happens on the football field. Look how matter-of-fact the sound we played off of his post-game press conferences when these quarterbacks get hurt. Yep. Quarterback got hurt. Running back got hurt. It's super matter-of-fact when someone goes down in the NFL. I don't think you can coach around that. I just don't.
You can, but he chose not to. Yeah. And you coach around it by not running your quarterback into the ground, which is what he chose to do. And the reason why he ran Trey Lance as much as he did is because Trey Lance wasn't ready to be a pocket passer. And you can excuse, the play calling in Chicago based on the weather. You were there. I was watching it on TV from a cozy living room in the 925, so I can't speak to it.
It was intense.
You were telling me
it was so intense.
The fourth quarter got serious.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the fourth quarter was unbelievable.
Ridiculous.
But I think that, it's one thing to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. It wasn't as easy as he's not good enough. The contract, I think, was a big part of it. You didn't want to pay that much. He does have an injury history and all the rest of it.
Well, again, they publicly stated that because that's the one they can publicly state. Think about it.
Right.
Even if I give you a sliver that's 25% of the pie chart on why you're moving on from Jimmy, look at all the reasons you might come up with, right? Jimmy, you don't see it. I'm running the play, the guy's open, and you don't see it. Jimmy, you're not mobile.
You have no arm.
Jimmy, you don't throw the deep ball well.
Jimmy, you're ugly.
That's not on the pie. So if I've got all that on a pie chart, which one can I go to the microphone and say? I can say it publicly.
None of them.
The injury history. That's the one you can say.
I get it, but
you can't go to a press conference and be, we're going to get a new starting quarterback because Jimmy cannot throw the ball deep with any accuracy whatsoever.
P.S. He's coming back.
Right?
You know.
Well, we're moving on from Jimmy because did you guys see in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, did you see Kittle running down the seam wide open in the – because I saw him. Jimmy didn't see him. And so we're moving on. We're going to draft Trey Lance. You can't say any of this stuff.
Who, by the way, can't see it either.
Right. Well, not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. So that's why I have a hard time believing. Like whenever in the NFL have we seen another situation where they're like, God, we love him, and he's amazeballs, and we just think he's the best thing ever, but we're not going to have him anymore because he gets hurt too much. That's never happened before. Who did that? Tom Brady goes down for the season. Well, we're on to Cincinnati.
Bochy.
Right? Right? Like, no, Tom's going to be back when Tom gets back because he's Tom.
Right. And you've seen some quarterbacks who have been unable to stay healthy and teams move off them, but you're right. You don't ever go out in the press conference and say, this guy just can't stay healthy, so we're moving off him. And, you can't go out there and say, oh, he doesn't see it or he's not good enough. It's not the way it works in terms of the press conference, because then it's, well, coach, why'd you get him in the first place?
Right, and why
couldn't you get him to see it?
And they know exactly what could happen, which is you replace your supposed injury-prone player, and then you got a next one to come in here who's been hurt 3 times in 4 games. So now what do we say? Is Jimmy still is he the only injury-prone one, or is Trey Lance injury-prone? I mean,
he seems to be more injury-prone than Jimmy. He's had more injuries in fewer games.
That's what the data would suggest.
The IPG injuries per game.
But I know that's all Kyle's fault.
Well, this time it was. Yeah, absolutely.
All sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and in San Diego, there's no limit how you can show it. Let the Bears off the hook. Endless sunshine.
You're like a hall monitor giving out passes over there.
Coastline and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. All right, coming up next, who wants to talk about this? Let's keep going at 888-957-9570. Plus, speaking of talking, Steve Kerr just did it. Is Andre Iguodala coming back? Is he not? What's the latest? Steve Kerr has some things to say about it. We'll play it for you coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. 2 top pitchers take the mound in L.A. tonight with Zach Allen of Arizona facing off against Julio Urias of the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks have won 2 straight over the 100-win Dodgers, but L.A. has only dropped 3 straight games 1 time since June. The Dodgers have dominated the series with Arizona the last 2 seasons, going 29-8 against them. The Dodgers money line is today's BetQL 5-star play of the day.
Second source can be fired.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Did you know System Pavers has been designing and installing outdoor living systems for 30 years? Since 1992, we've helped more than 80,000 homeowners transform the way they enjoy their outdoors, and they've been happily talking about their remodels ever since.
If I would have known how quick and easy replacing our crumbly old driveway was going to be, I would have contacted System Pavers years ago.
We had a small issue with our outdoor kitchen, and System Pavers went above and beyond to make it right. Excellent service.
I'm Larry Green of System Pavers, and nothing makes my day more than hearing how the quality, beauty, and durability of our work has helped thousands of families make the most of their outdoor spaces.
For a limited time, you can take advantage of special financing and save 10% on an outdoor transformation that'll get people talking too. Call System Pavers at 800-PAVE-004 or visit SystemPavers.com today.
All orders must be placed by September 30th. See website for offer details. Financing subject to credit approval. Contractor's license 661575.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Willard.
We're going to get to your fuzzy math here in just a second. With
My
Kyle
math is
Juszczyk.
good.
Well, let's find out.
State schools greater than Ivy League.
I went to state school as well.
Exactly.
That's right.
Harvard.
California. Polytechnic.
Harvard.
State
Please.
University.
Should be called Easy Verd. Am I right?
That's
a 1. I know it. I knew it going in.
I was going to give you a 2, but it was just not good.
I'll take a 1.
It was not great. It was not great.
I mean, if I was at Harvard, it would have been a 3. It's getting better.
But this sound first. Hey, real quick, is Andre Iguodala playing basketball this year, or does he just wait until they get back from Japan? Like, what's going on
First
here?
of all, he's not playing basketball. Even if he's on the team, he's not playing basketball.
Is he going to work for the Warriors this year?
I want Iguodala.
Well, Steve Kerr, do you want Iguodala?
I'm just hopeful. Beyond that, I really don't know. What Andre's going to do. He's been in here working out and kind of getting training staff to work with him and look at him, and I think he's getting a feel for what he wants to do. And we told him from the beginning, take as long as you want, and so he's taking his time, and that's fine. So we'll see.
He's playing, right? I mean, who goes through all of that to then not play? If you're there working out, you're going through the process. I mean, unless somebody looks at you and goes, dude, there's just no way. There's no way. Then he's playing.
Well, he's not playing.
He's trying.
Is he going
to
be given a uniform?
Whatever.
Sure.
I know what you're saying, but he's gonna try to be on the team.
No,
That's what it sounds like.
He can be on the team if he wants to be on the team. He's earned that. He's got 4 rings. He's one of the 4 rings guys with Steph, Clay, and Draymond, right? They're the only ones with the 4. Kavan's got the 3. And that's it. But and this is memo to Andre Iguodala, and I know you're listening, Andre. I don't want to hear one scintilla, not a syllable about woe is me, vet men. Shut your mouth in advance. Keep that contract out your mouth.
I'm just glad you're calling him Andre again.
Yeah, there was a time that it was a no-fly zone.
That's respectful.
Well, I mean, if he does sign, I'm only making $2.843962 million. Woe is me.
It's a bad Andre impression.
To wear street clothes, whatever.
I got a 3.
Yeah, it's.
I will say though, when he came on the court at the end of Game 6 of the finals to close out the last 30 seconds or whatever, I got a little emotional.
Yeah,
I was really happy with that.
Yeah,
I did.
That was
I love that for him.
I love Iguodala in that moment.
He got my MVP vote.
Yeah.
I actually was kind of laughing because look at you, Captain Garbage Time. The only time they can play you is when the entire series is all in hand. Let's go to Andre in the back.
Let's go to Andre. Yeah. I tell you what, I'm right over here.
Right here in the back.
That's
right.
Andre in the back.
Yeah. Listen, he was a teacher. He was a mentor.
No, it's great. He was.
And he did it well. He did it great.
He did.
Good job. Give him a ring.
He deserves a ring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. But I just don't want to hear one word about woe is me, what am I making?
You're going to hear whatever he says, and you're going to like it.
I'm going to rip him.
Well, that's
start
fine.
to finish.
I'm sure he's terrified.
And I'm not trying to put scare into him, scare tactics, although I'm a better golfer than he is. Let's put that on the record. He stinks.
Does he?
Oh, my God, he's awful.
Really?
I've golfed not with him, but unfortunately I've been near him on the golf course because he's been 2 fairways over. He's terrible.
Wait, like you saw like one shot, or do you know his handicap?
I'm playing Metro, and I'm on the 3rd hole going this way, and he's on the 4th hole going the other way, and he's in my fairway.
Everybody loses one to the right sometimes.
Yeah, you lose one.
I mean, that happens.
I'll say it, he stinks.
Do you know his handicap? I mean, I'm being real here. I have no idea. Like
what his handicap is different than what he actually is.
Okay, but he goes out to play, Augusta with Steph Curry. Like, I'm imagining
Fine,
he
doesn't shoot a 74.
No, but does he shoot an 84? Because that'd be pretty good at Augusta.
You know golf.
Yes, I do.
Put me down for a bogey, Jim. That's what his handicap is.
Are you calling him a cheater? You're calling him a shaver.
I'm saying that whatever his handicap is listed as, I know this from the eye test. He's not very good.
This is inflammatory, what's happening right here.
Those are facts, Mark. I'm a 7, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
You're not a 7.
Exactly. You've seen me play. I'm awful. But I could be a 7.
No, but I tell you one thing you can do, and that is add 2 plus 2.
I can putt, is what you meant to say.
Similar to, well, yeah, you can
flat out roll the rock.
Because you pull it out from like about
Everywhere.
68 of your shots. All right.
The Texas sandwich.
Exactly.
Texas everything.
Guys, like, what do I have? You're like, oh, sir, you have about 121 with a little wind coming at you in your face. It's a little uphill. Cool, I'll pull out a putter. Like, I mean, you're putting as soon as you can see the green.
Yeah. Last week I was playing with a guy. He's like, good up and down. I'm like, no. It was a down and down.
Down and down.
It was a good down and down.
All right, Kyle Juice is on with Damon and Ratto, and he tries to say, listen, Trey Lance got hurt because of math.
I was a math major at Harvard, okay? So I'm going to drop some math on you. When you flip a coin, 50% that it's going to be heads or tails. When you flip it again, 50% it's going to be heads or tails. That never changes. No matter how many times you flip that coin, you get tails 10 times in a row. That 11th flip, it's still 50-50. So what I'm trying to get at with in correlating this to Trey, he broke his ankle. That's a fluke injury. That's not something that comes from wear and tear. That doesn't come from, oh, man, I've ran the ball 5 times this game. My ankle's getting weak. It's going to snap on the 6th run. That's not how it works. Maybe I could understand an argument if, he separated his shoulder or he did something that had resulted from repetitive wear and tear, from continually getting hit. But this wasn't that. This was a freak thing on his ankle. And so I think, he's asked to run, some run plays, but I think that was a strength of his, and it was a strength of our teams, and it really puts defenses in a bind.
Okay, so Kyle Juszczyk responding to Matt Steinmetz by going on Damon and Ratto at 95.7 The Game, because there are many of you, Steiny one of them, and I'm not saying this is an incorrect take, but I have heard this take many times. It's not the QB power. It's not the play call. It's the number of runs. Kyle's point, and I'll agree with him, is that,
of course,
he's right.
He's right in what he says, but he's wrong. His pretense was erroneous.
How so?
Because if you flip a coin 10 times and it's head 10 straight times, the next time it's 50-50. What if you never flip a coin? Will it come up either heads or tails? It won't come up anything at all.
No, it does have to be something. Wherever it sits.
The coin's in your pocket.
Right, and it's either...
you could put it up on its edge. It's neither heads nor tails.
That's difficult to do.
It's possible.
It'll take you about an hour to get that thing to stay.
But that's the point of all of this. If you never flip the coin at all, Kyle, Juszczyk, in your Harvard education, and I majored in, I didn't major in philosophy. I took a philosophy class one time and fell asleep. But I know this, if you never flip the coin at all, it will never be heads or tails.
Okay, so that's moving the goalposts, and you're not wrong. What I'm saying is Kyle's point is, to take the math out of it, because who the hell wants math? Kyle's point is, gosh, there's too many Kyles. Kyle Juszczyk's point is that this is not, the injury is not because he was running too much.
I agree.
The run stands on its own.
Right.
That injury has nothing to do, what did we count, 54 career runs? 54
and
career runs. 102.
12 passes.
102 career passes. That 54th run, the injury, had nothing to do with the previous 53.
That I agree with.
Okay.
But if you
we're on the same page.
But if you don't run him 54 times, if you run him 0 times, the chance of him getting hurt on a run is non-existent.
Correct. The chances of him getting hurt still exist.
Correct.
And if you don't run him at all, you're an idiot.
Well, that's Kyle Shanahan.
You're an idiot.
That's Kyle Shanahan drafting a quarterback and having him play running back.
No, but
and this is where Kyle Juszczyk's math is flawed. The math is correct. Of course, every time you flip a coin,
50-50.
It's 50. Every time you roll a single dice, it's a 1 in 6 chance you're going to get a 6.
It's called mutual exclusivity. There's actually a word for this.
Thank you, Tom Willard,
it's a phrase.
and the great parenting. Tom and your mom's name, who I want to say Mary every time, and Helen.
Ellen.
It's the H is silent.
It's Helen without an H.
Yeah, thank you. But Kyle's math is correct, but the pretense is erroneous, and that's where I take offense to Kyle, to Harvard, and the entire Ivy League.
Tom and Ellen often listen on the app, and Mom and Dad, I love you.
Sorry, Helen. Ellen. I didn't mean to put an H on it.
Sponsored by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience, or Hexperience, as Dibs would call it, to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. We'll get to more of your calls and Steiny Guru next on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Sunday night showdown for the 49ers.
From our POV, I look at the Broncos and I feel like they're still feeling themselves out as well.
Can Jimmy G and the Niners take over Broncos country?
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
At Napa, when you take care of your ride, we take care of you. That's why a $25 digital gift card can be yours when you buy 10 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil products at Napa Auto Parts. That's a reward for rewarding your ride and a way to treat yourself after treating your motor. So give your ride the premium motor oil it deserves and get rewarded in return. Offer ends 10/31/22. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. For complete details, visit pennzoil.com/rewards.
Meet Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boosts that make you feel like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Boost effervescent vitamins turn your H2O into H2O to give you a fizztastic feeling like
I like to boost it, my vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, we like to boost it.
Because it's not just vitamins, it's Boost, the fizzing amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. Sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy, highs around 70.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
All right. The Black Keys are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on October 5th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your chance to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I don't have time to type this one into the YouTube chat, so I'll do this one out loud. Uncle Looney, hey, I'm watching you. Thanks for watching us. We appreciate you. Willard just doesn't call it fair. Sure, everybody has their own opinion, but he's never willing to adjust his opinion. Same thing with Farhan and Kapler. Why would I adjust my opinion? It's my opinion. Well, like
new information.
Would you? Right, but I don't like there
caving to the influence of a Dibber clause.
There isn't a rule that says I need to change my opinion because somebody else doesn't agree, including anyone on YouTube, Twitch, or Dan Dibley sitting in front of me, or Steiny and Goo, those terrifying mollywhoppers.
You better watch yourself.
Oh my gosh, he got mollywhopped. Is 4 people sitting in a room having a conversation. Everybody relax.
No, it's competition. It's on like Donkey Kong.
It's just so funny. Like, no, this is my opinion, and I'm keeping it. And I actually think it's based on a hell of a lot of rationale. One thing I can promise you, I don't come at this stuff with any agenda, and it is based on actual conversations and actual attention to people who are doing the stuff we're talking about. Okay? So, yes, I am a believer in Farhan Zaidi. I am a believer in Gabe Kapler. I'm going to put a different little bit of a tone on that.
Lowercase b?
Yeah.
So you believe in Farhan more than Gabe?
Yes, and I don't believe that either of them did a great job this year. Okay?
Rip them, Mark.
But like, absolutely, if you ask me who should be in charge of whatever they're going to do next, them. Okay.
Spadoni with a Mark Rippin in my ear. That's why I had to give him a 4.
Okay.
It's really good.
I was like, I didn't hear that
There's
one.
There's a
What
no-look
happened?
4.
That is a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, like, I brought up the Robert Turbin thing. Okay, fine. We found one. Like, I hear all of you, and I completely understand the idea that some of you don't like QB power. I get it.
I hate it.
And that is, I'm fine.
It's risky, Mark.
Okay, but I see it differently.
Yeah.
I just do. I don't think you get Trey Lance and then go, we can't run. I don't think you do
run,
that.
But to run in that fashion, and, Kyle Juszczyk with the flip of the coin, I agree with him to the extent that run was not an injury run because of the previous 53 runs in his career. It was not an accumulation sensation of all the runs that led to that injury. Now, when you have a pre-existing injury and you continue to put a player in jeopardy of having that injury get worse.
Give me an example of that.
Well, George Kittle, for example, when he comes back this week with the groin, right? He's coming back from the groin.
Yep.
If he, early in the game, tweaks the groin a little bit and you put him back out there, and now you're going to have George Kittle, involved in being a ball carrier, doing things that might further exacerbate the groin, that's a situation where you could look at it and go, well, why were you continuing to use him in that fashion? Or a quarterback with a bad shoulder.
I think they put him in a very conservative position last week. George Kittle, this went under the radar, I feel like, to many fans. He practiced on Friday.
Yeah, he could have played.
Like, George Kittle could have played.
If it was a playoff game, he plays.
And maybe if it was dry, he plays. Dr. Pandya came on and said, a wet field is not good for an injury like George Kittle's, and it was raining yet again. By the way, I mean, beautiful, beautiful, wonderful news. 75 and sunny is the forecast for Denver, Colorado on Sunday. Yes, they'll be playing a night game, but we, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 2022, we got dry football. Dry football. That's right. Play that funky music. Ladies and gentlemen, the San Francisco 49ers are going to play dry football on Sunday.
Looking forward to it.
We wish Trey could have been there so that we could have seen him throw a dry football. We never did.
If he would have been allowed to throw it in warm-ups, we know that. I mean, speaking of dry football, I don't know what the forecast is for tonight, but you are yet to make your pick. Our producer, Kyle, had asked everyone to get their picks in early so we can get all our picks up on social.
Damn it, I meant to do that
Thursday
last night.
I did it at 3:02 as my baby was waking up and needed a diaper change.
I'm blaming Tim Donaghy because I was going to do it last night.
Look at you.
Yeah, and I went, oh, you know what? Like, you ever have those things where
Playing
you're like,
the blame game.
I'm going to do this in 1 minute, right? And it's kind of like when you meet someone at a party. Your name, oh, hey, my name is Bob. Hi, Bob, good to meet you. And then you, like, go get one pig in a blanket, and you come back, and you're like, what the hell's your name again?
Seriously?
Like, I can't keep track of anything, and I'm like, oh, right, I got to do my picks. And then I'm like, ooh, Donaghy doc. And I turned on Netflix.
Oh, there's a Donaghy doc?
There's a Tim Donaghy doc. Yeah, it's part of the same untold story that the Manti Te'o doc was. It's under the same umbrella.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
And I'm told it's really good. And I started it. I didn't get very far because I got drowsy. And then, boof, I just, forgot the whole damn thing.
Sponsor.
But I'll tell you what, I will do the picks like the second we get done with Steiny Guru.
Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, well, I can do this.
Pittsburgh at Cleveland.
I already know who I'm picking.
Thank you.
Is the number 4?
3 and a hook.
Oh, yes. It came down. Give me the dogs. And I don't mean the underdogs. Give me the Cleveland dogs. Cleveland Browns tonight are going to cover the 3.5 prime time at home. Don't get lost in the wackadoodle that happened with the Jets at the end of last week's game. They outplayed them in that game. They won the week before on the road against Baker. Baker, you good? No,
Baker.
He's not good. And the Browns are going to take down what has looked to be one of the weakest offenses in all of the NFL.
Got a QB change coming in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh Steelers are in some kind of way on offense right now. Give me the Cleveland Browns. And Nicky Chubb, go ahead and go off for me if you would there, my man. Give me the Browns minus the 3.5.
Clean sweep then for the show because, and we'll start at the bottom. Now we're here. Kyle Madsen, 13-19 on the year. He likes Cleveland. Spadoni just one game out of the basement at 14-18. He likes Cleveland. And your boy Dibberclaws, the gift that keeps on giving, your leader through 2 weeks, 18-14. Far and away ahead of Mark Willard, 3 games back. I also like the Cleveland Browns.
So what am I? I'm 15-17?
Correct.
All right. I'm fine
You're
with that.
1 up on Spadone, 2 up on Kyle. You're 3 back of the Dibber.
No problem at all. I will enter all of those picks immediately upon our departure from this room.
So help me, if you don't save your Monday night pick again, I'm giving you the Colorado
No,
Avalanche.
dude, there's something wrong with the spreadsheet. I'm telling you.
There's nothing wrong with the spreadsheet.
So what happens is you close the sheet without clicking away from that cell so it doesn't save that last cell. Once you type in, I know it's a flaw.
error.
It's a flaw.
That's an Excel problem. You got to call the CEO of
it's
Excel.
Google Sheets.
Whatever.
You have to call Mr.
Call
Google.
the Google guy. Call Jimmy Google. Jimmy G. Call him.
Quarterbacking the 49ers.
It's bullshit that you're trying to get.
No, but that's that is what's happening.
I know,
put
right?
the pick
Easy.
in. I put the pick in, and then I got to move to a different cell.
Just hit return.
What
homie.
is this? What is this? Shawshank? I got to move to a different cell. Get
Not
out of
bad.
here.
That's a 3.
Get out of here.
You're worried
I
about
put the
Angel
pick
Train.
in. But I will. For you, Kyle, I will move to a different cell, and I will get all of those picks in literally by 12:20.
It's not for me, it's for you, or else you're taking the NHL champion Colorado Avalanche on Monday Night Football.
Help
3.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 9.
All right, very good.
Totally.
Okay, Willard and Dibs, glad you're all with us. And now we get ready for the greatness that is Steiny and Goo. They have walked into the room. Their microphones are on. Gentlemen, how's it going? How we doing today?
You guys have been on fire. I'm doing great.
What's
I'll
the
say
H,
this.
What's the H stand for?
Happy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shout out Pharrell.
Like Pharrell. Look at you over here.
No, Bobby McFerrin.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Don't worry, be happy. That's Tommy
Yeah.
Hilfiger is what that is from a logo standpoint.
My question is, and I want an honest answer from you three, has your wardrobe, the way you pick your wardrobe, has it changed since the inception of the cameras? Because it has. I've been called out. I wore something on Monday, double bag Friday. It was clean. But these people on Twitch, they catch it.
I have to say yes, only from this perspective. Like, not in terms of getting fancy or anything like that. I wear logos more. Like if it's a Niner day or a Giants day or whatever, like I do think about, today is just Thursday. The Browns are playing the Steelers. So it's like I got a white t-shirt on, right? Yeah. But like Monday, I wore a 49er t-shirt. I would not have done that if it hadn't been the day after a 49er victory.
Dibs? Because I know Steiny.
Dibs only has one shirt. He wears the same hoodie every day.
Incorrect.
Okay.
I'll wear the hoodie all week, and then next week I'll wear a different hoodie, and I'll wear it all week. I wear a different T-shirt every day underneath.
Do you wash it or just 5 straight wears?
5 straight wears. It doesn't get dirty.
It's
a
sweatshirt. Wow.
Thank you. It's a hoodie. All body odor is going on the T-shirt underneath.
No judgment.
I'm feeling judged right now.
I mean a little bit of judgment, but not much.
Yeah. Shout out Aaron Judge going for 61, but I don't have any
OG for real.
I have some team gear.
Yeah.
Like I have a Warrior. Remember those sleeved jerseys that they had? I got a Warriors sleeved jersey.
I want to say Larry Krueger modeled that.
Oh boy,
once,
did he.
And it was not received well.
It went viral, and by viral I mean
that's serious, Mark.
Ever since then, Kruger's been modeling his own gear
on
Twitch and YouTube,
and I rocked it.
Yeah, Larry's like Hasselhoff around here. Walks around with shirts that are like tune into Larry Kruger's YouTube channel.
Shasky and Bonte wear team gear because they are true fans,
no doubt,
and that suits them.
Yeah.
I'm not that guy, so I'm not going to come in here.
I'm that guy too. It's just a different color.
No, and you wear your Dallas stuff, and it's slightly offensive, but it's you. Steiny wears his muted earth tones. I wear hoodies, and you usually don't wear logos. Although today you are, you're giving Callaway some free pub.
I mean, hey, golf.
Steiny dresses up on Mondays because he's on Channel 2.
This space is open.
Look at you.
Totally.
Reason I bring that up, Steiny. True story. Mia, the wife, said Steiny stepped up his shirt game and telling me I look like a bum. And you quietly have done that, and I was going to bring it up on the show, but I'll bring it up with our brothers.
I always feel like you that you're going somewhere, though. Like, if you got a caller, it's because you got somewhere to be at 3 o'clock.
Or he's been somewhere.
Or been somewhere. I usually go with the shorts and some kind of sweatshirt or sweater.
But the collar shirts have been more common for you.
A little bit. A little bit.
I ain't mad.
A little bit. A little bit.
Well, it was wedding season. He had the wedding. And, Mondays he's on Channel 2 traditionally, so... he's got
on 95.7 The Game, not Steiny and Guru as he signs off.
Exactly.
Pop brought that to my
I mean, I think I've put a collar on about 4 times since the pandemic. I'm telling you. It's just like, that's what changed it for me. It's not Twitch and YouTube, it was the pandemic.
How about 5? Because when you say 4, I think of Brett Favre.
No, but I mean, this hat thing, I did this is like a pandemic. I mean, I was always a hat guy, but the like almost everyday thing.
And you got good lettuce.
Pandemic. Yeah. Pandemic, honestly, like I just was like, we're never leaving the house. Why would I put product in my hair?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell would I be doing?
I love
just
it.
put a hat on. I don't need a product.
I'll be raising my game tomorrow. Got lunch with the agent tomorrow.
Look at my
so
boy.
a little 12:30 lunch.
Nice.
What the hell are you two planning? Huh?
Well,
what are you two take over?
It's the flex moment of the show. Is what it is.
Nice. All right.
He's more of a father figure than anything.
Right.
So
you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. It is always live on the Odyssey app.
If you really want to know what's on my mind, just
what
say
you
it
thinking?
and I'll go. I went to bed thinking the Celtics were a dirty organization because of Udoka and all this stuff. I was like, how did that get out? It happens all the time. It ain't fair. They trying to get them. And now, if all reports are true and there's multiple women, shame on you. Sex is undefeated. It's just another one falling by the wayside.
Okay.
Is he going to really survive a year's suspension? Like, I'd be like, you know what? Fire me. I'm out.
Listen, I mean, this whole
Come
thing.
on.
First of all, shame on him no matter what. But it's also, at a certain level, not our business, too. Right? Like, I mean, and the other side to this, and we talked about it right off the top. I said to everybody in the room, I'm not terribly comfortable talking about this because I don't know what the hell happened.
I agree.
But second of all, there has to be more to this, because if you're telling me, right, if you're telling me that an NBA team is going to be like, well, we don't support cheating on our what?
I heard you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I honestly,
And now
of course,
there's multiple
of course,
allegedly.
We don't like.
But there is allegedly.
But we don't know anything.
Well, and here's the thing.
Who reported that there's multiple?
I showed
Black
you
Sports
on my
Online.
phone. Okay, well, I had a different
which is
one.
which is like the TMZ. It's very TMZ-esque in terms of
Robert Latoll.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out Robert. The accuracy of those off the chart. And I agree with you in that it's not our business until it is
That's
our business.
all.
And it becomes our business when the head coach of a team can't coach for a year. And the reports are that a front office person said to the owner, you got to suspend him for a year.
Well,
and that's when it becomes our business.
Well, that's right. The Celtics have made it our business,
Yes.
but I'm not going to jump to anything about what I know did or didn't happen. But where this conversation has been over the last 12 hours in terms of like, I was
mad at the Celtics. I'm not now.
Yeah, there has to be something much deeper to this than A to B, because
relations allegedly.
Right.
There you go.
Well, we don't know what their team guidelines are, what their team they may have,
and they do.
They may have something spelled out specifically about this.
Sure.
Like if it were,
Bill
an assistant coach and maybe a sales exec. I don't know, but clearly
is there sexual harassment?
Exactly.
I mean, this is a workplace thing. But, for everybody who's like, oh, my gosh, he cheated on his wife and you can't do that, and so he's suspended for a year, I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into that.
I wouldn't get into it either, because you mentioned it. In the NBA, if you took all 30 teams, how many acts of infidelity are there over the course of an 82-game season? Among players, front office people, and all the rest of it, you're talking about hundreds.
Right. So
if not thousands.
What's the line that was jumped over? A coworker?
That's what they say. You can't have a relationship with somebody in the organization.
But I mean, this is the guy who coached in the NBA Finals a few months ago. Like, it has to be more than that. And one of the reasons I hate having this conversation. One of the reasons I hate having this conversation is because it's going to make us sound like we're just dismissing infidelity or workplace impropriety. None of that is true. But the operation of the Boston Celtics is not going to break down its Eastern Conference Championship coach because he had an affair. They're not going to do that. So there's got to be something that's much, much deeper.
And the reports are, and I'll leave the conjecture aside after this, but the reports are that the team had actually asked him to, can we go ahead and end this quietly? And he said, no. No. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do what I do. P.S. We got a game tonight. I got to go coach. Where's my whiteboard?
How was Silver?
He's great. He was great. I will tell you a couple of quick things that for me were the highlights of Mike Silver. That's what Gu is referring to, and you can go check it out if you missed it at 10 o'clock this morning on the app. But he actually expressed some regret because he felt like the article might have, not that he was not backing everything he said, but he felt like the article had a tone that the 49er locker room was dancing on Trey's grave. Like they were excited. Yay, Trey's hurt, and now we've got Jimmy, and we're going to win. He said that he feels like in retrospect, and it sounds like probably he might have gotten a phone call from somebody, that in retrospect, some people took it that way, and he was regretful, I guess is a fair word, that some people took it that way. Because he was very no, this locker room loves Trey. They're super bummed for Trey. This was not the plan. It's not like people were rooting for this.
And I didn't get that personally, but I was telling Steiny, you're trying to paint the picture. I've worked for different bosses. I'm not a pro athlete. I know what a leader is. And a leader, to me, a good one, does not care how his employees or the people he met leads, how they feel. And there were some people in the locker room, players, that probably were pro Jimmy and pro Trey. And to me, I give Kyle, as much as I've bashed him, credit for making a decision, knowing that there were some players in there, guys, that maybe weren't on board with the decision, but they went with it and nothing came out publicly. So I say, okay, to said leader, Kyle Shanahan, I give you credit for keeping that in-house. Am I wrong for that?
No, No, I mean, you've got it. You've got.
Am I looking at that wrong?
I would give credit to the players, but I'm not going to fight you on it.
Yeah, but when you say you give the credit for the players, that tells me
they're professional.
They care about the coach to the degree.
They care about the team and their teammates.
And Mark made this point earlier, and
let's say they don't care about
him.
Kyle.
You can say whatever you want about Kyle Shanahan's play calling, his game management, and his arrogance and all the rest of it. This locker room is unified, and they play for Kyle Shanahan. He leads this team, and to your point, Steiny, I think this is an example where stuff like this would have gotten out in July or August. Like, reports are players are unhappy with Trey Lance as the starter.
IU thing last year, nothing really ever came out.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, and sometimes I think for us, it's just a feel. You know what I mean? But like, for instance, let's compare it to the questions we've all had with the Giants over the last 6 weeks. Can you feel that the locker room, I don't know that they don't, but do you feel like the clubhouse is like, no, like we're all on board with Kapler? It doesn't feel that way. I don't know that there are issues. I think there are frustrations that come with losing, and getting pulled at the wrong time or whatever. I think there are frustrations there for sure. I've never felt that, quite frankly, in 6 years with Kyle Shanahan. It's always felt like the whole group is pushing in the same direction.
And one of the things, though, is when Kapler last year, and they won 107 games, but I gave a lot of credit to Posey, Crawford, Belt, Longoria, the guys who were here, and then Kapler came on. Like, those guys are professionals. They might not even respect Kapler, but they're going to be professionals.
Yeah,
I feel like
point.
the 49ers, like you get Juszczyk, Garoppolo, Kittle, Bosa. Well, not Bosa. Trent Williams. I'm talking like they have professionals. They have guys who have been in the league, and they're not going to they know they have a chance to win it. They're not going to sabotage it if maybe they're not crazy about the coach. And I'm not saying they're not crazy about the coach, but they're pro enough to not to throw a season away because of
even
something
Ayuk,
like that.
though, to your point, last year you never heard him come out and say, there might have been some hints and some pouting or whatever, but he never came out and just said, "Coach is screwing me."
I mean, if there's a poster child in the history of the NFL for wow, you kept your composure through that, it's Jimmy.
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, over the last year and a half, right? And even after the game, I thought for the first time in his career, did we not get a tiny little glimpse of, I wish it was this way, but it's actually that way, when he kind of was like, I don't get to toss it around. We don't do that here. And Juszczyk said it with Damon Ratto again yesterday. He's like, Jimmy's got to go run the play. There's no like, hey, coach, what about this? There's no audible. And it's run the play, dude. Mark, right?
I talked about Trey never being empowered to throw. Jimmy might feel that same way after 5 seasons. And we could say, it's the right thing to do, but it goes to the control Kyle has. And Juice said it. Sometimes I wish he could come to line with rage in his eyes and look at the sideline and, let Jimmy cook.
But
but
the reason they comply, and you can talk about Kyle's career record, the reason that they comply is when Jimmy does what Kyle says, they win 70% of their games.
Yeah.
And Jimmy Garoppolo is the name he is because he has been part of an organization where when he's healthy, it works. So why would he upset the apple cart?
Well, now he has a chance, though, and I would love to see him wave off Kyle Shanahan.
Well, yeah.
You know what? What are you going to do? You going to bring in Purdy? So he goes, he gets to play in his headphone. He looks to Shanahan. Shakes his head, no. Gets in the huddle. Guys, we're going 5 wide. It's time to let Jimmy cook a little bit.
Right, but his next negotiation is on the line as well, so he would not only have to want to do that. I think that every athlete wants to do that.
You're right.
He would need to believe that would somehow lead to something better than what's already been happening.
I just want to see it, though, for the sake of him, looking over the sideline. Just go middle finger to Kyle one time.
I just think of boys to men with Jimmy in the Niners.
End of the road.
If you can't, or it's so hard to say goodbye.
My fault.
If you can't say goodbye this offseason, again, I know you guys are going to be like, Goo, where did they finish? How are you going to say goodbye if they go on another run and trade? And now you can say, hey, Trey needs more time.
The good times.
How do you say goodbye? How is this going to end? And I feel like Jimmy controls that in a sense. If he balls out, how do you say bye-bye?
Well, they did it last year when they went to the conference championship game. They still said bye-bye.
The other thing we don't know is how does Jimmy really feel about all that? Like, does he feel like they kind of didn't do right by him? And is he definitely leaving at the end of the year? Because
I don't think anything's definite.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I could see, like you said to me, Guru said, Steiny, I think if you were Jimmy Garoppolo, you would have told the 49ers
if
to
it was
kick
Matt
sand.
Steinmetz, I think he would have been out.
I don't, maybe, but what I'm saying is, okay, I have surgery. Now they can't move me. Maybe I don't think they want to move me. Now I'm in a pickle. Now they're going to lowball me. I don't know. Like, okay, now I'm going to make $13 million because I'm going to start. I can't say for sure Jimmy's pissed or not pissed.
And
I have no
idea. He brought up, did Jimmy, maybe he was feeling some type of way about knowing he was getting moved. Took a little while to get that surgery.
I mean, who knows?
He brought that, just a thought.
But just like Debo and Jimmy, like at certain points, they might have been like, you know what, bleep these guys. And then all of a sudden, no, it's okay. Because usually money is going to talk much louder in these situations. Like I think of, take Madison Bumgarner. When he left and he finally spoke freely in Arizona, he let it be known in no uncertain terms. It was like, actually, I was kind of mad at the organization. By the way, for what happened 4 years ago, like pre-Farhan. It's actually what a Giants fan is hoping for Aaron Judge right now. Aaron's not leaving New York unless he's already decided, I'm ticked at you guys and I'm leaving New York. But and I think, Steiny, this is on my mind too. This is a great question and we can't answer it yet. Has Jimmy already decided, like, forget you guys.
That's a real question.
I'm out next year, no matter what. It doesn't feel like he does.
It doesn't strike me that he's that kind of guy.
No, you're right. And he just, you know what? And I don't get the sense that he's this cerebral guy. I just think he kind of now will look back at what happened this year and say, yeah, I know, I want to punch a window, but it actually kind of all worked out, and so it'll work out this year. I'm not like. I don't think he's going to burn a bridge. That's just not who he is.
I think he just wants to play football, and he wants to play winning football, and he's doing it here, and he's got his bestie George Kittle coming back. I think he's more likely to come back, and then what can you get for Trey Lance in a trade?
We talked in the offseason about how Jimmy, coming up in a free agent deal, Jimmy had to find a spot where he could put the best stuff on tape. Holy hell, he found it.
Yeah.
I mean, it landed in his lap.
Right.
But what's
going to happen to Seattle?
And I think he knows that.
And he's not a waffle guy because there is no ego. Let go of my ego. Brett Favre.
That's a 4.
Joe Montana. They would have been at the house with the DirecTV remote control. They wouldn't have win back, I feel. The ego that they have,
I hear you.
I feel they would have been. I'd rather sit at the couch and watch SportsCenter, Steiny, than go back and rescue their ass. And Jimmy did it. And I got to get kudos, man.
Yeah.
You got 6 million reasons to go back and rescue their ass.
6.5.
Actually went to about 10 now. I think
Seriously.
keeps going up.
350,000 times 15 if he doesn't get hurt this year.
Wow.
That's 5.2 million.
Look at Captain Math over here.
Added this to 6.5.
Did you go to Harvard, Steiny?
I did not. I heard use check yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Harvard?
He went to Harvard. Yeah. I went to the Harvard of the state school system.
Well, there you go.
SF State.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Steiny and go. Here we go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Guru, you got me thinking about that question you asked me before the show. Is Steiny, if you were Garoppolo, you wouldn't be back. But you know what? And I'm going to be honest here. If there was a point when apparently John Lynch said to Kyle, what do you think about Jimmy? And Kyle said, essentially, no chance he's going to be interested. And Lynch was like, well, it doesn't hurt to ask. And then they approached Garoppolo, and he was open to it. So if at the time they first approached Garoppolo, Shanahan, if he was conciliatory and he struck all the right chords, yeah, I think maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't know what Kyle said exactly, but maybe he said, you know what, it kind of sucks the way it's worked out for you, and maybe we bear some of the responsibility. But look, we got, our situation, where Trey's at, it's going to be a long season trying to keep him healthy. We could try to do this thing together again, and But the other, let's not forget, what were his other options?
And okay, I give you that. But why I brought it up to you and the guy that I think you are, and I know, Steiny, and I'm not judging you. I can't judge, and I got to be careful here too, because I don't want to come across here, and we all know I'm not perfect. I've made many mistakes. I think I'm looking past Kyle, and I'm looking at Jimmy going from number 1 to number 2 when technically that wasn't the right move, nor did number 2 outplay you to the degree to where there should be a switch. So in my world, my pea brain, Steiny, I care about that stuff. I would have said deuces. And I would be financially not better off, but I would have said deuces because I wouldn't have been able to, and again, it wouldn't have been shame, but it would have been personal shame of those cameras looking at me holding the clipboard, knowing I just took my team to an NFC championship game. I took them to a Super Bowl, and this how y'all repay me? You're going to have me behind this rookie? And that would have been my fault, and I've made that decision in my life many of times, but I wouldn't have signed up for that. Jimmy did, because he didn't give a damn about ego and the stuff I'm talking about. And I know he's not dancing on this season's grave by Trey Lance not being available, but look at him now. He's a starter, and he's auditioning probably for his paycheck next year, Steiny, and he may win a Super Bowl doing it.
I'm actually starting to take offense to you saying that I would have said deuces.
Because you're a captain.
No.
It's almost a compliment.
So
it is a compliment, Steiny. It ain't almost.
See it. No, I disagree. It's not a compliment.
I'm telling you how I perceive it. Dude you are, you ain't playing no.
What I'm saying, no. Okay, so if and I've had a problem with a coach before.
Right.
I don't necessarily think that Garoppolo and Shanahan have a beef or anything, but there was a point when I was like, I'm just not I'm quitting. I'm not playing anymore. And my assistant coach took me out to lunch, and he said, you can't allow one person to make you not play basketball if you love basketball.
Right.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. One guy is going to make you do that. So clearly, Garoppolo just used his... After all the emotions die, and I went back on the team. Yeah. After all the emotions die down, you have to take a look at it in a different light, the light that is reality at that moment. And you got to maybe bite the bullet and say, okay, I'm going to make 6.5. I don't think Trey's going to be allowed to last I don't think he's going to last the year. I've seen him, how he plays.
He could never voice that, but that would be obviously in his thought process.
Of course.
Yeah, not wanting him to get hurt.
Well,
you know what I mean? Yeah, but
that's not even a big deal.
Carson Wentz when the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. You think he was telling his wife, honey, I want this dude to go out, throw 4 touchdowns, and they win a Super Bowl without me captaining the ship?
He knew that wasn't going to happen. Because he had watched Trey all year, and he knew Trey wasn't ready. And that's probably why he was upset.
And he made the right decision. I wouldn't have.
Well, what would you have been doing right now? Watching
sitting
games
on the couch
TV?
and probably thinking about, talking to my agent.
About
hopefully
what?
I'll get picked up next year or somebody goes down this year. But I'm being so real with you and the listeners, Steiny.
I don't get this about you.
And I'm going to give you something to where okay.
You've been a professional.
I think I got you on the hot seat. It ain't a hot seat, but I think I got something for you. Okay.
Like you said it the other day. You just don't burn bridges.
Right.
You wouldn't have burned a bridge.
But the bridge burned me. And that would hurt.
But you've never burned a bridge in your life.
Oh, I have.
Steiny. Oh, you have?
Yes, I have. Yes, and I'm going to give you one that we talked about. You said, Guru, what if Matt Nahagian came in here and there was some hotshot new host in Texas and he came here and he was going to take some of our time? How would you feel about that? What if he came in, Nahagian, and said, hey, this dude that I went to school with is going to be on your show, but we're going to have you do weekends? would you go back to weekends happy, or would you say, you know what, if you're taking me off from 12 to 3, I don't want weekend, I'm out? I would do, I don't want weekend, I'm out. And I think that was what Jimmy was looking at. And to his credit and my amazement, that's why I'm giving him kudos. Because he took his ego and all that out of the situation and was going to hold the clipboard. He was going to do that. And it may have been, and go ahead, I hear the but. Because I'm getting a lot of heat on the text line like, ooh, you're not giving Steiny a compliment.
But when Garoppolo heard that this is the way that, like, he didn't find out they were going to Lance and then the next day, hey, can we have you, we want you back. That took months. Jimmy thought he was gone. The 49ers thought he was gone too.
Okay.
Surgery. Things are drying up. Like, he wasn't at the point where he was in emotion. He had been 6 months into the process, was looking at, you know what, maybe I'm not going to get picked up this year.
Right. And I'm not saying that's the way to go, but if he had an ego, and we know what that means, forget me, some would have said, I'm not coming back to be a backup when I don't deserve to be. That's all.
The other thing is, it's not like
kudos
they said
to Jimmy, Steiny.
Well, no, if you want to use the radio analogy, it would be like, Steiny, we're bringing somebody in here. We think he's better than you, but you might not, and we're gonna put you on weekends.
Okay, gotcha.
And they say that's going to start 6 months from now. So you decide what you want to do. So I don't have to decide right now. Right. I don't. At that point, I'm not going to say hit the bricks.
Yeah.
So time goes by, and now all of a sudden, and now it's a month before I got to start full time on weekends. And Nahegan goes, "Hey, I know you're thinking of rolling, but any chance you start out on weekends? And look, you know how this business is. Something happens with one of my, starting five. We're going to go to you. I'll go to you. Okay? It's better than what I had.
Yeah. Okay. That was phenomenal. And I agree with that. But will you give me this? I'm not a Martian. I'm not on an island by myself. Are there quarterbacks you think in this league that would have told the Niners, I'm not coming back once they found out they were going to be demoted, that had the success Jimmy had?
Yes.
Okay, that's
better quarterbacks than Jimmy.
All right.
See, that's the thing about Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think he thinks he's a great quarterback. He knows who he is in this league.
That's interesting you say that.
And he wouldn't be comfortable going into this season unemployed because there's a part of him that knows nobody's banging down my door.
But there's also, Steiny, to that, we'll play it when we come back here. He knows he's being maybe not let Jimmy cook. Like I believe Jimmy believes there's another side of him as a quarterback that can throw the ball or try to throw the ball downfield that this man, Kyle Shanahan, has not let him. Not let him. Juice said it.
No, but who's the coach? Who's the team?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, exactly. He doesn't have one.
Because it ain't the one right now he's playing for. He can't even audible, Steiny. And to me, I'll run the show.
We got. Let me tell you what's going on today. We got what time we got Cam and Brandon? Real quick. Cam Inman 2:00. Brandon Stokely, former 1,000-yard receiver, 3 times with the Broncos, and he does radio in Denver. We're going to talk about the Broncos with Brandon Stokely at 1:30. Let me ask you, 49er fans, what's Jimmy? Do we know what Jimmy Garoppolo's mindset is right now? Do you think that he's just out the door the minute he gets a chance to go out the door? Could this thing become more permanent? Do you have any doubt that he's pissed off? Or is he? Or is he okay? What's Jimmy thinking? Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible.
What's the best way to get hyped up for Niners Broncos? Listen to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal.
The difference is I've been out there with Steve McNair, you have. The difference is I've been out there with Killy Smith, you have. The difference is I've seen this game and played it, you have.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Guru, you're like the U.S. Constitution. You're from the people, by the people, and for the people.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up at 1:30, we got Brandon Stokely, two-time Super Bowl champion in 15 seasons.
Bam!
He's a former 1,000-yard receiver, and he spent 3 years with the Broncos. And he lives and works in Denver. You can catch him weekdays 11 to 2 Mountain Time on 104.3 The Fan. So he'll be coming up in an hour. He obviously knows the Broncos inside and out. Cam Inman will join us at 2. He knows the 49ers inside and out. And right now, we're just trying to get a feel for where Jimmy Garoppolo is mentally. Is he? I mean, obviously he's in a good frame of mind. He's a starting quarterback for a Super Bowl contending team. But we don't know how he feels about the organization in general. Is he definitely out the door at the end of the season? Is he still holding the grudge, but he's such a professional, nobody will know it? Nobody really does know where Jimmy's coming from here. And so that gives him a lot of leverage right now within the organization. He went from not having a lot of leverage to having a lot of leverage, especially if he plays well.
Yeah, and you asked me a question before the break that, has me thinking, would you want to play for a coach now that he will have the option to go somewhere else after this season, Steiny, that doesn't empower you to do and throw the ball downfield or make changes at the line? I'm just wondering how much, if any, has he had enough of that?
Well, we don't know that he's going to be wanted at the end of the year.
Oh, here?
No. By another team.
Oh, I got to imagine right now he got off to a good start being Seattle. I know he came in, but I'm just like, at minimum, I know they're going to the playoffs, but won a couple playoff games, and probably what he did before, just last year, before he had to get shoulder surgery, we assumed he would be a starting quarterback for another team. I think that's done. My thing is now,
I don't know.
The fact that Juice told us, and we all knew he doesn't, he's doing it Kyle's way. Maybe if he were to go to Seattle or another team, maybe they would empower him to do more things his way, to see something at the line of scrimmage and make a change. Like, that would be attractive to me to want to go somewhere else and play. If there are suitors, which I imagine, hell yes, there'll be suitors if he can remain healthy and finish this season out.
My question to you is, if you think that's the case, so do you think Kyle Shanahan's used Jimmy Garoppolo wrong?
I've given Kyle Shanahan an A+ for what he's gotten out of Jimmy, but this is more, what about Jimmy? Is Jimmy feeling like he's being empowered and used a way that other quarterbacks are that he's not? So how does he feel about that? But as far as Kyle and what I can deem and the qualities, the pluses for Jimmy, I got to give him an A+ on. He's got him to 2 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl. So yes.
So
But how's Jimmy feeling? How would he answer that question, Steiny? Is the question is what's up?
I don't know. Does Jimmy Garoppolo think can play a different way?
I'm starting to feel like he might.
Well, if he can, then Kyle Shanahan's a bad coach.
Let Jimmy cook.
If Jimmy Garoppolo is a different kind of quarterback than we've seen, then Kyle Shanahan's not a good coach. If Jimmy Garoppolo goes somewhere else and lights it up and looks noticeably different, well, then we can say Kyle Shanahan used Garoppolo the wrong way.
But it kind of goes back
I don't think he did.
Yeah, well, it kind of goes back to what Willard said, Steiny. Just because Jimmy thinks he can cook, what if he were to go somewhere and burn the kitchen down?
Exactly. Joel's in Lodi. What's up, Joel?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Hey, just real quick, I want to put this out there just first and foremost. I've never been a big Jimmy fan the way of his performance. I'll just state it like that. And, the thing is, too, is that I think Jimmy's weighed out his options. These were the best options. But what I wanted to get to, I think he kind of wanted to play with the guys that he likes. He knows what he's in for. It's
right.
like...
Devil,
knowing who you're going to take to the dance rather than just, wait until the last minute and, just a grab bag. But what I think, too, is that, through this whole thing in the offseason about his shoulder surgery and the backlash from that, from the teams about the timing of the surgery and all this stuff, and then trying to get rid of him and knowing that he, he had 2 feet out the door, they just didn't have anybody that, that they was suited for him and that he didn't have the right team to go to. And even though I'm sure he felt like he wasn't wanted by the Niners. And then through all, and then the ghosting of these text messages by his teammates of this supposed story, that turned out to be fake story anyway, fake news. The thing is that you haven't heard boo from him all this whole time. You haven't heard any bad mouthing at all, and he had every opportunity to do it. And like I said, I'm not a Jimmy fan of his performance, man. I'll take my hat off to that guy for the class that he's exemplified, being, handling himself the way he has. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's so well received on this team.
Yeah.
Guys.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
No, there's no doubt he's liked by his teammates. And I don't think Garoppolo can't stand Kyle Shanahan.
I didn't say that either.
I think he thinks he's a pain in the ass to play for.
Gotcha.
And I think Garoppolo thinks Shanahan expects too much. But I also think that Garoppolo likes his teammates enough that when Shanahan comes down his road, Garoppolo's probably just like, well, that's just Kyle. You can never do perfect by Kyle if you're a quarterback. And, he knows that's the way it is.
And,
so
I'll tell you who else knows. And, again, this is just how I feel, and I'll share it. Now that I feel like, if we want to call it a pain – or micromanaged, as I heard the guys this morning on the roast talk about Kyle's style. No wonder Brady either wasn't looked at as something that Kyle could make work, because Brady probably would have gave him, some F-bombs or whatever, like, I'm running the show, I'm the Captain Kirk. When you work with a lesser quarterback than a Tom Brady, as accomplished as he is, like a Jimmy Garoppolo or a Nick Mullins, Steiny, you got them in a straitjacket. It's like you're controlling them, like a video game.
I think it would have been real uncomfortable for Kyle Shanahan to coach Tom Brady.
But damn, if you got the results, would you care?
Well, I'm not sure Kyle would get the results for Tom Brady.
But if you let Tom be Tom and trust him,
I don't think Kyle can do that.
And that is a flaw.
I actually don't think
that's
Kyle
a
can do
coaching
that.
flaw. If that's true, I don't like that. Like, if you say, hey, go make your favorite coach, your best coach and all the attributes, I wouldn't want that to be. I wouldn't want my coach to have that.
I mean, I don't know that I'm right on it, but I'm just trying to envision how Kyle Shanahan and Tom Brady would interact. I mean, Tom Brady's older than Kyle Shanahan. He's respected more than Kyle Shanahan.
And he's more accomplished.
He's done more than Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. So Kyle Shanahan would really, the one thing about Kyle Shanahan, to me, it does feel like he needs to have acknowledged that he's the big boy in the room, and he wouldn't be the big boy in the room with Tom Brady.
And but if you're winning the chip, allegedly, and you had that increased your chances, wouldn't that supersede being the big boy in the room?
What offense would they have run?
The West Coast offense, whatever.
Would Kyle try to still run 60% of the time?
Wow. I would hope not with Tom Brady.
Why not? They still have a great running game.
Yeah, but Tom Brady's Tom Brady. He can do. We've seen what he's done.
Yeah. I don't think it would work well, to tell you the truth.
Well, obviously, you might be right. Kyle probably wanted no part of that. Oh, I got to share some authority, or I got to lay off a little bit.
Yeah. So Mike Silver was on with the Dibs and Willard, and he was talking about the tension in the locker room now. Take a listen.
There was a lot of tension surrounding that, and I think, that tension is gone for better or worse, as long as Jimmy stays healthy, because now you don't have the specter of Trey being replaced or people taking sides.
I don't necessarily think tension just gets stopped because a guy gets hurt. If guys weren't on board, if it's true that the locker room had some dissension about the decision that Kyle was making, that just because Trey Lance gets hurt doesn't mean the locker room's united anymore. I don't buy that.
Well, my question to you and anybody out there feeling that way, what does that tension look like? Kyle, and I get it. I just don't think it's a big deal. It's some were yay, some were nay. Like you said, Goo, I don't expect him not to bust their ass out there on the football field. If it was some receivers, D linemen, Kyle may not talk to them dudes for 2-3 weeks. So I don't get, like you said, now that Trey is off limits and we know he's not going to play, how is that going to grow or fester and be a bad thing?
That's how things happen. They grow and fester. If there's a segment of guys in that locker room that think Kyle Shanahan made a foolhardy decision and didn't do right by Trey Lance and did put Trey Lance in harm's way and believe it wasn't fair to that kid, then that doesn't go away. Doesn't go away. But now, I don't know if people were thinking that, but all I'm hearing is there's people that saying, the locker room was a little bit divided. Well, okay, so if that's a fact, that the locker room was divided or that there was some kind of internal issue, a disagreement over who should be starting, Trey Lance getting hurt doesn't solve that.
Well, to me, when we
doesn't
talk
make
about
the decision
Fester,
any less wrong or right.
Him being an option and whoever's the quarterback, that's when it would really, it was like it's just going to implode now at some point if he was available. Now that he's gone, and all you have is Jimmy because Trey is hurt, Steiny. I think that kind of like...
But my point is, if Kyle Shanahan's credibility has taken a hit from some guys on the team, that's not going anywhere. Yeah. And that will manifest itself over a 15-game season. Let me be clear. I don't know if there was a split in the locker room or not. I hear it's been reported, and people are saying there are a lot of guys who thought Jimmy Garoppolo should be starting in the first place. All I'm saying is if that's the case, just because Trey Lance gets hurt, that doesn't mean it all goes away.
But if it's 3rd and 8, defense or offense done, or getting ready, preparing yourself for a game, how would that interrupt any of that?
Because you're just not. You don't think your coach is as great as everybody thinks he is, or you saw the coach make a decision that got a guy hurt. I'm not saying this is the case, but all I'm saying is if the locker room was split, Jimmy should be playing, Trey should be playing, Jimmy should be playing, and Trey Lance gets hurt. I just don't think that goes away. So if you thought Jimmy Garoppolo should be playing, and you didn't think Trey Lance was as good as him, and you saw the way Kyle Shanahan used Trey Lance, and now Trey Lance, 22 years old, plays 2 games and he's out for the year. He broke his ankle. I would be like, you know what? That's some messed up crap right there.
I totally get you, but we're not going to dinner every night. It's like any other job. You can disagree with the
coaches,
decision.
You don't lose faith in coaches over time?
No doubt, but you're still going to be a professional and put out your best effort.
But that sliver is the difference between winning a championship and not winning a championship. Teams that are together win championships. If this team's not together, they're not going to win a championship. I'm not saying they're not together, but I'm just saying, that's what happens. Teams start to lose more and more confidence in a coach.
Because we've seen teams win, Tiny, when they don't like each other.
Especially an arrogant coach who hasn't won a Super Bowl yet.
Yeah.
So, I don't think the 49ers are immune.
That relationship could be tainted. They could have no respect for Kyle if it's gotten there. But as far as going out there to ball out and prepare for a game, I don't think that they do that to sabotage themselves.
If they have no respect for Kyle Shanahan, they're not winning a Super Bowl.
But being mad and now having no respect.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Of course they have respect for Kyle Shanahan, but it's all there's levels. I mean, it's about, will you run through a wall for him or not? Well, you know what? Maybe you're a little more reluctant to run through a wall because you just saw the way he handled Trey Lance, and you know he doesn't care if you get hurt running into that wall. So I just like whatever Kyle is as a coach, like he's going to continue to be as a coach. If he's universally respected in that locker room, he's probably still universally respected in that locker room. But there's no doubt that if there's been disagreement over which quarterback should start, then this thing still has to write the end of the book because Trey Lance getting hurt's just the start of it. But again, I don't know how much I buy that the locker room was split. I don't know how much I buy that in the first place. Which is the one you wanted from Juszczyk about?
He wishes, playing that Jimmy could come to the line with like rage, fire in his eye, and change a play.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Kyle Juszczyk yesterday with Damon and Ratto.
I don't think we're going to see that. Part of me would love to see him, just have that little bit of vengeance in his eye and, out there just kind of trying to stick it to people because I think a little bit of that will bring a nastiness, a tenacity to him, which I'm sure deep down there's a little bit. But at the end of the day, Jimmy knows how to play the quarterback position here, and I'm sure he's going to keep it between the lines and do what Kyle tells him.
Would you like to just see that for one play, though, where the play comes in and he turns to the sideline, flips Shanahan the bird, and then jacks one up?
As long as that play is me on a go route, then yes, I'm 100% in.
Okay. Juice on the fly pattern.
What quarterback doesn't think he's being held back a little bit?
Tom Brady, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers.
There's no quarterback
Kyler might feel.
There's no quarterback on Garoppolo's level who doesn't think the coach is holding him back.
Now, what level do you have him at? Average?
He's average. Every average quarterback thinks they should be doing more.
Kirk Cousins, I feel like it's his show. And rightfully so. He's thrown for 4,000 yards how many times? We ain't talking about clutch. We're talking about doing the job. Yeah, your boy can throw it.
Yeah, he's on a different level than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay, so you got him. Yeah, I don't know how many.
Cousins is a much better thrower than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, man.
So, what I'm saying is, I don't think that's necessarily.
But Jimmy has talked about it sometimes, Todd. He said, hey, I just run the plays that are called. Okay? I'm up here criticizing Jimmy for not throwing down the field to Ayuk and Debo. Maybe he wants to.
Maybe he doesn't have the guts to.
Well, if you had the guts to go against your coach in the call.
What?
If he wanted to do that and it's not called.
Doesn't he have a choice to audible or not?
Yeah, but if he doesn't. That's what Juice is talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then go to another team where the coach
we'll see. Stay tuned.
I don't even want to give the split locker room legs.
I got you.
All I'm saying is if there were an issue, well, then there's an issue, and it doesn't get solved by an injury. But I'm not convinced there's an issue there. In fact, I'm almost convinced, and this is, you look at the 49er veterans, guys who have been around, the pros. I could easily see, and I've said this before, this is the way I think it went down. Shanahan called together his big boys, the leaders of the team, explained the situation to them. He was probably honest and said, look, we're going to go with Trey. We think he's got a big upside, but we all know a little bit raw. We're going to go back out and get Jimmy if something happens to Trey. But we are going to give Trey the first shot. But listen, we're not going to let Trey play us out of playoff position. You know what? If I'm George Kittle, I'm like, all right, coach, let's do it. Let's do it.
Me too.
Right.
Yeah.
But we're assuming everybody was on board with that. I could see some guys saying, all right, well, I'm not crazy about it, but we'll give it a try. I mean, guys are going to have all different views, but I'm sure that they'd all be like, all right, let's try it. Let's give it a try.
And even though I don't agree with it, I'm going to give my all still.
Right, and maybe they're saying to each other, maybe Kittle's saying to Ayuk, this guy's I can't believe he's even trying.
Right. That's happened on the
seriously,
team.
who does this guy even think he is? He thinks we're going to win the Super Bowl and Trey's going to be our starter. Okay, Kyle. Yeah, we'll try it. Let's see how it goes. They try it, and a game and a quarter in,
man,
Trey Lance running his 50th time in 4 games gets hurt. Yeah, I can see somebody being upset about that. If they weren't crazy about the move in the first place. All right, 888-957-9570. We got Brandon Stokely coming up at 1:30, former Broncos receiver, now does radio in Denver. Cam Inman at 2 o'clock. And Guru, we got the Warriors.
This is incredible.
They had media day today. Well, it's not media day. I guess the media availability.
Okay, gotcha.
It's not the media day. Yeah. Media day Sunday. But I think we've got a theme of the season. We've got, obviously, individual themes.
Yeah.
But I think Bob Myers hit the nail on the head right off the bat at today's media availability. Listen to what he said about the Warriors moving forward.
Well, we want all those guys. Can we get them all? I don't know. It depends on what the money ends up being, what the ask is, what we can do. We're not at a point to make those decisions yet. Where it ends up, the more I've been in this, the more I realize there's no absolutes. I could sit here and say, we want this, we want that. Some of these decisions may be made in the next 2 weeks, and some might be made in 7-8 months, and the information that we have then will be helpful as far as making those. And then it's a negotiation, to be honest. But we like them all. I'm not going to like them in order for you. That doesn't do me any good, but we like them all.
All right.
Wow.
So who are all of them? Well, all of them are Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. Those are the 4 guys that Bob Myers said, we want them all. But I think this organization is bracing for not having one of those guys within the next 2 years. And that's the message that Joe Lacob has subtly been sending. And not so subtly.
Everybody's not getting a bag.
I think that's fair.
Man. And everyone on that list is like, how do you part ways with one?
Well, that's a great question.
Wow, man.
The first decision you have is Jordan Poole.
JP.
You got 2 or 3 weeks to give him an extension. If you give him an extension, he's going to be a Warrior for the next 4 or 5 years. If you don't give him an extension, then he's a restricted free agent at the end of next year, which means you'll be able to match any salary he might get. Are you extending Jordan Poole right now for, let's say, $100 million over 4 years?
If I'm the Warriors, hell yes.
Okay.
Yep. But Jordan, that's the flip side. I think he's looking like Steiny. I think, and we talk about it all the time about what do players think, they are. I think he thinks he's a 1, if not a 1 or 2. And he looks at the way, it's set up here and how much he would have to share. And I'm not saying he won't take that extension, but my concern there is him thinking that way at this young age and the growth and how he's hit the scene. I don't expect him to have that was his best season. I expect his ceiling to go higher and higher in what did you call it, the disease of more, or just the goals that kid has in mind. That's what scares me.
See, I'm of the opinion.
Yeah, man.
I'm of the opinion that Poole, Wiggins, Draymond, and Klay, if any of those guys makes any noise about kind of not wanting to be here or shows an inclination, you know what? I can go somewhere else. That's going to be the one to leave. They all, to me, have to want to come back. And if Jordan Poole thinks he can get a bigger bag than 2025, I don't know. Maybe he's making the decision for you. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, man, hard to believe, but their season is starting. Bob Myers wants to keep them all. It's probably unlikely that the Warriors can do that. Who are you moving forward with, and who are you leaving behind, and how much does this year dictate which avenue you're going up? Hey, when you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of good vibes. Plan your visit to San Diego today at sandiego.org.
It's a Sunday night showdown for the 49ers.
From our POV, I look at the Broncos and I feel like they're still feeling themselves out as well.
Can Jimmy G and the Niners take over Broncos country?
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
You can count on Big O Tires for great service and even better deals on name brand tires. Now through October 9th, save up to $100 instantly on select Bridgestone and Firestone tires with installation purchase. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
MVP's bonus days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a special BOGO offer from Bosch. Buy a select Bosch 18-volt Bear Tool, get a battery free. Shop savings on all of our top pro items. Plus, MVPs earn up to 3 times bonus points on select products. Join today and redeem points for products designed to level up your business. Don't miss MVP's bonus days, happening now at Lowe's. Pricing and offers subject to change at any time. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 9/23.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn. Get started on dinner. Or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices. and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny. Okay. This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The big man.
Wiseman better be careful.
That's pretty good.
I'll start mispronouncing his name.
Wiseman.
I've been around here longer than him.
He's thicker than the Snickers, Steiny. I can't wait.
To me, there's two themes to the year. The team is how they move forward with their players who are coming up on free agency, and then individually, to me, and we talked about this briefly yesterday, I think it's all about Wiseman this year. You think Kuminga, I think they're both important. Obviously, they both are, but we're talking about the Warriors. Bob Myers met with the media today. They go to Japan next week.
Yeah, two games.
We got him again on 95.7 The Game, so you'll hear every single Golden State Warrior game right here on 95.7 The Game. And I'm going to play this one more from Bob Myers. And here's what we're doing right now. We're going to talk a little Warriors until about 1:30. Then we're bringing in Brandon Stokely, former wide receiver for Denver. Got to get into the Broncos. It's been all Garoppolo and Trey Lance, who are the Denver Broncos. And then we're going to Cam Inman, 49ers, 95.7 The Game insider. And then we'll finish up however the hell we want.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. But this is what Bob Myers said earlier today, just about an hour ago, on what are you going to do as it relates to Poole, Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
Well, we want all those guys. Can we get them all? I don't know. It depends on what the money ends up being, what the ask is, what we can do. We're not at a point to make those decisions yet. Where it ends up, the more I've been in this, the more I realize there's no absolutes. I could sit here and say, we want this, we want that. Some of these decisions may be made in the next 2 weeks, and some might be made in 7-8 months, and the information that we have then will be helpful as far as making those. And then it's a negotiation, to be honest. But we like them all. I'm not going to like them in order for you. That doesn't do me any good, but we like them all.
So there's Bob Myers. Last Dance? Am I smelling Last Dance vibes?
Only if one of the big three left.
Well,
and right now, Dre, he got a bag too that he's looking for. Klay is a lifer. I know you're like, what do you mean? I just feel like Klay, Splash Brother, will be here. But Dre and the connection to Bron and the whole Clutch Sports, and I don't want this to happen, but Stein, if you say if one of the big three are leaving, the homegrowns, it damn sure ain't Steph. It would be Dre.
Well, to me, Draymond Green threw a little bit of a monkey wrench into everything earlier this offseason, talking about opting out of his last year and renegotiating an extension now. And
right now.
I was incredulous that that's what he wanted to do, and I would still be very surprised if the Golden State Warriors were to do that. But the one thing I don't think Draymond Green's going to do is opt out of that last year, which is a player option, without a contract extension. Because I'm telling you what, Draymond Green opts out of that last year, he may have just solved some of the Warriors' issues at that point. Because at that point, they could just let Draymond go and re-sign everybody else, and kind of the decision's been made for him, especially if Draymond has given indications he's ready to move on.
And what fascinates me is when we heard Steph Curry sit down with when he did his interview and talked about possibly, being okay with KD coming back, And, you and I talked about it, Sonny, because we don't know what was said, if there were conversations between the two teams. But if, let's just say, Brooklyn wanted, the Warriors wanted to include a package with Draymond Green in it to Brooklyn, could you imagine him not being a Warrior that way? Like, it wouldn't have been the last dance. It would have been the last chance, and he would be in a net uniform, and you just wonder how attractive he is or would be to the Nets.
I don't think he'd be very attractive.
See, that's amazing to me because now that KD would be off the Nets, then their title hopes are down the drain. So I get that.
I think if the Nets were to trade Durant, and it would have been with the Warriors, they would have wanted Kuminga. They would have wanted Wiseman.
Jim Jordan, Poole.
They absolutely would have wanted Poole.
Yeah.
I'm not saying all of them.
Yeah, I hear you.
But they aren't going to say, hey, first and foremost, we want Draymond Green.
Because Green is a missing piece to a championship team that has, like, if the Bucks get Draymond Green, a team like that, I mean, that's where he's just valuable.
The Bucks won a title without him.
Okay, Boston.
I'll say Boston.
Well, they looking for a coach, maybe. But,
Boston.
Boston. Miami. Like, that's where Dre is, Mr. Fixer-Upper. If you need a chip, I can do the dirty work.
He also could be Mr. Terror Downer.
The Clippers, producer, he got my ear.
He can mess something up as easily as he could put somebody over the top.
Let me ask you something about radio etiquette. Producer E gets in your ear and he says something, gives you an answer to something, and then you say it, but you don't cite him. I feel like hosts do that too much. It's okay I say producer E. Like he gave that to me. I'm that type of dude. I think some dudes just steal it and just as if it were theirs.
Let's go to Jay in Oakland.
Well, thanks.
Hey, Jay. What's going on? You can do what you like.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Jay?
I love y'all. My favorite. Y'all my favorite too. I love y'all to death.
Thank
now,
you.
as far as myself being a general manager, the writing is on the wall. Draymond his days are numbered. That's why he's trying to opt out the contract, because he knows with the emergence of Wiggins and Poole that if they get their contracts, they can't re-sign him. So that's why he's trying to pressure them into signing him soon. Draymond is the oddball, so I think we go to the table and get all four together and see if we can come up with a number to keep all four players that they could keep. And if not, I have to go with Draymond because, I mean, as hard as it would be to replace his fire and energy, he turned into Ben Simmons last year in the playoffs and the finals. He couldn't make a shot. He was scared to shoot the ball. He was frustrated. We can't do that no more. He's easier to replace. Because just imagine if we had somebody to replace him that can hit the 12-foot jump shots and the free throws, just to make and rebound, just the basic things.
Yeah, Jay, thanks, but come on.
There was a lot there, but
so many other things. Yeah. I do agree with Jay, though. If push comes to shove, I'm with him. It's got to be Draymond, as far as I'm concerned.
And do you think when we got the news, did Dre wanted the extension to the caller's point, Steiny?
I think the caller's right.
No, Dre was playing chess. There was
we'll see.
That it's going to work out in his favor, but he was letting you know, is this going to sound crazy to you, partner? I'm going down. I ain't going down without a fight. Kind of like, there was something to that, and there was a message. And I think he's looking around like they got Jordan Poole, who, let's be honest, and give credit to Draymond. I mean, I don't know if you want to say credit might be too strong of a word. He's giving your boy JP his flowers at every turn. Like, this dude is going to be a factor in the league. He's going to average 25 points a game. So Dre isn't looking at Jordan Poole and his future. If they may have something to do with Dre's, he's giving him his props. And then you talk about Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins, remember we started out a couple years ago with Dibs K-Wig? Now it's grown into a thing.
Draymond Green missed 36 games last year.
Before that, though, he was DPOY caliber. Steiny, he was playing his ass off. Before Dre got hurt last year, it looked like you could have just sent the award to him in the mail. And I know it wasn't 50 games, Goo, but he was playing his ass off.
Well, he doesn't stay healthy anymore.
And that is a problem.
So you can't be Defensive Player of the Year if you miss 30 games a year. And he's missed, 16?
Yikes.
43, 22, 19, 36. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm Joe Lacob and I think this is what he's going to do, which is nothing. He's not going to extend Jordan Poole right now because he doesn't have to do anything.
He's status quo.
Come on out. It's Golden State Warriors having tryouts. Who wants to be on the team after this year? That's what this year determines. You want to be on the team next year? Have a good year this year, and we'll re-sign you. That's what I would do.
Wow.
Jordan Poole, you're not happy about not getting an extension? You got to come out. You got to put that behind you.
And who could be mad at the big boss for all the money and the red that he's got, the black, whatever you want to call it, that he's gone into? He's earned himself this year to just, like you say, Steiny, try out.
Samuel in Sunnyvale. Hey, Samuel, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, what's going on, guys? I have a quick question that I want you guys to answer after I get off. Disregarding Steph Curry, who is probably going to be the ultimate lifer for the Warriors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Based on the order, I want to know your guys' order of operations based on the contracts that which includes players that aren't really up for contract. What would your order of operations be in terms of contracts for who could help us immediately as well as towards the future? If you could name your top players that could immediately help us who deserve contracts right now versus ones that will get them down the line in the future to continue this dynasty, what would your order of operations be for those players who deserve contracts to continue this dynasty? Just name them out, each of you guys.
All right. Well, I may be different. I think I'm going to be different than most people because if you're making me the owner of the Golden State Warriors, you're making me the owner of the Golden State Warriors right now. And your boy's not going to have much sentimentality.
Well, look at you.
So,
look at these.
To me, I'm just going bottom line. If I like Jordan Poole, he's priority number one. Okay. He's the youngest player. He's the most explosive player. He's the player he's more improved than anybody else. To me, Jordan Poole is my number one priority in terms of re-signing. Number two is Wiggins. I'm looking at age and I'm looking at where the league is. It's all about versatile wing defenders. So Wiggins would be two. And boy, Clay and Draymond are kind of in a tie for third. And ordinarily I'd say Clay's a higher priority, but you're going to have to probably pay Clay more than you want to pay Clay. So I don't know. I'd have to see. But Clay and Draymond are tied for three, depending on how things shake out with the other two.
Now, I'm shocked that you said it was that close with because I agree with you. To me, Jordan Poole is the next Steph Curry. He won't be Steph Curry, but he will be the face of my franchise. So I got Poole number one. Yeah. Andrew Wiggins, just like you talked about, can do it all. Swiss Army knife, still relatively young. He's not going anywhere, so he's my number two priority. And three, Steiny, is Klay Thompson. And Klay, outside, and this is going to sound crazy, those two catastrophic injuries, they happened back-to-back. I mean, what I saw from him physically and him being able to play 30, 28 minutes a game last year, I feel like, and he can still shoot the ball, and it's a shooter's league, Draymond would be the odd man out for me.
Yeah, me too.
And there's no shade in that.
Just be man enough to say it. Of course there's shade in it.
First off, I'm all man.
No,
and then whatever you heard, for you to have to say that to me, I don't know why you said it.
Because you have to sugarcoat it with Draymond because you're afraid Brownie Blings might be listening.
That's what you think of me.
You don't have to say no shade. You don't have to say no shade to Draymond.
No, but I would say that if we were at the bar. That's how I put my mustard on my lines.
It is shade at Draymond.
But I'm scared to say number 4 on my list. Because if I was thinking that way, I would have had Dre number 2.
But then you would have done the same. No shade at Clay.
I would not.
No shade at Wiggins.
I love you for calling me out, but it was nothing there.
Yeah, I think there was.
You didn't know me 5 years with this marriage. You think I'm a scaredy cat at times?
Yeah, remember we talk about how I think you
Dre on the show, and I said, "Hey, Dre, I went at you." And you saw what I did to Jeff Garcia. I ain't scared of nobody.
Ah, yeah.
Look at you smiling. Jeez. Yeah, you know I'm on to something. I ain't scared. Your partner ain't scared.
Yeah. Scary cat. Says Booby Roots 23. And the sniff. And the sniff.
Mr. Furley.
Would Wiggins fill that void if Draymond were let go? Not all of it. Tony in Oakland. What's up, Tony? Talk to me.
Steiny, man, it's bringing a tear to my eye. We got to take a moment. We got to take a moment of silence and realize Jordan Poole is out. If I'm that guy, 25 a mil is not enough, bro. It's not enough. If I know I can go to Orlando, I can go to Indiana, I can go to Sacramento. Hey, throw me. I want the bag. I want 35 mil. We've all been praising this guy for his work ethic. He's finally earned it. We got one more year of a bargain. If there's anybody in Jordan Poole's camp that's listening to me right now, hey man, let's go back to back. Let's put that work ethic put in for this season. Let's go back to back. Let's let that guy go and let that guy get the bag. We'll be holding that guy back. Somebody, man, I'm a basketball fan. I'm a diehard Warrior fan, but at the end of the day, I love basketball. I'd rather see Jordan Poole go to Orlando and average 30 and be at a below average team than be held back with us and only make 25. Let that guy get paid. That guy deserves to get paid, man. Let him fly. Let's see that.
Yeah. I thought my smoke detector detected Poole shade, but that was Poole love.
The Warriors could give Poole 5 years and $190 million.
Well, then he could get his bag here.
You wouldn't pay him that, would you? Would you give Jordan Poole $190 over $5 million?
Man,
I wouldn't. That's a little bit crazy.
That's what, almost 40.
Yeah, I got to try to keep him
not
between
with
20
Steph
and
still, because I believe Steph's got 4 if he wants to, at least 4 or 5 more years.
By the way, and a lot of people weighing in here. Well, you also got to take into account what Steph wants. Hey, listen,
I saw that.
I think Steph made it clear this summer he's on board with whatever Bob Myers and Joe Lacob want to do. He trusts them. They've got 4 titles. The bottom line is, Steph Curry made it clear the Warriors were talking to the Nets about Durant. And Steph Curry had no problem with Kevin Durant coming back here.
Wow,
if Joe Lacob says to Steph Curry, hey, I got to move. It's going to cost us Draymond, but I think we could keep this window open for another year or two. Steph would be, bye-bye. Bye-bye, D. Bye-bye, Day-Day.
Oh, no.
Curry wants to win first and foremost.
Wow, he just did.
He wants to win more.
And he did want it with the original recipe that I was telling you still wasn't done.
He won 4 titles with Draymond. I don't think he'd be afraid to move on from Draymond if they had a good deal for him. Curry's not dumb.
They got 4 rings.
Yeah.
Could have 6.
Well, in your mind, they all do. That's why you're so.
Hey, yeah. I'm just
saying. A couple other things. The Curry. We're going to get into some of the Steve Kerr sound also. We can do it right now. This is
the Kuminga.
What about him?
Bob basically saying Stephen A's report about Kuminga and his work ethic were kind of not true.
Well. Of course,
never you says good Steiny. If he said it, he's in the know.
Here's what Steve Kerr said about what Stephen A. said about Kuminga.
I know there was that weird report that came out. I think Stephen A. Smith said something about JK, and I, honestly, Bob and I, when that came out, we called each other and asked each other, like, where did that come from? Because it made no sense, because JK's been great. He's done everything we've asked of him. He's working hard. He's right where he needs to be, and it's just, he's got to just keep getting better every day. But we're very happy with his summer and everything he committed to.
That's from the TK show. That was Steve Kerr. Go. Okay.
Hurry up so I can get my thoughts.
Sure, it came from Lacob. Or Mike Brown.
But
somebody said it. And Stephen A. Smith didn't make it up, and it's not the first time we've heard whispers about Kuminga and his work ethic. So, of course you called Bob and said, where did it come from? Because you didn't do it and Bob didn't do it. But
all right, so he came from the tippy top, because I'm like, if that's coming to save the day, you should have did it a day or two after Stephen A. Like, the damage has been done, regardless if it was true or not. We all are sitting back watching and waiting for this kid to take the next step. But so you do believe somebody gave that to Stephen A.? Because when I heard Kurt, I was like, damn, okay.
I think it's true. I'm not saying he's lazy, but I think there are some questions about his work ethic. Kuminga. Draymond Green alluded to it this summer. when he went to see Kuminga play in that Summer League game, and he said he was really disappointed in him.
He didn't have the best Summer League.
707, let me categorically say you're wrong.
From the Comcast
Steph
business
has
text line.
final decision on this team. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. That would be a man named Joe Lacob who's got final decision. And you know what? It's not even close. And you know what? I think that's one thing.
But you know what they mean.
I'll tell you what. Joe Lacob is going to, at some point, I think in the next 2 or 3 years, Joe Lacob is going to make it clear, all right, that he is the boss and the owner of this team.
What's that look like?
It looks like Draymond's gone or Clay's gone.
Man.
Or you just don't bring Wiggins back, or you tell Jordan Poole, sorry, you're not that good yet. But he's going to have to make a tough decision at some point, and he'll make it because he's made them before. He's made them before. So, going to be a fun year. Fun year. And you know what? They're trying to do what the Warriors, what the 49ers are trying to win and go young at the same time. It's easier to do in basketball.
No doubt.
But I think there's no doubt that we're going to have a lot of Kuminga, a lot of Wiseman, hopefully. Here's what Steve Kerr said about James Wiseman.
I think the great thing is there's a much better sense of who we are now than when he was a rookie. I mean, you remember his rookie year, we took the approach that let's just start him. Let's throw him into the deep end. And that wasn't entirely fair. And I think, we at times did not put him in the best position to succeed. We were more interested in just getting him experience, trying to speed up the development process. And I think that was, in retrospect, it was unfair to him. This year, it's a much more organic, natural progression of work. We've got guys who are ready to help us win right now, and for James, that'll be part of the process, and I think that's exciting.
So let me get this straight. The San Francisco 49ers and the Golden State Warriors have messed up their 2 young high draft picks. Steve Kerr just said it was unfair to James to expect what we expected out of him. And we all know what happened with Trey Lance.
No.
You don't want to criticize any of the local teams.
The Brownie Blitz part got me the last one. But no, Steiny, you got drafted. You're a basketball player. You're 7'1", 240. Go out there. We don't have what you are, and let's see how it works. I mean, that's like saying we got him hurt. You didn't get him hurt. So
no, he said, but what we did was unfair to James. We expected too much out of him.
The Warriors had 3 quarterbacks: Curry, Draymond, sure. And I know it's only 5 players.
The expecting too much out of is comparable, right? If you started Trey Lance and expected to win the Super Bowl, that's
did many expect too much out of Ant-Man? Nah.
Well, he went to college.
But you drafted him. Yeah, you knew what you were buying before you got it.
The Warriors and the 49ers drafted 2 projects.
I ain't mad at that, but that ain't.
Man, you won't hold it against them.
No, they just want a Chipper. Jones line one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just made my point.
Had you made my point. To afford
if the 49ers win it all this year, Trey Lance isn't going to matter because the Warriors just won it all, and nobody cares that James Wiseman wasn't a factor. So you got to be consistent on both those. I'm not saying you're not, by the way. Steiny Lacob will make that statement when Steph is done playing. Okay. Oh, my gosh. You guys really don't know Joe Lacob. Seriously. He's not afraid to make tough decisions. All right, we come back. We're going to jump back to football. We got Brandon Stokely joining us, former Denver Broncos wide receiver, works in Denver radio. What's going on with the Broncos? Any good? We'll talk to Brandon on the other side. Hey, come out and see the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live from the Hilton Santa Clara starting at 3 o'clock on Sunday. The pregame show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon, 15-year NFL vet, 2-time Super Bowl champ, Brandon Stokely, next.
This Sunday night, Jimmy G and the 49ers face off against an old rival, Russell Wilson.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Jimmy Garoppolo off the bench, couple of touchdowns.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
And they're their first win since the end of the 2019 season against Seattle.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, baby.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
Gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great. Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're speaking another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. Let's go right to it. Brandon Stokely, two-time Super Bowl champ over 15 NFL seasons. And he lives in Denver, and you can catch him weekdays from 11 to 2 Mountain Time on 104.3 The Fan. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. Let me ask you this to start. If you were on the Denver Broncos and you have been watching the 49ers quarterback situation, at least a little bit from afar, how are you feeling going into the game on Sunday night, knowing it's going to be Jimmy Garoppolo, not Trey Lance?
Well, I'm a little bit bummed out. I think anytime you get an inexperienced quarterback, that's the guy that you want to play. Now, is Jimmy G a top 10 quarterback, or where is he at? Certainly he's not an upper echelon quarterback, but I think he gives them a better chance to win right now. And, I don't follow the 49ers that closely, but, when you're watching the games and you watch some of that 49er Bear game on that awful field, and you watch a little bit of it, just seems like Jimmy just gives them a better chance to win right now. Now, you understand why they're playing Trey and going in that direction, all of that, but when you played the win-loss game before the season and you did all of that, you were expecting it to be Trey Lance, and I think you felt better about the Broncos' chances than if it's Jimmy Garoppolo.
Brandon, you won Super Bowls. You're a pro athlete. Me and my partner on the outside looking in, and my infinity for Garoppolo has grown because I imagine he looked at this situation and said, "You're going to replace me with what? I took you to a Super Bowl, 2 NFC championship games," but yet he didn't say bye-bye or go home. When you look at this situation from afar, do you look and give props to Jimmy for just being a pro and allowing that to happen and be a backup? Because to me, I was telling the fans and my partner here, I don't think I would have came back.
Right. And that's not how things usually are handled right now in today's age. And certainly for a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's been very successful, and they're ready to move on from you. And then all of a sudden, they kind of got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and there was no trade partners, with the surgery and him not being healthy. But he could have easily tried to force his way out of town, and he could have gone to social media. He could have gone to doing radio and forced his way out of town. But he was just a good soldier. I don't know if that's the smart way to do it, honestly, because it's a business. It is a business, and you look at teams, and they're ready to move on from you. And the 49ers already told him it was a business by drafting Trey Lance, but he handled himself like a true pro, and it seems like it's going to be his best option this year until he can get fully healthy. So it worked out. Cooler heads prevailed. They were able to come together, and I think it's looking like the best move for Jimmy Garoppolo, and certainly the best move for the San Francisco 49ers.
Brandon Stokely joining us on 95.7 The Game, former 1,000-yard receiver. He spent 3 seasons with Denver. What kind of team have the Broncos been? I know it's only been 2 games. You got a new quarterback, Russell Wilson, there. But do you see this as kind of growth in progress? And where is Denver right now?
Yeah, it's growth in progress, on the football field and with the coaches. Got a lot of young, inexperienced coaches, and everybody saw the Monday night game against Seattle and, settling for the 64-yard field goal. That was an awful plan, obviously. And then the following week, last week against the Houston Texans, was even worse. Like you couldn't imagine it getting worse, but it actually got a lot worse for the Denver Broncos and some of the coaching decisions and delay of games, penalties, timeouts, burning. And they used all 3 of their timeouts with like 7 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. So Broncos fans were booing them. Broncos fans started counting down the play clock, the 25-second play clock, because of all the delay of games. Something I have never seen in the NFL. But football team-wise, they're a talented group. They had some errors there in that first half against defensively against Seattle. They gave up a couple free touchdowns. After that, they've been really good. I'm concerned with their run defense. Offensively, they played better than I thought against Seattle. And then I kind of expected them to do kind of build off of that in week 2. They were just way inconsistent last week. And this is what we should expect. This is what a lot of us did expect here. Look, you got a new coach, a new system, a new quarterback. It's going to take time. And then the way they handled training camp, we call it training glamping over here, because it was just like, holy cow, I've never seen something so easy in my life. And then they didn't play in preseason games. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to all of a sudden crank it up and play good football, and they certainly had their struggles early on.
Brandon, let me ask you about Russell Wilson, because I think the world of him. I still think he has a lot left in the tank, but what I haven't seen is him pushing the ball downfield. I know it's only 2 games, and I watched that Texan game. I heard the crowd like it was a college game, counting down the clock. I'm like, you got Captain James T. Kirk and Russell Wilson. Forget the coach. Has anything changed with Russ? Any slippage, or is it too early to even ask you that?
Well, I think it's a little bit early, but there was questions coming out of Seattle, and they had a piece before that first game on ESPN.com there about, the Seahawks thinking his best days were behind him. Maybe his mobility is not quite the same as it used to be, and so he's not running the ball as much as he ran the ball. And in the pocket, what does that mobility look like? That's still yet to be determined. Like, the guy can make plays. He can make plays. It's still early, though. Let's see what it looks like. It's still a lot of moving parts and pieces with the new offense, new coaching staff that they're trying to figure their stuff out. So to his the benefit here, let's just give it a little bit of time and see what it looks like. I mean, this guy works extremely hard. He's committed. He does all the right things, and so, but it takes time. I don't care who you are. We saw Tom Brady and the Bucs struggle there early on before they finally got going, and they went on to win a Super Bowl. So it's still early in this process, but hey, it's getting late early. You only got 17 of these things, but it's going to be interesting to see if this football team can progress and get better as the season moves on.
Brandon Stokely joining us on 95.7 The Game. Brandon, Kyle Shanahan's taken a little criticism down here for playing Trey Lance at the start of the season, and maybe the possibility he wasn't ready. You like Kyle Shanahan as a coach?
I love Kyle Shanahan as a coach. I wanted him here back 5 years ago when we hired Vance Joseph. He was my choice to be the head coach here. I love how he is as an offensive-minded coach. And I'm sure, I don't watch it week in and week out like y'all do, but he just schemes things open. And so I really do like him as a football coach. I think the players love playing for him, and you've seen some ups and downs there, certainly, but going to a Super Bowl, NFC championship, I think it was last year, right? And they've put together a really good team, and I understand why they went with Trey Lance. That's just what you got to do. You got to play the kid. You can't draft him, in the top 5 or whenever they drafted him, and just let him sit there for years. It's just you believed in him. You got to just go with him. The only way that you can see if he's any good is if you put him out there on the football field. And it kind of told you what they thought of Garoppolo. There was a ceiling there with Garoppolo, and they were trying to take that, get to the next level at the quarterback position.
Brandon, let me ask you your thoughts on some of the key matchups in this game. Like, when you look at the Niners defense, what do you think I know you can't give away everything, but what do you think the plan of attack is?
Well, I think when you look at the Niners, I mean, I'm taking away this running game from the Denver Broncos. That's what I'm thinking about. Javonte Williams has been great, second-year player out of North Carolina. Melvin Gordon's been a really good back in the NFL for a long time. He's in the reserve spot, but you're going to see both of those guys And that's the strength of their football team right now, is running the football. The problem here in Denver, they haven't done it enough. They've gotten away from it. So if I'm the 49ers, I'm trying to take away that running attack from the Broncos. And their offensive line can be taken advantage of a little bit. And you look at Bosa over there. Is he going to go against Garrett Bowles on the left side, or will he go over a little bit on that right side? And Billy Turner from the Green Bay Packers might be making his first start of the year. He's been banged up and hurt all off season. So I think if I'm the 49ers defense, I'm coming in with the plan to stop the Broncos' run, make them throw the ball to beat me.
Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it, and should be a fun game on Sunday night.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Brandon Stokely, former 1,000-yard receiver. He spent 3 seasons with the Broncos, 2-time Super Bowl champ.
Wonder where his rings are, Steiny. Where would you keep yours?
I would keep them out of the public eye.
You know, I'd have mine on the pinky, baby.
You'd have both of them on.
Michael Irvin years ago, you can ask him.
Okay. Does that make it right?
Was it Jeffrey's Inner Circle?
Does that make it right?
And my guy Mike Langston, big Cowboy fan, he was taking pictures, taking it off, letting us rock it. Never forget it. Mike Irvin, young Mike Irvin, still playing.
It's just jewelry.
Dude, they're humongous. Man.
I know, but there are things more important in life than just materialistic jewelry and bracelets and necklaces and watches,
Let's put the
etc.
rat on the table.
Yeah.
Did you hear me say infinity instead of affinity?
Yeah, you do that all the time.
I never have used the... Who put the rat on the table? I asked for. What do you mean I do that all? Dude.
This is so difficult for me at times. It's cute. It's harmless. It's cute.
Hey,
Nobody even knows. Nobody even knows what you're talking
it's
about.
It's like the John Shea thing, with the books, but that was different. I hope nobody caught it, but they did.
You said you had an infinity for Russell Wilson.
You didn't have to replay it.
I mean, you could have been a car salesman, and you're selling him.
I was thinking about looking at electric cars, Steiny.
Big deal.
Yeah.
So what? We all misuse words here and there.
Yeah. And you got my boy Squirt texting me. You are afraid to sugarcoat things.
Yeah.
Don't be scared.
Yeah, Squirt.
Thanks, Steiny. And I texted him back. You let Steiny say that for you to say it to me. Yeah. I'll be all right.
Squirt. Yeah. My man.
Pete Stark.
Absolutely. Who?
Pete Stark.
Have I ever met him?
No. Yeah. He's South Bay. For you.
You've got a lot of... you got a lot of friends.
Yeah.
You got a lot of friends.
From all sectors of the world. Remember that. Goons, businessmen, ballers, shot callers. Just remember that, Steiny. Remember Big Dex? He thought you was being too rough with me. I had to calm him down. My boy Big Dex Holloway.
I say it all the time.
He listens all the time. And when I see him, that's Steiny. I was like, hey, look, the dude loves me.
Have I ever met Dex?
Nah, you'll remember when you see Big Dex.
Is he a big fella?
Yeah, big dude.
So I could run faster than him?
Yeah, I think you might got him.
So then I could. Okay. All right. Are you worried? How do you look at this stat? Russell Wilson 16-4 against the 49ers in his career. Does it matter or no?
No, it doesn't, man. And I wanted to tell Brandon this, and I'll tell you and the listeners. They need this game way more than the Niners need it. And I know we're three weeks in, but it had been a S show in Seattle. And Steiny, I don't know what to make of Russell Wilson. Like, give me a shot of Patron. Is Russell shot? I don't know, but I'm like... I'm ready to kind of process that.
No.
I just don't think his record against the Niners, that was when everything was okay and mentally he was in a different place. I think he knows something ain't right. And I'm wondering now, is that why Pete Carroll, or did the relationship get rocky?
What are you saying, he's Josh Hader?
You know what? I would give you a 3 for that, but this could be the beginning stages of that.
I'm going to take Brandon Stokely's point of view that it's going to take some time. He's played in the same team for 15 years.
Okay.
Now he's playing on a different team. Did Brady hit the ground gangbusters for Tampa Bay?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, he was
but they won the bowl.
Well, yeah.
Okay, all right, 15 weeks
They
later.
might have started 1-1 or something like that. I actually think this is a big game for the Niners.
Wow.
Because, see, I think when you looked at this season and assumed that Trey Lance was going to be the starter, at least to start, I think 49er fans looked at the first 2 games and said, all right, I think we should beat Seattle. We should beat Chicago on the road, and we should be able to come home and beat Seattle. Denver's going to be tough, and obviously the Rams are going to be tough. You know what? We got a first-year quarterback, Trey Lance. If we get out of that first 4 games 2-2, I think we'll take it. I think a lot of 49er fans were saying that before Trey Lance got hurt. What I'm getting at is they lost to Chicago. So now they got a get-back game. And this is a game that I think now is a little more winnable than you thought it was going to be 3 months ago. So you got to go into Denver and win this game because obviously you don't win this game. Now you're looking at 1-3, and
how are you going to skin the cat though? I remember they came in, this offense is predicated on this running game, and now a continuing to guys dropping like flies. We haven't seen them really just run the ball down a team's throat. And I know it was the Bears in Seattle, but I want to see. There is no let Jimmy cook, right? But I want to see Debo get the ball I can't believe I'm saying this, without it being a bubble screen. Can he get a 15-yard post? Can I see Ayuk get it downfield?
He's just not a disciplined
And is Kittle
route runner.
going to play? Stop it. Is Kittle going to play?
Well, Kittle will certainly help that offensive line.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
You love that.
What?
Kittle brings more to the party than that, but you just want him out there. Yeah.
Kittle infrequently can be a threat through the air, but mostly he's there to support the offensive line.
And I'll tell you who's on Denver that you hadn't thought about. Old Randy Gregory, who by all accounts is the one that hurt Jimmy's shoulder in that wild card game against Dallas.
That's good knowledge.
Wonder if he'll have flashbacks.
That's good knowledge.
Because he's been playing his ass off in 2 games in Denver.
It's really good knowledge. Yeah. Really good. Denver's a tough place to play.
Let me guess the altitude.
No, the fans. They got great fans.
Dude, they were booing, and they were counting down the clock.
I would say, I'll tell you what. When I'm
9, I was like, I like that stuff.
When I'm ranking fan bases, there's 2 ways to do it. One is, how do certain teams travel? That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about loud in a stadium.
All right.
I think Denver's on the Mount Rushmore of loud stadiums. Kansas City.
What about the 12?
Seattle.
Okay.
Kansas City, Denver, and
Dolphins. That was a joke. They
who?
Just drink. The Dolphins.
I don't know about Philly.
Oh, Philly for sure.
Don't tell me about Philly.
They booed Michael Irvin
That's not
and
what
Santa
I'm talking
Claus.
about. I'm talking about loud.
But they're in it, though. They're passionate. They ain't going to get beer.
The Michael Irvin thing was misunderstood. And you know what? Damon and Ratto should have me on with Michael Irvin because I could tell him exactly the context.
That would be great.
I told you I got 2 friends who were at that game, and
but one of them said they were booing him.
Yes, my friend Tony
there
said.
We go.
Yes.
Okay, Tony.
Even after we knew he was down and not getting up, I booed him.
Set you free.
Now, my buddy Joe said when he knew Irvin was seriously hurt, he stopped booing. But then what happened is apparently Deion Sanders ran over to where Michael Irvin was and started doing some kind of dance.
The Burton Hanks.
Like some kind of dance, like a he called it a shaman's dance, like a witch doctor to try to make Irvin come back to life. Then the Philly fans really started booing because Deion Sanders was trying to put on a show.
I never remember Deion doing that.
Yeah, I didn't either, but that's in fact I'll read the whole thing.
It didn't work, Deion, if you're wherever you're at. Well, you're at Jackson
that was
State.
his last game, right?
Last play. Yeah. And to find out, this is how crazy and fickle life is. He's played football his whole life. Had that play not happened, he would have never known that he had a narrow spinal column. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was going to continue to play. And they found out after that hit. And that's why he didn't play again. But to play all that time and not know
was he hurt or not?
Something. Yeah, he was hurt, but he had a condition in his spine column. Forget the name of it. But he found that out after. And that's why you couldn't go back out there and risk getting hit back there again because you could be paralyzed.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. I didn't even know what the injury was. So he was...
I want you on with him now. With Mike and David. I'm going to pitch that to David. Or the boss. Look. Yeah.
I tell you what, at the break...
Hey, Mike, they really... Well, one of them was, but Tony wasn't booing you. No, Tony was booing you.
I don't think a lot of people know...
Philly, yeah, they're rowdy.
I'll tell you what's like, Cleveland's pretty loud.
But they had nothing to be loud about since Drew Carey.
I think they made the playoffs last year, didn't they?
And no, they went to Pittsburgh and beat them. Huh? So they weren't at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
they had the Bulls. I mean, LeBron.
You don't like. Well, but see, here's where if you would say to me, Steiny, 15 years ago, who was the loudest arenas? I'd say, well, Oracle, and the Warriors stunk. Warriors had great loud fans even when they stunk. You can be great fans even if an organization stinks.
I'm picking and choosing when I want to go at you. That's how you last in this business. What was that?
What are you doing?
You can't be a loser and have the best fans.
Yes, you can.
Nah,
they're called diehards. That's why Cleveland Brown fans are respected because they're loyal.
I know. Yeah.
You're the one who tells me about loyal fans all the time, that you got to stick with your team.
And I can give a seminar on how to be one. Yep.
By the way,
what you got?
Pirates are so far away, it's not even funny. They stink. They stink.
What if I told you
they stink?
Okay, listen, I'm being real.
I know I am too.
They're better off than the Giants. They got O'Neal Cruz, Key Brian Hayes, some young pitching, and players littered across the diamond. This year is it's spring training. The Giants are dead men walking. They're looking for those type of dudes. So I say all that to say is I'd rather be the Pirates than this version of the Giants. Shasky, Bonte, JD, they'll all tell you I'm right.
Not now. Not with Buster Posey in the front office of the Giants.
Is he going to close a deal?
Hell yeah.
Producer, he said he might not be in that role.
Oh,
yeah, he's join the ownership. 31st member of the board.
Yep.
Buster Posey.
But are you going to get Judge here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fait accompli.
Get Ohtani.
Okay, get them both.
Taking the Chaplains here in the Union. You've been there. I'm going there.
They didn't know who you were when we were there. Remember?
Stop, you're playing.
No,
I'm the mayor of my city. Stop, Steiny. Did I call you Steiny?
Yeah.
Stenny.
Hey, by the way, we got Cam Inman coming up on the other side, talk some Niners. You know, one thing, when I got back from my vacation, you were like, Steiny, about 3 things I want to talk about. And we talked about them all over the course of a week or two. There was like 1 or 2 things I wanted to talk about. We just shelved it. We just tabled it.
Oh, I'm here for you,
Nah, you always got the high priority here in terms of, topics and discussion points.
Dude, you're the guy with the one-liners when we're doing presentations here to the rest of the job here at Odyssey. Come on. Let it out. Tell me what anything.
I still don't think I got the credit I deserved for putting together that IKEA desk 3 weeks ago in
people
London.
Talked about, even Larry was in on it. The sweat, the tears, but it was like you climbed a mountain or something.
Incredible.
If you don't go do that in your sleep.
I had to buy 2 desks.
And for you to take a selfie, that's what turned me off. Because you're not that guy.
No, it wasn't a selfie. My daughter took the picture.
Now that I didn't know.
I said, okay. I said, Grace, you take a picture of Dad.
But that's the problem I have. You didn't really put a desk together. Come on. Step it up.
Day 1, I tried to put the desk together, and I blew it.
Now I messed it up. Context
I took a photo of how I blew it.
Oh, I didn't see that. We didn't see it.
Because you're not the kind of guy that would own up to blowing it when you make, you try to put together. What do you think about this? You think there's any?
I'm a Blue Chew spokesman.
You think there's any?
Come on, dude.
You think there's a market? You think there's any kind of market for a kind of like a regional celebrity IKEA assembler? You know what? Like
who would that be though?
Me. It would be me. So here'd be the thing. Like
you're regional.
Let's say you're
I
said regional.
Oh,
I said regional. I never say national. But like, let's say there's a big Warrior fan out there, and they don't hate me. They're like one of those 3 people that don't hate me. And they're like, you know what? We got a desk from IKEA. Let's get Steiny to put it together. He'll come over. He'll put it together. We can talk Warriors with him.
You might be onto something.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, seriously.
I would not hate that. I like...
How much time?
I like to be alone, when I assemble things. But I take some questions. I would take some questions in the first 5 or 6 instructions, but then it gets kind of...
You got to take that to the sales department.
That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. All right, on the other side, we got Cam Inman, and We tell you what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to see the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live from the Hilton Santa Clara starting at 3 o'clock on Sunday. The pregame show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. 95.7 The Game, 49ers insider Cam Inman on the other side. Big homie's going to be fine, bro.
You can watch Willard and Dibs on twitch.tv and on YouTube.
I've always actually been a heart-on-sleeve kind of a guy. I got a little Vermeil in me, dude. You can get me to...
Are you going to cry?
Budweiser, Clydesdales, and a father and a son? I'm done. Fetal position. It's over.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
It's dirt.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Attention veterans. If you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Visit sickvets.com for your free case review by True Law. That's sickvets, like veterans.com. sickvets.com. Visit sickvets.com.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You can't get much for $5 these days.
Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
All right. The Black Keys are coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on October 5th, and 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your chance to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
The gamer, the call maker, the experience chaser. What if you could be everything all at once? Galaxy Z Fold 4 is powered by the Snapdragon processor for world-class performance and lightning-fast speed to turbocharge your multitasking. How about an expansive edge-to-edge screen for immersive gaming, hands-free video calls with flex mode, and multi-window view to use up to 3 apps at the same time? With Galaxy Z Fold 4, do more with ease and make multitasking a breeze. Available now at Samsung.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I got caught up in Garoppolo mania.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go out to the phone lines. Welcome in Cam Inman. Cam is the Bay Area News Group's 49ers writer. He also is our 95.7 The Game 49ers insider. Cam, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I feel like I'm Jimmy Garoppolo's biography ghostwriter right now too, because he's not going anywhere.
No, but let me ask you this, and I was telling Guru this. It feels like Garoppolo's not going anywhere, but at least as of this point, we can all kind of table the Trey Lance discussion. What if I asked you to kind of take the temperature of the way 49er players have gone through this week? Where do you think they're at right now?
I think they're, by the nature of the sport, it's kind of like, okay, you move on, that you lost somebody that you really care about in terms of he's not going to be able to be on the field, but it's part of the game. And I don't sense that there's like relief among them. I just sense that it's, okay, business as usual, or at least the way business was the previous 4 or 5 years whenever Jimmy was healthy and playing. So there's that familiarity aspect, but I don't think they're like loose. I think the nature of this sport is there's always going to be tension week to week. And they do not want to go into Denver on a Sunday night showcase and just assume that they're going to beat Russell Wilson, who they've had such a hard time beating in the past. So the way football is, I think there's always a way to find momentum or motivation. And they can do that regardless of a quarterback change. Now, and it's not like anybody can do a victory lap that Jimmy's now their quarterback again, because everybody still feels pretty bad about Trey Lance's situation.
Cam, let me ask you this, because I know it's about Denver, but I told Steiny this. Like, I've become emotionally attached to this polarizing quarterback situation. I mean, it was great conversation, and, you know, when it was over, it never really was over because we had 17 weeks of this. When I saw Trey on the ground, I saw him grabbing his face mask, and I said, oh, shucks, he took a shot to the head. You know, I already automatically fast forward to he'll be out for the rest of the game, concussion. But can you just walk us through what you thought when you saw him on the cart and that Jimmy was actually in week 2, the second quarter, back at the helm? Because I still haven't really gotten over this shock.
everything was shocking about that. I mean, the game starts, and I'm looking down on the sideline, and there's Jimmy Garoppolo in a ball cap, kind of in a catcher's crouch watching the offense go on the field without him. And it was like, okay, this is a little bizarre. And then you fast forward not too far into the first quarter, and there's Garoppolo with his helmet on at a cart consoling Trey Lance with about every other player on the field. It was extremely unexpected for it to happen that fast, right? And then when he got hurt, I was just thinking, okay, well, he'll bounce back up because we've seen him get hit a lot through, I guess, 5 quarters of football this season. He started getting up. Jake Brendel was helping him up, and then he went back down again. And then you go, oh, this actually could be pretty serious. And then quickly the cart came out. And you said, oh, then in that case, then this could be a season-ending catastrophe for Trey Lance. And then it's harsh reality all of a sudden sets in. And then, okay, well, there's Jimmy Garoppolo handling things again like he used to, and that's why he's here. So that's great and all. But what this does for the franchise for years to come is really undetermined. I mean, what is going to happen here over the next 3-4 months will be fascinating. Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to play his way back into another contract? Are the 49ers going to have to bring in some other veteran next year in case Trey Lance is not quite ready on that repaired ankle, which all indications are he will be. He'll make a good full recovery early next spring. But this franchise is, I mean, right now, the way the NFL works, it's Steve Mariucci used to have a clock in his office or in the team room that said, instead of the numbers on the clock, it said now, because NFL is all about you have to live in the now. You can't look to the future. So for the 49ers, they just have to have blinders on and just go week to week at this point and not worry about 2023, 2024.
Cam, I was talking to Guru before the show today, and he was basically saying, I don't know if I could have done what Jimmy did. I don't know if, I would have been able to move past it. Do we know how Jimmy Garoppolo really feels? Like, is he upset with the organization because, maybe he feels like they didn't do him right? Is he over it? Is he making the best of a bad situation? Is there any way he's saying, oh, man, as soon as this year's over, I'm gone? I mean, he's pretty good at keeping it close to the vest.
He is. I mean, during training camp when he was working out on the side, which I wrote about today, I never got the sense that he was angry with the organization, that there was any discontent. It was, like you said, he's making the best of an awkward situation, right? And now he really has an opportunity to choose his best route forward in his career, whether it's with this team or another team, as long as he stays healthy and keeps winning like he usually does. But he's typical Jimmy. There's not an angry spell about him. I went up to him. He's going to speak to the reporters probably in about a half hour for the first time this week, officially at the podium. But I went up to him yesterday at his locker and talked to him just, a little bit. I just wanted to know more about that whole side session stuff in training camp. Like, who was the guy that he was actually throwing to? He used to be an intern in the Health and Performance Center, a 22-year-old kid that kind of played high school football. And just kind of contrasted with what he's got Sunday night. He's going to be on Sunday Night Football's global stage throwing to Deebo Samuel and Kittle with everybody watching to see whether he's fully recovered and healthy. So Jimmy's the kind of guy where he's not on social media. He really kind of is insulated in his own bubble. So I don't think he's paranoid about how others are observing him. He's just, I'm here to play ball with my buddies. And these are the same buddies I've been with since 2017.
Cam, we had you on a couple weeks ago. I told you I was shocked that the Kittle injury came out of nowhere, but I kind of miss him out on the field. What can you tell us about how he's doing, and can we expect him out there Sunday night?
So he got hurt, about 2.5 weeks ago on a Monday on Labor Day, right? And we saw him out there Monday of that practice, just kind of warming up with his tight ends coach, catching footballs. Well, he was just doing that again about an hour ago, and he looks healthy. He looks raring to go. And then when they started offensive team drills, he was rallying up the tight end. So everything to me tells me he's on track to make a season debut Sunday night. And it's against the franchise he went off for 210 yards in 2018 against. So maybe that's extra motivation. Probably not. It's just George. He wants to dominate any way possible. And the fact that his pal Jimmy Garoppolo is back at quarterback, maybe that's a little extra incentive too.
Cam, thank you as always. Really appreciate it.
Okay, guys, thanks so much. Enjoy the weekend.
Yes, sir. Kittle can start by blocking.
Kittle like a Niner.
By the way, I told, and Evan doesn't get this. You know,
Evan went to fresh haircut, by the way.
You know what?
Oh, that was Evan. I love that's a 5. He did it. You can do it when you get another cut. You still looking good.
Stop it.
Go ahead.
No, I forgot what I was going to say.
It's something I didn't get.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Something who didn't get?
Evan.
Oh, yeah. I can't. So upset it's a night game. I don't want this to be a night game. I want a 1 o'clock start. That's what I like.
But these are the mini Super Bowls, though. Chris Collinsworth,
No.
Tirico.
Give me the 1 o'clock start on a Sunday.
I ain't mad at that, but this is better, though.
The game's going to be over. It's going to be dark.
And then we'll be right here yapping about it, and it'll be fresh like a batch of cookies. I love the night games.
Game's going to go so late.
But don't you hate watching them play, and then there's 8 other games going on? I'll see. I do.
I love the Sunday afternoon games.
I ain't taking that away from you, but I like the analysis and the mini Super Bowl or playoff game. In Denver, it's going to be cold, I'm sure.
What?
Yeah.
It's still September.
I'm looking at the Giants at the I'm looking at the baseball game in Denver.
And I see a guy in short sleeves.
Well, that's how they always and I see a guy with long sleeves.
You know, Denver's got more days of sunshine than any.
Okay, give me the weather.
I'm going.
It's going to be cold. Chill.
I think it's supposed to be about 75 degrees of kickoff.
Oh, freezing. Hey.
In the night?
Let's see what we got here. Sunday, 52 low, 77 high.
He was right. I thought he was cooking the books for you. I was like, where did he get 7.5 from?
Perfect football weather.
Where are you watching? Want to hook up?
Nah. No, probably not. That's too late.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in my pajamas watching that game. 5:20?
I'm going to have my round table.
Huh?
Yeah.
So where are you watching it? In the lab.
Norm's.
In the dark.
Norm is in the city with my. Do you have a favorite aunt? Stan Feline. They're here from Dallas.
An aunt is who again?
Aunt.
Right.
Your dad's sister.
Dad's sister. Oh, yeah. Probably my Aunt
your mom's
Doris.
sister. Yeah, okay.
My Aunt Doris.
Anyway, they're all here in a van. I should have had them come here.
Episcopalian minister. She's like 94.
You got to be careful around him.
It's a her.
Oh, her.
She was the first Episcopalian minister in the diocese's history back in Pennsylvania. She's the first. Doris Bray.
How old is she?
She's like 94 now.
So
I saw her 2 years ago, and we got
Randy
into
Gregory.
it. We got into it. She's
that's a great run.
Yeah, she's amazing. She
94.
said, in fact, she told me she was about 92 at that time. She said, "Matthew, I'm ready. I'm ready for."
Did she say that?
She did. She said, "I'm ready for the good Lord to take me." And I said, "Let me ask you something, Aunt Doris. You don't know. You don't know that there's an afterlife."
But she's not scared
and
of
she
it.
said, "Yes, there is." I'm like, "You don't know that, Aunt Doris. You just say you know it." And she's like, "Matthew, there's an afterlife."
Just hearing you and Auntie.
She said, "I know it." And I said, "Come on." I said, "Aunt Doris, come on."
I just
what are you
honestly,
talking about?
I love that because I'm thinking about a second chance and credit. If there is a
No, she went like,
dude, she has me feeling like she knows.
She says, "Matthew, there's still time for you."
Wow. She says she's ready. She ain't scared.
I also told her, I said, "Aunt Doris, I got a big problem with the whole concept of everlasting life. That freaks me out, man."
Dude, not me.
Really?
Infinite World Series, Super Bowls, and
yeah, but it
some goes down.
But the idea of something never ending.
But you don't look at it that way.
Yes, I did.
You're in the now, though. Which is
but I'm talking. Okay,
later.
You died. You wake up and you're like, okay, now.
But see, I don't think you know. You're just there. It ain't about. You know what I mean? And you can look into a crystal ball how your people are doing here on Earth. That's how I look at it.
But the Earth's not going to be around forever.
But you'll have a monitor to see what's going on.
But there's going to be nothing going on planet Earth in about 150 years. So does that mean?
Well, where you getting that from?
Please, this planet's going to go up in flames in the next.
You know who you been talking to?
Please, that's obvious.
That's why we've been having
exactly famines and earthquakes and train wrecks.
Good Lord, stop.
I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy. Well, if there's a heaven, I'm there. In fact, I could be. You know what? I may gatekeep at heaven.
Yours would be like a parole hearing. They'd have to review.
Mine would be.
You got to talk.
I'd be like the bouncer up there. That's what I would be. All right, just for you, Guru, I'm doing this. I'm going to give you the details of when Michael Irvin got hurt in Philadelphia in the last game he ever played.
The playmaker.
Here's why I'm bringing this up. Earlier this year, the Philadelphia Inquirer did a story on Eagles fans.
Wow.
Okay, and my buddy Tony and John, they've been they've been season ticket holders for 40 years. So they had a picture of my friend Tony and
come on
and John Sharkeesian, we call him Sharky. They were on the front page of the Inquirer 30 years ago. Whatever the game was that Michael Irvin got hurt, and they went to the same spot, and these guys still have the same tickets.
Come on.
So they have a picture on the Inquirer front page of the two guys now, and they're 50-something.
This is dope.
And the two guys 30 years ago. And so Tony sent out the front page. And I said, that's good PR for you guys, but that's not necessarily news that they had been season ticket holders. And DeMarco said, the reason I show that famous photo from the 90s at Veterans Stadium is because that shot was from the famous game that saw Michael Irvin lying flat on the vet cement, never to play another down of football. He says, well, I shouldn't say this, but he said, Deeron and me cheered like hell.
See?
And I said, wait a minute. You acknowledge you cheered when Michael Irvin got hurt? And I said, I tell you what, I might want to have you on my show. If you're acknowledging you really did cheer when Michael Irvin got hurt. He said loudly, although we didn't know it was career ending, but yes, I cheered.
Dude, that is, and you're shocked.
So
there was a stadium full of people that were doing the same thing.
So now there was another guy with him, Joe, and I said, Joe, where are you at on this? And Tony said, Joe was sitting low at the vet that day. Maybe he had a better view. So Joe says, we initially cheered the great hit on Irvin.
Yeah, that's all.
Then we were primarily booing idiotic Deion Sanders doing his shaman medical dance around Michael Irvin, and we eventually gave Irvin a healthy applause when he finally came off the field. That's what happened. Who cares?
I care. We
Eagles
care.
Game to watch.
Yeah, right. When you do something wrong, you try to find a right. That's what that was. It was booze. It was coming off the TV. Eagle fans, they don't care. And I give
Not
it to
about
them.
the Cowboys.
They're dirty.
Who?
They booed Santa Claus. Now fix that.
They didn't boo him. They threw snowballs at him.
That's worse.
They were more like ice balls.
You know how sacred Santa
You never
is?
threw snowballs at people?
I'm from the West Coast.
That's true. That is true. Anyway, I don't like the 520 start.
Anyway. All right. Yeah.
I like the 125 start.
Yeah. No snow in the Union. That was Kyle.
All right. Oh, my gosh. All right. What do you want to...
I got my top 5 NBA current players. You got your list.
I wasn't going to say what do you want to talk about. I lost my train of thought. So what are you talking about?
The top 5, because ESPN, I don't know where theirs is at. They're at number 26.
It's not on my list, the stuff to talk about, but go ahead.
I just put it on my list because I got my 5 top players.
So you're surprising me here. You're making me ad lib.
No, I said this you took a phone call in the green room. I didn't like that you didn't leave either. I don't know if you got, I wasn't going to be quiet.
What phone call?
You were talking to somebody, and I kept talking to E to kind of get you to get
I was actually doing work for the show.
I've never done that. I didn't feel too
I was trying to figure out some particulars about Jimmy Garoppolo's contract.
I heard
you think I'm kidding, but I'm not.
Dude, you know what the protocol is. You take a call, you get out of there. Yep. We shouldn't have to hear it. You know what I mean?
You have a lot of nerve.
When the wife calls and we're arguing, I walk.
No, you don't. Oh, when you're arguing, I wasn't arguing. I was just having a conversation.
Go ahead, give me your 5. He'll tell you.
Give me your 5.
All right, at number 5.
Well, hold on. Is this your list?
Yeah, my list.
Okay.
And I wanted yours.
All right.
At number 5, if we get some music, I don't know what type of music it'd be. But see, this is stuff we need to talk about before we actually debut it.
That's usually I like to do that.
Want me to wait? All right, number 5.
Go ahead. Nobody cares.
Kevin Durant.
Okay.
And he barely squeezed in there of that performance because of that performance against Boston. I didn't like it. All right.
Are you going to go to your next 4?
Number 4. LeBron James with the new haircut.
Okay.
All right. Number 3, Jokic, your guy. He's a bad dude. Number 2, Steph Curry, and number 1, and the thank you, E. This dude, man, and don't say I'm late to the party, is Giannis A. He's incredible. Hey, he didn't even win it.
For 6 years, you're like, Paul George is better than him.
Never, don't do that. But yeah, Giannis is his league right now.
You know, my league is.
Give it to.
Number 1 is Steph Curry.
You
Plain
got him
and simple.
one.
Absolutely.
Explain.
He's the best player in the NBA. What do you mean? What do you want me to do?
Last year
let's do
at
explain.
this time, you were talking about he's getting older, and now you've done.
He is getting older.
Okay.
He's still the best player in the NBA.
I'm not mad at you. That's our guy. Who's number 2?
Giannis. Giannis is number 2.
Number 3. I know who it is.
Jokic, Luka, and then Embiid.
Where's Durant?
He's not in top 5 right now.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding.
You hear the fat sound for Luka? Wow.
Kevin Durant.
So defense doesn't matter anymore in the NBA.
Why do you say that?
Luka's in there.
Yeah.
Look how we all know the world's in
They got to the Western Conference Finals, man.
And they could have won had he done something.
Guru, take that back. Take that back. The Dallas Mavericks could have won. They could have beaten the
I'm going to take
Warriors.
that back, but I'm going to give you something hefty.
Thank you.
Just admit, and I said this to you a couple weeks ago, you can now be a great player in the league and be crappy on D. That's all we're watching now.
Larry
and
Bird
Luka is Exhibit A. Bird tried. Magic tried.
So Luka's 23. He'll try at some point.
But how does he not get penalized for it?
Because he's the best offensive player in the game.
So it's about, you tell kids, young kids, it's about getting buckets. This is why Draymond's so special, man.
We criticized Steph Curry the first half of his career.
But
saying
he got better at it. He was not a liability.
Luka's only been in the league 4 or 5 years. What was Curry doing at 23?
And it ain't like you're
Curry
doing
didn't play D at 23.
Are we so sure Luka's going to get better?
How old's Luka?
22. But my point is, what's the incentive of him getting better? He's
what's the incentive of everybody getting better?
And drinking Pepsi before international games.
What's Steph Curry's incentive
Don't sound
to
like
be
he's
better?
working on it.
That's not true. Have you seen him?
I know what was reported.
He's in great shape.
You were just scouring the internet for pictures of him last week.
I never saw the picture of him smoking a cigarette.
No, I'm just saying it was allegedly.
I don't understand. Where's his motivation to be great on defense?
Yes, is what I'm saying.
What do you mean? Like, what's
about
Embiid's motivation to be better on defense?
Embiid's good on defense.
What's James Harden's? What's Westbrook's? Like, I don't get it.
Westbrook, man.
What do you know about Luka that would suggest to you he doesn't have an interest in getting better defensively?
Body.
Why would you say that about Curry when he was 23?
It was different.
He was a terrible defender.
He wasn't at these heights early on that he's at now, and he's fixed that. He's fixed his defensive. Remember, the whole thing was, Clay has to guard 2 people.
How old is Luka?
That went away. 22.
Okay, how many 22-year-olds come into the league and are good on defense?
Right. I thought Dibs
3%?
I thought Dibs was the new daddy, but now you're putting Pampers on Luka. Okay, because he's 22, fine. He's out there on the court. Play some D.
My
point is, if he don't improve it, he's still great, is what I'm saying. And I'm giving him
that. Not what you were saying.
He don't play none.
He's 22.
See, that's
22. How's Jordan Poole's defense? Yeah. Does he have incentive to get better?
Luka.
No. What do you mean?
We don't know
great
if
young
he's
player. He's a great young player coming up. What's the difference?
He ain't eating candy and smoking cigarettes.
You don't know that Luka's smoking cigarettes.
Listen to the Dallas station.
Show me the picture.
I listen to the conversation.
Show me the picture.
I don't have the picture.
Show me the picture.
See, that's wow. I'm going to get it, too.
And you know what? It's called multitasking.
What is?
Just because you're smoking heaters does not mean you can't be a great player.
That's the word I was looking for. Couldn't get it. Heaters.
In fact.
Cancer sticks. Yeah.
In fact. All right, I got nothing to say here. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's one thing I was getting at, Goo, and I was wondering if I could, put it into words. I'm feeling some kind of way now about the 49ers playing Denver, knowing Garoppolo's going to be the quarterback. Wow. And I don't know if I feel good, bad, or indifferent, but I don't feel the same.
Let it out.
Looking at that Sunday game with Garoppolo quarterbacking as I would have if I knew Trey Lance was quarterbacking.
Wow. I
think I'm a little less excited, to be quite honest. How are you? You more excited, less excited? We'll talk about it on the other side. It's all brought to you by, we got a meeting after the show.
And I'm happy. Like, it's been a minute, too.
It's been a week.
Remember the last one we had to only have it 30 minutes because you had to leave. I hated that.
It's not funny anymore. It's not funny anymore.
The boss looked like
it's not funny anymore. You like it to have these meetings.
Dude, it's camaraderie.
There's no camaraderie.
Yeah, you talk.
It's the opposite of camaraderie.
The boss talk.
It's all right. So is that it, everybody? Oh, hey, boss, one more thing. He's like Arnold Horseshack in those meetings.
Hey,
Mr. Nahigian,
hey.
I got more questions. Can we stay here longer?
Pretty good. I'm
all
right. Too.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Your boy got schnookered.
What's the best way to get hyped up for Niners Broncos? Listen to the Kickoff Show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal.
The difference is I've been out there with Steve McNair, you have it. The difference is I've been out there with Killy Smith, you have it. The difference is I've seen this game and played it, you have it.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
You can count on Big O Tires for great service and even better deals on name brand tires. Now through October 9th, save up to $100 instantly on select Bridgestone and Firestone tires with installation purchase. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
In San Francisco today, partly cloudy, highs around 70.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Back to the Niners. All right, Steiny and Guru with you. Damon, Bruce, Ray Ratto coming up at 4 o'clock. At 3 o'clock. My bad.
We got an extra
turn
hour.
your mic on.
Hey, why would you?
Because you didn't.
Anyway, last thing about defense.
But if it's
last
okay,
segment.
you know what? Your idol, Ray Ratto, forgets to turn off his
That's my dog.
I know, it's your idol.
He catches it. Oh, okay, tell me. Somebody on the text line goes, yeah, this coming from the guy talking defense that told his son to shoot every shot in the tryout. Yeah. So I'm going to take a play off.
No, you're not.
Yeah. Defense
it's like that's kind of like when you come into the office at 11 o'clock and you be like, I can't believe the Niners, and I'll save it. And you never save it.
Because I know you're yearning to hear it. That's why.
Who's my guy here calling me obtuse? Oh, man.
I guess the young kids call cigarettes darts now.
Really?
I hadn't heard of that.
Evan, is that what you call them?
Probably wouldn't.
No, I took.
Have you ever heard them? Have you ever heard that?
Darts?
Yeah.
No, I've only learned from Jim Leland. He calls them heaters.
Yeah. Heaters is kind of an old saying. You want to hear some Steve Kerr?
Let's do it.
Let's get into some Steve Kerr. He talked to the media today. Golden State Warriors, they're traveling to Tokyo, Japan next week. Where are we on minutes this year, Steve?
Early in this run, they were all like around 32, which we were able to do because we were very talented and we were able to win a lot of games where we could rest guys in the fourth quarter. We didn't have that luxury last year, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Steph's minutes went up by a couple minutes. I think all that stuff matters. It'd be great if we could limit some minutes and be able to have guys really ready physically and a great place going into the playoffs. But you got to get there. Every season's different, and you have to read it as it goes.
You know what? Remember, was it last year or 2 years ago when Kerr took some heat for saying we're not chasing wins?
A couple years ago.
Well, now they're not chasing wins. No, they are not chasing wins this year. And you gotta be, and you know what? You better be okay with that.
So what are we? I'm just asking you. So what are we doing?
You're playing Kuminga as much as you can. You're playing Wiseman as much as you
can.
And I'm not saying you're playing them at the expense of a bad season. But you're trying to find the balance
Preserve.
of playing Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, and Poole as much as possible, and yet you still stay, let's say, in the top 4 or 5 in the West. They won it last year as a 4 seed. I got to believe they probably want to be in the top 4 again, just because that guarantees that first series at home. But they can win anywhere.
But what about
they just want to get to 50 wins?
Okay.
Can Kuminga and Poole and Wiseman get them there? If so, let's put Steph,
I'm not
Clay,
there.
and Draymond on ice.
It's funny you say
What do
that
you mean you're
because
not there?
last year at this time they weren't coming off a championship. They were coming off a home loss in the play-in game to Memphis. So, I know people are going to rebuke what I'm about to say, but how many minutes did Steph Curry play that year? Like, I just don't see a scenario to where a guy like Steph and even Clay now, who's probably physically better, to where they're like, you know what, coach, just 32 minutes will be fine. Like, to keep them off the court is going to be hard.
I don't think so.
And last year I was shocked at how many minutes Steph played following the crazy. Remember, we were like, what's Kerr doing? Remember, we were saying that on this station. Some of us, man, he's playing. But ballers love the ball.
He didn't have a good regular season.
Ballers love the ball.
He came alive in the postseason. He did. He came alive in the postseason. So maybe I still think, and here's the other thing, I think the way it worked out was perfect for the Warriors in terms of injuries. Clay missed the first half of the season, gave him the whole second half to get better.
That's right.
He came back rusty. Got better as the season went along. Curry missed the last 11 games of the regular season. That was perfect. Absolutely perfect for a guy like him. And then Draymond Green missed about half the season, then came back. So, I mean, you think about this for a second. You finished, what were they, fourth? Fourth in the conference? Or third?
I want to say third.
Third or fourth? Who'd they start with? They opened up with Denver. I can't remember. Anyway, third or fourth.
Denver.
So Curry missed like 15 games. Draymond missed 36. And Clay missed 50. Clay missed 50 games. So it's like you finished fourth when those guys all missed some games. And now your younger players are better, theoretically.
So you don't, in a perfect world, see, this is how I look at these things. And I don't know, well, we met Steph, we folks, but like, you're just telling me he's not going to be in it for MVP?
Who?
Steph. Like, remember how we talked, he heard the whispers of, your numbers are down, your shooting percentages. Like, that stuff at this juncture to me could keep him going. I'm not saying 48 minutes a game, people, but.
What are you saying?
He's like Tiger Woods. They're obsessed. And, like, he hears everything. Okay, if we want to say regular season-wise, he wasn't, accustomed to his normal, metrics, we could see him go off.
What do you mean?
Like ball out an MVP type season. And for that to happen, he's got to play.
I mean,
and I know you're not saying he ain't going to play, but I'm just, those dudes are upset. Dre, you think they don't?
Dre, you think what? Dre doesn't have any interest in playing a basketball game before January.
Okay, see, well,
are you kidding?
Now that they won, I'm not going to argue that, but.
See, this is where I think the NBA's next step is.
What is it?
Tell Klay Thompson and Draymond, show up on January 1st. We'll play the first 2 months without you. The season's ridiculously long.
Could you imagine?
Shaq did that late in his career. Always got surgery around now.
I want no part of that. Could you imagine? Advertisers just
the bottom line is
telling Steiny, be quiet right now.
The only way the Golden State Warriors can screw this up this year is by playing those guys too much. Like, that's the one thing that could ruin it, by playing Steph 36 minutes a game.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, it's perfect. You got to get these young players minutes. 49ers are, the Warriors are sitting pretty, man. Sitting pretty.
They're the champs.
By the way, James Wiseman.
The big
Here's
fella.
what he had to say about James Wiseman.
I think the great thing is there's a much better sense of who we are now than when he was a rookie. I mean, you remember his rookie year, we took the approach that let's just start him. Let's throw him into the deep end. And that wasn't entirely fair. And I think, at times did not put him in the best position to succeed. We were more interested in just getting him experience, trying to speed up the development process. And I think that was, in retrospect, it was unfair to him. This year, it's a much more organic, natural progression of work. We got guys who are ready to help us win right now, and for James, that'll be part of the process, and I think that's exciting.
So James Wiseman, I mean, you got to admit, the parallels between Wiseman and Trey Lance are obvious. I mean, there are obvious parallels there between those two guys.
I guess
both will be entering their third year.
I do see them, but there was more importance of what we didn't see from Trey Lance than James Wiseman, because he was quarterback. And if accuracy was something...
Who have we seen more from? Or not more from. Who do we know more about? Wiseman or Trey Lance?
Oh, James Wiseman. Like, we know he needed to get thicker. We know his hands needed to get stronger. And he was 19. He's not 19 anymore. Trey Lance, we don't know. And my thing is, the fallback was, he plays a more important role for his team
He's a quarterback.
than Wiseman did. And Wiseman...
Yeah, but the parallels are stark.
No, I can't argue that. I'm trying to look up Steph Curry's minutes after they've won championships, and I know he would have been 2 or 3 years younger, but I just don't see him mailing it in minute-wise with him out there. And people are saying, Goo, that's a little T. You're saying he's going for MVP. I didn't say going for it.
You know what? He gets the little T.
Dude, my aunt might be listening. But listen, he's a competitor, Steiny.
We've talked about Curry's minutes every year of his career.
Right.
Every Warrior fan wants him to come back with 9 minutes, 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Steve Kerr never does it. So he's going to get monitored in a big way. His minutes, you would think.
God, if we were out there at Media Day, we could ask him. It was Sunday.
I can't believe you're so sad.
No, dude, I had a drink last night thinking about it. It was me, you,
Where were you at?
At the house. I had a new fit ready. I was going to debut it.
Clothes?
Yeah. That's some jeans I had. I was ready.
Damn. By the way, we never really got into this. As long as we're talking Warriors, you may as well keep hitting them. Unless you want to talk about Garoppolo.
No, we got to get into what you teased about how some of the excitement just waned a little. On because I get it, but
thank you for reminding me.
You just want a tougher road for him.
For who?
Americans like the path of least resistance. And that's how you feel like now it's not easy street. The Niners still got to win.
No.
But with Trey, it was going to be hard, more difficult.
That's not it. And I can't. I'm telling you, I can't put my finger on it. But it's like, it kind of like is, all right, I'm going to watch, but I'm watching a rerun. Okay, I'm watching it was fun. Seinfeld was really funny.
I get that.
And I can watch it again and I'll still laugh.
I felt that way in Seattle
But
game.
it's just, it's a little bit disheartening.
No doubt. As the other one was like, you didn't know what was going to jump off. Totally get that.
I'm just.
You've been on the Jimmy G experience. You've been through it. We have.
Just the year got a little less exciting now,
I get
right?
that.
And now it's also.
But if you're a fan and you want a Super Bowl, hell no, it hasn't. You don't care about what we're saying.
Well,
you want that dub.
I want to know how many 49er fans.
That's something for tomorrow.
I want to see how many 49er fans with Jimmy at quarterback now say, we can win it because he got us far before. And how many 49er fans are saying, we don't even need to see this. We know he can't get it done. Because I always wonder that. Have you watched Jimmy Garoppolo in his 49er career and come to the conclusion they have no chance to win it with him at Super Bowl? I mean, with him at quarterback. Because you've seen how far he can go already. See, I never put that limitation on it.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't do that. I go with the other way, that they were right there knocking on the door. Why couldn't they do it again and burst through? But I've seen it already with Garoppolo.
That's bad.
10-7.
Or a trip to the Super Bowl.
And the other thing is, sometimes I think nobody is accounting for the possibility that maybe they're just not good enough this year. They were 10-7 last year.
They were 3-5 last year. But
Exactly.
is that who they really were, or were they the team that picked it up and got to the?
I don't know. That's kind of what we're going to find out this year. But once again, like, they'll be able to say, we lost our starting quarterback, we lost our starting running back, and I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. But how do you? I don't know. It's just a little letdown. A little letdown.
It was well. Again, I'm not Maury Povich. I don't like drama, Steiny, but I wanted to see Trey grow, make mistakes, and also watch Shanny grow and make mistakes and see if he had the guts to yank him, leave him in there, and power him. So that's all off the table. But I guess at the end of the day, if you're a Niner diehard, all that matters is that you get to State Farm Stadium in February for the Super Bowl. You know where that's at?
Phoenix?
Dude, I did that on purpose, knowing you wouldn't get it.
Why not?
Well, since when do you know the names of the...
because this is...
You went John Dickinson on
if
me.
the 49ers make the Super Bowl, we're going, because Phoenix.
I forgot, man.
No doubt.
They ruined us last year.
49ers better make it to the Super Bowl, because I want to go.
Steiny, you knew where State Farm
I dare the
was.
station to try to keep me home this year.
Listen, hey, you might want to reel that in.
Reel nothing in. I
heard Shasky
I'm
this
going to
morning, him and
Phoenix.
Vontae talk about the boss. I'm like, you don't do that at the job.
No.
You do that at the bar.
You know what? You're wrong about that.
You know what?
No, you're wrong.
I love my boss.
Part of the deal with being a radio program director is that you must accept that the people on the radio are going to try to make a horse's ass out of you.
That's
part of the job.
Is that part
of the job?
I would have fired many dudes in my day. Did he really that? Did he mother?
And by the way, you never came back to a job before you never got fired and came back to the job.
No, in relationships too. It's a wrap.
See, you're painting me in a bad way. You think I'm like some kind of guy that if I've been wronged, I'll hold this grudge and never again. And I got fired. I got fired from this station.
Under different management?
Yeah, but under different management. He's like, hey, you want to come back? And I was like, yeah, I'll come back.
Hey, but it wasn't bad. It was.
Yes, it was. I got fired.
But you got some Captain T. Kirk in you.
I don't know what that means.
Leader. And you got and I got some friends that need more Captain T. Kirk in them with their wives, their relationships. Like, stand up for yourself. And that's all I was saying. Some stuff you ain't going for. So have you ever had a friend do you wrong and then you took them back?
Yeah.
Like you quit talking?
Yeah.
You didn't call them. They probably reached back. You know.
I never.
It was a compliment. That's all.
I don't know what I'm trying to say. I just know that you never know.
So you believe in second chances?
I do, and I believe you should just never close the door. I mean, if you got to suck it up at the moment.
If I was taking the Steiny quiz, I'd be like, second chances, none.
No, in fact, when I got fired under previous management here, totally blindsided. When hey, you're fired, you know.
They use that verbiage?
I can't remember.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember. I was in a fog.
Yeah.
And I was just like, wow, okay. And then everybody got up, and the old program director put his hand out to shake my hand.
Oh, man.
And I was like, all right. And I shook his hand.
Oh, no. Did you grip it tight?
I gave him my normal.
That thing
it wasn't like the late, great Ray Fosse, who had the strongest handshake of all time.
I remember.
It was just a solid handshake. And I thought, I shouldn't have done that. But you know what? Maybe if I hadn't done that, he wouldn't have called me back and said, hey,
well, you know what?
I can rehire you.
Yeah, you know what?
I spit on that hand.
Look at you.
I don't think I'm back.
Yeah.
So,
you forgot to put that in the book.
What book?
Yours.
I got no book. I got some stuff I got some coals on the fire, though, in terms of ideas. Yeah. I got some good ideas.
That's how it starts.
Do you think so? Yeah. All right. What do you...
D didn't make it.
D.
Little D.
Tell everybody what you're talking about.
He was trying to walk on the Santa Clara hoop team. Had to try it. It didn't go well. He said he didn't make it. Now, if my wife's listening, why are you telling everybody? Because I told him he was trying out. You got to give him the update.
Do you have details on it? Like how many
no, I don't.
Players tried to walk on?
No. And I hope he didn't take my advice gunning. And I said shoot every shot.
That's too bad.
Hey, it's all right.
Oh, well,
he's still in school.
Still at Santa Clara University.
Right.
He's still a Bronco.
Yeah.
And you know what? I like the odds of his intramural team winning it all.
There we go.
There he is, little D.
Yeah.
There you go, little D. Just getting back to the Warriors. Don't expect Steve Kerr to be chasing
Somebody says it's our
wins.
best show of the week in Capital.
Who said
510
that?
Comcast Business Tech Line. Now, they could be lying,
Oh, you're on
but
the-
that's the stuff that stays with me when we leave. Like we affected somebody. I can't get over infinity and affinity.
Hey, Steiny, give us the reasons why you were fired. It wasn't a reason. It was the ratings.
Why am I laughing?
Ratings
It's a
were
trap.
unbelievably bad. Yes, it was that late morning show with the MMA guy, Sean O'Connell. Great guy, by the way. I mean, you give me Sean O'Connell now, and I could make some hay with him. See, I thought you were going to take that the wrong way.
And I did. I know who I am. Yeah.
Steiny, I have an IKEA bed that needs building. What is your going rate for celebrity
See, this is what
assembly?
I'm talking about.
A bed's that's $100 an hour. $100 an hour I would do it for.
Producer Kyle came in.
That's a big job. That's a 5-hour job.
And told us people that build from IKEA, they get emotional to what they build, so they don't throw away the stuff.
Oh, no doubt.
That's amazing.
If
to
I
me.
find out that my daughter gave away that desk or is in any
you're
way
soft.
disrespecting that,
SOFT.
I'm going to be hot.
SOFT.
I'm going to be hot. But yeah. Yes, Evan. Looks like you're ready to jump in.
Oh, I was just going to let you guys know that Damon Ratto coming up, of course, at 3 o'clock, and they will have Tim Kawakami, who did the interview with Steve Kerr a couple of days ago on the TK show at 3:20, followed by Brennan Crystal in the 4 o'clock hour from Denver.
Oh, wow. Tim Kawakami on.
TK.
Interesting. He doesn't come on the radio much.
But when you talk to him out and about, he always asks something. He'd chop it up with you.
Oh, I don't know.
You keep to yourself.
You talk to him? Yeah. 3-2-5. Somebody's saying $100. Sheesh. It's going to be a 5-6 hour process.
Yeah, stop.
That's
Who you got to now? Browns or Steelers?
Who's playing?
Browns or Steelers?
I'm a Cleveland guy. Love Cleveland. We got to go. See you.
It's a Sunday night showdown for the 49ers.
From our POV, I look at the Broncos and I feel like they're still feeling themselves out as well.
Can Jimmy G and the Niners take over Broncos country?
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free
financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey guys, Mike Valeni for Cash the Ticket podcast. If you like sports betting or if you just like sports, it's the podcast for you. We try to cover all the big games and maybe some of the games you didn't even know were important. Give you some angles, pick some winners, have a good time, and hopefully help you meander through college and pro football season. So join us a couple times a week to get all your information you need to bet the games that you watch. It's Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone, who's manning the front tonight?
Big E's nightclub needs a bouncer with a military background.
Dougie, I need you to keep eyes on the back.
Security who lays down the no-no when the uns get too intense.
That Swedish DJ duo is back tonight. Y'all remember last time.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This feels good!
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. Woo! So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Are you ready to go? Are you feeling frisky? I hope the answer to both questions is yes, because we are underway here. We got a lot for you this afternoon. We're not going to waste any time. Tim Kawakami.
of the Tim Kawakami podcast. He's going to be joining us coming up in our very next segment. We're going to just get right into what's going on with the 49ers and Denver and a few other things concerning the Warriors as we start to turn our attention to their season, which is officially getting closer and closer. Like I said, we're getting closer and closer to the 49ers appearing at Mile High Stadium. I don't care what they call it now. It's what I'm calling it. And Brandon Cristal is a radio host in Denver, and he is an insider when it comes to covering the Denver Broncos. He's going to be joining us today. And we got an awful lot for you over the next 3 hours. And then, man, I thought yesterday we had an awesome conversation, a really fantastic conversation with Kyle Juszczyk. And he will be kicking off what is the 6 o'clock hour, which is the best of here on 95.7 The Game. So an awful lot coming up today, including Kyle Juszczyk. If you missed it yesterday, we're going to have it for you as soon as Ray and I are done lighting up the airwaves. Are you ready to light it up, Ray? How are you?
I'm not lighting up anything until I get home.
There you go. Aaron Judge going to light up anything tonight?
He's exhausted after last night. Scored 14 runs. He didn't have any. He had little to do with any of it. Got driven in by others.
Did you hear that they're actually... Yes Network has told Apple Television, your broadcast is so bad, we would like to give you our broadcast crew to do this game on Apple TV. You want Michael Kay, not whoever your... Here's the funny thing, too. Hunter Pence is joining Katie Nolan in the booth. I don't know who the play-by-play guy is. He was so bad I didn't even bother learning his name when I tuned in to the small, scant amounts of Apple baseball broadcasts that I've consumed. But, yeah, the Yes Network is like, this is so bad that we can't have maybe the worst booth ever enacted by a major media player sitting on history should Aaron Judge reach in on Friday night. The Yankees are praying that Judge might hit 2 home runs tonight or 1 tonight, none Friday, and then start it up again on Saturday.
Well, Fox is too.
I bet they are. I bet they are.
No, I mean, it's, I love the fact that MLB is in this pickle, and I hope Apple tells them to screw off, because I want the broadcast to be the broadcast that MLB signed off on at the beginning of the year. So let them eat it.
Yeah, I don't. I want a historic moment framed the right way with someone who knows what they're doing at a high level. Aaron Judge deseres that. I mean, seriously.
He's not listening.
That broadcast, yeah, he'll probably catch it eventually. So it would just be better if a Yankee broadcaster were actually on, well, what is nothing short of the most important Yankee call in, 61 years? That's about, it is 61 years. By the way, 61 and 61. It's a nice, it corresponds. It's easy to remember. And it's been 61 years since Roger Maris hit 61. Aaron Judge, we are waiting. We'll see you tonight. We might even have to ask Tim Kawakami about that, since he was certainly out here during all of Barry Bonds' everything. And it's just amazing how much more important baseball was in the general conversation of sports when Bonds was doing it on a national level than Aaron Judge. I mean, I was looking at prices. Somebody said that, ballpark prices, just the get-in price at Yankee Stadium, like last night, was $8. Over the weekend, it's going to be like $16. Like, when Barry Bonds was sitting on history, tickets were in the hundreds of dollars just to be in the ballpark, worst seat in the ballpark. It is amazing to see the way baseball has essentially been demoted as an important sport here in the country.
The repellent power of the Pittsburgh Pirates trumps all other things.
This has nothing to do with Pittsburgh, right?
I know, but they're the team who played. Yet, explain to me why the prices were low otherwise. Well, maybe it's because people aren't looking at this as history. Maybe they're looking at it as, well, there's a guy with a lot of home runs. We saw that 15 years ago.
Well, he doesn't have, obviously, as many home runs as the other guy had, but...
Or a series of other guys before that. Maybe 60 home runs is less the novelty than we think it is.
Yankees fans are so territorial and provincial about what is theirs, the 27 titles, the pinstripes, all these retired numbers. They get off on anything about themselves that errs to the side of history. And so I'm just surprised that it's not as big of a deal as you think it is.
Well, that's my point. There has to be some reason, and I believe that it's clearly people are offended by the presence of O'Neill Cruz and Brian Reynolds.
You should tell everyone who they are.
Well, they're pirates. Everybody knows who the pirates are.
Stop making pirate jokes. It's not what we're talking about, Ray.
No, why else do you think prices were that low?
Because nobody gives a damn rip about baseball these days.
I think it's, they've been presented, a narrative that's supposed to say this is history. And in fact, in some ways it's not. It's a nice round number.
It's American League history. It's American League history.
And the American League and National League are essentially the same thing now.
They are. Baseball is completely homogenized, the whole thing.
Yeah, so maybe it's either that people aren't as enthused by this as we think, or it's the Pirates.
Yeah. Who
they drew 46,000 both nights, which is about capacity.
Bonds hit the big home run off of
Mike Bassick.
Mike Bassick of the
Washington Nationals.
Who gives a damn about the Nationals? Those tickets were $300.
I'm just saying there's a reason why those tickets didn't go.
It's the value of baseball in our culture that is
the value of
diminished.
baseball in our culture. It's the value of the home run. And it's the fact that it was apparently kind of a nothing game in New York. They drew great ratings on Yes. They were bragging about that.
Right. I did see that they had very good ratings. But here's the funny thing.
But if you can watch from home, why would you go to the ballpark if it was priced high?
Look at it this way. New Yorkers got cash. There's no such thing as let's spend very little money going to a Yankees game. So to me, it's just amazing to see in not just my lifetime, but in a handful of years, how little baseball matters compared to how much it used to matter to the overall daily sports conversation in the United States. And that there are so many reasons why. There are so many reasons why, and I don't even want to get into it, because if we talk too much baseball, it'd be boring. There's just no other way to say it. The sport has rendered itself a level of boring that no other sport really courts right now. And like I said, we got some really exciting and interesting stuff to get into today, even though it's the Warriors Media Day coming up on Sunday. For whatever reason, Bob Myers and Steve Kerr were talking to the media over at Chase Center today. We will hear a little bit of that. I know that Kyle Shanahan was talking today, maybe even about a roster too that the 49ers made, and they have promoted running back Marlon Mack to the active roster from the team's practice squad. Obviously, to make room for him, there was a guy easy to move to the injured reserve list. His name is Trey Lance, so they did that. And Tevin Coleman is back on this team's practice squad. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Go Hoosiers. So Tevin Coleman might be carrying the rock for the 49ers before it's all said and done. I saw online a question that, whether it was presented snarkily or not, I thought it was decent enough to make me say, is there something to talk about in there? Is Kyle Shanahan the Jimmy Garoppolo of NFL head coaches?
He's better than that.
Is he?
Yeah.
Because one guy's got a winning record and the other guy doesn't, and it's not the way you're framing it.
No, because I throw out the first 2 years as years when you're shoveling out the stables. In the 3 years in which he's had his players and running the system he wants to run, that record's pretty good.
Right. But that's as long as you insist on looking at his timeline through your eyes, not the actual timeline of his career with the Niners.
Well, okay, that's fine. I think he's better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
How much better? Are they?
I would call
their reputations closer today than they were 2 years ago?
No. I think Shanahan is one of the 8 best coaches in the league. I think Garoppolo, to be fair, about 14th or 15th.
Yeah, I would say he's a top 20 quarterback is where I would put Garoppolo. He's somewhere in between 15 and 20, I would think.
Okay.
14 and 20, maybe even.
All right. So
we got some things to talk about. We got Tim Kawakami joining us, and, well, coming up very next break, we're going to say hello to Tim right around the other side of this. Brandon Cristal, who is, again, all over the Denver Broncos. And if you wanted to have a matchup in the NFL of the 2 teams that have officially had sort of the weirdest starts as opposed to expectations, there's no doubt. That's what Sunday Night Football is. It's the Bizarro Bowl going on in Denver, and we're going to talk about it with Tim Kawakami, a whole bunch of things, Brandon Cristal a little bit later on, and then again, after we are done here, because Ray needs to be out by 5:54, when we get into our 6 o'clock hour, the Kyle Juszczyk interview that was fantastic that we did with him yesterday, that's going to be coming around for you, so stick around. It's Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. We are streaming on Twitch, on YouTube. Behold, it is glorious.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans. When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
This Sunday night, Jimmy G and the 49ers face off against an old rival, Russell Wilson.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Jimmy Garoppolo off the bench, couple of touchdowns.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
And their first win since the end of the 2019 season against Seattle.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, baby.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accepts, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic.
They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Something you probably do know. Progressive can not only offer you a great price when you bundle home and auto, they offer you round-the-clock protection. Something you probably don't know? A driveway basketball hoop, including the base, weighs around 400 pounds. Something you probably do know? There's a windstorm coming. Something you probably don't know. A basketball hoop tipping over can poke a hole in a car roof like a can opener. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and get more than a great price. Get round-the-clock protection. Something you know for the things you don't know. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Welcome back. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Trimark, which has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark bringing innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. You know, you don't need to be very athletic to download the Tim Kawakami podcast, but it might help. He's nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto to go over what is one of the more interesting stories we've ever sort of seen develop here when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers and a few other things, since we got a few other things officially starting to come up in sports. Tim, thank you for joining me. And Ray, it's always great to have you on here. I don't know how Ray feels about it. You probably know.
Hey, who cares how Ray feels about it?
That's what I've been saying.
That's the point. Yeah, I mean, good to be on. I'm sure Ratto's just kind of shaking his head right now, but that's all good. I've experienced this, but good to be on with you guys as always.
Get on with it.
There we go. That's our guy.
Ratto, I know it seems too cheery for Ray. It might be somebody else.
Your entire career, Tim, covering the 49ers. Have you ever seen a season start quite like this one?
No. I mean, just from the moment that they brought Jimmy Garoppolo back, whatever it was, late August, right before the final cut, those few weeks that I've gone through until the moment that Trey Lance got hurt, just Sunday, was some of the most bizarre stuff. I mean, even before that, right? Jimmy Garoppolo throwing side sessions on the field while the team is in training camp. And everyone knowing that, he intended to be gone, the 49ers intended him to be gone. That was weird. And then he comes back, and that was weird. And Trey Lance, goes up and down in week one and they lose, and that was weird. And then, now that's the point I'm making. It's like all of a sudden, any other team, you lose a starting quarterback, it's weird and everything is pressurized. And on the 49ers, it's a terrible injury. They're worse for Trey Lance being injured. The backup now plays, and things are calmer, and I guess some people are mad that I said that. People get mad about everything these days. I'm not saying it's a judgment of anybody's talent. It's just things are calmer with the 49ers now because there's not two quarterbacks. There's one. It's Jimmy Garoppolo. Might be worse than Trey Lance. Might be better. Probably better right now. Certainly, it's the reality. Trey Lance is hurt, but it's just not the same thing because it was an incredibly bizarre story for 6 months now of 49ers trying to figure this out, and now reality's handed it to them. It's now Jimmy Garoppolo's, and he's the quarterback for as long as he's healthy. He's had some trouble staying healthy in the past. For as long as
Are you ready for Brock Purdy time? Are you ready? Are you ready for Brock Purdy time?
I think Kyle Shanahan's kind of tempted by that. Like, he's been hinting about this for several weeks. I don't see it myself. Maybe give him some time, but I think there's some temptation there. Not right now, but they might want to see what Brock Purdy can do at some point this season. I'm not ruling that part out. I don't know. I think you could probably get a bigger quarterback with a stronger arm, but Kyle Shanahan seems to be very intrigued by Brock Purdy.
So, is Kyle Shanahan the luckiest coach in America, the unluckiest coach in America, or just the guy who bounces from accident to accident with a plan that's basically in shards?
Yeah, I'd say maybe more that last one. I don't know. I mean, maybe they go on a run. They certainly have gone on runs with Jimmy Garoppolo in the past. I think they made the decision that they got to be better at quarterback, so this is not the quarterback that they had planned for. Don't know that Trey Lance was going to get there this season either. I mean, I think that was fairly large evidence that he might not get there. He was going to take him a little bit longer than that, and that would have put a lot of stress on the entire organization as they were trying to decide whether Lance was going to get there this season. I just think they made the decisions based on each new set of, clues and evidence, and some of it is, led down the wrong path. Some of it, they tried, they kept, they weren't going to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo, right? They got here, there was going to be Kirk Cousins. I keep going back to that. But that is a guiding thing to this. They came to this team, Shanahan and John Lynch, in 2017, that they were going to eventually end up with Kirk Cousins. Then Garoppolo dropped in their laps when Belichick calls him in October 2017. And I just kind of started this whole kind of like, well, what's the best move now? Okay, Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, Tom Brady now wants to play for us. What's the best move? Well, we'll keep Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, wait a minute. Well, maybe we'll try to trade for Aaron Rodgers. It's just each thing, you understand the thought process. I don't think any of it's been wholly wrong. It's just kind of led them down this wild road when I think, in the back of his mind, or maybe not even in the back of his mind, Kyle Shanahan, you know what, if I just had freaking signed Kirk Cousins and not gone through any of this, it would have been a whole lot calmer. It would have been a whole lot less stress. Maybe he's not the greatest quarterback in the world. I think Kyle thinks he's way up there. So as a lot of this is in these little torques and these little tweaks and these little bit of fractional decisions, and they got to where they got to. And it is almost always leads them to Jimmy Garoppolo for some bizarre reason. No matter what, they can't leave each other.
It all comes back to Jimmy.
Jimmy Garoppolo just ends up as a 49ers quarterback. He's just like one of those constants. They can't get away from it, and that's what we're going to have this season.
So is he a brilliant improviser or a bad planner?
Kyle Shanahan? Well, the plan, you can't say like getting your quarterback, seeing your quarterback injured on the field that was the plan. It was.
Oh no, I'm going back to 17. I'm talking about all of it.
I think Kirk Cousins was an interesting idea, and then when Jimmy Garoppolo falls in your lap, you do it, right? I understand that, and you deviate the plan when that was there. And he got hurt the next season, 18, but then he was really good at 19, and we can all pick at his Super Bowl. We can all pick at the playoffs when Kyle decided just to run the ball and not throw it all, and what that told us about how he feels Garoppolo might perform in the biggest moments. It's all fair, but he did get to the Super Bowl. They did get to the NFC Championship last season. I think it's plans and then little decisions within the plan. So the plan was last year was, okay, let's just get rid of all this stuff. Let's just go all in on a young quarterback, and that's it. And it's right now we can go back and say whether that was Mac Jones or Trey Lance, because I think there's a large amount of evidence that Kyle originally wanted Mac Jones and kind of, I'm not going to say talked into, but he was persuaded. He decided himself after, possibly Adam Peters and John Lynch, helped convince him otherwise. You go with a bigger talent. Maybe it's going to take longer. Mac Jones probably was, you could just plop right in there and you probably know what you're going to get. Trey Lance, you're going to have to wait and see. And we're seeing that, the evidence of it. We saw it this training camp. We saw it in the game plus a quarter that he played. Just hadn't had the same amount of experience. Mac Jones had a full year going up against SEC competition. Had for 3 years, Nick Saban coaching. It's a little different than the Trey Lance had.
Tim
Cowell plan. They just had to change it, right? They just have to change it according to the way life goes, and it sure has changed a lot because life has changed a lot since 49ers.
Again, it changes, yet nothing changes, and that's what's weird about the whole thing. Tim Kawakami on Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. And, you mentioned Kirk Cousins. Hey, it's a good thing he's not the quarterback because the next 2 games are in prime time, and Kirk Cousins doesn't like playing anything past his bedtime. So it's good, I guess, that we're back to Jimmy. Do you think that the 49ers' chances of winning in Denver have increased because of Jimmy Garoppolo, or because we're learning that Nathaniel Hackett might be the wrong guy for the job in Denver?
Yeah, Hackett is amazing. I mean, you watch it, you go, have you never played a video game in your life? I mean, you're an NFL coach and you've never done time management before. Everybody can tell you how to do this. I do think the chances of the 49ers winning are better because of Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think he's a great quarterback. Road games are tough. A young quarterback on the road is always interesting. I think Denver is probably better than they've played, and we'll see how Hackett can screw them up even more. But we know Russell Wilson is always tough on the 49ers. But I think Garoppolo would give him, right this moment, the veteran-savvy Jimmy Garoppolo has a baseline that's higher than what we saw from Lance, at least right now. So I think they have a better shot at it. I don't know that they're going to win her, but I think I would have marked it down as a probable loss with Trey Lance, not as a knock on Lance, just as him as a young quarterback going on the road in a primetime environment. It's just different than anything he experienced at North Dakota State. We'll see what happens. If he screws that one up, then he might not last too much longer because he's done some brutal stuff. People rip on Shanahan for some of his game management. It hasn't been perfect, but I've understood it. He always tries to. That's the thing. Shanahan always tries to leave himself options, and sometimes he backs himself in the corner because he tries to go, okay, if this doesn't work, I want this. That doesn't work, I want to do this, and sometimes it just doesn't work. Hackett leaves himself one option. Let's kick the 64-yard field goal in a stadium that's never had longer than a 55-yard field goal. Let's do it at night, and let's do it. It's perfect. It's just those are the things I think if you're evaluating Shanahan. At least he doesn't do stuff like that. That stuff like that does not happen with the 49ers. Of course, I say that, and they're going to go ahead and do that Sunday probably. But Nathaniel Hackett's a good control factor for when you start thinking about what would happen if the 49ers ever thought about moving on from Kyle Shanahan. You might end up with Nathaniel Hackett, and I don't think you want to get there.
Have you ever seen somebody as persistently bad at basic time management as him? And I realize he's only had 2 games.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Sample size there.
Yeah, but let's take the small sample size and extrapolate it out. Has anybody ever been this consistently bad, where he's been confronted with essentially 8 different decisions and has been dead wrong on 7 of them, not because he was unlucky, but because they were bad ideas to begin with?
I sure can't remember an NFL coach starting his career like this. I'll put it that way, where it isn't just question. A lot of times it's oh, of course, let's do this. And you're thinking, you know what? It worked out badly, but there were reasons. I go back to Shanahan, and I think Harbaugh had a few. And, there's Andy Reid certainly has had some struggling issues on the way he's run 2 minutes. But there were reasons they did that. Didn't feel like the right reasons. But you could argue with the point. With Hackett, I've never seen a coach start a couple games, and you're everybody's screaming at their TV, as it's happening. What are you doing? This is crazy. You have 3 timeouts. You got 51 seconds left. Stop it and give yourself another. I can't remember one like that. Maybe a college coach or something. I can't remember an NFL coach who's theoretically gone through NFL games. You should be at a pretty high level. He never was an offensive coordinator, so maybe that's the problem. He's never called plays in time, and maybe he froze a little bit. It feels like he's freezing a lot. I can't remember a coach his first 2 games, certainly the first one, which is the national TV game, where it was that obvious. I don't know where you go from that. Do you all of a sudden get better? And when you're terrible at it in your first 2 games, I guess it's possible. But there's been non-coordinators who've been made head coaches. Andy Reid's one of them, who have done very well. Clearly, Andy Reid's a Hall of Fame coach.
Well, I mean, remember, he was defined by clock management issues in Philadelphia. So it does take time. It does.
It takes time. And, you want a coordinator. I think if you're going to hire a head coach, please hire someone who's been a head coach or a coordinator, usually. 99% of the time, that's the way to go.
Tim, more likely to happen, and this is an unfair question because we don't know how the season ends, and how the season ends probably goes a long way to how you answer this question, but you're a big boy, so I'm going to ask anyways. More likely to happen this offseason. Jimmy Garoppolo enters another contract with the 49ers, or they're drafting a quarterback in the upcoming draft?
They don't have a first-round pick. You know why? Because they traded 3 for Trey Lance. So I would say the more likely is that Jimmy Garoppolo is back. Again, let's see if he gets through it healthy. Let's see if he plays well. I think he's going to play. We know how Jimmy's going to play it. If he's healthy, he's going to play pretty good. They're going to win some games, and we'll see what happens in the big game. But even if they win a playoff game and look bad in the second one and people are mad, I think the much stronger likelihood is that Jimmy Garoppolo comes back to the 49ers. I mean, it's going to cost money. I don't know. I mean, they might go the veteran route. I keep saying Kirk Cousins. He's under contract to the Vikings for another year, but they might be willing to get out of that one. I think it's just more likely they're going to play a veteran quarterback and pair that quarterback with Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. Then they're going to draft another quarterback. They've expended all their drafts, like all their first-round draft choices. So then you're talking about a second-round pick for a quarterback after you've used 3 number ones to get your young quarterback. I think Purdy is going to be the other quarterback, on the backside, and it's going to be a veteran, and Trey Lance, we'll see where he is physically and mentally, and Brock Purdy. I think those are your 3 quarterbacks next season.
There's been a lot of nitwit speculation about how the locker room feels about the way this is played out. Is there any indication that they've done anything other than just roll with the punches and just tell us who's taking the snaps on Sunday?
Yeah, I think roll with the punches is actually a pretty good way to describe it. But you know how locker rooms react. They react to wins and losses. I'll just put it this way. I have not reported the stuff that, there's locker room, some players who think Jimmy's better. And I just know there's been no pushback on that. None. The players are not saying, geez, that's crazy. They support the guy that's a starter. They like Trey Lance. I don't want to say anything other than that. They were quite, hit hard emotionally by seeing him on the ground. We saw him run over, but they also are not saying, God, it's crazy that people would think that Jimmy Garoppolo is better right now. They're not doing that. Again, that's kind of trying to prove a negative, but I've been around teams when these reports have come out, and if it's wrong, they go, what are you talking about? That's stupid. No way. You would see a leader step forward and say, this is not the case at all and have not happened. I just believe, again, locker room's 53 guys, more than 50 guys, 53 if you count injured reserve and practice squad. So there's all kinds of different thoughts. Like sometimes you go, the locker room thinks, no, there's 1 or 2 or 3 guys, maybe. But I do think some of the big-time guys, probably some of the big-time guys on offense, were just kind of like shrugging their shoulders. Like maybe Trey's good, but maybe Jimmy's better. So we'll see. And a win or a loss was going to heavily influence that. That's the NFL. They only get 17 of them now. Every week you feel differently because it's determined by what happened in the game. What happened in Trey's first game, not his fault. It was in a monsoon, but they lost. He did not look great. I think that was only going to build, not that players in there were campaigning for Jimmy, not that there were meetings about it, but just the fact that Shanahan and Lynch felt they needed to meet with 15 players when they made a decision to keep Garoppolo, to insist to them, like, hey, let's support Trey with this, tells you that they had some questions about it. They don't normally do stuff like that. They don't normally need to get a pulse of the locker room. They know it. This one was a little less, sure. And just, I think if they'd gone 3-1, nobody would have, life was fine. They go 1-3, I think there would have been a lot of building sentiment that they have the wrong quarterback starting. Not that they hate Trey, it's just that they want the quarterback who can perform better and performs better in practice, and they know. Again, that doesn't mean there was going to be revolt. It doesn't mean that there were, instigation, nothing like that. I'm just saying, I don't think the reports, however you wanted to cage them, however many players you thought it was, whatever you thought the true level of this, I think there were some players in there who were like, okay, let's see what Trey's got. And we know what Jimmy is. And all of a sudden, things are a little more lively when Jimmy's running. But just those sort of things were out there. I just don't think it's deniable. And it would have built or not built, depending on the record. Now, we won't know. But there was something to this. I'll put it there. There was something to it. Maybe not a huge part of it, but more than the 49ers have had in the Shanahan era. This was the biggest kind of question in a locker room, around players, that there's ever been in the Shanahan era. And I think he knew that.
Tim, let's wrap up with this because we want to make sure you can get to happy hour tonight. Do you have a gut feeling about the Warriors season that we're about to see, and what in your mind is the biggest hurdle they need to overcome to be a great NBA team once again?
I think they need to see if Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody can play serious minutes. And I mean serious minutes, not just when Clay, Steph, and Draymond are resting, or not just in the back end of the game. Like, play some serious rotational minutes. Don't know that's going to happen. And, we know Steve Kerr plays a lot of guys, but he also gets, a little tight with rookies or young players. Not rookies anymore, but they're young players. And maybe, knocks them down the rotation a little bit. But can they count on them? Are they real players on a good team? Some of them will be, some of them won't be. But that's how this team kind of gets a second booster to try to go after a repeat championship. If those guys aren't good, don't know that they're going to do it. I mean, it was a remarkable season last year. We know what Steph did, and we know that Draymond played great in the playoffs. We know that Clay, came back and probably will be better. We know what Wiggins did, but I just think the depth of that team was in question. Then they lost a lot of it. GP2 and Otto Porter. These guys have to fill that, and that's the question for me. I think looking at Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a big, big measuring stick. If he's playing meaningful minutes into the playoffs, I think they're going to be really good and possibly could win another championship.
Tim, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate your time, and I'm expecting to bump into you Sunday over at Warriors Media Day.
No, I'm going to be in Denver. Sorry.
Oh, that's right. The man follows the big story. There he is. Thank you, then, Tim.
It's going to be my first Miss Warriors Media Day in 22 years, I think. It's kind of ridiculous.
Then I'll miss you on Sunday. How about that? Just that simple.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
There he is. He didn't even want to say goodbye to you, Ray.
I would like to say goodbye to me, but I have to wait another 2 hours and 16 minutes.
Oh, this is good. This is good. It is weird that Media Day is happening on Sunday. And I guess the Warriors are framing this whole thing as, well, we're going to be leaving for Japan, so we needed to kind of get it out of the way. But, yeah, a lot of the media that covers the Warriors isn't even going to be in town. Of course Tim's not going to be here on Sunday. Of course he's going to be in Denver. You go with the NFL. That's the story. But I'm looking forward to Warriors Media Day. Kind of go over, shake some hands, kiss some babies, and then, probably still not get the interviews we're going to want all damn season long. But I'm going to try, Ray.
Oh, yeah, I feel confident that you'll get the cold shoulder that everybody will get.
I do want to get
they're all national figures now. They barely deign to talk to us anymore.
Deign? Did you say barely deign to talk to us?
It's a word.
I know, but what does take me through it?
They barely tolerate the notion.
Okay, to deign. I've never heard that. I've never heard the word deign used that way. I don't want to say you just taught me anything, Ray, but
I probably haven't.
I just heard something for the first time from you.
DEIGN.
Oh, not DANE like Great Dane?
Not like Great Dane.
No? Okay. I had it as Dane, DANE in my mind's eye. I'm going to tell you.
All right.
We have an awful lot for you. Great Dane, a lot of Dane. Dane Bruce. Somebody on. Hi, Joe. Hi, City Lock. Hi, Mike Honcho. Calling out some YouTube chatters once again. I even told somebody who was chatting on YouTube to watch their mouth. I don't even know if it posted or not, though. I used my computer to do it. Somebody said, you guys are getting lazy. What are you replaying an interview of Kyle Juszczyk during your show? You guys are out of ideas. Kyle Juszczyk at 6 o'clock.
After we're done.
Best of 95.7 The Game coming up at 6 o'clock tonight here on 95.7.
You want to go yell at somebody? There's a program director. He's got a phone.
No. Well,
1-800-COMPLAIN.
You don't even know. If you want to complain directly to the program director, now is the time to call into the show. 888-957-9570. Matt Nahagian will be screening phone calls till at least 3:41. He's still sitting there. If you wanted to talk to a program director in a major market, this could be your big break. You better give us a call right now. 888-957-9570.
Start his car.
No. So here's the deal. Lucas needed to take some time off, family thing. So Kyle Madsen said he was going to stick around to help out. And then Kyle Madsen started doing the math on this, thinking, wait a minute, I'm Kyle Madsen. I don't have to stay any longer than I want to. So he probably got all big in his britches, and I believe is left, which means, you never ask someone to do a job that you wouldn't want to do if you weren't a great leader, which is why Matt Nahagian is screening phone calls for his afternoon drive show instead of, well, look at it. He already put together the humongous Warriors deal that has us remaining the flagship station. So there's really nothing to do but victory lap the whole damn thing. Nahagian, take yourself a victory lap. Anyone who calls in, just say you're welcome and hang up on them. It's really all you. Thank you so much.
Let's be honest. The wife changed the locks.
Maybe. When we come on back, a couple of things that we need to get into, including a little, I don't want to call it a rumor, but the whisper that Stephen A. Smith heard about Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr unplugged that, saying he doesn't know much about it. And I got to tell you that Jimmy Garoppolo's presence still on the San Francisco 49ers is connected to an astronomical number of things. And I'm not sure if you remove a single domino from the chain that it all falls the same way. And I'm going to take it all the way back to the Falcons blowing the Super Bowl. So stick around. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Take a look at this college football total in Week 4. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Indiana won in dramatic fashion against Western Kentucky last weekend, but points may be much harder to come by this weekend against Cincinnati. BetQL has under 57 between the Hoosiers and Bearcats as a 5-star best bet. They project this number at 50.5. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
When a nasty cold keeps you up all night, Vicks NyQuil Severe gives you powerful relief from your worst cold and flu symptoms, which changes a night that sounds like this into a night that sounds more like this. Ah, that's better. NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, sore throat, stuffy head, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Wonderful to have you here today. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. An awful lot happening. Brandon Cristal, who covers the Denver Broncos, will be joining us to get you ready for 49ers and Broncos coming up on Sunday night. I'll say this, Ray, both these games being on national television are the next 2 games, the 49ers Sunday night game and then the Monday nighter against the LA Rams. If the Niners can actually go 2-0, the temperature of the room is going to change so dramatically in just 2 weeks of football that you would have never thought they got off to a controversial, people pulling their hair out start to the season. When you show out big on national primetime games, that's the conversation that people go with. And like Tim was just saying, and thanks again to Tim Kawakami for joining us, every single game now, every single regular season NFL game has the amount of scrutiny any Super Bowl in the 70s was played under. You know, every single game is breathlessly covered and overanalyzed, and you try to disseminate that information and just say, well, this is the way it's going to be. And everyone knows it won't. What happened last week won't mean a thing in next week's game. unless it's an injury, of course. But the 49ers can not only point their ship in the right direction with a 3-1 record if they win their next 2 games, but the way that the media is talking about them, the way that the noise that, and they can say they don't hear noise, but when we talked to Kyle Juszczyk yesterday, I mean, he originally started by saying, I'm sure you guys aren't going to ask me anything about our quarterback room. He knew it was coming. They know it's coming. The amount of it's coming that gets thrown at the 49ers gets turned down so much if they win their next 2 games. They're huge. These next 2 games for the 49ers are massive in terms of changing the feeling around the conversation about the team.
Well, yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. I never thought Denver was very good, but I can't decide now whether the Rams are regressing to the mean or they're just about to find their stride. But let's follow your scenario. They win both games. They're 3-1 after 4, which is probably what people thought they would be.
That's kind of where I had them.
Yeah. And the only thing that's happened is people are outraged because the quarterback they want isn't playing. How quickly does that go away? I think it goes away for a while until they lose again.
If they lose in week 5, all bets are off.
Exactly. But, if you're 3-1 after 4, in all likelihood, what's happened is you can now point to a defense that is certifiably elite. Because I don't know that that's been proven yet based on who they've played. And I don't know that it'll be proven with the game Sunday night either, because I don't think Denver is very good offensively at all.
Certainly not in the red zone.
Well, not in the red zone, but I think in general. I mean, they piled up a bunch of yards in week 1 and then did remarkably little in week 2. So I don't know who they are, but I'm not jaw-slackingly impressed by Russell Wilson's transplantation. It just seems like Sunday is a very winnable game. And I think the one next Monday will define where the 49ers actually are in a more macro sense. Because that's what they're playing for ultimately. It's not about Kyle Shanahan's reputation or Jimmy Garoppolo's renaissance. All that stuff is noise. It's really about, so how good are these guys? And I think week 4 is going to be the first indication of how good they are, because like we've said 100 times, they're not very good in the lake. They're real good against a team that's going in the toilet. And I think they're probably going to show out pretty well against what I think is a pretty tepid Bronco team. I think the Rams game is the first sense you get of who they really are, ignoring all the noise that we've played with.
I think that that's fair. I also think that there's never any apologies that need to be made for winning at Mile High Stadium's the road team. It's a tough place to play. You can have well-intentions going in there and whatever. The ghosts come out. That's a tough place to play. And the Denver Broncos haven't lost at Mile High Stadium yet. I mean, that's the thing. They're 1-1 and catching as much heat and strays over their coaching decisions as the 49ers, who are sitting at 1-1, have caught heat and strays over a coaching decision that, whether you say he's responsible for an injury or not, it's and look, he's not, but he's responsible sending in the play where the injury happened. And that's a choice. It's a choice that Kyle Shanahan made. It's amazing how many little things, Ray, and I want to get to the chain of dominoes that has brought Jimmy Garoppolo back here in the first place. It's extraordinary, the chain of dominoes. You remove one of these things, it maybe doesn't happen. Starting with a very soft pursuit of free agent quarterbacking market that this offseason turned into. For the first time ever, getting a wide receiver was the more in vogue thing to do than getting quarterbacks. It was the offseason of wide receivers. So quarterbacks weren't being flipped around. And when quarterbacks were flipped around, the guys who did get flipped around had an awful lot to do with the fact that Jimmy wasn't flipped anywhere. Now, the chain of dominoes clearly feels like it begins with his choice to have shoulder surgery, which is something that upset the team's offseason plans and might have actually upset 49ers brass when Garoppolo made that decision. But that decision to get shoulder surgery may have saved the season for the San Francisco 49ers. Just right there alone, right? Just that decision alone is one of the greatest decisions if the Niners do something special this year. Jimmy Garoppolo's shoulder surgery is one of the greatest off-season surgeries any Bay Area athlete's ever had.
Oh, I mean, no question. But the thing that I keep going back to in my head is that, the conversation about the Commanders being interested in him, and that they stopped being interested as soon as they declared they were going to have surgery. I think if they had, done a deal, it would have been conditioned on him passing a physical. And it seems like he wouldn't have passed that physical based on his shoulder situation. So maybe that trade doesn't happen anyway. But having decided to get the surgery when rehab wasn't getting it done puts him in a better situation, and weirdly puts them in a better situation, because Brock Purdy, they're 7-10. I mean, if you want to talk about, Trey Lance doesn't have much of a resume, Brock Purdy has zero resume.
Oh, Brock Purdy's resume dwarfs Trey Lance's. Are you out of your mind?
Well, in terms of college, but in terms of
that's what we're talking about.
Well, no, but I'm talking about, you've got a guy who's at least played 3 NFL games as opposed to a guy who has basically only watched 3.
Okay, well,
that's what I'm talking about.
Well, one's career started 12 months before the other one's.
I understand. I'm not trying to make some sort of, Brock Purdy should have started.
You hate Brock Purdy. Just say it.
Well, no, I'm indifferent to him. Until the moment comes when I'm bored with Jimmy Garoppolo, I say, we need to see more Purdy. But no, I think, the shoulder surgery was,
should we book Mark Purdy?
Sure, but only if you could prove that they're related. No, I just think that the 49ers, this surgery was going to happen. And the argument is, isn't it lucky that they had the surgery? Well, it's going to happen one way or another. Because whether they tried to trade him and he flunked the physical, or they just did what they did, that surgery was going to happen. So it's great, much to their benefit that he got the surgery anyway, but I think that was a fait accompli.
You're probably right. But thank God it was, because Jimmy's likely not here but for that moment. 888-957-9570. Here are some other dominoes. You take him out. Jimmy's not here anymore. Let's say the Houston Texans hadn't decided that they were going to roll with Davis Mills. Does that become a landing spot for Garoppolo? Again, assumed landing spots for Garoppolo never really materialized. That includes the Panthers trading for Baker Mayfield. That includes the Cleveland Browns saying, yeah, we're just going to roll with Jacoby Brissett through the Deshaun Watson suspension after all. That includes Seattle deciding to go with Geno Smith. Any of those choices don't materialize. The chances of Jimmy still being here when the 49ers decide it's time to pivot back to him decrease, I think, exponentially.
You're forgetting one.
Please.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers, absolutely. And I wonder if Aaron Rodgers hadn't declared, I think I might be done with the Green Bay Packers, if the Denver Broncos are hiring Nathaniel Hackett. It feels like the two of them are linked, and this is something that we're going to talk to Brandon Cristal about in about 15 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. By the way, let me welcome everybody into your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Now let me take it all the way back. I'm going to go ancient history. But before, let me just ask you a quick question. Jimmy Garoppolo connects with Emmanuel Sanders. They win that Super Bowl. The parade goes up Market Street. Is Jimmy Garoppolo essentially a Niner starting quarterback for the remainder of his football career?
He's completely on scholarship.
Thank you. That's the answer I was hoping you would say. Do you think if Matt Ryan and the Atlanta Falcons had won the Super Bowl that they blew against the New England Patriots, do you think Matt Ryan ends his career in Atlanta? I mean, I know he was carrying massive cap. I do too. I think that too. Once you win a Super Bowl, it's pretty hard to wave goodbye.
When you give a ring to your owner, you're married.
So I think that if the Falcons don't blow that Super Bowl, Matt Ryan becomes a Falcon for life, and he's definitely not traded to Indianapolis. Another potentially could have been landing spot for Jimmy Garoppolo. And if Carson Wentz hadn't gone belly up in Indianapolis, the Colts don't trade for Matt Ryan, and Wentz doesn't end up in Washington, which brings us right back to curiosity about Jimmy Garoppolo after all. So you can draw, I believe, a line that Jimmy Garoppolo remains a Niner all the way back to the Super Bowl where the Falcons blew it, 28-3. Well, that's how connected this all is.
Yeah, the only wobble that I can see in your scenario.
It's a hell of a scenario, admit.
No, I like it.
High as a kite when I thought of this one.
It's incredibly Byzantine. I like
yeah,
it.
no, I was thinking to myself, this isn't a dumb idea. Why don't you go write that down, man?
But the only wiggle room that I see is that Matt Ryan would have won that Super Bowl 5.5 years ago. And I wonder if in the ensuing years his career path and that of the Falcons stays the same. Maybe he gets moved anyway. Maybe the scholarship benefits wear down with time.
Right, and he was carrying the largest cap number in the NFL. And so he might have priced himself out at his age.
Maybe, but I also think that it's very possible that, the Colts would have just said anyway, well, he has a ring. I like him anyway. So maybe that's the part that doesn't change. But everything else, it's literally you're pulling blocks out of a Jenga tower.
It's amazing.
And eventually it collapses on you and breaks your foot.
It's amazing how it's all connected. It truly is. It's something else. A butterfly flaps his wings on the plains of Africa, and there's a tsunami somewhere, across the ocean.
I wish it was that easy.
I did, right? 888-957-9570, the number. Matt is in San Rafael. San Rafael, Matt, do you realize that you just spoke directly with Matt Nahagian, one of the most powerful media entities in America?
I was honored and I could feel it.
I'm glad you could. It's to be felt. It really is. What can we do for you, sir?
It really was. No, I've been listening to you guys for a long time, and I agree with what's been said recently. The Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, Remember Barry situation, where now that Trey's hurt, we talk like we always wanted Jimmy, when last year, before Monday Night Football against L.A., we couldn't ship him far enough away. And then we talk... Hello?
Yeah, we are also eating the member berries. Absolutely.
Oh, all right. No, all the... I just think that one thing people talk, he's a Super Bowl quarterback. He's not. Joe Montana was a Super Bowl quarterback. Tom Brady is a Super Bowl quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo was a passenger on a Super Bowl team. Jake Delhomme, Joe Flacco. He's one of those guys. So...
By the way, Joe Flacco played well enough that postseason to where he earned it. I mean, he really did. And I know he's not a great quarterback, but he as much as the Ravens drove that bus. I think he was 14-0 touchdown to interception ratio in the postseason. So just a little respect for Joe, who doesn't get nearly enough. Not elite.
Okay, fair enough. Not elite. Can we settle there? I'm just saying, when we talk about he's a Super Bowl quarterback, we all know what that means. And I'm just wondering when... First off, the flip-flopping with Niner fans is brutal. I'm a Niner fan. I think we saw the ceiling on Jimmy, 2-3 years ago, even in the Super Bowl. How many games did we win in spite of him? And then between the Super Bowl and then the NFC Championship last game with the flailing fumble sack, incomplete pass, whatever you call it at the end, every time the moment gets big, it's too big for Jimmy. So we can gloat and talk about how he played last weekend. I can't wait to see him in prime time against a real competitive team. And when the oh-no throws and the into triple coverage and the collapsing in the pocket happens and we see Jimmy be Jimmy, I can't wait to hear what everyone's saying then.
Well, we know that they're going to get their pitchforks out. That'll happen quickly. Matt, thank you very, very much for the phone call. You know, you were talking about a lot of 49er fans saw Jimmy Garoppolo, saw his ceiling, and said, you know, I'm out. Hey, as Ray says all the time, forget about the fans. Fans don't really matter to the conversation that a single team is having. Forget about them. The coach told you he'd seen enough. Actions speak louder than words, and that to me is the crux of the awkward that Kyle Shanahan now lives in. There's no amount of success that he can point to that the 49ers may have that he can say, yeah, this is my vision. This is the way I wanted it. This was my plan. This is how I wanted it done. He can't. He literally tried to undo the situation that may be now the one lifeboat that the Niners get to hop into to paddle away from the Titanic that was about to be this season if you didn't have a legitimate backup quarterback. It's stunning. And that to me is where, you know, as Kyle talks with media and presents, he needs to dial back that I know everything air about him. Just a touch. Like a little, just slice of humility served once and again, because Kyle, you're no matter what happens this year, it didn't start with you being the smartest guy in the room. It started with you being the luckiest guy in the room.
Well, the luckiest guy, but in fairness, he also was willing to walk back his decision to try to get Garoppolo out of town when he realized that the options would be worse if he did.
His ego didn't bury him to the decision.
And that's why I don't think his ego is the overwhelming thing that goes on in his head any more than it is for any other coach. And every other coach has a massive ego, and he's got his own massive ego. But I think he has enough common sense not to say, look what I did. Because, as you said, a lot of things happened for this to be where it is. And I think if he is going to preen for himself in his quiet moments, it's going to be, yeah, I'm pretty adaptable. I'm not a seer. I can't foretell the future. But when, somebody spits in my stew pot, I can make something else. And I think that's where his ego will be.
Or when I spit in my own stew pot.
Well, however it gets there. I mean, the point is, a bunch of weird things happen.
However he deigned himself there.
I hate you. No, I just think that, he's going to say, man, I'm adaptable. I can adjust to the weirdest circumstances you can be presented with. And he has. Now, whether this turns into something lasting is still 15 more events before we even get to that part. But, he's not as screwed as you would think he would be. And some of that...
Oh, well, his job security unscrews him from anything.
This is not even about job security. Right. I'm just talking about his situation right now in terms of this team. He's not nearly as screwed as losing your starting quarterback would make you under normal circumstances.
Oh, well,
and part of that is because he was willing to walk back his ego on Garoppolo.
One might even argue he is the least screwed. My starting quarterback went down, and we have a basic, what is it, tantamount to a full NFL season still to be played in front of us.
Yeah, he tried to hit on an inside straight, lost, but the casino wouldn't take his money.
Every now and then, Raymond. Every now and then. You pull one out. That was good.
I don't want to say where I pulled it out of.
No, please don't. Andy in Novato, did you enjoy your 30 to 90 second conversation with Matt Nahagian before you got to us?
I did, and he definitely worked me a little, and I deserved it, I'm sure. I like him.
I do too.
From the morning show.
Ray's jury's still out.
But Matt's a keeper.
Please don't say that.
Okay. I just love Ray. And Damon, you and Ray, I always thought you were the best, but you had me really upset the other day because you lost it. You were so upset. It was Monday, I guess, about Trey.
Oh, no, Andy, your phone is breaking up. Nahagian should have secured the fact that you were on a landline. No, look, I'm sorry that your phone is cutting out. And look, I'm sorry that I upset you on Monday. I came in here upset on Monday. I think everyone was upset on Monday, except for Ray. Ray's the indifference, so I can actually feel emotions.
I like a good nightmare. I like when fans are unhappy.
I know you
because
do.
they deserve to be unhappy.
Well, chaos is...
Yeah, get a better hobby. Learn to quilt.
And then you can tune into us every day on the quilting channel.
However I get paid, I don't care.
Well, then you better be nice to fans because they're paying your salary.
When they come here and give me bags of money, I'll worry about them. Right now, I'm paid by some greasy guy in New York.
Right, based on the ears that hit whatever the hell this is.
Maybe.
And the eyes, because we are streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and you look great today.
And I'll be honest with you.
Did you get a haircut?
No.
You did recently, though. Not
like
yesterday.
Like about 10 days ago.
All right. Yeah, I can tell. I thought I'd wait to give you a call.
Why that would matter to you is beyond me, but...
You look great.
Shut up.
I want you to know that we have Brandon Cristal coming up next. Brandon Cristal covers the Denver Broncos. He is all over that team. He is a talk show host in Denver, and he doesn't hold it back, man. He is really good. He is really, really good, and you might want to stick around for Brandon Cristal because he's going to tell you what exactly the 49ers are walking into on Sunday night in Denver. So stick around for all of that. It's right around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. And if you are thinking, we're going to get a little summer break in, well, no, it's not. By the way, happy fall equinox, everybody, right? Today's the first day of fall officially, I think, sort of.
Yeah, kind of.
Maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. But
in fact, it was yesterday.
We're in the window of that equinox, so I do hope you are indeed enjoying it. And if you're thinking about a little fall trip, maybe down to San Diego where it stays summer even longer, make your plans today at sandiego.org.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months. Because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles. Aww. Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow! Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Bart is turning 50 and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate BART's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with AutoPay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
Okay, everyone gather around. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do.
You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Los Gatos mostly clear tonight with a low of 59.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit Ashley.com today.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
The kickoff show for a little football coming up on Sunday. Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal got you taken care of starting at 3 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. The show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. You should just call the show Beef and Bourbon. I mean, that's pretty much what you want before a football game anyways. And before this football game, which is officially about as odd as a football game, in comparison to how both fan bases felt about the season that they were both to have going all the way back to training camp, it's the Bizarro Bowl. It truly is. What we're about to see between the San Francisco 49ers and Denver Broncos is one of the biggest turnarounds from training camp enthusiasm to actual reality of your season sitting through 2 games. Obviously, a quarterbacking injury has defined the start of the 49ers season, while coaching questions are defining everything right now about the Denver Broncos. And a man who knows how to define the Denver Broncos very, very well is Brandon Cristal. I've known Brandon for a very long time now. We met doing radio on CBS about 1 million years ago. And now he works for KOA as a sports anchor and reporter covering the Broncos. Brandon Cristal, thank you so much for joining us, man. How are you? Good to have you on.
Hey, happy to talk to you, Damon and Ray. Been a fan of your work for a long time, so I feel like I've chatted with you here and there in the press box over the years, but good to talk a little football, and I think you characterized it in terms of the enthusiasm. I can't speak for Niners enthusiasm or fans' enthusiasm, but Broncos fans, every place I go, people are asking me, what's going on? What's wrong with the team? Why can't the coach? And the list just keeps going on with their issues compared to the Super Bowl plans that I think some Broncos fans were making for a trip to Phoenix based on Russ coming here and all the excitement with new ownership and new coach and everything.
Whose honeymoon in Denver was shorter, Chris Bryant's or Nathaniel Hackett's?
Well, what's great about Chris Bryant, who I'm almost certain I'll see at the Pearl Jam concert tonight, is they're closing out their tour here in Denver in a few hours. And
nice. So are they playing at Pepsi or Dick's?
Yeah. Well, now called Ball Arena.
Oh, okay, Ball Arena. Sorry.
They're there, the old Pepsi Center. But with the Rockies getting swept by the Giants, obviously, Chris Bryant nowhere near baseball activities. Although I did hear that he threw an end-of-the-year party a couple weeks ago for the team, or last week when they were...
I mean, he's got the cash. Why not?
Yeah, why not? A couple Thursdays ago, they had the party because they had a day off and were home against the Diamondbacks. Anyway, Chris Bryant's honeymoon ended quickly. Then you had Nolan Arenado come in for just 3 games. He hit a home run in Coors Field. That's one more than Chris Bryant hit this year at Coors Field. So his honeymoon ended quickly, and Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett's. It's certainly, I don't say the honeymoon's over, but it's maybe on pause. They had to take a break in the middle of it. It has a chance to kick back into full swing if they can win decisively or in an exciting fashion, one way or the other, on Sunday night against Kyle Shanahan and the Niners.
How much damage has Nathaniel Hackett done to his own sort of reputation in town? And at this point, and this seems like a stupid question, but I'm going to ask it anyway, is it irredeemable?
I don't think it's irredeemable because they're 1-1, right? And they've got a stretch here over the next 3 games. If they can figure out a way to win on Sunday, it's going to be no easy task. I think the task was made harder with the injury to Trey Lance, and we're not going to necessarily dwell on that, but talking to players, coaches, people in that building, they were looking forward to trying to figure out how to game plan a young, inexperienced Trey Lance versus a guy that they know what they have in Jimmy G, but he obviously knows how to win a lot of games and run what Kyle asks him to run, which we know isn't maybe the full complement of the offense. So if they can beat the Niners, then they go to the Raiders. We don't really know what the Raiders are yet. They're going through their growing pains with Josh McDaniels, obviously, and his adjustment there. That defense is not very good there with the Raiders. And then 4 days later, they get the Colts on a Thursday night, and we certainly don't think the Colts are a Super Bowl caliber team right now based on what we've seen through 2 weeks. Certainly what we saw Sunday in Jacksonville, maybe the Jags are a little better. So they could turn around and be 4-1 here real quickly. And then I think people are looking at them a little differently. But it's funny because, I've been on the air a bunch with Alfred Williams the last couple of weeks and was on, he and I were on Monday and talking about this with the growing pains Nathaniel Hackett's going through, because Kyle Shanahan told us in his conference call yesterday, he went for it 4 times his first game because he was thinking like an offensive coordinator, even though he, like Nathaniel Hackett, has a dad who's a coach and been around the game forever. When your role changes, right, the approach changes, but you forget, I'm in charge of the whole thing, perhaps. The difference with what Kyle Shanahan went through, or Mike Shanahan when he was with the Raiders, a first-time head coach, or Sean Payton before Drew Brees got there, or Andy Reid his entire run in Philly, even with Donovan McNabb, where people didn't think he understood situations very well. But most first-time head coaches have crappy teams. Very few get a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback. Matt LaFleur did, and even though it wasn't super smooth with Aaron Rodgers, they still went 13-3 his first year, and Hackett had a front-row seat to that. And now you give Hackett a Hall of Fame caliber quarterback, a guy who's certainly on that trajectory, 9 Pro Bowls in 10 years, won a lot of games, certainly has won a bunch against the Niners. I didn't realize his record was what it was until I saw it. But your learning curve needs to be accelerated. You don't get to go through the same growing pains and escape without the scrutiny that comes with having that guy at quarterback.
Brandon Cristal covers the Denver Broncos for KOA in Denver. And look, we know Russell Wilson very well from all of his years in Seattle, and he's got almost as much ownage on the Niners as Aaron Rodgers has on the Chicago Bears. He has beaten them frequently throughout his career. I got a lot of respect for Russell Wilson, the player, Russell Wilson, the Instagram account, the personality. That's another discussion entirely, and we'll get to that eventually here. Are you surprised, though, Brandon, that he hasn't assumed more responsibility and command of how these games have ended with calling timeouts when there are plenty to burn, or going over and sort of, just making sure that Hackett is on the same page as what his quarterbacking mind must be? I've been stunned by his laissez-faire approach to running the Denver Broncos early in his Bronco tenure.
Yeah, when you boil it down to that aspect, or when you look at that aspect, it is a little surprising because people have asked Russ, certainly this week, I don't know if he was asked last week, but hey, how much ownership do you feel like you have of your relationship with Coach Hackett to be able to say, hey, let's go for it here? Like, when are you going to assert yourself? Because his resume is what it is, and he goes to, hey, it's a process, we're learning, we can help him out by not getting penalties. Right, he goes into all the things he wants to talk about very, very much like a politician, even though that wasn't necessarily what he was asked or helping to solve. But you're right, especially in Seattle, and I know that was a weird game all the way around, not just how it played out on the field, but for him with the emotions and everything else and all that went into that game. But he should have spoken up more and said, look, I got this, let's go for it on 4th and 5, because I've never seen a kick over 60 yards here. He should have at least known that, right? That a kick's never gone beyond. I would
have called a timeout and just gone up to him and said, look, man, they don't pay me $240 million to watch 64-yard field goals on 4th and 5.
Exactly. And be like, I've done this in this building a lot. I'm going to get us in the right play. I'm going to throw it to Cortland or Jerry Jeudy or whoever's open. We're going to move the sticks, and we're going to either have an easier kick or we're going to go score. And so you're right. And it'll be interesting to see this week, one, how the operation is, because part of the reason there's been struggles has been that Hackett is taking a long time to get the play in, which when you have an offense similar to San Fran's with all the pre-snap motions and everything else, you can't get into all of that quickly enough. And then you can't check out of whatever you want to check out of or into whatever you want to check into because you're late getting out of the huddle. And so Hackett has to be better, but Russ has to maybe do all he can. Maybe he goes tempo a little more. He did mention that because it took 3 or 4 times of us asking him, what can you do to help your coach? I asked him Sunday after the game. He said, well, we can have less penalties. Someone else asked him Wednesday in his press conference. He said, well, we can have less penalties. I said, okay, penalties notwithstanding, what can you do to help the play get in faster and get executed? He says, well, we can go tempo and we can change things up. So it'll be interesting to see, does he put more on his shoulders? Because we know in a 2-minute drill, he's been fantastic for his entire career, and he's made plenty of plays for the Seahawks in crunch time. You hope that for the Broncos' sake, they hope it doesn't come to that where week in, week out, he's having to do it. But maybe he just does it a little bit, and maybe that's one of the ways they're going to make it a little easier on Coach Hackett, where he's not having to think as much, because Russ is like, I got this drive. Let me handle this. At the same time, against the Niners defense with all that talent and a good defensive play caller, I think, in D'Amico Ryans, you can't just let Russ do that all game. But Russ does need to assert himself more, because that is why they paid him $250 million.
Quarterback and coach aside, what do the Broncos do that will give the 49ers problems? And
they run the ball really well. Sorry, Ray. Didn't mean to catch up, but what else? Sorry.
Go ahead. No,
they run the ball really well. And I think Nathaniel Hackett's gotten in his own way in that regard because he's trying to let Russ cook a little bit. And not that anyone's telling him that. I don't think the owners have even had that conversation, or George Payton, the GM, have had that conversation with, hey, we brought Russ in to win an MVP and this and that. I think that Nathaniel just feels obligated to make sure he's mixing in pass. But Javonte Williams, who is a really good young running back, and Melvin Gordon still has enough left in the tank, are averaging close to 5 yards a carry through 2 games. Again, against some not great teams in Seattle and Houston, certainly teams I don't think are going to be very good this year, and maybe that's almost what they want so they can get a better quarterback next year in the draft. But regardless, their rosters aren't awesome, even if they have a couple players on each side of the ball. So this week, it'll be a true test. Can they run the ball against a really good defense, a really good front with a tackling machine in Fred Warner? And if they'll stick to it when it's working, and if they'll run the ball in the red zone, 11 of their 15 goal-to-go plays inside the 5-yard line have been passes. And one of the run plays was a pass that Russ checked to a run. Javonte Williams ended up fumbling because it wasn't communicated to the substitute right guard and Graham Glasgow. But that would have been 12 out of 15 plays in goal-to-go situations inside the 5 that were pass plays. So they need to run the ball better, because that is something that they do really, really well. And the other thing right now, because Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory are healthy, they are getting after the quarterback, because Draymond Jones inside, and with the youth inside for the Niners, if they're going to get to Jimmy G, it might be Draymond Jones, not DJ Jones, who's been great against the run, but Draymond Jones living in the backfield along with a healthy Bradley Chubb and on the mend, but certainly an explosive Randy Gregory.
Brandon Cristal from Denver. He covers the Broncos. Nice enough to join us here on 95.7 The Game. And there's our final question for you today. You're around him in the locker room. You're around him as he's walking on and off the practice field. Is Russell Wilson's persona misunderstood, or is he the human equivalent of a dad joke?
It's maybe a little bit of all of it. So the one thing is he's got this wife who has put out more hits than I realized. She has 8 top 10 hits in her musical career.
Wow.
But she's got 32 million Instagram followers. She has one number one, right? It's been a while. She's not prolific like Adele or Beyonce or somebody, right? She's not just pumping out, or Katy Perry, top 10 albums over and over and over. But she's a bona fide, pop star of note.
Absolutely.
There's a Kardashian feel to it. But they put stuff out constantly. I mean, they're putting things out on social media before the Broncos have a chance, because Russ has his own photographer that's around the team a lot. Not during practice necessarily, but certainly during camp. At the same time, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Adam Schefter has the most Twitter followers of anybody NFL related. Second is Russell Wilson, more than any team, more than any player, more than Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, you name it, Patrick Mahomes. He has 5.7, give or take, million Twitter followers, and that same amount for Instagram, plus his wife's 32 million Instagram followers, and they feel obligated to constantly feed that beast. They're running their own corporation, their own brand. I mean, they have people running it with them, but no one is telling them, hey, you need to post this every day, or you make sure you've got some content on there. Russ had a tweet that came out in the dead middle of practice today, and it's like, well, how's he pressing send on that? I know you can schedule tweets. But so, at the same time, with all of that going on, and then jet setting all over Europe and going to Monaco during Memorial Day weekend, Russ doesn't let the football suffer. And everybody in Seattle said the same thing, that he may not be able to connect with his teammates, but it's not because he's not around. He's first guy in, last guy out, and even when he's in Monaco on a Sunday and Monday, he was the first guy in that Tuesday after Memorial Day. So the football part is there. It's all the other stuff, and when you try to talk to him, you ask him one question. I asked him how much he likes learning the playbook, and he starts talking about legacy goals and Jerry Jeudy's career. And I was like, a simple, yeah, I'm a football nerd. I really like learning the playbook, because that's how Peyton answered that question. I like learning a new playbook. Russ answered it by giving me a 90-second diatribe about legacy goals and all of that. So if you can get past all of that, then there's, I don't know, a really good football player we think that has some left in the tank. It's certainly an interesting personality study, but maybe this is the best way to characterize who Russ is. Josh Kroenke gives him 4 tickets to Nuggets-Warriors playoffs game 3, and they're sitting courtside. They're next to Reggie Miller on one side. The 2 other seats that they had available to them, they left empty. Now, they were with some teammates at games for hockey and basketball later on or whatever in suites. But when you can invite anybody. You can invite your coach. You can invite the GM. You can invite any teammate and his significant other, 2 teammates.
Could have brought you. Could have asked you. I'm sure you would have liked to have been there.
I would have. I was up in the press seating. I would have sat courtside.
Hell yeah.
And talked to Reggie and Kevin Harlan. Kevin's a fellow Jayhawk, so absolutely. But
by the way, the Hoosiers are rolling into Fog Allen this year. You're in trouble.
Oh, well, if we can make it work on our schedule, we should both go out there. But watch out for the KU football team, because we're so good, our coach is going to get hired away by Nebraska.
Stop it. Good to talk to you. Good to catch up with you.
To you guys, Damon, Ray. Hope we see each other soon.
Brandon Cristal. Really good stuff from Denver. He knows the team. He covers them. We're around him all the time. And, somebody on the chat on our YouTube page, San Jose Jazz fan, says Russell Wilson's already lost the local media. It kind of feels like it. I mean, look at it this way. When you're around Peyton Manning, you know what this guy is a real quarterback feels and sounds like. And Russell Wilson is a real NFL quarterback. There's no doubt about it. But people can always smell desperation. And Russell Wilson is so desperate to be liked, to be accepted, to feel that he is feeding his substantial Twitter follow that, it doesn't get in the way of the business that he runs on the football field, but it starts defining him more than what he's done on the football field in fans' eyes. And I think local media picks that up too.
I don't know. He got those Twitter followers before he got to Denver. I think he's careful to never say anything direct to any question. And he was like that in Seattle. And I think it was one of the reasons why his teammates, why a number of his teammates were kind of fed up with him pretty quickly.
Yeah.
He's the sort of guy who stands outside his own body and looks back at himself to make sure that he's put down, he's put together. And I think there's not a lot of sort of genuine emotion in him. And I think that's what people react to. It's not that what he says is necessarily disingenuous. It's that he never says anything that seems like it actually cuts through the face shield.
It's so, there's so much disinfectant on anything he does. People kind of prefer germs sometimes. You know, he's so scrubbed squeaky clean that it feels false. A-Rod fell into that.
Yeah.
You know, you can think of other athletes whose personas that they put out were so well crafted. It was
too well crafted.
Yeah, it was inauthentic as, you know, say Gabe Kapler's beard. Like, you grow a beard, I grow a beard. I know how beards grow. I know that they follow like a natural hairline, but it's never as perfect as Gabe Kapler's is. I mean, that guy spends more time working on his beard than you or I have spent working on any aspect of our appearance in our lives.
I feel confident in saying that. The first time he trimmed his beard, he beat me. It's Russell Wilson is very much a politician. And he's gotten to where he is as a social figure by being that politician. So he's never going to give you the sort of straight, avuncular answer to any question, because that's not how he got to where he is. You know, he's always shields up. And to the extent that people don't sort of aren't necessarily attracted to it, is entirely a function of his one-loss record. Because in Seattle, they loved him as long as he was winning games for them. He leaves, his first trip back to Denver, he's getting his ass booed because he's not their guy anymore. So it was really about, show us the result and we'll like you. But it's not a natural affinity. And I don't know that there will be a natural affinity with him in Denver either. I mean, Peyton Manning might not have gotten that, except that he got a Super Bowl for them. And they'll take that every time. I mean, John Elway was not an incredible personality either, but he got him 2 rings. So he's on scholarship forever.
And he was theirs.
He was theirs.
He's only worn a Bronco uniform.
But there was plenty of, well, is this guy the real deal? Until he actually finally won one. And that was sort of that redemptive, well, he's been here so long and he finally gets it done. I mean, just, it'll be a little bit of of what you'll get out of Jimmy Garoppolo if they do that, either this year or sometime in the future. I don't know when. But there's something about, a parade scrubs all dirt.
Oh, and winning's the ultimate deodorant. There's no doubt.
And it's not that Russell Wilson gives off a particular odor. It's that he gives off none whatsoever.
Do you want to know
he's a robot?
I love the phrase. I really do. I've always loved the phrase, don't mistake my kindness for weakness. A lot of people, who are nice, you assume in some level they're not steely-eyed enough to get the job done when the chips are on the table. If Steph Curry had not won in the level that he has won at, he'd be catching some of this.
He'd be catching a lot of it.
But I can say this about Curry. What you do see from him is authentically him. I've been around that guy long enough now to know, is he on because the lights are on, or is he really that way when the lights are off? He's really that way when the lights are off. It's genuine. He's genuinely concerned, compassionate, curious, while having just enough Heisman Trophy statue in him to hold you at bay, but never in an awkward way where you feel funny about it. Like, if Curry weren't the beloved NBA champion that he is, they'd be taking shots at him too. And look, to an extent they do. There are a lot of people who tear into Steph for the perfect-looking family life that he has, and it's a level of jealousy, but it would be intensified had the basketball bona fides not been so clear and obvious, and there's no mistaking his kindness for weakness on the court. The man is an absolute assassin.
But the first part of any fan-player interaction is, what are you doing for me? People always talk about selfish players. It goes the other way too. And once you've said, here, I got your parade, you can be anything. I mean, Draymond Green is...
Except for Aubrey Huff.
True, but, he played his way out of that.
He sure did. He backed himself right out of that garage.
Draymond Green, who many people find loathsome because he always talks, if he didn't have rings, nobody would care what he had to say.
No one.
Because the deal is always, give me what I want first, then I'll decide if you're a good guy.
We have an awful lot coming up in the longest commercial-free segment of the entire day, so I want you to stick around. You will be enticed by what you're going to hear from Steve Kerr, what Steve Kerr had to say about what Stephen A. Smith had to say. And, of course, we will be circling back to the NFL because a few other things need to be gotten to, including Brett Favre going to prison. Let's all cross our fingers and hope that happens, and we'll tell you why a little bit later on. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately, like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn. Get started on dinner. Or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
You want Odyssey podcasts, you need Odyssey podcasts, and you're only going to get them if you download Odyssey and its app. The Odyssey app, available on the internet, just like everything else these days. Everything you need, it's right there. Just touch the internet. It'll either happen automatically on your phone or computer, or they'll ship it to you, and it'll be there overnight. Really is a hell of a world we're living in. Damon and Ratto, it is great to have you here. We are guest-free the rest of the way today. Again, your rare opportunity to talk to the boss himself. Matt Nahagi and his screening calls today drew the short straw. Ha, Matt. You know what's really odd? And tomorrow's Friday before a big football weekend, which means tomorrow's show is... Well, it's already almost achieving it. Let's be honest. It's going to happen. It's going to happen early in the show. It's going to happen throughout the show, and it'll be the feel of the entire show tomorrow.
Maximum football!
Today, we do have a couple of other things to get to. Other things that are significant. So such as, I should say, we do have the Yankees-Red Sox game on in here. Aaron Judge was walked the first time up. Yankee Stadium loved that, by the way. They were really thrilled that the Red Sox pitched around him. So we'll keep you abreast of any and all Aaron Judge potentially historic home runs. But we got ourselves a Golden State Warrior team, Ray, that honestly, they look more and more like a model franchise by the season, just based on how adept they are to never sidle up to controversy. Controversy never comes looking for them. They never go looking for controversy. It's either, okay, Draymond Green popped off, but that's not even associated with the Warriors anymore. It's just Draymond Green popping off. And that's the closest thing they get to like controversy or spicy or anything. How many lifetimes do you think you and I would need to live before we saw the headline, Steve Kerr possibly suspended for a year due to an inappropriate at-work relationship?
A week from Wednesday.
It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
No, the Boston thing, they've had one of the worst off seasons for a team that got to the finals in a long time.
Yes, they have. That's kind of what I want to talk about.
They bungled the Durant trade rumor, because apparently they did offer Jaylen Brown, much to Jaylen Brown's chagrin, and then it fell through anyway.
Bungled their own locker room a little.
Yeah, and now Ime Udoka is...
Oh, you missed something. Remember, their acquisition was Gallinari, and he's torn his ACL playing a game that nobody cared about over in Europe.
Yeah, but, that's just bad luck. The other stuff,
part of a bad offseason, is it not?
Well, true. But, that was so far down on my list of things that I thought...
That's why I'm here, to improve your lists.
Well, you're a much better human being than I am, which is a low bar to clear. But the Ime Udoka thing is stunning because they couldn't have dealt with it worse.
Well, have they even dealt with it yet?
Well, no, it's now being genuinely assumed by most people who are reporting it that he's going to be suspended for a year, and they all believe it's going to be a news dump late Friday afternoon. That's a bad way to handle that.
It is.
Secondly, if what he's accused of doing is in fact true, and that the rumors that in fact one of the women he was involved with was the wife of one of the Celtics executives.
Well, it was that. I'm not going to go identifying any names, but I've already got I've got a picture of her on my phone already. It's been sent to me. I've heard the wrinkles. I know sort of what happened. And we're all about to find out some stuff when this comes out.
Well, all I'm saying is that would be instantly fireable. You could fire somebody for cause and never pay them for that. So they're putting this in this weird sort of limbo where it's really awful, but it's not so awful that we're going to get rid of them. And in doing it the way they've done it, they have caused every woman in their front office to be questioned as to their own virtue.
Yes.
By the crap heads of the internet.
The unintended consequence of this story leaking out was a barrage of internet sleuths trying to find the woman employed by the Celtics that might be involved with Ime Udoka. And there is one woman who completely scrubbed her social media account, and that sort of is the tip of the clue that it's her.
But when Mark Spears has to put out tweets saying it's definitely not this person,
right? It's not that person. It's what that is. It's that person calling Mark Spears saying, "Hey, do you think you can get my name off the hook?" That's probably what that is.
It might be. I don't know how he got it. That sounds like a plausible way for it to have happened.
Here's the thing that I cannot crucify the Celtics for the way that this came out. I know everyone's looking to blame the organization. I don't think the organization put this out. I think it was the very, very pissed off husband. And doesn't that make the most sense? This is a man scorned by an affair with a wife and a coach. Now, if she works for the team too, it feels like they would both have to get the exact same suspension, because if you're suspending him not for doing anything that wasn't consensual, everything was consensual, whether it was moral or not, that's for you to decide. Actually, it's not for you to decide. It's not moral, but they went ahead and they did it. Adults will be adults, and if it was consensual, what you gonna do? I don't think the Celtics put this out. I think it was a really pissed off husband.
Well, however it got out, I'm not talking about, the fact that they knew this was going on. You don't wait for it to get leaked. Because it certainly seems like they're deciding the punishment based on it getting out rather than it being a breach of contract or a breach of terms of employment. When you get something like that, and again, we're assuming that this is all true.
Well, hold on.
So,
let me just catch up everyone who might have been at work today and you're not sure exactly what we're talking about. The Boston Celtics, you might have heard of them. They were just in the NBA Finals with the Golden State Warriors, having come off an exemplary year that a lot of people said Ime Udoka pulled out of them with a fabulous second half. And to me, Udoka had, in 1 year, elevated himself into the top 10 of NBA coaches. I mean, he did a hell of a job. And he seemed to be sort of a fire and brimstone. Nobody gets soft on my watch. I'm going to be a demanding coach. I think he would have broken Kevin Durant's spirit in half had that trade ever gone through, by the way. But the Celtics are now mulling a season-long suspension for their head coach, Ime Udoka, because they discovered he had an intimate relationship with a team employee. This team employee, if I indeed do have the right person identified, is married to yet another team employee. So we have a little bit of a Boston Celtics love triangle that the husband might not have been a part of. What is going to happen next? I mean, can President of Basketball Operations Brad Stevens come in and save the day? Could that be the balm that makes this a little less of a burn if it really does go down the way we think it might? Because Udoka's top assistant, he left. He's the head coach of the Jazz now. So the guy that would have slid over one chair isn't even there anymore. And, this is such an unforeseen turn of events. Udoka went from becoming the first rookie head coach to win multiple playoff Game 7s to now possibly suspended for the entire year. Again, to suspend a coach for another year. How does he walk back into that locker room at any point in time with gravitas? I mean, you might as well just let him go. You might as well just let him go. And to me, you could also say, well, it takes two to tango. She tangoed too. And if we're not firing her and we're not suspending her for a year, we probably shouldn't do that for you either. And you know what? We just chalk this up to disgusting adultness and play on. I know I would do that. I would call everyone in the... If I ran the Boston Celtics, what's the owner's name? You know the name of every owner. Wick
Grousbeck.
Wick or Grousbeck. If I'm Wick Grousbeck, I call everybody in the room, including HR, and I say, anyone about to file a lawsuit? Is anybody about to file a lawsuit? Is this going to go legal? Because if it ain't going legal, we are way too close to an NBA season to be doing something like this. So we're all going to be stiff upper lips adults about this. You go to marriage counseling. Udoka, put it back in your pants. I'm sure Nia would want it that way. And tip it up, baby. Tip it off. I mean, is there a real victim here other than the HR rep who had to deal with this crap? Is there a real victim here? Did he go out of his way to use his status in the organization to put this woman in a situation where she felt like if I don't do the dance, I might lose my job? If there's no sexual harassment here, if there is no power play going on here, just two kids bumping uglies in the middle of the night, Celtics are thinking they're going to go back to the NBA Finals, man. If I were the owner of the Celtics, I would call everybody and be like, we good? Because if we're not good, okay, I guess we got things to do. But if we're good, let's play basketball.
But how many people do you call in to say, are we good?
HR and the three adults involved.
Well, stories never stay within the three adults involved or with HR. Somebody always gets wind of it. And
we'll worry about that when it happens.
Well, that's the problem. When you worry about it when it happens, it blows up on you. If you have a standard and it says you don't have sex with a coworker, and I'm not saying, I don't know if they do, but if That seems to be the linchpin on which the suspension is supposed to be happening.
It's why we're not sleeping together.
Well, one of the reasons. But if that's the linchpin, and that's a corporate decision by the Celtics, if you break that, that's fireable offense.
It is.
And you don't sit there and wait for the PR to get bad. That's how things get worse. You deal with it right away. Again, there's a whole lot we don't know about this. But if that statute's in the contract of everybody who works for the Celtics, and it's violated knowingly,
then both parties have to go.
Yeah.
He and she.
That said, they're trying to sort of split this in half. Oh, we'll just suspend. I have a feeling it's a suspension that becomes a firing.
On the YouTube chat, a guy named Chris says the Celtics should just call the host of cheaters and settle this. I remember that show. That show was disgusting and entertaining all at the same time. Sort of like this. Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
As I told you, the Warriors Media Day is coming up on Sunday. For whatever reason, Steve Kerr and Bob Myers sort of got ahead of it today. What do we know why that happened? Why normally guys who speak at Media Day came out 2 days before Media Day to have a media moment? I don't know. I don't know why this happened. I know that Raymond Ritter got a Barry Larkin batting helmet. You don't need to know any details. You can just trust me that happened today. Maybe the interesting things that did come from why ever Steve Kerr and Bob Myers were talking today is about the team, about how it's going to be built going forward. Obviously, Bob Myers was asked about a very expensive offseason that could come up soon for the Warriors, and he framed it all as this is a good problem to have.
Well, we want all those guys. Can we get them all? I don't know. It depends on what the money ends up being, what the ask is, what we can do. We're not at a point to make those decisions yet. Where it ends up, the more I've been in this, the more I realize there's no absolutes. I could sit here and say, we want this, we want that. Some of these decisions may be made in the next 2 weeks, and some might be made in 7-8 months. And the information that we have then will be helpful as far as making those. And then it's a negotiation, to be honest. But we like them all. I'm not going to like them in order for you. That doesn't do me any good, but we like them all.
We're talking about Jordan Poole, obviously. We're talking about Andrew Wiggins. And if we can be quite honest, both of those are 100% Joe Lacob's reaching deep in his pockets to bring them both back. The flip of the coin is Draymond. That's the one that is going to, I think, cause the most amount of stress and headache because we all know what he's done. But what will his body allow him to continue to do is a legitimate question that has to be debated by all sides in a legitimate way. Draymond revealed elements of his back issue last year that it's nerve damage. It's a spine that is running out of the cushion discs in between vertebrae, which caused nerve damage, which led to the sciatic pain. And I know all about this because I live in that neighborhood too. I have shredded the discs between my lower vertebrae, and I've already had one discectomy. It stinks to have a bad lower back. It really does. And this is from a guy who works sitting down talking to Ray for 3 hours every day. I'm not playing against Ray Allen for 3 hours. Well, no one's playing against Ray Allen anymore, but you get my point. An NBA life is a much different life than a talk show radio host's life, and I can tell you that my back is killing me. So how long is it going to be before Draymond lives in that world too? This is all things that need to be considered. Bob Myers said that when they get back from Tokyo, they will be sitting down with Jordan Poole and his reps.
We're going to meet with his representatives, I think, after Tokyo and sit down for the first time and start having that conversation. And I think that's about 2 weeks out from the deadline for him. Where that'll go, I don't know. I know that they want to meet, and I know we want to meet. And then we'll see what the next 2 weeks give us.
And then, of course, eventually, Draymond and Andrew Wiggins, where are they in the plans?
Meetings are all great. These are nice people. I saw Draymond, I saw Rich Paul the other night. But again, can negotiate about buying your car. But if I know I have 2-3 weeks until you decide what you want to do, it's real, but it's not you don't force a decision. Sometimes things get done prior to a deadline. You see guys that are extended in certain situations, but in many times it does approach a deadline. A couple of these guys don't have a specific one. Jordan does, but they've all been good. The good news for us is I don't hear anybody that wants to leave. That'd be a worse problem if they said, I don't want to be here. I'm out of here at the end of the year, or I don't want to be here, trade me. Not hearing any of that. So the goal will be to try to figure it out the best we can.
It is pretty unique. How many NBA teams are being drowned in players who desperately want to stay? That's a good problem to have. It really, truly is. One more note, and I'm going to let Steve Kerr come in here because he is saying that they're absolutely leaving a seat at the table for Andre Iguodala if he wants it.
I'm just hopeful. Beyond that, I really don't know what Andre's going to do. He's been in here working out and kind of getting training staff to work with him and look at him. And I think he's getting a feel for what he wants to do. And we told him from the beginning, take as long as you want. And so he's taking his time, and that's fine. So we'll see.
Now, look, I already know how cynical fans think. I work with Mr. Cynic, and I got a cynical mind in my way, too. One of my questions would be, is waiting around for Draymond costing you an opportunity to add a player? Is waiting around for Iguodala's decision going to cost you an opportunity to come to another player, to bring in another player into the mix? And Bob Myers was all over that today.
He's earned that right to make his own decision. We want to have him make the decision. We don't want to force him into something, and then 2 weeks later he says, I'm not up for this. So we're waiting, and we haven't had something we have foregone that we really like. So we haven't put pressure on him to say, listen, we got this other thing we really want to do. You got to tell us. We haven't done that. We haven't had that. But you may see it, you may not. There's so much he does that is not on the court. And there's a lot he does on the court too. And it's really hard to find that kind of stability and leadership on a team that he brings, even for Steve and myself. I mean, I can go talk to Andre, and he just knows. He's really smart. He knows our team. He's a true professional. He understands the league. He's seen a lot. And the guy played in, 6 out of the last 7 I don't know how many finals. It's crazy. He's someone you want around. If it was up to me, we'd keep him around a long time, even if he wasn't playing.
Andre Iguodala has appeared in more NBA finals than any player in NBA history who hasn't worn a Celtics or Lakers jersey at one point in their careers. It's really amazing. It's really amazing how often he is around success or success is around him. I know that he was at Dreamforce, the big Salesforce convention, because Jillian saw him there. She just told me. She was like, I saw Andre Iguodala the other day. I was like, great. Stay away from him because I know you have a huge crush. We have one more just sort of thing about the Warriors, and then we got piping, hot, fresh sound from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
We already had Steve Kerr on today, we already had Tim Kawakami on today. And earlier, Steve Kerr appeared on Tim Kawakami's podcast. Always an interesting conversation, worth your listen. Remember when Stephen A. Smith said this about Jonathan Kuminga?
I'm worried about Kuminga. I'm hearing too many things about him off the court in terms of his head, the level of discipline that he lacks. You understand? Some of the foolishness. I'm not getting in this personal business. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm talking attitude. I'm not talking actions. I'm saying that attitude, the level of focus, commitment, determination, just putting your head down, doing the work. I'm hearing that he's shortchanging the Warriors in that regard, and he got to get his act together because I'm a Jonathan Kuminga fan.
Again, so when that statement was made, I reached out to 3 or 4 guys. It probably wouldn't take a Sherlock Holmes level detective to come up with the names of those 3 or 4 guys who I reached out to. And I just said, have you heard anything about Kuminga and having a funny offseason or being disinterested or hard to reach or anything like that? And everyone collectively was like, nah, I don't know where Stephen A. Smith picked up that one and ran with it today. Tim Kawakami asked Steve Kerr about this on his podcast.
I know there was that weird report that came out. I think Stephen A. Smith said something about JK. And I, honestly, Bob and I, when that came out, we called each other and asked each other, like, where did that come from? Because it made no sense. Because JK's been great. He's done everything we've asked of him. He's working hard. He's right where he needs to be be. And it's just, he's got to just keep getting better every day. But we're very happy with his summer and everything he committed to.
So there you go. Now, what else is Steve Kerr supposed to say, right? I mean, if Jonathan Kuminga were having his feet up in a lazy boy right now having a cocktail, he has to say that. But I believe him. And everyone who covers this team had no idea where Stephen A. Smith got that one from. Any speculation on your end?
I don't know, because
feeding the beast? Just feeding the beast.
No, I don't know that it couldn't have come from the Warriors, not necessarily Kerr or Myers, just for the sake of deniability. Maybe they wanted to get a message out saying, we'd really like you to work harder at this. I
know that they want him to rebound harder.
However they define it.
Right.
All I'm saying is the fact that, it didn't come directly from Kerr, because I cannot imagine Kerr or Myers calling up Stephen A. Smith and saying, by the way, will you float this one out for us? I mean, the number of places it could have come from, even within the organization, are fairly numerous. That said, however it got out, the message was pretty clear that whatever it is he's doing seems insufficient, and it sort of meshes with the way he was used in the postseason, which was sparingly, if at all. Now, either that's because they didn't trust him to do anything other than get in foul trouble, or maybe this was their way of saying, you're not ready for this yet.
I don't even know if it was an indictment if you're not ready. It's just we have a very deep bench of guys who clearly are.
Well, but in terms of what they needed, they could have used another big guy for situations, because they certainly weren't going to get that from Weissman. And playing small as much as they did, I'm sure is not entirely to Steve Kerr's liking, but that was the best option he had. So what I'm suggesting is that it's not out of the realm of possibility that somebody connected with the team whispered it to somebody who knew it would get back to Stephen A. Smith.
There you go. So we're now playing a game of telephone.
It's in the realm of possibility is all I'm saying, because you either believe it's something like that, you believe that Stephen A. Smith made it up out of whole cloth, in which case you have to ask the question, why is he bothering with a Jonathan Kuminga rumor? Or it came from a third source, and then you have to wonder, well, why is the third source this keen on throwing Kuminga's name into the shredder? And I don't see where that's a big, news grabber.
Jimmy Garoppolo talking about fixing the injury. He knows an awful lot about it. He's had a few in his career, and Jimmy Garoppolo today was talking about what Trey Lance needs to do. What Trey Lance needs to do, how he needs to set his mentals as he's about to go through what he's about to go through. I told you that we would be right back to So here we go, Jimmy.
I heard Bosa's presser the other day, and he worded it pretty well, because there is a moment where you feel like your life is over and you feel like, I can never get back to where I was, but that passes, and it just, you got to hit a point where it does pass and you mentally move on from that, and there will be hurdles for him to overcome, but I've been around Trey for a couple of years now. He's a tough dude, so he'll be all right.
So instead of being just asked about Jimmy, what are you going to do now? There were a lot of questions about Trey Lance today. One of them being, what can he do as he rehabs to actually become a better quarterback?
The mental stuff. He's already been in a couple meetings with us through Zoom and stuff like that. So, whatever you could do mentally, physically, it's it's tough right now, but he'll get back.
All right. So, Jimmy, let's talk about you. Let's talk about you and what you are going to do now that you are the man again here for the 49ers. When it comes to letting her rip, will you? Again, we asked Kyle Juszczyk, and by the way, Best of 95.7 The Game tonight at 6 o'clock will begin with the Kyle Juszczyk interview that Ray and I did just yesterday, and it was fantastic. Somebody on the text line who has a problem with this saying, you don't need to be replaying interviews, people can go find. It's called a best of. you have to replay something during a best of, or it's not a best of, it's live radio. So we're going to have...
it's not in our window either. So you're not getting less of us, you fool. You should want less of us. Use your head.
I'm glad you like being there for the people, Ray.
Ah, the hell with the people.
Well, at least for another, 40 minutes. I'm keeping you here to 55 tonight.
Don't dare me.
Jimmy Garoppolo. Are we going to get a little evil Jimmy as we ask Kyle Juszczyk? I mean, I think that was my favorite question that we asked him. Is Jimmy Garoppolo going to go rogue and just sort of do what he wants now to win football games instead of just run it the way Kyle Shanahan says, Jimmy, I want you to run it? Well, I guess that question was asked in a slightly more delicate way. Jimmy, are you going to be attacking downfield more at today's press conference?
I love that. Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of things that go with that, obviously. But, yeah, I love doing that stuff. In 17, there was a freedom where me, the receivers, tight ends, we had a good chemistry going. And when you get that with offensive skills in a quarterback, it makes for a tough offense.
Is anyone else hearing what I'm hearing? Is anyone else hearing Jimmy Garoppolo saying, if you don't like the way I play, of course I deserve some of that, but the way that I've been coached to play might deserve a little of it too. And I really hope that Jimmy is the kind of guy who isn't just sacrosanct to anything that Kyle Shanahan says, this is the way we want it done. Because all Jimmy Garoppolo at any point in time needs to do this year is say, my ankle feels funny. Have fun with Brock Purdy. If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm letting it rip. Like, I'm serious. Like, whatever I'm comfortable doing on the field, I am going to do that. And a couple of things that I might be a touch uncomfortable with, but I think the moment's there, I'm going to approach that moment. I really am. What does Jimmy have to lose? What does Jimmy have to lose? His job? Impossible. As long as he's healthy, he is the starting quarterback of the 49ers the rest of the way.
But that's not him.
Did you just hear him?
I heard what he said. He could talk about what it is all he wants. But the fact is, for 3 years now, we've seen him be this guy.
Right. Those are 3 years under different circumstances than this one's under.
But no, they still are trying to get to a Super Bowl. And he's not going to buck Kyle Shanahan on this.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I mean, he's not going to.
It's what you would do.
No. I think it's what Jimmy's going to do, because Jimmy is trying to serve two masters here. Would Jimmy like to win a Super Bowl? Sure. Okay. You know what he's also trying to do? Audition for the next team. If I were Jimmy Garoppolo, what I wanted to do would be just as important as team accomplishments at this point, because what the team wanted to do was get rid of me. And now here I am wearing Superman's cape. Yeah, I'm going to dance with kryptonite if I want to.
But again, that's not who he is.
It's not what I just heard.
Because he knows his marketability goes up if they win it all. And I don't believe in his heart of hearts he thinks he can let it rip and have them win.
Again,
you could talk about leverage all you want.
Roll back that 2017 one more time on this soundbite.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of things that go with that, obviously. But, yeah, I love doing that stuff. In 17, there was a freedom where me, the receivers, tight ends, we had a good chemistry going. And when you get that with offensive skills in a quarterback, it makes for a tough offense.
A freedom, Ray. Take these chains away from me and let me just play.
And Kyle Shanahan's going to say, no, we're going to do this the way I wanted to do it. And then Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't have a thing to say. And the reason why he doesn't have a thing to say is because ultimately that gets around to. And Jimmy Garoppolo is going to find the market will be less forgiving. If they don't win at all, and he suddenly has a reputation as a guy who likes to argue with his coach, that's not going to sell well. If he's going to enter the open market, he's got to be able to say, I did what they asked me to do.
Oh, but that's already established.
Okay, no, it's not. It's not established if he goes rogue this year.
You being the perfect little soldier, is already established. Jimmy's professionalism will not be questioned.
It will be if he decides to go rogue.
I'm not talking about going rogue, Ray. I'm not talking about now all of a sudden it's, I'm audibling out of every single running play. I'm throwing 65 times a game. I'm not saying he's doing that, but all he needs to do is say, Kyle, I thought I saw it. I took a stab. I thought I saw it. I thought I saw the right move for the team in the moment, so I did it. And that's it. I mean, that's the thing. Jimmy, I really hope his Little Lord Fauntleroy days are over. I really do. Yep. Because I've seen what carefully measured Jimmy Garoppolo looks like. And he still makes as many mistakes as letting her rip Jimmy Garoppolo could be assumed to be made. So you might as well throw that interception, Jimmy, 55 yards downfield instead of 15 yards downfield.
It's not him. I mean, at some point you have to accept that he signed off on this.
It was him in 2017 before Kyle got his hooks in him.
And before they were any good. The fact is, Kyle Shanahan can go up to Jimmy Garoppolo and said, doing it the way I wanted to do it, we've gotten to a Super Bowl, a conference final, and you've become a guy who makes $26 million a year.
And then you took that away from me.
Yeah.
Now I'm making $6 million plus incentives. You jag off. So we're going to do it my way now.
Well, then I guess we'll see Brock Purdy a lot sooner than we thought.
Purdy time. Jimmy Garoppolo talked about if the Niners moving on from him has polished the chip on his shoulder.
Not really. I think it lights a fire under you. I'll tell you that. Obviously, as a competitor, whenever you get told something like that, it'll get you going a little bit. But I have plenty of motivation. I don't need that to motivate me, but it always helps.
There you go. I mean, don't tell me it's not a little personal. At this point, it officially gets filed under this is a little personal. It's not. If I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I have a team goal that I'm obviously looking to work towards because I'm a good teammate, and Jimmy has been a good teammate. There's enough feedback from his teammates to confirm Jimmy Garoppolo's a good teammate. They really like him. I think Jimmy could look at this as, hey, I'm going to do what's best for me. I'm going to do what's best for... What might be best for me, by the way, could be the difference in the style of game that we're playing that finally gets us over the hump. Because doing the same thing just over and over and over again is insane. Being the ultra buttoned up, ultra conservative offense that we have seen has officially left the 49ers a few yards too short of a Super Bowl or reaching a second Super Bowl. And we've seen it. We've seen what carefully constructed Jimmy Garoppolo looks like. I'm looking for a little deconstructed Garoppolo. Might be interesting. One more quote from Jimmy today on how play calling has changed while he's been here.
I guess it's kind of, in 17, I was learning the offense. So Kyle would call some plays and I wouldn't know exactly, how to read it, I guess, but you'd kind of figure it out as you went. And I don't know, just the more and more that you learn the offense and get the knowledge of the offense, I start to figure out what Kyle's thinking and he, vice versa. But there's obviously just some back and forth between the play caller and quarterback.
I think there's going to be a little bit more back and forth between play caller and quarterback than just forth from the play caller to the quarterback. I do hope that Jimmy really weighs in, not just conversationally with what he wants to do out there, but with a throw or two, a pass or two. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Well, it hasn't worked out to this point anyways, and look what they were trying to do you as. They did you wrong, Jimmy. They did you wrong. From the day, again, I didn't do Jimmy wrong. Would I have moved on from Jimmy too? Sure, but it's not my call. It is Shanahan's call. It is Shanahan's call. He made the call. He said, I'm done with him. Absolutely done with him. And then through a sequence of dominoes falling, here he is once again. If I'm Jimmy, I'm just not letting Kyle push my domino any way he wants to anymore. If I think I got an idea that is better than the one that just got sent into the huddle, damn it, I'm running it.
And I think you overestimate his willingness to do that.
I think you're underestimating it. I think you're underestimating it with ample evidence pouring into your ear right now that he is a little bit not thrilled with how this all went down. You know, what happened when you were here in 2017? Man, I was just learning. I was just kind of winging it. I think he wants to do that again. Because, by the way, when he was doing it that way, they were 5-0. They were 5-0 with a team that's worse than this.
I don't see Jimmy Garoppolo as a guy who's going to buck authority. I've never seen that in him. I don't believe it exists. I believe he's going to be the good soldier to the end, and he'll turn that into another contract with another team.
But here's the deal. Hasn't he run that version of Jimmy? Like I said, Jimmy 1.0, 2.0. This is Jimmy 3.0. It might be a different operating system from here on out.
Except that you're casting the last 3 years as failure, when in fact they are one overthrown pass and one dropped interception from at least one ring and a second trip to the Super Bowl. So maybe one more pass, one more play that were different could be the difference in everything. And if I'm Jimmy, that's the way I'm thinking. And I don't doubt that if you're Jimmy, that's the way you're thinking. But that's not Jimmy, and I don't believe it's the way he's thinking. I believe he's going to go down, however this goes down, as the same guy he's always been. As the coachable, relatively obedient guy that everybody likes. Doesn't operate in stress or friction. I think this is who he is. He's shown you who he is, and I think he's going to stay that.
I think players change. I don't think any one person remains the exact same person they were under different circumstances year after year after year, especially when you just got them as large a screw you as the Niners actually gave him. So I don't know. I hope you're wrong. I hope I'm right, because it could be the difference in, well, the year ended without a championship and the year became more interesting. This is David in Redwood City. David, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Hey, guys. You know what? At some point during the Super Bowl, I kind of thought about Jimmy G just saying, you know what, the heck with this. I'm not about to lose this Super Bowl. And I think that him following this being obedient thing actually kept him from winning the Super Bowl. If he wins the Super Bowl, I'm pretty sure that he's going to get out of town, okay? Not because of him, but because of his agent. He's the one that is actually going to negotiate a better deal somewhere else where he's going to be treated better. If he loses the Super Bowl, you're going to have one.
David, if he wins the Super Bowl, David, I'm sorry, if he wins the Super Bowl, he is going to get another contract from the 49ers, and they will put more money in front of him than any other team.
Yeah, but if he were to lose, I can almost guarantee you that a large part of the fandom and even some people around football will be looking at him one way, and they'll be looking at Kyle Shanahan with his squinty eyes. Did you guys lose the Super Bowl because of Jimmy G, or was it your play calling? Because at this time, I think Kyle honestly has lost some part of his reputation. They are not looking at him the same way they were looking at him before. Because, like I said, the way they did Jimmy G, they really did him dirty. And the way they have been using Trey Lance, I don't think that it has been to the benefit of his development as a QB. So I don't know. You guys tell me what you think.
David, thank you for the call. Look, we've been telling you what we think all show. It's what we do.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy's about to. Here's the thing. I don't know what's about to happen, but if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, if I'm going to go down in a Niner uniform, I'm going to go down my way, not just Kyle's way. I'm not going to do anything to sink the ship intentionally. I'm not going to be reckless. I'm not going to be negligent. I'm not going to throw out a game plan and install the one I want in. But the wrinkle might be I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive with my arm. Everyone says that I got a good deep ball, and then we never actually see it. So do you have one? Do you have one? You know, what if all of a sudden he and a player that he's had no playing time with, Danny Gray, have a little connection? What if 3 weeks from now, the two of those guys are completely on the same page, and that guy is a go route and a threat of six almost every single time he snaps? Maybe Jimmy notices that. Maybe things change. Maybe 5 more running backs get hurt this week. And they'll have no choice but to have Jimmy be putting it in the air 50 times because now your backfield is essentially Marlon Mack, who, by the way, was promoted today to the team's active roster. And guess who is back? Tevin Coleman is back on the team's practice squad. So there wasn't going to be a moment about this season that wasn't going to be interesting. The first 2 weeks of this season have been more interesting than people are even comfortable with. And now we're going to start playing some football. That's the one thing I'm looking forward to. Like, week 3 is week 1 for the Niners. Now we're playing some football. Now we're going to get our handle around who this team really is in, cross your fingers, decent conditions in Denver. So it's not going to be, but it was a weather event. I want straight up, fair across the board, your best against my best football. And then hopefully we get that again Monday night next week, 2 weeks, against the Rams. Now we're going to find out who the Niners really are.
I think week 4 you'll find out who they are. I don't know that you'll find them out in week 3 just because I don't believe in Denver. I think they're okay when they play teams that don't do much offensively. But I think against a team with a better defense who can basically give their offense the ball for 35 minutes a game, I think Denver's going to have a problem. And I don't think this is the test that people think it's going to be. I think next week because that's one of the few teams in the NFC that has legitimate Super Bowl aspirations. And the 49ers have the same. That's the first test they've got. Denver, if they lose to Denver, then you've got deeper problems than the quarterback.
I mean, how would they go about losing to Denver would be my first question.
Well, that's my point. I don't see how they do that.
Well,
they turned the ball over 5 times, yeah, but I think if they play their normal game, they handle Denver with some ease.
You would think Denver has yet to have a week where they have scared anyone with their offense, but this was a week where, if Nathaniel Hackett isn't over there coaching his rear end off as hard as he can, and look, he does have some working knowledge about how to attack the San Francisco 49ers. He was just coaching against them as Green Bay's offensive coordinator in the greatest punt block the 49ers have ever had in a postseason win at Lambeau Field. So Hackett is familiar with this team, and maybe that brings out a better week of the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson, by the way, as soon as he sees a 49ers jersey, the only thing he does is win. That's it. 49ers versus Russell Wilson. Niners usually win that or lose that game. They have trouble with him. Now, will they have trouble with him in another uniform in another city? We're about to find out. We all will be watching together Sunday night. It was really something else when we had Peter King on earlier this week to listen to him sum up Nathaniel Hackett. Because, of course, there's you, it's me, it's Sports Talk Radio. Might be exaggerating about how bad that was for the sake of Sports Talk Radio. Peter King doesn't do a lot of exaggerating for the sake of Sports Talk Radio. And here's what he had to say about Nathaniel Hackett belly flopping his debut in 2 weeks, with one of them even being a victory.
Here's the thing that shocks me about the first 2 weeks of the season. Nathaniel Hackett, he was a straight A student. He's the valedictorian. And he has coached the first 2 games of the year like he belongs kept back for a year in school. And the decisiveness in the play calling, the fact that 15 times Russell Wilson has had to sprint to get a play called before it goes to 0 on the play clock. In 2 weeks, it's absolutely mind-boggling that he's having so much trouble with the simplest decisions in the game. And it's mind-boggling that 1 week he says our goal is to get to the 46-yard line so we could kick a 64-yard field goal. And then the next week he eschews a field goal in better altitude where the ball goes farther from the 41-yard line. I want to give the guy a fair chance, but his first 2 games are about as bad as a coach can have in his first 2 games. And it's crazy. It's crazy what has happened here. And again, I don't want to throw him out with yesterday's garbage yet. Give him a chance. But, man, he should have been a lot more ready to be an NFL head coach than he is.
It was bad. It was officially bad. There's no doubt about that. And, Ray, you don't have very long to make or protect your reputation, and be careful with your reputation because you only get one of them. You really do. So this is a huge game and week for the Broncos, and they know it. And it is a huge game and week for the 49ers. This is a really outstanding Sunday night football game that we got coming.
Potentially outstanding. But
anything can go wrong in the live sporting event.
I think Denver could be such a bring down that the game will be an entertainment disappointment.
Maybe.
I don't believe in Denver at all, I guess is what I'm saying. That said, you're right. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression, and he's made the same impression in back-to-back weeks. So from this moment on, Nathaniel Hackett will be known as the guy who can't handle strategy.
There really isn't any reason to spend much time on it. So I'm going to slip it into the show right here. Because we're talking about reputations and how quickly you can damage a reputation. How anyone is in business with Brett Favre today is a disgrace to any business that is in Brett Favre, in the business of being in business with Brett Favre today. Like Tiger Woods slept with his wife and basically, or slept with someone other than his wife, several women other than his wife, and essentially had every sponsorship essentially taken away from him. Brett Favre is hawking Copperfit and Levi or Lee jeans or whatever, and Wrangler, or maybe that was it, and I think there's some Bible app that he is now pushing. This man needs to be pushed into prison. I don't know how much you have seen of this story, but it ain't good for Brett. He 100% knew that his actions in the state of Mississippi were illegal. His actions were looking to get $5 million from the state welfare agency that he wanted to use for a volleyball court at his daughter's college. Former Mississippi Welfare Director John Davis has agreed to cooperate with investigators, and that means Favre's in for it. Because Davis had previously been indicted for more than 24 state and federal charges as part of the scheme. Nancy New, who was another woman involved in this, was the head of the nonprofit used to funnel the welfare funds. She has already pled guilty to 13 different felonies, and they are going to information dump on Brett Favre. Because let's face it, those two names that I just used, John Davis and Nancy New, mean nothing. Brett Favre is now the target of this investigation, you would think. Wire fraud, at the very, very least, is what he's guilty of. Favre's attorney, Bud Holmes, denied that Favre knew that he was accepting money from the state welfare funds. But unfortunately for Brett, we have texts where he says, and I quote, "Would anybody be able to determine who paid me and how much?" In other words, all the criming that you have just done, Brett, can completely be traced back to you, and you knew exactly what you were doing. You knew exactly where it was coming from, and you even asked the question, could anybody find this out? I hope he does multiple years in prison.
He stole from the poor.
The poorest of the poor, in the poorest state in the union.
He just said, no, I need a volleyball court.
My daughter needs a volleyball court.
Well, but ego being what it is, he was living vicariously through his daughter, therefore he needed a volleyball court.
Isn't this man a multimillionaire so many times over that $5 million cracking off for a volleyball court that then gets his name put on it was in the realm of that could happen? The answer is yes. But instead of spending his own money, he thought he would spend the money of a whole bunch of hungry children.
It's not that he got the money, it's where he got it from.
Of course.
And that's the whole point. It's if he basically, defrauded the government, I'm sure he'd pay a fine and that would be it. But when you actively take from the least fortunate to benefit yourself, Jail seems perfectly appropriate.
Yeah.
And not just a friendly, happy jail. A jail where you get to find out what it's like to wear orange every day.
Yeah, one of those jails is as soon as you get in there, you think to yourself, I'm not going to be here. And then you are for years, and it's just miserable. That's where I'd like Brett to go. That man deserves jail time.
I mean, this is as easy as it gets because he's not only essentially being caught stealing from the poor, he's been caught because he's stupid. You know, if you were an accomplished criminal, and maybe this is part of his defense, do you really believe that somebody would do that in public? And the answer to that is yes.
It's really something else. Really, really something else. We have one more segment left until we are going to start the best of 95.7 The Game with the conversation that Ray and I had yesterday with Kyle Juszczyk, which is outstanding. He's fantastic. You're going to want to hear it if you're a 49ers fan. We get into all the particulars of what the hell happened last weekend. So stick around for all that. And when we do come on back, a tarmac firing may have officially been trumped this week in college football. Plus, the single best soundbite from a football coach you're going to hear all week. That is how we wrap up today's show. That's what we're going to do next year on 95.7 The Game. And if you are looking to have yourself a really nice fall vacation, by the way, it's fall, everybody, or it's going to be fall in another 5 minutes or 10, well, top of the hour, I believe. Around 6 o'clock tonight, it officially becomes fall. We have an idea for you. If you're planning a trip to San Diego this fall, why don't you start by checking out sandiego.org.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply.
AutoZone. Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
But Shanahan is the play caller. Shanahan needs to be in lockstep with Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the growth I need to see moving forward.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
You wanted to strip Kyle of some things.
Just player personnel.
Player personnel.
Because he drafted a quarterback that he doesn't trust.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
They ruined us last year.
49ers better make it to the Super Bowl because I want to go.
Steiny, you knew what State
I
Farm
dare the
was.
station to try to keep me home this year.
Listen, hey, you might want to reel that in.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Is Kyle Shanahan the Jimmy Garoppolo of NFL head coaches?
I think Shanahan is one of the 8 best coaches in the league.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Just to let you know what is indeed going on at Yankee Stadium tonight, Aaron Judge comes up for the second time in this game, and he had 2 aboard, so there was a place to put him. Give it up to the Celtics. Or, excuse me, don't give it up to the Celtics, who had a pretty rough day today. Give it up to the Red Sox, who actually pitched to Aaron Judge and just struck him out. So
It was his third time up, by the way.
Oh, third time up. What did he do in his first at? I know he walked. 2 walks, and now this? Yep. Okay, 2 walks and a strikeout for Aaron Judge. We have just a few minutes remaining here today, and I got to tell you that the tarmac firing may have been trumped this weekend in college football. Obviously, the tarmac firing, Lane Kiffin infamously sacked from USC on the tarmac following a 62-41 loss to Arizona State back in 2013. Remember that, Ray?
I am aware of it.
Lane Kiffin getting his right on the tarmac. Well, Arizona State plays a role into this too. Herm Edwards, he just got let go by the Sun Devils. Got let go after the game, and he might have even been let go in the end zone of Sun Devil Stadium. The lip readers on the internet are trying to figure out that right after he finished his loss to Eastern Michigan, two muckety mucks from Arizona State greeted Herm Edwards right there in the end zone and were talking to him in a very sort of compassionate, hushed tone, conciliatory, patting him on the back, and thank you for everything is sort of the one thing that lip readers sort of picked up on. Did Herm Edwards get fired in the end zone at Sun Devil Stadium this past weekend? Because that might be the only thing that's worse than a tarmac firing, is it not?
I think what they did was tell him it was coming, which is a small walk away from just firing him in the end zone. But thank you for everything after you've lost to Eastern Michigan. It's essentially saying you're going to get to meet with the athletic director tomorrow.
Oh, no, the athletic director was one of the guys. Yes. Yeah. So you had two guys going up to Herm and basically saying, thanks for everything. And then what? Then they're going to walk him back into his office and do the deed. They might have done it right there.
Well, it might have been. Thank you for everything, though. I mean, if that's the phrase, it's either the kiss of death or it's putting on the lip gloss.
It really is. By the way, along with this Aaron Judge, we're waiting on a home run game that we have on in the studio. We also have on NBA TV. I mean, I can't even figure out what year this is, but Baron Davis.
02, I believe.
Is it? So Baron Davis is still a Charlotte Hornet. I've seen Jamal Mashburn in this game. I have seen Popeye Jones in this game.
Yeah. You know who you've seen in this game?
Gilbert Arenas, I believe.
You've seen Michael Jordan in this game.
Is that Jordan? Oh, so then it's not Gilbert Arenas. There's Michael Jordan right there. Yeah, Jordan and Arenas didn't play together, did they?
No. How long do you think they would have coexisted?
How many gold-plated guns does Michael bring to practice?
He wouldn't have to bring them.
No, he wouldn't.
He's his own metal detector.
He really is. Anyway, maybe that's what this is. Maybe this is Michael Jordan's final game. I still can't identify. I have no idea why NBA TV is replaying this game of all games, but here they are.
Well, it's because they'll play anything they have tape of between now and the start of the preseason.
Who is that? Who? Anyway, I don't need to start playing which Washington Wizard is that when I need to play this for you. This is the best soundbite from any football coach in America this week, and it comes from Maryland head coach Michael Locksley. They've got number 4 Michigan in Ann Arbor this weekend, and I know that, if we had to boil it down to the Big Ten football teams that you care about the least, my alma mater, Indiana, is at the top of your list, and I talk about them way too much for many of your own liking. Maryland, probably a close second, right?
Don't sleep on Rutgers.
Never sleep on Rutgers. Here is Maryland head coach Michael Locksley making you care more about Maryland football than maybe you ever have before, as he talks about what he does differently or what he does not do differently as he prepares for a huge game against number 4 Michigan.
I asked them about Grandma's macaroni and cheese. I said, when she makes it on Christmas, is it any better than when she makes it on the normal Sunday dinner? And they all said no. Her macaroni and cheese is slamming. It's great. It's unbelievable. Well, who we play doesn't change. It's the consistency of how we prepare to play, which is what makes Grandma's macaroni and cheese good on Christmas Day or a regular Sunday after church. And so I've tried to get us out of this mentality of riding the wave of emotions of we prepare differently for Charlotte than we do Ohio State. We prepare differently for Michigan than we do SMU, because that's not the case as a football coach. We don't go in and say, hey, it's Michigan week. Let's all of a sudden ramp up our intensity, because that's just not how you go about building a winning program.
I will take all the grandma macaroni and cheese sports analogies that you can throw at me. That was great. What are we going to do differently? No, we do it the same every time. Just like Grandma's mac and cheese. It's slamming no matter when she serves it.
And when they lose 41-7, Grandma's going to get the blame.
But it's time to take her to the home, is it not? I mean, Grandma's getting a little... Oh, dude, I love it.
Speaking of home...
Good night, sweetie.
Okay.
Tim Kawakami, thank you so much. Brandon Cristal from Denver, thank you so much. Grandy, thank you so much. I love how Kyle Madsen said he was going to work on today's show, hung around for 10 minutes and took a powder and had Nahagian come on in and work the majority of the show.
To be fair, he obviously worked his show, Willard and Dibs, and then he hung around for Steiny Guru as well. So this would have been the third show he worked today. So we can cut him some slack, I think.
But it would have been, in my mind, the most fun he had all day.
Yeah, probably.
So there you go. Did you have the most fun you had all day with us here, Grandma?
Oh, of course. Always.
Should you and I just keep talking to like 56 just to piss off Ray?
Oh, he's probably going to walk out
all
the
you
door.
want.
Yeah, Ray's about to leave no matter what I say. So
stay till 9:30. Knock yourselves out.
No, but you do want to stick around for Kyle Juszczyk, who we were joined by yesterday. And he's coming up next as we get into the best of here on 95.7 The Game. In the meantime, thanks again to everyone, especially you, Pookie. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey